After reaching adulthood, people here have the opportunity to become travelers and experience other worlds. However, you, who have long since become an ordinary person, have become a ruler in various realms, and this matter is known only to you. Until the day of her trial assessment, when she awakened the world you once ruled, she discovered that this world was very similar to the novel her father had written, and you had once suppressed an era in this world, being revered by the people as the eternal night monarch. With your own strength, you killed 7 lords of the Corpse Clan, saving humanity from the old era and instilling fear in many of the Corpse Clan. Now, this world has been summoned by your daughter participating in the midterm trial. Watching the live monitoring, her mother turned pale with fright. As the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, Shin Jiyu understood that an A-level difficulty world should not be used for trial assessments and was well aware of the terrifying danger level of A-level reincarnation worlds. Feeling anxious, how is our daughter supposed to survive this? Meanwhile, in the virtual square, an ethereal voice from the reincarnation hall echoed, "All assessment students, please prepare. You are about to enter the reincarnation world." With a flash of light, everyone instantly disappeared. Since the usual assessments are C-level fairy tale worlds, the appearance of an A-level world drew the attention of most people in the monitoring live room. Ning Kaiwei and others appeared in a shelter in a city, and a large amount of information about the reincarnation hall floated before them. "Welcome to the Blood Food Realm. Please be careful not to reveal your identity in front of the natives." Assessment task options: 1. Survive for more than 10 days, 2. Kill 10 zombies and bring back their cores, 3. Master any extraordinary power. The classmates who teamed up with her all looked desperate, but Ning Kaiwei was surprisingly calm, staring at the description of the reincarnation hall, feeling that this world was vaguely familiar. "I remember my dad wrote a novel called The Redemption Road of the Corpse King. The Blood Food Realm, Blood Food City, Zombie Cores, extraordinary powers. How can they be exactly the same? Could it be that the novel wasn't a fabrication by my dad?" The moment this thought flashed through her mind, Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but feel it was extremely absurd and bizarre. After all, in her impression, her dad had never undertaken a reincarnation task. He was just an ordinary citizen of Jiangnan City, a common person chasing his writing dreams. Yet at this moment, she had descended into this place called the Blood Food Realm, and many details from her dad's novel were surprisingly identical. "The Eternal Night Lord," Ning Kaiwei whispered softly, carefully recalling the content of the novel she had secretly read as a child. The protagonist in it was known as the Eternal Night Lord, and the entire novel revolved around his story, with the final outcome being the end of a dark era, resting beneath Blood Food City. If her dad's novel wasn't fictional, then here, Ning Kaiwei's heart raced wildly. She felt she might have discovered her dad's secret. Ning Kaiwei looked up and noticed that there were about 200 people in this dimly lit shelter, their expressions dejected and numb. The arrival of her group did not attract anyone's attention. Ning Kaiwei walked over and softly asked, "Old lady, do you know today's date?" The old woman dully looked up and finally pointed to the tightly closed door of the shelter, where a mechanical clock displayed the time as July 1st, 3035. Ning Kaiwei's heart suddenly tightened. It had been decades since the Blood Food Realm had fallen into eternal night under the reign of the Lord of Eternal Night. The old woman suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. "You all look unfamiliar. You must have just escaped from other cities, right? There are no safe places left now. The apocalypse zombie army has almost trampled every corner of the Blood Food Realm, and survivors are constantly being captured and capped." Upon hearing this name, Ning Kaiwei frowned slightly. She had no impression of it in her mind, but judging by the old woman's attitude, the zombie lord named Apocalypse seemed to be very powerful and terrifying, casting a shadow of death over the entire Blood Food Realm. At that moment, the entire shelter suddenly shook, and debris collapsed everywhere. The door was also struck by a terrifying force, caving in completely. Classmate and Lon looked around in horror. "What is happening?" The old woman's dazed expression suddenly turned to fear. "Crimson! The Crimson Corpse King has found us!" A chorus of screams erupted in the shelter as people began to scatter and flee through other exits. In the next moment, the door shattered with a loud bang, and a large number of grotesque zombies began to pour in. Ning Kaiwei's face turned pale, and she immediately grabbed Lan's hand, leading the other two to run wildly. Witnessing this scene, Shin Jiyu's heart ached, but he could only watch helplessly as his daughter fell into crisis, unable to offer any help. In the monitoring live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of viewers watching this scene sighed in regret, expressing their sorrowful words. "Being transported to the shelter was originally a very fortunate thing, but I didn't expect it to fall so quickly. I thought I could survive for a while. Being drawn into an A-level reincarnation world is quite unfortunate for these few kids. It's almost a guaranteed death situation. You guys, look at who that guy is. What a terrifying aura. Wait, the head hanging from his waist seems to be Zhao Zhang, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City 10 years ago?" In the live stream, Ning Kaiwei and the others have already rushed out of the shelter. They are now stopped on the street in front of a grim-faced zombie squad, with the leader draped in a scarlet blood-stained outfit, a heavy aura of blood energy enveloping him, almost materializing and affecting the space, causing the blood moon above to inexplicably turn even redder. On the ground lie two corpses, clearly extraordinary beings from the blood food realm, and their strength is definitely not to be underestimated, yet they now lie dead in a tragic state, their faces etched with fear and despair from before their deaths. What truly shocked everyone in the live broadcast room was that the belt of the Corpse King was actually made up of dozens of heads, one of which was the head of the top scorer from Jiangnan City 10 years ago. After 10 years of growth, Zhao Zhang had already become a powerful A-level reincarnator. There were rumors in the outside world that he had joined the investigation team of the Reincarnation Hall and had successfully completed over 100 missions, gaining a great reputation. However, now, his head was hanging from the waist of the Corpse King. In addition, there seemed to be many other A-level reincarnators, whose faces were very familiar, all of whom were top scorers from various cities in Kanglanstar over the years. This scene caused a brief silence in the live broadcast room, with hundreds of thousands of people turning pale with fear. They had seen zombies before, but zombies of this level in the blood food realm had completely overturned their understanding. Shin Jiyu's hands couldn't stop trembling. Crimson Corpse King? According to the intelligence from the Reincarnation Hall, the Crimson Corpse King is currently ranked among the top 3 Corpse Kings in the entire blood food realm. Loyal to the Apocalypse Monarch, he has been fighting for the Apocalypse Monarch for years, destroying shelters and capturing defenseless survivors, raising them all. His strength far exceeds that of ordinary A-level reincarnators, and during the intelligence investigation, more than 10 people have died at his hands. Shin Jiyu never expected that just after entering the reincarnation world, his daughter would encounter such a terrifying character. Run, run, run faster. In the blood food realm, Ning Kaiwei also saw the chilling scene of the Crimson Corpse King and felt an endless chill rising from her heart. She didn't doubt for a moment that if she were caught by this guy, even with the many treasures given to her by her mother, she would be torn to pieces in an instant. I actually encountered a Corpse King, and Lan spoke in despair, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. We're doomed. The horror of an A-level reincarnation world is only just beginning to reveal itself. Don't even mention surviving for 10 days, even an hour is a luxury. We still have hope to survive. Stay close to me. Ning Kaiwei did not give up. Her only obsession in her mind was to go to the resting place of the Eternal Night Lord, because she knew in her heart that the Eternal Night Lord might have some connection with her father. No matter what the truth is, no matter what secrets her father has, only by going there could they possibly survive. As Ning Kaiwei ran, her speed gradually slowed down. She stared blankly at the end of the street in front of her, blocking all the way, another team of zombies, the leader of which was not a necromancer, but was still of the Lord level. That cold gaze sent a chill down Ning Kaiwei's spine. The only hope that remained seemed to have been dashed at this moment. Bitterness appeared at the corners of her mouth, as if she had lost her strength. In the middle of the live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of viewers had climbed to 1 million, and they were similarly silent as they foresaw Ning Kaiwei's end. There is no escape from the front and back. The Lord-class zombie was expressionless, striding towards Ning Kaiwei's 4 people, dragging a blood-colored giant axe in his right hand, scratching on the ground with a piercing sound like a death knell. Dad, Mom, goodbye forever. Ning Kaiwei was miserable, ready to close her eyes and meet death. But suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the dimly lit location of the alleyway entrance. There was a tall figure that was quietly stationed on the wire bar, reflecting the waving light of the blood moon overhead. Ning Kaiwei saw a pair of tokens swaying in the wind at his waist. That? Ning Kaiwei's eyes snapped wide open. Sequence 9? In the novel, a close associate of the Lord of the Neverwinter Nights? Corpse King Witch 9. Save me. It was like seeing a lifesaver. Defying all odds and putting her best foot forward, Ning Kaiwei yelled at the top of her lungs. Chapter 4 Riotous Killing. Mysterious Eternal Night Corpse Clan. Buzz. A flash of cold light appeared. The neighborhood of the street suddenly fell silent. The entire live broadcast room similarly showed a dead silence. A head cut through the sky, splashing out crimson blood, and fell in response as Ning Kaiwei's shouts came out. Gulp and rolled down in front of the line of walkers. The man named Wu Jiu floated down from the wire bar, carefully scrutinizing Ning Kaiwei, and after carefully examining her, he muttered to himself, like, really too much. The sight scared Lan silly. They were completely unaware of what was happening when they saw the Lord-class zombie that had been walking towards them earlier, its head inexplicably thrown out and its huge body kneeling on the ground without moving. It's dead through and through. The person who killed him, right in front of him, is the same zombie, but the breath seems more horrible. After a short period of dead silence fell on the live monitoring room, it erupted into a state of shock. The pop-ups flashed wildly. What's going on? The Lord-class zombie was killed in seconds? Who is this guy again? He seems stronger. Witch 9. I heard that kid actually shouting his name? Has any reincarnator come out to explain what class this one called Witch 9 is? Although this kid does seem to have been born with a closed face, it doesn't make sense that he would charm a zombie, right? It actually really made him strike? This sudden scene triggered the emotions of everyone in the live broadcast room. The millions of viewers climbed faster and faster, and there were even a large number of viewers from other live broadcasts that had sniffed the sound. Shan Zuoyu, who was looking at this scene, was completely frozen. She naturally wept for joy when her daughter was saved. But this mysterious zombie that suddenly struck out was obviously a Corpse King level as well. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to do it in seconds to kill a Lord level, or she hadn't seen the moves clearly at all. However, the key problem was that the reincarnators who had investigated earlier hadn't brought back any information about him. In other words, Witch 9's presence avoided all reincarnators. Could it be that there are still strong people in the blood-eating realm that the reincarnation palace hasn't even discovered? Shin Fengyu was greatly shaken inwardly. Being able to avoid being discovered proved that the other party possessed the strength to slaughter all the reincarnators, but he didn't do it. Why? And where did this guy come from? In the middle of the blood-eating realm, Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but go limp after being saved, gasping for air, looking at Wu Jiao's twisted and rather clownish, bizarre face. His heart not only didn't have any fear, but also laughed. This finally proved his suspicions. Little girl, who told you my name? Wu Jiao narrowed his eyes and inquired. Of course it's the Eternal Night Sovereign. Ning Kaiwei panted in response. Wu Jiao's face instantly solidified, as if he had received confirmation in his heart, and the eyes that looked at Ning Kaiwei quickly became unprecedentedly gentle. Indeed, it is the bloodline of my king, he whispered softly, his nose slightly sore, as if he were sobbing. Ning Kaiwei still wanted to ask more questions to further confirm the guesses in her heart, but a cold wind suddenly came from behind her, making her shiver uncontrollably. Almost forgot, there was a big Corpse King behind it. Who are you? What corpse clan do you belong to? And have you beheaded one of my generals? Do you have to give this king an explanation? The Scarlet Corpse King looked at Wu Jiao coldly, his gaze tinged with indifference. Bubbling chi and blood surged out, entrapping some kind of terrifying transcendent power, triggering the space to become extremely low. The sky was even steeply darkened, and the blood moon was like losing its luster. The wind was blowing, the coldness climbed, and the thousands of elite-level zombies also let out a gust of morose low roar at this moment. For the Scarlet Corpse King, he had never seen Wu Jiao before and was not clear about the other party's origin, but decapitating a Lord-class zombie had undoubtedly violated the bottom line. Today, no matter what corpse race Wu Jiao belonged to, he was bound to leave his life here. Account? Witch 9 frowned. He took a few steps out and spoke faintly. Since following my king, I am the one who can kill whoever I want to kill. I didn't expect that after so many years, the world has forgotten my king's name, and even you, the dog scum, actually dare to ask me for an explanation now? As these words fell, the live broadcast room once again fell into silence. What a bully this is. The Scarlet Corpse King's gaze instantly became even colder. If you don't give it, the king will come and get it himself. He slowly raised his hand, and he saw space suddenly distort, and there was a huge bloody sword that he slowly drew out. The absolute suppression from the Corpse King was fully unleashed. Even though it didn't target the thousands of elite zombies, they still couldn't stop their teeth from chattering under this suppressive force, and their bodies were even shivering. The four of them, including Ning Kaiwei, had a feeling of suffocation on the spot, their pretty faces as pale as snow, and the blood in their bodies were inexplicably boiling, as if they were about to detach themselves from their bodies and kneel down towards the Scarlet Corpse King. Buzz. In the next moment, all of Ning Kaiwei's pressure directly disappeared. With a single step towards the front, Wu Jiao swept apart the absolute suppression of the Scarlet Corpse King, and with it, the aura fell apart. The Scarlet Corpse King had only just gripped his giant sword when the Witch Jiao in the middle of his vision suddenly appeared as a residual shadow, and then appeared right in front of him. This instantaneous speed, which was completely beyond one's capture, caused the pupils of the Scarlet Corpse King to contract violently on the spot. The Scarlet Corpse King lost his temper and was horrified inwardly. It was too late to make any movement. Reflecting Witch 9's cool and eerie face, a bony hand choked his neck. That unimaginably terrifying power, like a mountain of mountains attacked, making his whole body chi and blood collapse continuously, but also was mercilessly violently deducted on the ground, shocking the street debris wildly swept into a huge hole. The cobwebs spread in all directions, and along with the skyscrapers on both sides, they rumbled and collapsed. Ho ho! You in the end. The Scarlet Corpse King was spitting blood from his mouth, and his neck had been completely smashed. He stared at Wu Jiao, not understanding how he could not understand why he was instantly obliterated by a guy whose name was unknown, when he was clearly already a top 3 ranked top Corpse King in the blood-eating world. If the Eternal Night Corpse clan had chosen to take power back then, Would it have been the turn of you dog smashers to rampage through the blood-eating realm? Wu Jiao didn't stay his hand, ruthlessly deciding the Scarlet Corpse King's life. The pupils of that dead stare blossomed with boundless flames of terror the moment he heard about the Eternal Night Corpse race, as if the mark of fear had been branded on him when he was still a cell. Such a scene, falling into the eyes of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, formed a shock that was hard to describe. The Corpse King was also killed in seconds? This one called Wu Jiao is too strong yet. Speaking of which, he just mentioned something about the Eternal Night Corpse clan? Outside the screen, Shen Zuoyu looked at Wu Jiao's figure with unbelievable eyes. The speed, the power of this obliteration of the Scarlet Corpse King was too terrifying. With this person alone, it was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he could kill his way through the other Doomsday worlds, the Eternal Night Corpse clan, and the king in his mouth. And just where is he? Shen Zuoyu suddenly felt his mouth dry. What clues did his daughter find in the blood food world, and even gained the assistance of such a corpse king? Did she miss something? The point is, she didn't blink either. Chapter 5, So You're Still Here. As the number of people in the live streaming room of the proctored exam in Jiangnan City climbed rapidly, this originally mediocre midterm exam quickly attracted the attention of more people in other cities. In just half an hour, it had spread to all parts of Kanglan Star, and at this moment, it was in the Great Hall of the Kanglan Star capital. As the consul of the entire Kanglan planet, Fu Lingfeng was under the orders of the Federation and also directly followed the instructions of the Palace of Reincarnation, and his daily workload was extremely busy. He had just finished the morning's business and was ready to cut off all outside contact and take a short lunch break to refresh himself for the afternoon. But then there was a sudden sharp knock at the door. Lord Consul, I have important matters that need to be reported immediately. The visitor was none other than his Secretary General, and his fiery appearance was uncharacteristic, causing Vo Lingfeng to frown slightly and respond with a tone of displeasure. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my rest during your lunch break? Whatever it is, come back to me in 2 hours. The Secretary General did not leave. His voice was more anxious and vaguely trembling. Lord Consul, it's a matter of great importance, involving Jiangnan City's reincarnation examination. I'm afraid I need you to come and take a look at it right away. When Fu Lingfeng heard this, he sighed in his heart. Regarding Jiangnan City's reincarnation examination, this was not something he could meddle with at all, and if he hadn't guessed wrongly, the Secretary General was bound to be here for the brand new class A reincarnation world. It had also been some time since the start of the midterm exams, and no matter whose children were chosen to be in the blood-eating realm, it wouldn't change the fact that there were 9 deaths. Even senior citizens need to follow the rules. After all, the 3 main god consciousnesses of the reincarnation hall would not favor anyone, even though they could not be absolutely fair. All you have to do is deliver the death report to me, and anyone else who pleads for mercy will not be seen. As the words fell, the Secretary General hurriedly responded. We have discovered an extremely powerful corpse king in the blood-eater realm, an existence that the previous reincarnator investigation team failed to discover. Fu Lingfeng's expression was immediately stunned, and his brows then became grave. The Blood Eclipse realm was rated by the Wheel of Fortune as an A-class 8-star, and its danger had touched the ceiling of the Doomsday world. In order to map out the blood-eating world clearly, dozens of A-ranked reincarnators were even sacrificed for this purpose before the report was finally submitted to the reincarnation hall. According to reason, all the dangerous existences in the blood-eating realm should have been found out. How come there was still a leak? A bunch of mealies. They didn't even do that right. Fu Lingfeng's mind sank slightly. If this matter was pursued by the reincarnation hall, there would be big trouble. He stepped forward and pushed open the door, only to see the Secretary General's pale face standing outside the door. Behind a group of investigative team members lowered their heads, silent. On the central console screen, the Jiangnan City Invigilator live screen is being displayed at this moment, but it is only a replay of what was just done. The scene of Wu Jiao obliterating the Scarlet Corpse King with a single palm caused Fu Lingfeng's pupils to shrink slightly on the spot, and his face quickly became even more unsightly. He swept a glance at the many members of the investigation team. Such a strong Corpse King, and you guys actually gave it a miss. None of you have found the slightest trace of him in your previous intense investigations? The head of the investigation team shook his head with white lips. This was an instruction from the Palace of Reincarnation. Of course they didn't dare to slack off and basically put their best foot forward before the threatening existences of the blood-eating realm were found in droves. I thought that the Apocalypse Monarch would already belong to the strongest in the blood-eater realm, but I didn't expect a Witchjo to pop up and kill the top 3 ranked Scarlet Corpse King with a single slap. This kind of battle power was feared to be no less than the Apocalypse Monarch. What was even more scalp-numbing was that from what was currently available, there seemed to be an Eternal Night Corpse clan behind Wu Jiao, as well as a king. A severe reprimand is inevitable for such a major blunder. My Lord Consul, apart from this question, there is something else that puzzles us. The Secretary General swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and once again played back the live broadcast screen. presenting Ning Saiwei's figure. Fu Lingfeng frowned as he watched, and after a long time, his complexion froze slightly. Who is this, little girl? The image clearly unfolded, and which 9 appeared precisely because of Ning Kaiwei. Her name is Ning Kaiwei. She is an examination student from Jiangnan City. Her mother is the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, and her father's identity is still being checked. The Secretary General responded in a hurry. President of the association? When Fu Lingfeng heard this position, his first thought was that Shen Zuoyu had leaked important information about the blood-eating realm, but then he turned his eyes and thought that this was never going to happen. The information channels that Shen Zuoyu could obtain were all issued down from him, and even they didn't know about the existence of Wu Jiao, so how could Shen Zuoyu know? Taking a step back, with Shen Zuoyu, he couldn't interfere with the blood-eating realm and dispatch a ceiling-level corpse king. The most important thing at the moment is to map out the real blood-eating realm. Since there is one Witch 9, perhaps there will be a second Witch 9, as well as the possible existence of a unknown history. Fu Lingfeng's brow became more and more gloomy, and he was even more worried, pondering how to deal with the accountability of the top management. On the other hand, it was in the middle of the blood-eating realm. 3,000 elite zombies trembled and fell to their knees, their pupils all revealing the color of fear. The aura of the Corpse King that erupted from Wu Jiao's body, as well as the deathly intimidation of the Scarlet Corpse King's violent death, was like a big, merciless hand that had a stranglehold on their lifeblood. The slightest movement could be the end of flying ashes. Those survivors who fled out from the shelter in all directions also stopped their steps long ago, and hid in the dark corners of the room, not daring to breathe. Regarding the mutual slaughter of the many corpse races in the blood-eating realm, they didn't feel any surprise. Instead, it's basically a family affair. Many necromantic camps have formed with each other for territory, for humans, and for transcendental powers and so on. It's just that they never expected today that the dreaded Scarlet Corpse King would easily die in the hands of an unfamiliar zombie. And the old woman in her 80s from before had survived this chaotic situation. She leaned against the corner position and with a cloudy gaze, she stared blankly at Wu Jiao's back, the name about the Eternal Night Corpse clan flashing in her mind. Vaguely, she seemed to have heard the name a long time ago, at a very young age. Don't remember much, I think I was 7 or 8? The old woman's expression was stunned, and she violently finally remembered the important details, and then her pale body couldn't stop shivering, and her cloudy eyes actually flooded with a flash of excited tears. I remember. So you guys are still around, so you haven't disappeared. Chapter 6, Alarming the Palace of Reincarnation. New S-Class Bloodline. Wu Jiao swept a glance at all the Scarlet Corpse King's subordinates present. These 3,000 elite-level zombies, all of them belonged to the Corpse Clan of the Apocalypse Monarch. It was also a scourge to keep them, so it was better to kill them all. He raised his hand. Suddenly there was darkness descending, enveloping the entire street, and he saw a strange totem mark appear in his palm, like a domain unfolding. All the existences within the range, killing and destroying. Bang! Wu Jiao's palm snapped violently, and the 3,000 elite-level zombies instantly let out mournful screams as their flesh exploded in unison, turning into blood foam. The exertion of this transcendent power caused Ning Saiwei's eyes to reveal longing, so strong. When Wu Jiao heard her words, she immediately turned around without any hesitation, and directly used her slender nails to slash her eyebrows. A drop of crimson blood slowly coalesced out and floated between Wu Jiao's palms. After doing this, Wu Jiao's face visibly paled by 1 point, revealing even more of a slight weakness. He handed Ning Kaiwei the essence blood between his palms, a shallow smile hanging on his twisted and bizarre face. Here, Ning Kaiwei was stunned for a moment. She could feel that this drop of essence blood contained some kind of pure transcendent power, a kind of supreme authority of which 9 is the Corpse King. As long as she devoured it, she would be able to immediately improve her physique. For a short period of time, he could directly become a C-class reincarnator, and would even give great help in his future growth path. With an unlimited future, this should be your bloodline essence. It's too expensive for me to take. Ning Kaiwei shook her head despite her great desire for great power. The bloodline origin was extremely precious, and when Witch Jiao stripped it out, I'm afraid that without a few decades, it would not be able to recover its vitality. Missy is polite. A mere drop of bloodline origin is nothing to worry about. What's more, this was created by the fusion of my king's own hands back then, so please be sure to accept it. Without a second thought, Wu Jiao flicked his essence blood into Ning Saiwei's brow. In an instant, Ning Kaiwei could only feel that a surge of qi and blood power flowed throughout her body from the location of her eyebrows, bringing with it unimaginable vitality, as well as an unprecedented change in her senses. Everything in the middle of the line of sight seemed to have become incomparably slowed down, even with the power of the naked eye, clearly seeing dozens of kilometers away. Gently clenching her fist, Ning Kaiwei was even more shocked up inside, and now she wouldn't have the slightest doubt that she could kill 10 cows with 1 punch. Quest option, acquire any one transcendent power, completed. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of him, which was a hint from the Palace of Reincarnation. This scene could not help but make the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room jaw-dropping. No, really? Is the bloodline of a ceiling-level corpse king so easy to obtain? The little girl has been blessed by a disaster. It's really something bad. She really got the chance. When Ning Kaiwei obtained the Witch 9 bloodline, the many reincarnates in the Great Hall of Kanglan Star's capital who were also staring at the screen of the live monitoring room were all dumbstruck. The entire room was silent, and even the consul, Fu Lingfeng, fell into a deep silence. Looking at the countless halcyon years of the Federation, countless reincarnators were born, and which of them didn't fight for their lives? Which of them didn't wander on the edge of life and death when they wanted to obtain some kind of strong power? The power of Wu Zhou's bloodline was absolutely extraordinary at a glance, but now it was easily obtained by Ning Kaiwei. If they hadn't personally experienced the horrors of the zombies in the blood-eating world, they would have thought this was a fairy tale world. Has the pedigree information been uploaded yet? Fu Lingfeng spoke in a deep voice. Since it was an examination and belonged to one of the missions of the Wheel of Fortune Palace, the power of the bloodline that Ning Kaiwei obtained this time would be uploaded to the Wheel of Fortune Palace Evolutionary Library at the same time. In time, the reincarnators of Kanglan Planet, including the other life planets, would be able to exchange their points to obtain this powerful bloodline power. Of course, as the person who took credit for uploading the bloodline back, Ning Kaiwei would also receive percentage points, and the more people who bought it, the more lucrative it would be. It's starting to upload. It's uploading. The Secretary General looked nervous. This was, after all, Witch 9's bloodline, and it could be a transcendent power that had never been seen before. As the words fell, Fu Lingfeng immediately waved his sleeve and logged in his iris information at the central console. In an instant, the sight line shifted, and the entire hall took on the scene of cosmic chaos, with countless brilliant stars hanging high at the end of the darkness. Pedigree being identified. The pedigree is true and valid. The bloodline is new and uncontaminated. Levels are being identified and serial numbers are being issued. A mechanical and merciless voice resounded through the cosmic chaos. This was none other than the will of one of the three main gods of the Reincarnation Hall, known as the Goddess of Wisdom in the Federation. Pedigree identification is complete. Identified as S-grade. The mechanical and emotionless voice of the Goddess of Wisdom actually showed a slight ripple, as well as emotions that shouldn't have appeared. As these words fell, all the reincarnators in the hall froze in place on the spot as if they had been struck by lightning. Fu Lingfeng was even more so as his body trembled violently. His breathing accelerated steeply, and he asked with eagerness and disbelief, "Honorable Goddess of Wisdom, are you sure the appraisal result is S-rank? In the entire history of the Federation today, there are only 15 S-class bloodlines discovered and recorded by the Reincarnation Hall. Countless hours of light, the efforts of countless reincarnators, and only just 15 of them. It had been hundreds of years since they had discovered a brand new S-ranked bloodline, and the S-ranked bloodlines currently on the list were all ancient bloodlines spanning thousands and thousands of years. Despite Fu Lingfeng's inner preparations, he still never expected that the bloodline Wu Zhou was carrying had reached the terrifying S-class. Identification complete. Identification correct. The tone of the Goddess of Wisdom once again resumed its icy cold mechanics, seemingly not allowing Fu Lingfeng to question or refute. Full of majesty. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, Fu Lingfeng's forehead overflowed with cold sweat. Feng lost control of his emotions, and he almost committed the following offense. The uploader, Ning Kaiwei, has been meritorious, and it has been detected that Ning Kaiwei is affiliated with the citizens of Jiangnan City of Kanglan Planet, and the Kanglan Planet Council shall be rewarded with points. The Goddess of Wisdom spoke again. This is inevitable. I wonder how many points I should be rewarded according to the goddess. Fu Lingfeng asked cautiously. There was a brief moment of silence in the Great Hall, which in turn led to the reply. 500,000. $500,000? Fu Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. Points belong to the universal currency of the Rotunda, not something the Federation could buy with money. These 500,000 points. Some A-class reincarnators might not be able to save enough even after exhausting their entire lives. After a long time, the will of the Goddess of Wisdom disappeared. The Secretary General quietly opened the Wheelhouse Bloodline list and looked at the S-class list rankings, and his eyes instantly froze. Lord Consul, I feel like there's going to be a change out there. Chapter 7: The Corpse's Road to Redemption. When Fu Lingfeng heard this, he hurriedly looked over. The Reincarnation Hall's pedigree list was clearly displayed. First place, S-class Zombie Originator Bloodline. Second place, S-class Serial Number 356 Bloodline. Third place, S-class Blood Ancestor Bloodline. Fourth place, Great S Feast Corpse Bloodline. Fifth place. This pedigree list, originally there were only 15 names, all belonging to the S-class level, is also an ancient pedigree listed separately by the Palace of Reincarnation. No other bloodline in recent centuries, has been able to shake its status in the slightest. Each bloodline meritorious person, and therefore formed a huge family, after so many years past, has long possessed a strong underlying root in the Federation, no less than the ancient families. However, now, the second place on the list, the blood race patriarchal bloodline, had been squeezed into third place, an S-class bloodline that was completely unknown to the Federation, and had yet to even be named, suddenly appeared in second place. Fu Lingfeng could already get a glimpse of what kind of impact this would have on the many living planets of the Federation. It is indeed going to be a change. Fu Lingfeng let out a long, complicated sigh. Inadvertently, a storm has also arisen within the Federation. The appearance of the brand new S-class bloodlines had brought about a considerable shock to the many ancient lineages, the feats of their ancestral reincarnators. But he always wondered where such a powerful bloodline came from. Just as Fu Lingfeng was about to start allocating funds to Ning Kaiwei, a great earthquake had likewise been ushered in within the blood-eating realm due to the violent death of the Scarlet Corpse King. Blood Eclipse Realm, Arctic lands. This place was shrouded in ice and snow all year round, and under the sky of snow, a palace was visible. The Apocalypse Monarch, who was in the middle of the main hall with a head full of long, snow-white hair that was shoulder-length, snapped open his silent eyes, sensing not only the death of the Scarlet Corpse King, but also an aura that caused him to feel chills. This aura came from none other than Witch 9. That top-level bloodline power. Hasn't it been 70 years since the Winged Knight Corpse clan disappeared long ago? The Apocalypse Monarch let out a pale voice with wisps of incredulity and shock. Looking around the hall, there were a total of 5 Corpse Kings at the moment, and after hearing the words of the Apocalypse Monarch, they all looked at each other with trembling hearts and minds. The word Eternal Night had long been deeply imprinted in their souls, and it was a nightmare in the hearts of all the corpse race for the entire blood-eating world. Lord Sovereign, the Eternal Night Corpse race was responsible for the death of Old Three? One of the Corpse King's voice was tinged with trembling. They had made such a big fuss and swept across half of the blood-eating realm, relying on the fact that the Eternal Night Corpse race had disappeared. Yet now, the Apocalypse Monarch thought that the Eternal Night Corpse race had reappeared? If Old Three was really killed by the Eternal Night Corpse clan, then we're all screwed. That guy will definitely kill us all. The other Corpse King's tone took on a fearful rhyme. The hall was chaotic, but only the Apocalypse Monarch remained calm, his mind's thoughts racing. Impossible. That guy should be dead, right? He was with his own strength, suppressing the 3 major blood food originators. The outside world rumors itself has also fallen. It's just that after all these years, no one has learned of his long resting place. The Apocalypse Monarch's face shifted, and eventually narrowed his eyes as he slowly looked in the direction of Blood Eclipse City. If the Scarlet Corpse King died in the blood-eating city, the greatest possibility was that there were still strong members of the Eternal Night Corpse race remaining in the blood-eating city. You all go forward with this king to see what's going on. The Apocalypse Monarch no longer hesitated and immediately got up. The 5 Corpse Kings looked at each other and followed closely behind. In a few moments, a pale roar resounded from the large Arctic land, and there was actually a huge-bodied necrotic bone dragon that broke through the ice domain and flew towards Blood Eclipse City. Blood-eating city, under the witness of the millions of viewers in the proctored live streaming room, Ning Kaiwei carried out the spirit of diligence and thrift, constantly digging out the dead 3,000 elite-level zombies, the crystal cores in their bodies. These are treasures. They can't go to waste. While digging, Ning Kaiwei distributed the crystal cores to Enlan and the others to help them complete the reincarnation hall examination task. As for Enlan, they still hadn't gotten over the earlier death crisis. Looking at the bizarre-faced Witch 9, his face continued to carry fear. Kaiwei, why would this guy help us? Enlan was similarly digging into the crystal cores, and although she was quite joyful inside, she was still careful to ask her question. Ning Kaiwei didn't hide anything and said with a smile, because I know him Enlan was stunned, then showed a bitter smile on her face. Stop it, Kaiwei. It's your first time entering the blood-eating realm as well. When did you know this guy? Ning Kaiwei hesitated for a moment, although there were some things that she wasn't completely sure about. Many things in the blood-eating world had a striking similarity to the novels that her father had penned. Now that even Witch 9 had shown up in person, there didn't seem to be any reason for her not to trust her dad. Actually, it wasn't me who knew Witch 9. It was my father who knew Witch 9. Ning Kaiwei replied seriously, and Lan was even more bewildered and confused now. Throughout the live broadcast, millions of viewers, suddenly more interested, almost coincidentally enlarged the volume, afraid to miss any picture, missed the important words. Why can't I understand what you're saying? And Lan skimmed his lips. Ning Kaiwei simply opened the door. When I was a kid, I peeked at my father's novel, named Corpse King's Road to Redemption, and the content of the story in it is exactly the same as the blood-eating world. So yeah, I highly doubt that the Eternal Night Monarch of the Blood-Eater world is my dad. As these words fell, and Lan's eyes widened on the spot. it was certainly a bit of a reversal of her cognitive imagination. Isn't the blood-eating world a world that the Wheel of Fortune just discovered? And what the hell is a highly similar novel? Shen Zuoyu, who was staring at the live broadcast, had a large amount of cold sweat appearing on his forehead in an instant. And even more so, he felt a bit ashamed. What is this boy talking nonsense? Ning Qingxian had always been very tall in his daughter's mind, and although in real life, there were no convincing accomplishments, a dad was a dad, and there was an innate sense of admiration. Shen Zuoyu could understand that Ning Kaiwei wanted her father to be like Superman, but how could a novel be confused with the world of reincarnation? However, one stone startled 1,000 waves, and the pop-up screen in the live broadcast exploded on the spot. Holy, I just did a search and there's actually this novel, The Corpse King's Road to Redemption, released on the Federation Virtual Network 5 years ago, had a paltry readership, but the author actually insisted on finishing it. This little girl isn't lying. Many places in the Blood Eater realm really are exactly like the novel. No way, no way. Could it be that this novel was penned by the Eternal Night Monarch? The number of pop-ups soared, and it was a sight to behold as Shen Zuoyu was filled with stupefaction. Chapter 8: The Legendary Journey of the Monarch of Eternal Night. In the Great Hall of the Kanglan Star's capital, Fu Lingfeng stared at the live broadcast screen and frowned. Who is the Monarch of Eternal Night? The Secretary General hurriedly replied, it's the king behind Witch 9, and the S-class bloodline he carries seems to have been created by the Eternal Night Monarch's fusion. While saying that, he found the novel that Ning Kaiwei was talking about. I'm in the process of extracting the contents and should know exactly what's going on soon. From what I've seen so far, what Ning Kaiwei said doesn't seem to be false. After all, being able to obtain Witch 9's help and even get an S-class bloodline was an unthinkable thing in itself. The only reasonable explanation, I'm afraid, is that novel. In just a few moments, the Secretary General had completed the distillation of the content. Fu Lingfeng came over, and the many members of the investigation team, too, gazed. In the year 2965 of the Blood Eater realm, 100 years after the outbreak of Armageddon, the madness virus harbors unimaginable power to transform the new human race. The corpses, the virus mother gave birth to the 3 great patriarchs, and the old era of mankind ushered in the collapse of civilization, which could not be countered by thermal weapons, and the only way to master transcendent power was to merge with the virus. The tug-of-war between the old age and the new age is thus unfolding, but it is still difficult to resist the torrent of the times, and the only remaining human beings live in the darkness. The 3 great patriarchs' powerful battle power has plunged the transcendentalists into despair. A few years later, as if the lord of the descending devil in the sky should be the god of the earth's Tai Yao, a man, with a heaven-defying enlightenment, transformed the viral sequence to create the Eternal Night bloodline, and Sequence 0 was born as a result. In just a few years, Sequence 1, Sequence 2, Sequence 3, and other bloodlines came into being, and the humans of the olden times gained unprecedented power and possessed the reserves to fight against the many necrotic races. At that time, the Eternal Night Corpse race was born, and the name of the monarch terrorized many corpse races, killing 7 corpse monarchs in 7 years. 10 years later, the 3 great blood-eating patriarchs came out, and the Eternal Night Monarch swept away the invincible with his own power, and so far no one knows the true battle power. 2 years later, many corpse races in the blood-eating world were driven to the North Pole, and the monarch of the Eternal Night suddenly sensed that the end was near, so he led his entire race and lay in state under the city of blood-eating. Old-time humans regained control of the blood food world. A novel of millions of words was distilled down to its simple content, but from these words, Fu Lingfeng felt an unimaginable atmospheric grandeur. His eyes were draped in deep shock. The bloodline that had just been appraised as S-class by the Palace of Reincarnation was actually only Sequence 9 created by the Eternal Night Monarch. The true Eternal Night bloodline only exists in the Eternal Night Monarch alone. I didn't realize that the blood-eating realm still has such a history, and that the current stage of doom should be the corpse race of the Arctic lands, killing back again. The Secretary General muttered, Lord Consul, right now I'm afraid we need to truthfully report to the Palace of Reincarnation and apply for an S-class reincarnator to travel to the Blood Eclipse realm once again to investigate the Eternal Night Monarch. A reincarnator at his side, breathing heavily, offered. Fu Lingfeng's face was a bit gloomy. S-class reincarnators, who were already extremely powerful, would normally not be willing to travel to an A-class reincarnation world. This would undoubtedly degrade itself, and due to its own powerful strength, it would even cause the order of the reincarnation world to collapse. For now, one should first find out the true identity of Ning Kaiwei's father, Ning Qingxian. On the other hand, as Ning Kaiwei was not shocked by her words, there were more and more people in the live stream of the Invigilator, picking up more contents of the Corpse King's Road to Redemption. Emotions ran high on the airwaves as millions of people went searching for the novel, and in the blood-eating realm, Ning Kaiwei and Enlon had already finished collecting the crystal cores. 3,000 crystal cores. with a total possible value of tens of thousands of points. This was undoubtedly a huge fortune, and the young Ning Kaiwei certainly didn't choose to keep it all to herself, dividing it equally between Enlon as well as her other two girlfriends. Mission accomplished. We should be able to go back as well. Enlon looked at the reincarnation hall hint that surfaced in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. They could end the examination early and return to Jiangnan City. Well, why don't you guys go on back? I've got some other things to do. Ning Kaiwei glanced at Wu Jiao, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly recovering his vitality. She remembered that her father's novels wrote that if the bloodline origin was stripped away, it would take decades or hundreds of years before it could be restored to its peak state. Witch 9 had bestowed the bloodline essence to her, and as a result, she took the benefits herself and left with her head turned. That was a bit too unkind, especially in the future. Without a new mission from the Rotunda, it will never be possible to meet again. What are you going to do? Enlon asked suspiciously. The blood-eating realm was still a very dangerous place, and they certainly wished to leave early. I want to help Witch 9. Ning Kaiwei wanted to travel to the place where the Eternal Night Monarch lay in eternal rest, where the Eternal Night Monarch's treasure was buried, which could restore Witch 9's vitality. This, Enlon and the other two sisters looked at each other with some hesitation. It seemed rather inappropriate for a few of their own to leave first. After all, it was because of Ning Kaiwei that they managed to survive and complete their mission. Okay, whatever you're going to do, we'll follow you. Enlon spoke solemnly. Ning Kaiwei smiled and didn't refuse, once again glancing at Wu Jiao in meditation, instantly rushing to the target location, vaguely remembering that the place where the Eternal Night Monarch lay in eternal rest was in the central street of Blood Eclipse City. It was only a few kilometers away from here. Time passed quickly, and due to the death of the Scarlet Corpse King, Blood Eclipse City briefly fell into its usual tranquility, and there were still quite a few survivors, hiding amongst the buildings of the old times. However, at this moment, Wu Jiao, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked into the distance outside of the city, where dark clouds covered the area with a burst of indescribable pressure that continued to cover the area. The cold wind blew, and there vaguely seemed to be the low roar of a giant dragon. The earth also inexplicably shook slightly at this moment, and that was the commotion caused by the galloping of thousands of troops and horses. Rumble! There was blood-colored lightning suddenly crossing the sky. In the next second, blood rained down in a clatter, cold and piercing, with the frost of the Arctic lands. Is it coming? Wu Jiao didn't have any surprises and his expression was very calm. In a matter of moments, however, a blackened army of zombies appeared outside of Blood Eclipse City. The frenzy is too great to count. Dark clouds rolled wildly in the sky, and the bone dragon slowly appeared, a deep pressure covering it, and from its shoulders, it was able to see the monarch of the apocalypse, as well as the other 5 corpse kings. So it's you. The apocalypse monarch stared at Wu Jiao, recognizing Wu Jiao's identity at a glance, and his eyes instinctively flashed with scorn. Back then, there were a total of 9 cronies beside the Eternal Night Monarch, each bearing the 9 sequential bloodlines, and their formidable strength made the livers of many corpse clans in the blood-eating realm tremble with fear. However, soon after, the Apocalypse Monarch realized that the Wu Jiao at this moment was very weak. Chapter 9, Kailiang Palace. Stone Statue of the Throne. Dying Age, or Declining Bloodline? The Apocalypse Monarch's eyes blossomed on the spot, revealing even a hint of greed. He didn't delve into deeper issues, only knowing that at this moment, Wu Jiao was definitely not his opponent, and the power of the bloodline in Wu Jiao's body was created by the former Eternal Night Monarch himself, beating the many corpse clans that routed and fled. Even the bloodline that he himself had mastered was completely inferior. If we could take advantage of the present and take Wu Jiao's bloodline for ourselves, why would we worry about not being able to unify the blood-eating realm? I didn't realize that what was once a tiny corpse king has now established a zombie kingdom and become the lord of a monarch. With a calm expression on his face, Wu Jiao looked at the Apocalypse Monarch standing on the bone dragon in the sky above the dome. He had some impression of the Apocalypse Monarch, belonging to the corpse king under the 3 great blood-eating patriarchs back then. Wu Jiao, you have reached the twilight of your twilight years, and the Eternal Night Corpse race is also in its last era. If you choose to submit to this monarch can put an end to the matter of you beheading the Scarlet Corpse King. The Apocalypse Monarch looked down at Wu Jiao, accompanied by the sound of the heavens resounding and the blood-colored thunder roaring. The intimidation brought about by this scene was enough to press any corpse king out of breath. But instead of giving in, Witch 9 laughed out loud. I need you to stop? Who the hell are you? The Apocalypse Monarch stared at Wu Jiao with cold eyes, not surprised by Wu Jiao's answer. Submission or death? Since you choose the latter, then this ruler will fulfill you. When he finished, he glanced in the direction of Central Street out of the corner of his eye. There, he similarly smelled the scent of the Witch 9 bloodline, but it seemed to have only just fused. and the individual was very weak and had not fully grasped the power of the bloodline. Does this person have any relationship with the Eternal Night Monarch? He quickly associated something. If he wasn't wrong, the reason why Witch 9 was so weak was probably because Fong had stripped away the bloodline origin, and this bloodline principle is in that person. What kind of relationship could make Wu Ku pay such a price? He glanced at the 5 corpse kings around him, and after their eyes met, they immediately got up and ran to Ning Saiwei's position. Witch 9 keenly smelled the crisis and unfolded the domain without a second thought. In an instant, the darkness shade spread out spider-web-like cracks, attempting to envelop the Apocalypse Monarch, as well as all 5 corpse kings. What an appetite! Can you swallow it? The Apocalypse Monarch laughed coldly. As soon as he raised his hand, the bloodline in his body erupted with transcendent power, and there were countless blood-colored thunders converging between his palms, which actually triggered a strange change in the firmament, and a huge skeleton's face appeared. Bang! Wu Zhou's expression sank as the Corpse King's domain was easily torn open by the Apocalypse Monarch. Without any delay, the 5 Corpse Kings ran in the direction of Ning Kaiwei. Where to go? Wu Zhou shouted and was about to strike when the Apocalypse Monarch descended with another thunderbolt. You're already struggling to protect yourself and you have time to take care of others? The Apocalypse Monarch stared at Wu Zhou, the greed in his eyes growing stronger. Roar! The Bone Dragon roared in the same way, resounding through the heavens and earth, overturning the entire Blood Eclipse city, causing a large number of survivors who were lurking to be terrified when they heard the soul-stirring dragon's roar. Some of the scattered Jiangnan City examination scholars' faces were even whiter with fear. Through the proctored live room screen, the great crisis that descended on Blood Eclipse City was known to the outside world, and at this moment, Ning Kaiwei, sucking in millions of viewers, arrived at Central Street, following her memories and quickly discovering a lake drenched in the color of blood. This is it. Ning Kaiwei took a deep breath and was about to jump into the lake, when she similarly discovered a strange change in the firmament, with red thunder flickering continuously, and the sound of a dragon's whistle coming from the sky. And Lan and the others looked back, their expressions showing awe. What's going on? It looks like something has entered the city? Ning Saiwei's heart thumped as her intuition told her that the one coming was most likely stronger than the Scarlet Corpse King. Oh no! Witch 9 is in trouble. Without further delay, she leapt into the lake. Ha! And Lan was startled. However, after waiting for a few moments, he only saw the entire lake suddenly vibrate, slowly separating the lake from the center, and a step leading underground appeared. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. Ning Kaiwei was waving at the end of the steps, and Lan hurriedly walked down. The scene was clearly witnessed by millions of viewers, and the earlier doubts and skepticism disintegrated. The pop-ups continued to bounce. This little girl really isn't kidding. She actually found such a hidden place. I just read the end of the novel, and this seems to be the long resting place of that Eternal Night Monarch, the Eternal Night Tomb Palace. Shan Zuoyu, who had never moved his gaze away, was more nervous than anyone else. She recalled the misunderstanding she had with Ning Qingxian during her previous interrogation. The Confessions of a Yakuza Bigwig, which was likewise a novel that Ning Qingxian had written a few years ago, had ended up being accused of leaking Reincarnation Hall secrets due to its extreme resemblance to the continent of the Blackstone continent, and the exact same Zaibatsu conglomerate that was behind it. Now, however, the Reincarnation Hall trial examination that the daughter was conducting was all pointing to an even more mind-boggling fact. The Blood Eclipse realm, as a top-tier apocalyptic world, belonged to the A-Class 8-star level in the Reincarnation Hall's rating, and the danger factor was so high that the average A-Class reincarnate would die at the hands of the Corpse King if they were a little inadvertent. And the blood-eating realm had once given birth to a powerful person named the Eternal Night Monarch decades ago, creating the bloodline sequence, establishing the Eternal Night Corpse race, and also pacifying an era. The close friend of his, Wu Jiao, was able to kill the Scarlet Corpse King with ease, revealing that the entire Eternal Night Corpse clan was undoubtedly the most terrifying existence in the entire Blood Eclipse realm. As a result, her daughter told her that this person was most likely Ning Qingxian. As Ning Kaiwei opened the door to the Mausoleum Palace, Xin Xuanyu's heart thumped up and his breathing became rapid. She, like millions of viewers, wanted to know the truth. So dark. And Lan scowled as a cold wind blew from behind the gate of the Mausoleum Palace. Ning Kaiwei lit the candle flame, and what came into her eyes was a huge dungeon world with a huge number of sculptures standing on both sides. Solemn, solemn, low, in unison, they fell to their knees and faced the end of the mausoleum. And there, right in the middle of it, was a huge king's chair that took up almost half of the space of the dungeon world, while a stone statue sat silently on it, tall and magnificent body, bringing an indescribable sense of visual impact. Even through the screen, the king's temperament cannot help but make millions of viewers suck in a breath of cold air. Dad? Ning Kaiwei looked up in a daze, clearly seeing the face of the massive stone statue. which was identical to Ning Qingshuan's features. It was only very different from the mild and easygoing image of his usual self, filled with the indifferent aura of a monarch, the look down in his eyes, draped with an unspeakable murderous aura, and an unruffled authority. It's really Uncle Ning, and Lan's eyes widened with incredulity. As Ning Saiwei's best friend, of course she had seen Ning Qingxian, and she was equally certain that this was Ning Qingshuan's face. What the hell is going on here? What is Ning Qingxian hiding from me? Shan Zuoyu, who was staring at the live broadcast screen, had his mind roaring loudly when he saw the stone statue of the blood-eating realm, which had previously been a bit apprehensive and uncertain, until the appearance of the stone statue sealed the fact that Ning Qingxian was the Eternal Night Monarch. He had once come here to build the Eternal Night bloodline and establish the Eternal Night Corpse Clan, saving the humans of the old times and killing many of the corpse clans. Finally, it disappeared again, silently. Looking at the live stream, the pop-ups were even more frantic. You guys, look at the face of this stone statue. Doesn't it look strikingly similar to that little girl? No way. Did the Eternal Night Monarch come to our world a long time ago? I suggest that this novel author be severely investigated. Do you guys think there's a possibility that this little girl's father is, in fact, an S-class reincarnator? It doesn't make sense. If it was an S-rank reincarnator, the Blood Eclipse world wouldn't be a brand new reincarnation world. Regardless, it can now be confirmed that the Eternal Night Monarch is this little girl's father, and that the Corpse King's Road to Redemption isn't a novel, it's an autobiography. Ning Kaiwei was stunned for a long time, and joy suddenly surfaced in her heart. Dad's secret, after all, was hers. Right now, as long as he entered the Mausoleum Palace, he would be able to get the treasure that would allow Wu Jiu to recover his vitality. She was about to step forward when a sudden chill wind came from behind her. Another anachronistic and morose words rang out. The outside world is saying that the Eternal Night Monarch has long since fallen, but they don't know exactly where he is buried. I didn't expect to step through iron shoes and not find a place, but to get there without making any effort. The five Corpse Kings walked slowly, looking at the scene of the entire Mausoleum Palace, their eyes filled with greed. You guys? Ning Saiwei's expression showed panic, and Lan and the others were even so frightened that their faces lost their blood color. This sudden appearance of five Corpse Kings similarly caused the audience in the live broadcast room to have their hearts in their throats. It seems you have a way to open the Mausoleum Palace. One of the Corpse Kings narrowed his eyes and stared at Ning Kaiwei, sensing the bloodline origin of Wu Jiu from within Ning Kaiwei. If you listen well, you'll be able to keep your body intact. He stepped forward indifferently, the rich scent of blood coming off his body. Chapter 10, Reassessment. Blood-eating world promoted to S-class? When the five Corpse Kings arrived at the Mausoleum Palace, the battle that was erupting in the sky above Blood Eclipse City was also approaching white heat. The sky was filled with dragon roars, carrying a murderous aura, and the rain of blood was waiting continuously. The Apocalypse Monarch was unable to take down Wu Jiu for a long time, and his face had already brought up a hint of shocked anger. He didn't seem to have thought in any way that even though Witch 9 had just stripped off his bloodline origin, his battle power was still ridiculously strong. This is only Sequence 9. If it's that true Eternal Night bloodline, how strong should it be? Unspeakable coldness surfaced within the Apocalypse Monarch. Looking at the transcendent history of the blood-eating realm for nearly 100 years, the existence of that person was a mountain that countless corpse clans were unable to scale. Even the three great blood-eating patriarchs had been killed by his own hands. The ceiling of an era, the king of a world. If he could obtain the legacy treasure, the Apocalypse Monarch did not dare to imagine what kind of chance it would be. Through his senses, he naturally had already seen the underground Mausoleum Palace from the eyes of the five Corpse Kings. If you take down Wu Kao, you will be able to annex the treasure. You've been hiding for 70 years to guard the tomb? In the face of Witch Jiu's powerful battle power, the Apocalypse Monarch was in no hurry to get up and spoke quietly, intending to stall for time, and Wu Jiu had apparently discovered that the five Corpse Kings had broken into the tomb palace. You are wrong. I was not hiding when I disappeared for 70 long years, and it is true that this is the long resting place of my king, but again, there is no need for a mausoleum keeper. Wu Jiu's calm and unhurried appearance instantly caused the Apocalypse Monarch to narrow his eyes, somewhat suspicious. What do you mean? Back then, when the Eternal Night Monarch killed the three great patriarchs and was seriously injured and eventually fell, the Eternal Night Corpse clan was revolted and the whole clan was petrified. Can there still be any falsehood? When Witch 9 heard this, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. My king did indeed kill the three great patriarchs, but it wasn't the rumors from the outside world that he fell with serious injuries. He came unforeseen, and he left without warning. The Blood Eclipse realm was a world where technological civilization flourished a long time ago, and the Eternal Night Monarch simply hopes that the next new era will begin when this place is restored to its former tranquility. And the Eternal Night Corpse clan does not intend to enter the new era, so they're just sleeping, not dead. I have watched you return from the Arctic lands, and I have watched you open up the borders and build a zombie kingdom, and I do not strike because my king has ordered me to, but you should never, ever have broken into my king's mausoleum." These words from Wujio fell, causing the Apocalypse Monarch's pupils to shrink dramatically. There was a strong sense of foreboding that surfaced steeply in his heart. He jerked his head toward Center Street, where the 5 necromancers were. A command was conveyed from the depths of the bloodline in an attempt to get the 5 necromancers to withdraw instantly. But, it's already too late. Boom! A blood-colored tidal wave suddenly rose from the depths of the blood-eating city's underground. With it came a certain aura of unspeakable terror. On the spot, it made the whole body of the zombie army outside the city shiver. And in this indescribable intimidation of the bloodline, all of them went limp and knelt down. And when they lowered their heads and trembled, their faces turned into boundless fear. The bone dragon at the feet of the Apocalypse Monarch also let out a terrified roar at this moment, its huge dragon pupils trembling madly as it looked towards the central street in fear. It's over. The Apocalypse Monarch was struck by a bolt from the blue, and his lips instantly turned as pale as snow. At this moment, the 5 corpse kings had no idea what was going on, and before they could approach Ning Kaiwei and the others, they saw the stone statue on the gigantic throne erupt with an unprecedented imaginable bloodline suppression. 5 people were horrified. Shoulders to withstand the infinite force. Click a few times, both knees kneel on the spot. Looking again at the dense, uncountable sculptures throughout the mausoleum palace, there were actually signs of crumbling and collapsing, and a pair of stone eyes bloomed with a blood-colored luster as they rumbled and rumbled to look at the 5 people. What happened? The stone statue came back to life? The uncertain Ning Kaiwei stared blankly at the scene. She remembered that among the novels, there was no similar account. In the next moment, the entire mausoleum palace was lit up, and countless sculptures transformed into a powerful corpse race. This scene made the 5 corpse kings' livers split. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room sucked in cool air one after another, their eyes full of horror. What is the reason for disturbing my king's chambers? An ice-cold voice resounded in the middle of the entire mausoleum palace. Below that huge throne, a total of 8 tall figures stood, each revealing a ghastly aura that was suffocating. We're in the wrong place. Please spare us by asking the Prince of Eternal Night to be lenient. The 5 corpse kings couldn't even raise their heads, but they could clearly recognize that the 8 below the throne were none other than the sequences beside the Eternal Night Monarch, the princes of the Eternal Night corpse race. Disturb my king's bedchamber and die. The icy words fell again, and before the 5 corpse kings could make any movements, they felt a boundless and great power descending, enveloping their entire body in an instant. Boom! Miserable screams rang out, and their bodies turned into blood foam on the spot, as if they were mercilessly crushed alive by an invisible hand. At the same time, the 8 princes unanimously turned their gazes towards the Apocalypse Monarch on the back of the bone dragon, outside the tomb palace. With just one glance, the Apocalypse Monarch was horrified. Move! The bone dragon roared in fear and tried to burst into speed to leave Blood Eclipse City, but from the moment the throne stone statue cast its domain, it was doomed to go. A boundless bloody hand, condensed from the countless blood rains in the firmament, entrapped with the power of the Eternal Night bloodline, gently covered towards the Apocalypse Monarch. No! The Apocalypse Monarch screamed in fear and frantically exploded all his bloodline power, but to no avail. Witch 9 stood in place, quietly looking at the Apocalypse Monarch being covered by the bloody hand. The bone dragon's huge body submerged in an instant. Heaven and earth lost the voice of the Apocalypse Monarch, and along with it, his aura, swept away. Blood Eclipse City returned to calmness, and the Kanglan Star Consul, Fu Lingfeng, who was looking at the live broadcast screen, was silent for a long time. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The Secretary General and all the members of the investigation team, stiff and taut, lips white. After a long time, there was suddenly a briefing from the rotunda. Fu Lingfeng directly viewed it, his pupils slightly condensed on the spot, and then revealed a complex expression as he once again looked at the live broadcast screen, the location of the mausoleum palace that Ning Kaiwei was in, and unspeakable emotions of shock welled up within him. Lord Consul, what did the wheelhouse send? The Secretary General swallowed hard and asked cautiously. From now on, the Blood Eclipse realm is no longer an A-ranked 8-star reincarnation world, and it is currently promoted to S-ranked 3 stars after being redetermined by the will of the 3 main gods of the reincarnation hall. As the words fell, the Secretary General and a group of investigative team members, their eyes straightened and their minds buzzed. S-rated 3 stars. Where is this still considered a doomsday world? It clearly touches on the martial arts hierarchy. Before the Neverwinter Nights corpse race had discovered it, it topped out at the ceiling of the doomsday world. But with the Neverwinter Nights corpse race awakening from its slumber and reaching this point, I didn't realize that someone had actually raised the level of the entire world's pattern with just their own strength. Fu Lingfeng let out a long sigh, tinged with complexity and awe. Chapter 11, End of the Trial. Return. In the blood-eating realm, and Lan and the others were stiff and pale, not daring to move under the gazes of countless corpse race powerhouses. Rao Ning Kaiwei was also too frightened to speak by this scene. Luckily, it was due to the fact that they possessed the bloodline essence of Wu Jiu in their bodies. Those gazes were quickly withdrawn, and the 8 princes only calmly glanced at Ning Kaiwei before falling into a deep sleep once again. For a few moments, silence returned to the mausoleum palace. It was as if nothing had happened and everything was back to the way it was, and Lan breathed a huge sigh of relief. What do we do next? She asked Ning Kaiwei. After this matter, the danger factor of the mausoleum palace had increased substantially, and if she continued to open the door to the bedchamber hastily, it was likely that other changes would occur. Ning Kaiwei hesitated for a moment. She wasn't a reckless person and still needed to consider the safety of the 3 Lan sisters. It was at this moment that Witch Nine's figure suddenly appeared outside the door. After the battle with the Apocalypse Monarch, his aura became even weaker. Missy, please leave this place quickly. I appreciate your kindness, but the king's bedchamber belongs to the most dangerous place in the entire Blood Eater realm. Deep within it, there are also various guardian corpse beasts left behind by my king. They don't care who breaks in, they kill anyone they see. Wu Jiu was well aware of what Ning Kaiwei wanted to do, but it was actually completely unnecessary. The Tomb of Eternal Night is both the most dangerous and the safest. Even if he could never regain his strength, no one could do anything to him. Okay. Ning Kaiwei looked toward the large door and couldn't help but shrink her neck. There was no one who wanted to know more than she did whether or not there was a long sleeping body of the Eternal Night Monarch behind that gate. One more thing. You guys should not belong to the blood food world. Wu Jiu looked at Ning Kaiwei, his eyes showing some brightness. As these words fell, only Ning Kaiwei and Lan, among others, immediately saw the warning of the Palace of Reincarnation appear before them. Your identities are about to be revealed, and if they are, repatriation will take place, at which time the unfinished mission will not continue. Ning Kaiwei was stunned, inexplicably touched inwardly at Wu Jiu's words. From the very beginning, Wu Jiu had been helping her unconditionally, and had even bestowed her own bloodline origin. He must have already known the answer when he asked that question. After a long silence, Ning Kaiwei nodded. As Wu Jiu listened, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile as he once again looked towards the stone statue belonging to Ning Qingxian on top of that gigantic throne. I knew that a heavenly genius like my king must have descended from beyond the heavens. Laughing and smiling, Wu Jiu's voice took on a slight choke again. It's been 70 years, and he misses the days when it was. Once more, he looked down and was shocked to see the 4 figures of Ning Kaiwei, who had already disappeared without a trace. When Ning Kaiwei woke up again, she was standing in a huge virtual square. Many examination scholars returned one after another, and their faces all wore the aftermath of the robbery. Even in a B-level reincarnation world, it didn't seem to be that easy to complete the mission. It's over. We should be considered to have passed the test here, right? And Lan's tightly tensed mind completely loosened up with her return to Jiangnan City. She had more than 700 zombie crystals in her reincarnation space, and not only had she completed the mission, but she had also exceeded it. We'll find out later when we see the report from the wheelhouse. Ning Kaiwei raised her head and looked towards the large electronic screen in the virtual plaza. Yo, you guys are still alive? A conspiratorial voice suddenly rang out. A few people turned their heads to see that it was none other than Zhao Gongyu who had spoken out against them earlier. Sorry to disappoint you, and Lan responded coldly. The Zhao family belonged to the powerful and noble class in Jiangnan City, and there had once been a level 4 citizen in their ancestry, and Zhao Gongyu's father was now an S-class reincarnator, which was considered to have the ability to call the shots in Jiangnan City. Zhao Gongyu, relying on his own power, usually get the wind and the rain. Only Ning Kaiwei is quite scrupulous. The ultimate reason is that Shen Zuiyu, as the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, also possesses a certain degree of authority, and there are times when the Zhao family needs to give some face. As the saying goes, one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Whenever Zhao Gongyu wanted to get some oil, he would be discovered and stopped by Ning Kaiwei. Over time, the two became more and more at odds. I don't know how you survived, but this is just a test. The journey of a reincarnator often involves 9 deaths. Isn't it good to be an ordinary person? Zhao Gongyu smiled and spoke, not to mention this trial examination, which he handled with ease. Even if he were to participate in other reincarnation adventures in the future, he would have almost no difficulty at all. With the Zhao family, a behemoth, as the backbone, it was only a matter of time before he became an S-class reincarnator. On the contrary, due to the fact that Shen Zuoyu was the president of the Reincarnator Association and had the strict requirements of the Reincarnation Hall, the help for Ning Kaiwei could be said to be minimal. A careless death in the reincarnation world, not even knowing if it was done by the reincarnators or the natives. That's not for you to worry about. Ning Kaiwei spoke calmly. She was very clear about the reason why Zhao Gongyu was targeting her. But it was just because she was worried that she would become a roadblock to raking in the oil after she successfully passed the examination. Congratulations to all the trialists. You have initially completed the examination of the Palace of Reincarnation. Just then, an ethereal mechanical voice rang out from the virtual square. All the scholars hurriedly looked up at the electronic screen in an attempt to find their names. Zhao Gongyu similarly looked over, and soon his gaze was frozen on the spot. The first place in the trial examination, Ning Kaiwei? He was struck by lightning and froze in place. The large, brightly shining letters, overriding the heads of hundreds of thousands of examination students, became the center of attention. The virtual plaza resounded with noisy voices in an instant. Many of the extremely outstanding scholars from the past had their expressions changed, and even more people were completely unprepared for the fact that this year's first-place winner was a person whose name was unknown. Who is Ning Kaiwei? Never heard of it. Wait, it looks like the one she drew is still a greater reincarnation world, with a risk factor of almost certain death. She actually survived and got first place in the trial? The plaza was agitated, and a large number of gazes swept across the surroundings in an attempt to find this person called Ning Kaiwei. And at this moment, Ning Kaiwei had already exited the virtual square and hurriedly walked out of the school gate. The door was crowded with eagerly awaiting parents, who cried tears of joy when they saw their children walk out unharmed. Ning Kaiwei quickly saw Shinzuyu, and was smiling at her while waving. Mom! Ning Kaiwei ran over and rushed into her arms. Chapter 12 Reactions from all sides. Ancient reincarnation? The trial examination was over, but the repercussions about the blood-eating world were not over. At this moment, extremely far away from Kanglan Star, in the direction of the Imperial Star belonging to the entire Kanglan system, a certain ancient mansion was in the middle of it. An old man with white hair was making tea around the stove in a relaxed manner. However, he saw a sudden sharp cry in the courtyard, and a woman in white hurriedly came. Blood ancestor. Something big has happened. The bloodline ranking of the reincarnation hall has changed. The old man named Blood Ancestor's brows immediately furrowed. What's the panic? Take your time about something. The pedigree rankings of the wheelhouse changed almost every few years. Or there were other reincarnators who had brought back more powerful bloodlines from the reincarnation world, but they could not cause any impact at all to their blood clan patriarchal bloodline. Our bloodline squeezed into third place. As the white-clothed woman's words fell, the Blood Ancestor's movements suddenly stalled, and the tea in his mouth even spewed out on the spot. What did you say? He eyed him in disbelief. The Blood Ancestor bloodline. But the S-Class bloodline. In the last few hundred years, there has not been another S-Class bloodline, not to mention being rearranged by the Palace of Reincarnation in the second place. Blood Ancestor. You'd better go and see for yourself. The white-clothed woman's face was hard to see. After saying that, the Blood Ancestor then suddenly waved his big sleeve, and his consciousness connected to the goddess of wisdom of the reincarnation hall. In a moment, he appeared in the middle of a virtual universe space. At this moment, a multitude of reincarnators had long converged around the perimeter. They came from various life planets of the Federation and looked at the pedigree rankings hanging above their heads with different expressions. The Blood Ancestor's gaze, on the other hand, was firmly fixed on the Witch 9 bloodline that was in second place. How can a mere zombie bloodline squeeze out my bloodline? Soon after, he noticed that the newly appeared S-Class bloodline actually came from Kanglan Star. Goddess of Wisdom, please contact the Kanglan Star Council for me immediately. The Blood Ancestor spoke in a deep voice, his eyes faintly glowing with displeasure. A drop in rankings meant that receiving rewards from the Palace of Reincarnation would be drastically reduced. It was his entire family, the largest source of income. As for Kanglan Planet, it was merely a tiny life planet under the subsection of Emperor Star, and the S-Class reincarnators within it could almost be counted on one hand, and there weren't any particularly outstanding existences. Contacting for you now, came the mechanical voice of the Goddess of Wisdom. However, in a moment, the virtual face of Fu Lingfeng appeared before his eyes. Consul of Kanglan Star, meet the Emperor Star Blood Ancestor. Fu Lingfeng looked a little nervous, and he was actually not surprised within himself at the Blood Ancestor's sudden contact. If I'm not mistaken, this must be for the pedigree list. As an ancient existence residing in the Emperor Star, Fu Lingfeng still needed to give a few thin air. Is this one named Ning Kaiwei, an S-Class reincarnator? Blood Ancestor inquired in a low voice. In his cognitive impression, the only people who could bring back an S-Class bloodline were S-Class reincarnators. However, while he knew almost all of the several S-Class reincarnators in Kanglan Star, Ning Kaiwei had never heard of them. Not really. Fu Lingfeng spoke truthfully. If she's not an S-rank reincarnator, how did she bring back an S-rank bloodline? In the face of the Blood Ancestor's question, Fu Lingfeng couldn't help but be somewhat silent. Some time ago, he was also confused as to why the Goddess of Wisdom had identified Wu Zhou's bloodline as an S-Class, and had shaken the interests of some ancient lineages as a result. This was given to Ning Kaiwei by a powerful person from the reincarnation world. Personally, so there is no problem with the process. And the appraisal results were also operated by the goddess of wisdom herself, and there is no problem with the grade either. As the words fell, the blood ancestor's intense dissatisfaction rose within him. It was obvious that Volingfong was covering something up. I'll find out for myself if you don't. The virtual connection was interrupted, and the blood ancestor raised his head once again, looking upwards at the bloodline list above him and thought. On the other hand, the Kanglan Star Capital Hall. Fu Lingfeng rubbed his temples and said to the Secretary General, cut off all contact with the outside world except for the instructions from the Palace of Reincarnation, and whoever looks for me next, say that I'm busy. The Secretary General did not inquire as to the reasons and immediately complied. After a few moments, he asked tentatively, Lord Consul, do we need to summon Ning Kaiwei immediately? Fu Lingfeng went silent and seemed to be hesitating. There was currently no identification of Ning Qingshuan's identity for the time being, and in the midst of the Hall of Reincarnation, there was absolutely no record of Ning Qingxian to be found. He didn't seem to be a reincarnator, and his file was completely blank. There are probably two possibilities for causing this. One of them was that Ning Qingshuan's file belonged to the Reincarnation Hall's high level of secrecy, and not even he, the Kanglan Star Consul, had the right to view it. Secondly, Ning Qingxian really wasn't a reincarnator, belonging to the natives of the Blood Eclipse realm, just as he was in his novels, a monarch of eternal night, and many years ago, it had descended from the Blood Eater realm to the Cosmic Alliance through the Abyssal Rift. The former is more likely, the latter negligible. After all, under the current era, it was extremely difficult for the powerhouses of the worlds of the heavens to be able to come to their world without the Reincarnation Hall noticing. Don't do anything rash for now. After pondering for a long time, Fu Lingfeng still decided that it was better to avoid direct contact with Ning Kaiwei's family. The Secretary General spoke again. Lord Consul, do you think it's possible that this Ning Qingxian is actually an ancient reincarnator? When these words fell, Fu Lingfeng was stunned. Ancient reincarnators, very different from today's era, were all among the earliest batch of the Reincarnation Hall, entering the world of the heavens. With the most primitive power of the Reincarnation Hall, it is possible to do the descent of the soul, that is, reincarnation, and become a part of the natives. Many years ago, the Reincarnation Hall stole from the worlds of the heavens in this way, bringing back many methods of becoming stronger. The Federation has thrived as a result, and to this day has completed its interstellar expansion, conquering thousands of living planets. There is no doubt that the merits of the ancient Rotarians are extremely heavy. Without them, there would be no union as it is now. Based on Ning Qingshuan's current information, it seemed to bear a striking resemblance to the ancient reincarnators that the Secretary General had spoken of. This matter still needs to be examined by the Palace of Reincarnation. If he is an ancient reincarnator, it means that it wasn't just one world that was reincarnated. There are most likely other worlds as well. Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought, his mind recalling what had happened in the blood-eating realm, and his heart was still somewhat shaken. Even an ancient reincarnator, I'm afraid, couldn't do this kind of unimaginable level, right? Taking an obviously A-ranked reincarnation world and elevating it to S-rank was something he had encountered for the first time since he had taken up his position as Consul of Kanglan Planet. Understood. My humble servant will go and get busy first. Without further ado, the Secretary General withdrew from the Great Hall. Chapter 13 S-Class Reincarnator of Kanglan Star. 2 days later, Aqua Homes. 500,000 points? Ning Kaiwei looked dumbfounded. In the reincarnation space, belonging to her own account, the whole 500,000 points that had suddenly come out more. Another additional Canyon Star Consul message note was given to reward her for bringing back her S-Class bloodline. Shin Folding Feather said with a smiling face, why, is it too little? Although it is not as good as the first place Zombie Patriarch's million rewards, it is still very much. And that's just a one-time reward. In the future, among the entire Cosmic Alliance, as long as someone pays out points to buy your bloodline, you'll get at least 5% of the points. I'm afraid it won't be long before you're a little rich. Shen Zuoyu snickered, his eyes as gentle as they could be. Ning Kaiwei hastily shook her head, very elated. It's because it's too much. I never dreamed before that I could have so many points in my account. I'm sure Dad would be even happier if he knew. After all those points are Dad's. By the way, isn't Dad back yet? At the mention of Ning Qingxian, the corner of Shin Zuoyu's mouth slightly turned away, rather grudgingly. People can't be contacted, phone calls can't be made, and unsurprisingly, he must have run off to the mountains to write in seclusion again. Shin Zuoyu couldn't wait to immediately pull out Ning Qingxian and get to the bottom of all the questions in his heart. No getting out of bed without giving her an answer. At the same time, Shin Zuoyu had some inner complexity and guilt. For work reasons, she needed to deal with a lot of matters during the weekdays, and she didn't seem to really care about Ning Qingshuan's dream of being a writer. She's not even close to her daughter. What with never having seen The Corpse's Road to Redemption. But now, Ning Qingshuan's dream of becoming a writer seemed to be on the verge of being realized? She just casually browsed the page of her cell phone and opened the news channel of Jiangnan City, almost all of which were broadcasting things about the blood food world, and The Corpse's Road to Redemption, which is currently soaring in hits. Only 2 days ago, there was actually a forum expert, who had eaten through the content and made a complete strategy for the blood-eating world through this book. This meant that in the future, if the Palace of Reincarnation were to once again release a quest regarding the blood-eating realm, no matter who was selected, as long as they had the raiders, the probability of surviving and obtaining the chance to create a world of opportunity would increase drastically. In an instant, Ning Qingxian became famous and was pursued by a group of fanatics. All sorts of statements and speculations have been made on the internet, and some strange rumors have actually popped up, saying that Ning Qingxian was some kind of ancient reincarnator. Writing out what he remembered from his past life made Ning Qingshuan's identity more and more mysterious. However, what confused Shen Zuoyu was that the above did not stop these remarks. That's too counterintuitive. I was browsing through the messages when suddenly an important summons popped up. Shen Zuoyu squinted his eyes to take a look, and when he saw clearly where he came from, his face changed immediately. I have a few things I need to take care of, so stay home. After saying this to Ning Kaiwei, she hurried out the door. Kanglan Star was huge, similar to the prosperous city of Jiangnan, with more than thousands. Every city had a Reincarnators Association, which meant that Kanglan Star had several thousand presidents in total. Above all the Reincarnator Associations, there was a higher-level department governed by the Reincarnation Temple Subtemple. This was an organization that was second only to the Kanglan Star capital, and Shen Zuoyu only had access to it when he was the previous president of the association back then. For years after that, it was impossible to get halfway there at all. Suddenly summoned by the higher-ups, Shen Zuoyu's first instinct was to fear that it was related to Ning Qingshuan's matter. Half a day later, she arrived at the entrance of the branch hall. The stately, ancient complex in front of her exuded a deep, oppressive atmosphere that made her mind restless. Unable to foresee what would happen next, she took a deep breath and walked in stiffly. Following his memory, he knocked on the door of the temple chief. Enter. An old voice came with a calmness. Shen Zuoyu pushed the door and saw the old hall chief, who was already over 150 years old. There was also a reputable senior in the hall, as well as a teenager, president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association. Meet the Tsan Lan Palace chief. Shen Zuoyu opened his mouth respectfully and glanced at the senior next to him. His heart literally shook up. This face symbolized almost the entire Kanglan Star's poker face. His reputation, more than anything else, is thunderous. However, all the reincarnators of Kanglan Star had heard of his deeds, became famous at a young age, once bravely won the Kanglan Star College entrance examination, the results of which pressed the previous decades of geniuses. Is the Kanglan Star today within 50 years? The fastest to become S-class reincarnation of the legendary figure. He's been through many extremely treacherous missions, hundreds of A ranks and over 3 S ranks, all accomplished with great distinction. His name was Zhao Wanjun, one of the few S ranks in Kanglan Planet, and even in the Reincarnation Hall's S-rank reincarnator ranking, his name and resume could be seen. Logically speaking, he should have left Kanglan Star a long time ago and headed to the Kanglan System's Imperial Star for better development, but for some unknown reason, enough to stay in Kanglan Star for many years. Well, there's no need to be polite. There are a total of 2 things for you to come today. Let Zhao Wanjun tell you about this first thing. Although the old hall chief was already over 150 years old, there weren't many wrinkles on his face. Instead, he was still quite young. His gaze toward Shen Huiyu carried some brightness, changing his usual cold and serious appearance. With a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, Shen Zuoyu was puzzled, only to see Zhao Wanjun grabbing the teenager's neck. My dog's son, Zhao Gongyu, has slandered Ning Kaiwei many times and brought her many troubles. As an elder, I have disciplined him unfavorably, so I've made amends to the president today. After saying that, he used more force between his palms, grabbing Zhao Gongyu and wailing, I'm sorry, please forgive me, President Shen. Your Honor. Zhao Gongyu was trembling with fear. How his own old father doted on him on a regular basis. He had only said a few bad words about Ning Kaiwei, and as a result, he had triggered Zhao Wanjuan's violent anger. Incidentally, he found out all about what he had done in the school. Today, it was even in front of the head of the Tsan Lan Palace that he wanted him to apologize. Smear? Shen Fuyu stared at Zhao Gongyu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ning Kaiwei did tell her that a man named Zhao Gongyu, who seemed to be just a kid who hadn't grown up, often looked for some trouble. Listening to Ning Kaiwei's tone, her daughter didn't put it in her heart at all. That's an understatement. Shen Zuoyu knew that today. The old hall chief was here to be the coordinator, and whether or not there was any gap between her and the Zhao family, for the sake of the old hall chief, it was all written off. But in reality, She knew better because it was because Ning Qingshuan's matter had begun to ferment in the higher echelons. This couldn't help but make Shen Zuoyu a bit dazed, feeling very unreal. When had the S-class reincarnators of Kanglan Star taken the initiative to explain their misunderstandings to her? Thanks a lot. Zhao Wanjun seemed relieved and carried Zhao Gongyu ready to leave. After hesitating, he spoke again. In addition, on behalf of the Zhao family, I would like to congratulate President Shen here in advance. Chapter 14, The Gathering of the Strong. Emperor Star Yama's Tribulation. Congratulations? Why do you say that? Shen Yu looked at the departing back of the Zhao family's father and son, not understanding the meaning of these words. However, he saw the old hall elder smile once again. Zhao Wanjun has changed his mind and is about to depart for the Imperial Star in our galaxy. He will have a better future. Hearing that Zhao Wanjun was about to leave Kanglan Star, Shen Zuoyu's expression moved. For so many years, Zhao Wanjun belonged to Kanglan Star's signboard, and because of him, Kanglan Star didn't lose face in front of the Federation. His departure this morning was extremely sudden and without warning. Why? Shen Fuyu asked instinctively. I don't know much about the specifics. It's rumored to be a certain big power in the Emperor Star that threw out an olive branch to him. All in all, it's definitely more promising than staying in Kanglan Star. This is also his own choice. After he left, currently we, Kanglan Star, have an extra very good spot. I talked to him and think this opportunity should go to you. From the drawer, the old hall chief took out a document and handed it to Shen Zuoyu. After a pause, he continued. The Palace of Reincarnation discovered an S-class reincarnation world 2 months ago. A martial world with a rather unusual level of battle power. The resources are plentiful and the task is simple. At the moment, no reincarnator has ever entered. The information belongs to the inner circle, and only my level has access to it. According to the reincarnation hall, there isn't only one person from our Kanglan Star that can obtain an entry slot, and that person is you. You don't need to be under too much pressure. Casually completing a few missions is equivalent to furthering your education. Shen Zuoyu couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing the words of the old hall chief. She sighed. Hall leader, you think too highly of me. I'm only at the A rank level. No matter how bountiful the resources of this reincarnation world are, that's S rank. Not to mention that the conditions of the Hall of Reincarnation are so harsh, and Kanglan Star actually only has one quota, which means that most of those who enter it this time will be S-class reincarnators, and it's even likely that there will be guys on the heavenly ranking list. It's not that I don't want to go, but the qualifications really aren't there. Shen Zuoyu politely refused. There is a rule for reincarnators. As little as 3 months, as much as 2 years, they must enter the reincarnation world once. Otherwise they will be stripped of their reincarnation identity. As the president, she also only had to participate in a mission every 2 years, and it was still an A rank that wasn't too difficult for her. It's too much to ask her to play this kind of high-end game. As you also said, this is an S-class reincarnation world, but anytime one masters some sort of nice technique from it, it's a rare creation. You can't stay at a rank for the rest of your life, can you? The only way to advance to an S-rank reincarnation world is to be an S-rank reincarnator. Moreover, it's time for me to retire. I think very highly of you. Since you took office as the president of Jiangnan City, your work ethic has been very serious, and your achievements are there for all to see. Jiangnan City has been invaded by a total of 6 alien invasions and 14 abyssal disasters in recent years, and you are on the front lines every time. I have the information recorded here. When you return from the Middle Kingdom, I will elect you to the council to take my place. The old hall chief spoke unhurriedly, seemingly certain that after throwing out this temptation, even if it went up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire, Shen Zuoyu would put up a fight. Take over your old man's position? Shen Zuoyu was dumbstruck. His breathing quickened on the spot. The several thousand association presidents of Kanglan Star would only choose one of them to become the temple president every 100 years, ruling the Kanglan Star sub-temple organization, with jurisdiction over all reincarnations up to S rank. This kind of authority was something she had never dared to think about in her life. Points, wealth, lineage, what are they in front of this status? Shen Zuoyu's inner struggle began. She was very clear in her heart that it was not as simple as what the old hall chief had said. Casually completing a few tasks and coming back to take over the position of hall chief. Definitely need to make enough and become an S-class reincarnator. May I ask what the difficulty star rating is for Middle-earth? The old hall chief pointed to the document. The specific information is all in there. Currently the reincarnation hall hasn't given a clear star rating, but I'm guessing it won't be lower than 6 stars. You have descended among them this time, both as investigators and gainers of benefits, and many others are preparing to sprint for S rank, so you're not the only A-lister. Shen Zuoyu listened and was silent for a little while. What is clear is that the only time in her life when she might have a chance to turn her life around is right in front of her. Halfway through the day, she took a deep breath and her gaze became determined. Many thanks to the temple leader. Clutching the papers tightly, she left the altar. Time passed quickly. Shin Zuoyu returned home and carefully read the documents, constantly understanding the pattern level of the central planes. There was very little information that the wheelhouse could give, and it was basically rather ambiguous, making it impossible to accurately determine. It was good that Shin Zuoyu had still extracted some content that was quite helpful. Ghostly, with a red face, she avoided Ning Kaiwei, and secretly rummaged around her home for a few days, collecting many drafts that Ning Qingxian had written before, but she didn't find anything similar. What am I doing? Reacting to this, Shin Zuoyu felt quite ashamed. After 2 more days had passed, she received a message from the Palace of Reincarnation. Mom's going on a business trip one of these days, so you can stay over at Lan's house. Shin Zuoyu packed up all his things and barked at Ning Kaiwei. Mom, you can use my account all you want. Buy whatever you want. You don't have to save it for me. Ning Kaiwei did not inquire. Since childhood, Shin Zuoyu had always been very busy, often going out to solve the problems of Jiangnan City, basically related to the alien race and the abyssal disaster. That's what you said. Don't blame me if you run out. Shin Zuoyu revealed a knowing smile and pinched Ning Kaiwei's face, then walked out of the house. Request connection to Goddess of Wisdom. The will was conveyed, and Shin Zuoyu's figure immediately disappeared. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was already standing on the virtual plaza, and under her feet was the entire vast outline of the Kanglan Star, with countless stars dotting the sky. Kanglan Star A-Class Reincarnator Shin Folding You has joined. The cold mechanical voice resounded in the middle of the space, and there were some people standing scattered on the square, casting glances at Shin Zuoyu, who had just come in. Upon hearing that it was only an A-grade level, no one paid attention to it instantly. Shin Zuoyu made a cursory scan and realized that there were only 32 people currently present, each divided into a dozen camps. Am I the only one acting alone? Shin Zuoyu pursed her lips slightly, which meant that her journey would be even more difficult, and that she would have to be constantly on guard against other reincarnators. Kanglan System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator Yan Jia has joined. The voice rose again, instantly triggering the gaze of everyone in the room. Their pupils drastically condensed, their bodies stiffened, and their breathing suddenly stopped. Chapter 15, The Reincarnation Descends on the Middle Kingdom. Yan Jia actually came too? Although I had expected that a reincarnator from the heavenly ranking might appear this time, I didn't think that the one who came would be Yan Jia. It seems like just 2 months ago he killed through an S-ranked reincarnation world. Doesn't even need to rest? Everyone in the virtual square looked in unison at a figure that had been teleported by the Goddess of Wisdom. Tall and slender, with well-defined features, he wore a long black robe. A low pressure surrounded his body, and the intense and dangerous aura emanating from carrying the supreme treasures of multiple S-class reincarnation worlds, including cultivation techniques and so on, made everyone's sweaty hairs stand on end. Shin Zuoyu's face likewise turned ugly down. Although she had never seen Yan Jia, she had heard something about the Kanglan System's Emperor Star. This was a genuine heaven-ranking powerhouse. The heavenly ranking list was created by the Palace of Reincarnation, and was a hierarchical division for S-class reincarnators in the Federation. There are a total of 3,000 places, and anyone on the list will be rewarded with points from the Wheel of Fortune every month. Throughout the Kanglan Star, there was currently only Zhao Wanjun among them, and Yan Jia perennially occupied a high position, never falling below the top 100 of the heavenly ranking, due to the fact that whenever he entered the world of reincarnation, he used extremely brutal means to accomplish the corresponding tasks, thus spreading a fierce reputation in many circles of reincarnators. It was said that as long as the reincarnation hall did not issue a directive that one must not kill each other in the reincarnation world, he would even strike out at other people. This was also one of the reasons why those present today were all chilled to the core after seeing him. Yu Yunxian, Kanglan System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator, has joined. Ding Xiao, Kanglan System Emperor Star S-Class Reincarnator, has joined. Several voices rang out one after another, and 3 figures once again appeared beside Yan Jiabao. Everyone's faces paled for a minute once more, and a look of awe began to surface in their gazes as they retreated a few steps. All of Yan Jia's party members are here. This is all the guys on the heavenly ranking. Yu Yunxian, heavenly ranking 436. Ding Xiao, heavenly ranking 159. A group of 4. Are they going to prepare to kill through the reincarnation world again? Witnessing this scene, a deep feeling of powerlessness welled up within Shin Zuoyu. If you are alone, you are afraid that it is very difficult to have any chance of obtaining the creation of the central planes. As Yan Jia's cold gaze swept across the room, the murmurs quickly disappeared, and he suddenly locked onto Shin Zuoyu, followed by his steps. Who are you that Zhao Wanjun gave you the quota? Yan Jiao's words carried a clear coldness, and almost with a scrutinizing gaze, he looked at Shin Zuoyu. The strong sense of oppression from Yan Jia's body made it somewhat difficult for Shin Zuoyu to catch his breath. He has already traveled to the Imperial Star, so I've come to take his place. Hearing this, Yan Jia's eyes flared with an icy cold aura. turning to reveal a trace of deep regret. That's quite a bit of luck. If you still have the life to come back alive, you might as well be able to tell him that he can hide from the first day, but not the 15th. If I were to run into him again, no one would be able to keep his head, even in the Imperial Star. Shen Zuoyu slightly frowned. Looking at this situation, Zhao Wanjun and this S-rank reincarnator who was in the top 100 of the heavenly ranking had once had a very unpleasant incident. On the other side, Yu Yunxian similarly walked over, looked Shen Zuoyu up and down, and smiled grimly. This girl is also from Kanglan Star, right? It's a pity that Kanglan Star belonged to the Kanglan system's home planet many years ago, and then it was delisted by the Federation due to its lack of resources. You have a good qualification. You might have the opportunity to develop towards the Emperor Star in the future. This time in the reincarnation world, you must live well. Facing that grinning face, Shen Zuoyu felt uncomfortable and took a few steps back. She didn't really want to deal with these people, didn't even want to say a word more, preferring to hide as far away as she could in the Middle Kingdom. There's another person from the heavenly ranking coming. Yan Jiabao's third-party member, Ding Xiao, suddenly opened his mouth in a low voice. He glanced out of the corner of his eye to the empty location of the virtual plaza, as if sensing the fluctuation of spatial distortion. As expected, the voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded again. Kanglan System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator, Shen Yuning, has joined. Sure, you, an Imperial Star A-Class Reincarnator of the Kanglan System, has joined. 3 figures stepped out of the space. 1 S-Class, 2 A-Class. After hearing Chen Yuning's name, everyone in the room's complexion changed, and Yan Jiao, including a number of his party members, had eyes that revealed ill will. Chen Yuning, Kanglan Star's supreme genius from 100 years ago? Shen Zuoyu shook inwardly and hurriedly looked over. The leader wore a white dress, black hair shoulder length, with snow-white skin that could not see the slightest blemish. Its eyes were cold and unfeeling, and the 2 A-ranked reincarnators following beside her were vaguely touching the S-rank level. This is Kanglan Star's senior, the first person 100 years ago, now ranked at 95 on the S-Class heavenly ranking. Shen Zuoyu muttered, really did not expect that just the Kanglan system range. This time there were 2 strong people in the top 100 of the heavenly ranking, not to mention the rest of the Federation. I'm afraid the Middle Kingdom will be stirred up by them. Surname Yu, please stay away from the girl from Kanglan Star. Chen Yuning walked in slow steps, her body exuding a powerful aura. Yu Yunchuan's face was cold and he didn't say anything. Yan Jiao just gave her a faint look, and in turn withdrew his gaze. Chen Yuning walked straight to Shen Zuoyu with a gentle expression. It's been years since I met someone from my hometown. My name is Chen Yuning. You should know who I am. If there's anything you need help with when you enter the reincarnation world this time, you can just ask. Seeing Shen Zuoyu, Chen Yuning felt extraordinarily affectionate, and her words were more like a knock on the heads of those present. This person she covered. Thank you, senpai. Shen Zuoyu was quite grateful inwardly, regardless of whether Chen Yuning would really help her or not. Being able to say these words in a non-relative situation was enough. The members of the Kanglan system are all in place. Please note that you are about to enter the S-Class reincarnation world, Middle Earth. The following tasks may be selected. 1. Survival for 100 days. 2. Bring back 3 kinds of cultivation techniques appraised as S-Class, weapons and treasures, rare elixirs, and medicinal herb seeds. 3. Investigate the complete history of the Middle Kingdom for the last 10, 50, 100, and 500 years, and the secret stories of the earth. 4. Completion of the decapitation list. A series of cold mechanical sounds resounded in the middle of space. Everyone listened attentively. The first few tasks were relatively easy to accomplish, and the difficulty skyrocketed the further back you went. This determines one's performance, and the richness of the rewards one can receive. Shen Zuoyu listened and pondered. As it stood, she was afraid that she would need to complete at least 3 quests before she could be promoted to an S-ranked reincarnator with a moderate grade. We're counting down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a nice trip, gentlemen. Chapter 16 Master of the Past Life, Myth of the Devil's Way. Central Plains, moon-worshipping villa. An ancient building was erected on top of a cliff, with waterfalls and clear springs flowing, and sometimes there were clouds and cranes hostilely chirping, making the whole mountain village look peaceful. At this moment, right in the attic at the top of the mountain, there was a black-robed youth sitting quietly. His demeanor was calm as he shook the teacup in his hand, his eyes looking indifferently at the clouds in the sky. From this angle he could overlook the distant peaks to the fullest. Outside of the pavilion, there were also a large number of brocade-clad individuals standing. The wind robe danced, visible with a lotus pattern branded on it, revealing a ghostly cold aura. After 3 rounds of tea, a team finally appeared outside the mountain villa. They escorted a pudgy old man to the outside of the attic and fell to their knees in unison. My subordinates greet the Godmaster. Holy peace to the Godmaster. Ning Qingshuan's movement of shaking the teacup gave a slight lurch, he didn't turn around, wisps of ghostly light flooding his eyes. Lord Li Zhuang, you've made this seat wait so hard. In the team, the leader broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, reporting back to the sect leader. On the way to escort back old devil Withered Bone, there was a slight accident, and he narrowly escaped. My subordinate also went through a lot of effort to resuppress it, and there was some delay, so I hope that sect leader will be able to accept it. Fine beads of sweat overflowed from Lord Li Zhuang's forehead as he faced the figure in the attic, not daring to raise his head at all to look at it. The invisible pressure that enveloped his body was even more so that the true essence in his body solidified, and his dantian seemed like it was about to freeze. Only Ning Qingshan put down his teacup and did not pursue Lord Li Zhuang's question. He glanced sideways at the withered bone old devil who had escorted him over, confirming that this was the person he had been looking for 10 years. 10 years and you still won't leave me alone after all. The withered bone old devil stared at Ning Qingshuan's back, attempting to see the true face of this master of the past life sect. 10 years ago, he had just come out. Occasionally, I heard that in the outside world, there were rumors circulating about the reputation of the past life sect master. Some people say that he is the Central Plains in recent years, extremely rare, lifting the world of pride, cultivated a horrible magic power, the power to suppress the 3 religions, 9 clans and 16 countries of all the young generation. He is ruthless and cold. Others said that he was a heaven-sent holy son, bearing a heaven-defying enlightenment, creating many divine techniques and secret books, spitting out his mind, and even creating a complete set of cultivation pathways on his own. The rumors are evil and almost mythical, and himself is the Hall Withered Bone Door Master, the central plains of the earth side of the inheritance of hundreds of years of the Devil's Way bottom, just a few dozen years of seclusion, and the outside world has changed? At that time, when he saw a person of the past life sect, traveling around the earthly city, he looked at him and raised his hand to kill him. I'm not sure. 3 days later, the 100,000 congregation of the past life sect surrounded the Withered Bone sect in such a way that not even a fly could fly out, and in just half a day, the entire Withered Bone sect was slaughtered cleanly. He himself was surrounded by the 4 guardians of the past life sect and exhausted all his magic treasures and true chi, so he had no choice but to flee. Thus began a decade on the run. The central plains are so far away and the domain is so vast that it is difficult to glimpse the edge, but it is impossible to find a place to stay. For 10 years, he had nightmares. Almost every night, I can dream about the tragic situation of the Deadbone sect on that day. In order to get out of the situation, he had to come to the moon-worshipping villa. However, how could he not have imagined that the moon-worshipping villa within the Central Plains Earth, which was not at all weaker than the Kukui Bone sect's underpinnings, would have long since secretly surrendered to the past life sect? Lord Li Zhuang set up a trap, which led to the scene at hand. You killed 2 of my seat's beloved disciples. How can my seat spare you? No matter where you escape to, live to see people, die to see corpses, even if there is only a wisp of ashes left, my seat will still raise you. Ning Qingshan finally got up and slowly walked over to the withered bone old devil, his eyes dazzling with a clear, cold luster. Die for me. When Ning Qingshan approached within 3 steps, the withered bone old devil suddenly went mad with his face and erupted with a shocking amount of true chi power, instantly breaking free from Lord Li Zhuang's suppressive seal. A strand of demonic chi coalesced and wrapped around his fingertips, stabbing viciously towards Ning Qingshuan's brow. Godfather. Lord Li Zhuang was so shocked that he went into cardiac arrest. Bang! A huge sound resounded and boomed the mountain. The withered bone old devil's fingertip stayed 3 inches away from Ning Qingshuan's brow, and could no longer advance at that point. He looked at Ning Qingshuan's calm face, his pupils trembling in disbelief, and then the corners of his mouth flared with bitterness, and even more infinite sorrow and despair welled up within him. Old me 30 years in seclusion, just stepped into the realm of celestial beings, originally thought that this central plains, old me has been a person under 10,000 people, only afraid of that Wang Xian ran 3 points. But even your body shielding astral body cannot be breached. Ning Qingshan gently raised his hand, the power coalescing between his palms and covering the top of the withered bone old devil's head, and it was told that the internal meridians were broken by inches, the dantian shattered, and the true chi underpinnings of the celestial realm fell apart. With a thud, the withered bone old devil stared at his dead eyes and lay on the ground, lifeless. Sect leader, my subordinate knows absolutely nothing about this matter. On the other side, Lord Li Zhuang was so scared that he fell to his knees on the spot. He couldn't figure out how the withered bone old devil, who had obviously been suppressed, could have erupted with the power of his heyday. Ning Qingshan whisked his sleeve, dispersing the blood mist in front of him. Your seals are useless against him, and you are no match for him at all. He was captured only to kill me. As these words fell, Lord Li Zhuang's spine couldn't help but be flooded with chills. Could it be that from the very beginning, Ning Qingshan had seen that old devil withered bone was faking? Moreover, just now, that strike by the withered bone old devil, if it was used against himself, I'm afraid that he would have to be killed on the spot. However, Ning Qingxian had not moved half a step, nor had he struck out for a fraction of a second, and had easily dissolved it with just his protective astral aura. With another lift of his hand, the withered bone old devil would already be dead. What kind of realm strength is this? My subordinate deserves to die. Lord Li Zhuan was terrified and kowtowed desperately. Ning Qingxian didn't look at him as he turned around and walked into the sedan chair next to the loft. The horseman spoke in a low voice outside the sedan chair. Sect Master, the four protectors have sent word that some strange people appeared in the Central Plains some time ago. They have descended from nowhere and are very powerful, visiting some clans everywhere to ask for secret books and treasures. If any clans do not comply, they will be brutally murdered and their treasure vaults ransacked. My subordinate has asked the four protectors to continue to keep an eye out. What my subordinate is more worried about is that these people will find our past life sex hall, where the congregation is underpowered after all. As the words fell, Ning Qingxian sat in the sedan chair and couldn't help but frown slightly. A very powerful, yet strange group of people? Throughout this Central Plains, the hidden forces have all been spied by him. Could it be from outside the Central Plains? Let's observe for a while and return to the sect. Ning Qingxian spoke. Understood. The horseman responded. The palanquin rose up into the air, and hundreds of experts of the past life sect left with a slow step in the air. Lord Li Zhuan knelt on the ground and never raised his head, looking at the entire moon-worshipping villa. All of them resounded with loud shouts. Greetings, Bishop, and holy peace to you, Bishop. The sound reverberated through the clouds and lingered for a long time. Chapter 17, a masterpiece can't be ruined. Going to the church, going to the river. Ning Qingxian sat in the courtyard, gazing into the distance. Looking back on the journey of the Middle Kingdom, there is quite a bit of frustration. 25 years. With a slight movement of his mind, a line of text appeared before his eyes. This development life talent, full enlightenment. Sword tire holy body. Remaining time for current material collection, 75 years. Another 75 years and he would have completed the tome while gaining all the relative strengths. From his first exposure to the life development system to today, he has completed multiple journeys and generated several magnum opuses. He has developed the life of a warlord in the Snowy Kingdom, and the life of a medieval street gang leader, until he finally creates an empire of sunset plutocrats. Even the life of the zombie clan under the apocalyptic world, supporting the old-time humans, beheading the patriarch, and being honored by the world as the monarch of eternal night. This once-in-a-lifetime experience has been cumulatively 400 years old, but in reality, he was just under 30 years old in Universe Alliance reality. This makes his eyes often contain vicissitudes. However, what he hadn't expected was that the Ra Saibatsu Empire, which had been developed many years ago, was exactly the same as the Reincarnation Temple's reincarnation world. At that moment he realized that he was truly reincarnated, the difference being that time flowed differently. Godfather. A voice from outside the courtyard interrupted Ning Qingxian's thoughts. The horseman spoke respectfully. The master of Tianyi Cave seeks an audience. Enter. Ning Qingxian spoke calmly. The visitor had a white robe, and due to the fact that he had been in a high position for many years, his body invariably revealed a sense of majesty. Despite the graying of his temples, he still could not hide the valor of the contours of his face. Only at the moment, his eyes were bloodshot, as well as bleak. I have met the past life sect master. He bowed toward the courtyard. What is it? Ning Qingxian asked. Tianyi Cave Master was silent for a little while, his body trembling slightly, as if he was recalling what had happened to him. His tone actually choked a little. I have come today to beg the past life sect master to come out and sweep away the foreigners who have intruded into the Central Plains. Ning Qingxian couldn't help but be a bit surprised. The impression of how lonely and proud the Tianyi Cave Master had been, but now he was filled with sadness and anger, and even a kind of despair that he was powerless to return to heaven. It was obvious that the group of strange people that the horseman had mentioned earlier had laid hands on Tianyi Cave. This seat remembers. The cave master's strength is in the early stage of celestial man. Looking at the Central Plains, is also famous and powerful. Through the cave disciples more than tens of thousands. What strong enemy has forced you into this situation? In the face of Ning Qingxian's question, the heaven's first cave lord had a complicated expression. A hint of palpitations in his eyes as he took out several scrolls from his arms. It's not that I'm not able to defeat them, but the cultivation system of the visitors is extremely strange, and the magic treasures and divine weapons they use are things I've never seen before in my life. Sect leader, please look at this blackened metal artifact. The chief elder of my seat at the Grand Master realm was instantly killed by it. After speaking, the horseman took one of the scrolls, brought it into the courtyard, and handed it to Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian swept a casual glance and couldn't help but be slightly stunned by his gaze. The so-called blackened metal artifact has a slender tube with a grip. Ning Qingxian's face was odd. Barret? Or a finely tuned and enchanted multiple times god of the hunt version of the Barret? He remembered that Shin Zuoyu had said that this kind of barret had a very terrifying lethality, carrying bursting bullets with a range of more than 10 kilometers, and was able to instantly shoot up a small mountain peak. Through the circumstances, it would cost points to purchase, and a single bursting bomb was worth 10,000 points. Those who could afford to use the God Hunter version of the barret were either S-ranked reincarnators or people from extremely privileged families. Ning Qingxian instantly understood just what had happened in the Middle Kingdom. Tianyi Cave Master spoke again. Sect leader, look again. This is likewise a monster I've never seen before. It can be described as invulnerable to swords and spears. It is of infinite strength, and despite the lack of any true chi fluctuations, it is able to fly through the sky and escape from the earth. The horseman handed over another scroll, in which a monster with a hideous face, huge fangs at the corners of its mouth, and scarlet pupils was painted. Zombies. Ning Qingxian was puzzled. He didn't know exactly what grade of zombie this was, but if it was a zombie king, it was indeed not something that the Tianyi Cave Master could resist. The reincarnator who tamed and harnessed the zombie king was also bound to be an S-rank, and belonged to one of the great masters of the S-rank. Both of these scrolls are revealing a message. The reincarnators that descended on the Middle Kingdom were of very high rank, most of them being S-rank or above. This seed has sent the 4 guardians to investigate, and if there is an opportunity, we will recover your Tianyi Cave. Ning Qingxian thought for a long time and responded as such. The Tianyi Cave Master was overjoyed and became even more excited inside. The 4 guardians of the past life sect are all deeply inherited from this young sect master, and have stepped into the late stage of the celestial realm some years ago, and are the top powerhouses in the Central Plains. It is said that 10 years ago, the 4 guardians besieged the withered bone old devil. Beating the withered bone old devil, all fled for 10 years. You have to know that the old devil withered bones is a generation of great devils, and many famous sects in the Central Plains can't help him even if they join hands. Many thanks sect leader. Sect leader's favor. Tianyi Cave up to the elders, down to the disciples have no teeth to forget. The Tianyi Cave Master paid his thanks and the horseman led him out of the courtyard. Ning Qingxian waited quietly for a long time, and finally, space distorted slightly, and a green-shirted woman stepped out of it. This woman had a clear face with delicate features, a mat of black hair falling down her shoulders, and appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. Kneeling down on one knee towards Ning Qingxian. Master, you're looking for me? Ning Qingxian nodded slightly, looking at his beloved disciple, Jiang Qingdao, with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. The revenge of your 2 senior brothers has already been avenged by the master. Cultivate well thereafter. In addition, you have just come out of the customs, for the martial king realm opened up by the master may not be too familiar. Right now there is just a chance to practice. He handed over the 2 scrolls in his hand to Jiang Qingdao. Jiang Qingdao took the scroll, and when she heard the great vengeance of her senior brothers, the corners of her eyes uncontrollably glittered with tears. But soon, it turned back to coolness. Looking at the scroll, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Master, what is this? A metal object covered in pitch black, a hideous monster of ghastly form. The scrolls were lifelike and belonged to something he had never seen before. Ning Qingxian paused and replied, I'm not too sure. Recently a large number of foreigners have emerged within the Central Plains, coming from who knows where and acting in a more brutal style. Currently, there are already quite a few Central Plains forces that have been affected. You need to discern carefully and not kill innocents indiscriminately, but when it's time to strike, you should strike and there's no need to have any concerns. Jiang Qingdao arched his hand. Disciple honors the teachings of the master. Leading the scroll, he took one step and disappeared under the long sky. Ning Qingxian sipped a mouthful of clear tea and muttered, the hard-earned magnum opus can't be ruined. This one will definitely be signed. Chapter 18 Suspected S+++. On the other hand, Shen Zuoyu and Chen Yuning, several people, had arrived in front of an ancient and imposing temple on one side. Shen Zuoyu looked at the stone monument at the foot of the mountain, the name branded on it, and inwardly let out a marvel. The Golden Light Temple, a first-class Orthodox sect in the Central Plains, has been passed down for 300 years. Through the change of 4 heads of the academy, each head of the academy is at the middle stage of the celestial realm, standing at the top ranks of the strongest people in the Central Plains, and this head of the academy is said to be relatively young, yet he is already at the middle stage of the celestial realm. There are rumors in the outside world that he will likely step into the late celestial realm before he turns 40. Shen Yu gazed at the mountain gate in front of him and spoke in a low voice, his eyes revealing wisps of awe. It had been some time since a few people had descended to the Middle Kingdom. After understanding the situation, they found that the description of the Middle Kingdom and the reincarnation hall was basically without omission. This was a world where the martial Tao was supreme, and the realm system had been passed down to the present day, and it was said to have a long history that was difficult to trace. The path of martial arts begins with body refining, to Zongshi, Great Zongshi, and Celestials. In total, there were 4 major realms. and the difference in strength in each realm was a gulf. Since ancient times, but anyone who was able to step into the Grandmaster realm was a proud son of heaven. Throughout the celestial realm, it is even more insignificant, enough to start a mountain and establish a sect, leaving behind its own inheritance. The young head of the Golden Light Temple in front, said to be one of the top 10 heavenly prides of the contemporary era, has completely mastered the entire Golden Light Temple, all the treasures of the secret books. The future prospects are not limited. Today, I have come here, naturally, to seek the divine power. A few people looked at each other, and without further delay, they climbed the mountain to visit. Moments later, Chen Yuning stopped outside the mountain gate and shouted out, "Junior Chen Yuning, seeking an audience with the head of the academy." Only one sweeper could be seen in the large square of the Golden Light Temple. As the voice came out, there was a strong divine sense that swept across from the top of the treasure pavilion and landed on Chen Yuning, as well as a number of reincarnates such as Shinzuoyu. The secret books of the Temple of Golden Light are never spread out, let alone by a foreigner. The sound of heaven resounded, and a vast righteousness swept the square, and this true chi shocked Shinzuoyu and the other A-class reincarnators, and their faces immediately flushed. Only Chen Yuning was not affected in the slightest. She understood in her heart that what Yen Jiao, including the other reincarnators, had done had filled the Golden Light Temple with wariness. She didn't give up, and opened her mouth with a determined look on her face. The late generation is willing to exchange things for things, and only begs the head of the courtyard to come out and have a look. If the head of the courtyard isn't interested in the late generation's things, the late generation will leave right away. As the words fell, the top of the treasure pavilion fell silent for a little while. Immediately afterward, he saw the long sky roar as a young figure took a step forward. He stared at Shinzuoyu and Chen Yuning, his expression slightly easing. As the saying goes, looks come from the heart, and at a glance one could tell the difference from Yenjiao and the others. "Elder, please look." Without delay, Chen Yuning took out a golden grain from her reincarnation space. The eyes of the head of the Golden Light Temple courtyard were instantly attracted. Even the movements of the sweeping monk gave a slight lurch, and Shinzuoyu was able to feel that a large number of hidden gazes appeared on all sides of the Golden Light Temple. "This is the Sherpa?" The head of the courtyard thumped his heart. Relics are holy relics among the Buddhist sects. There is no way that any Buddhist would not be moved by the sight of such a thing. Chen Yuning laughed. "This is the draconic tongue relic, born some years ago after a Buddhist master was seated, and by chance, the late generation came across the place where he was seated." The head of the institution's eyes showed his gravity. "Where do you come from, and are there Buddhist monks where you are?" Chen Yuning nodded seriously. "We have indeed had quite a few Buddhist monks since we came from the western region." The nearby Shinzuoyu couldn't help but hold his tongue when he heard this. This was inevitably something Chen Yuning had gotten from other reincarnation worlds, but the Buddhist beliefs of all the heavens and all the worlds were hardly all that different. That's why this relic is full of attraction for the head of the Golden Light Monastery. "Can this item be exchanged for the Golden Light Temple's Prajna Kung Fu?" Chen Yuning asked again. On her way here, she had an understanding of the Golden Light Temple's unique divine power. In outside rumors, the Prajna divine power could be ranked as one of the top 10 divine powers in the Central Plains. "How dare you covet our temple's unique divine power?" The head of the house's heartfelt eyes became sensible and cold on the spot. Chen Yuning didn't have any nonsense, and rolled between her palms, only to see one relic turn into three. The head of the courtyard was stunned. His gaze turned to blazing heat, and even his breathing became ragged for a minute. "That's just it. This temple's unique divine skill is not something that anyone can learn, so what's the harm in giving it to you?" He gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he whisked his sleeve and tossed a volume of ancient books to Chen Yuning, then immediately took away the three relics. Chen Yuning was overjoyed and immediately uploaded the Prajna divine power. A description of the reincarnation hall text quickly appeared before my eyes. Items are being identified. Cultivation secret, Jinguan Temple Prajna Shingon. Identification is complete. The secret book is true and valid. Identification rating, S. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chen Yuning's mouth once again revealed a smile, and her heart let out a sigh of relief. Looking to the two companions she brought with her, as well as Shinzuoyu, she pondered and then said to the head of the Golden Light Temple Academy, "We also have some other holy relics of Buddhism. I wonder if the head of the academy would be willing to." "Could be." The head of the courtyard carefully collected the three relics and immediately agreed without waiting for Chen Yuning to finish. "However, it can only be my Golden Light Temple's cultivation secrets." He suddenly remembered that he still had a set of secret books here that someone else had given him, which he couldn't use at all. "What is it?" Chen Yuning asked. "A set of magic skills," the head of the house replied. "Magic?" Several people looked at each other and frowned. Since it is a magic skill, when there are drawbacks, the value and role, far less than the secret books of the Golden Light Temple of the famous school. "Which one of you wants it?" Chen Yuning looked towards the two A-class reincarnators. I don't want it. I don't want to cultivate into an ugly monster either. The two men refused decisively. Without any hesitation, Chen Yuning sighed. She could only pull out something even more precious to exchange for the Golden Light Temple secret book. As a senior, this time, he arrived with two companions with a certain mission, at least to promote them to S rank. Can I have that? Suddenly, Shin Zuoyu inquired in a small voice. Chen Yuning turned back in surprise, then immediately laughed. Of course you can, except that it is a magic skill, so you may not have the means to cultivate it on your own. Shin Zuoyu smiled bitterly. That's at least a set of secret books. She had nothing to show for it so far, and since she was here, she couldn't leave empty-handed. Once the transaction was complete, she likewise began uploading. Identification in progress. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Well, Chen Yuning inquired. Shin Zuoyu shook his head, his eyes bleak. It's okay, we still have plenty of time to find others. Chen Yuning spoke comfortingly. The other two A-class reincarnators, likewise, sighed. Sorry for wasting your stuff. Shin Zuoyu lowered his head. What's this? I have many treasures. Chen Yuning laughed. Identification complete. The secret is true. The secret of the Devil's Way, the Great Desolate Candle Dragonfinger. Rating in progress. Shin Zuoyu stared in dismay at the words describing the palace of reincarnation floating in front of his eyes. There's a reaction. She was emotional. Several people looked at each other, equally happy for Shin Zuoyu. Rating completed. Grade, suspected S+++. Shin Zuoyu's expression froze as he looked blankly at Chen Yuning. Former, senior, is this devil skill sure you want to give it to me? Chapter 19, Who is the most invincible person on earth? The voice came out of his throat with a restrained shiver. Shin Zuoyu even breathed heavily, and his eyes were filled with crimson. Of course, I, Chen Yuning, am not that petty. Since I said it's for you, I definitely won't go back on my words. Chen Yuning felt a little amused as she looked at Shin Zuoyu's appearance. It was obvious that this set of magic skills was definitely of some value to the A-rank level Shin Zuoyu. But for himself, the role was minimal. Just take it for what it's worth and have completed the rating too. It's too late to back out. The other A-class reincarnator, Sure Yu, opened his mouth with the same smile. She had a good impression of Shin Zuoyu, who was unassuming, and still came from a home planet that had been abandoned by the higher-ups of the Kanglan system, and was said to have been a resource-poor life planet many years ago. This invariably added a cloak of poverty to Shin Zuoyu's body, making people pity him. But, Shin Zuoyu was a bit incoherent. His insides were completely messed up after seeing the reincarnation hall text description. This magic skill is rated at the S-class level, but there are 3+ signs after it. She swallowed hard and lowered her voice. Wouldn't that be nice? As long as it's S-ranked. Wait a minute. Chen Yuning's laughter came to an abrupt end. Her eyes widened, and her whole body stood straight in place as if she had been struck by lightning. Both A-class reincarnators sucked in cool air, their expressions completely frozen. I've never touched an S-rank item that has a plus sign. What does that mean? Shin Zuoyu's lips trembled. As the president of Kanglan Star's Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, she usually only came into contact with A-ranked items at most, and S-ranked had only been seen twice. Or was it once in the world of reincarnation? With envious eyes, watching his partner laugh in ecstasy. Nowadays, the person who had gotten the S-class item had left Kanglan Star long ago and went to the Kanglan System Emperor Star, and the status and position between the two, including their strength, had long been a gulf between heaven and earth. Moments ago, she was still the same person she once was, and could only show envy. A few moments later, this indescribable joy fell upon his own head. Chen Yuning was lost in thought and mumbled a reply. The plus sign only exists amongst the S ranks and belongs to the S ranks multiples of value. 1 plus sign represents doubling the value of transcendence, and 3 plus signs represent tripling the value of transcendence. Folded feathers, sister. Are you really not mistaken? Not to mention Shin Zuoyu, even for himself, he rarely saw items that appeared with an S rank plus sign. She found it hard to believe that this magic skill, which was exchanged for a very small price, was actually far more than 3 times the value of the Prajna divine skill. I'm not mistaken. Shin Zuoyu was certain that the description of the Palace of Reincarnation in front of him was still clearly floating. There were 2 gulps and she heard 2 gulps. The other 2 A-rank reincarnators beside him, after looking at each other for a second, both revealed as if the other was a little cutie. S expression. AS+++ level magic skill was lost. Only Chen Yuning took a deep breath and quickly recovered from her confused and shocked state of mind as she once again walked towards the head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard. The demonic power just now. Is there any more? Chen Yuning tried her best to restrain the expression of her emotions, but the head of the Golden Light Monastery still captured a strong desire from her face. This set of magic skills is a gift from a dear friend of the poor monk when he was young. Only this one, I thought he would worship the Golden Light Temple with the poor monk, but I didn't expect him to end up on the path of the devil. The young Golden Light Temple head shook his head and opened his mouth, a trace of reminiscence for the past appearing on his face. Once again, I can't help but think back to those times and feel something inside. Dare I ask who this person is? Chen Yuning asked eagerly. Shin Zuoyu and the other two A-class reincarnators all walked over, their eyes burning with anticipation as they looked at the head of the Golden Light Temple courtyard. Today's giant of the Devil's Way, the master of the sect of the past life. He did not hide it in the slightest. After all, looking at the entire Central Plains, who in the world does not know the great name of the past life sect master? But where these few people asked around a little bit, they should all know the deeds of the past life sect leader. It seems like something is not right. Since Senior met with him at a young age and gifted him this set of demonic skills, could it be that he had already worshipped the demon sect at that time? Shen Yuning was suspicious, feeling that there was a problem with the logic. The value far exceeded that of the Prajna divine skill. It must be the top martial art inherited by the past life sect for hundreds of years, so how could it be easily obtained by a teenager, and gave it away so easily? The head of the Golden Light Monastery could not help but look up at the long sky for miles and miles, and a wave of sighs and exclamations welled up within him. Nonetheless, you guys don't know, although we knew each other at a young age, but at that time, he had already shaken the Central Plains with his fame, displaying a talent that made all the heavenly pride's generation only able to look at the back of their necks. This set of magic skills, is that when he was young, combined with the more common martial arts in the Central Plains, enlightenment to create the method and came out, in order to show friendship, at that time, gave it to me. When these words fell, Chen Yuning's mind was instantly flooded with huge waves, and Shin Zuoyu's eyes were equally unbelievable. A magic skill that was rated as S+++ level by the Palace of Reincarnation was actually only created by that past life sect master when he was young? It's said to be a magic skill, but it's actually just a difference in the sect system. In the Central Plains, many clans with long-lasting legacies like to boast of their prestigious sects, while my friend, on the other hand, acts in an extremely different style. He didn't care at all about the world's eyes. Even if he was called a great devil for a while, it couldn't affect his belief that his heart was toward the end of the martial way. The head of the Golden Light Temple said, his tone filled with deep admiration. Without thinking, Chen Yuning hurriedly asked, can the head of the academy tell us where the mountain gate of the past life sect is located? I want to meet that sect master. At the moment, she had already put the so-called negative influences of the devil's work, the devil's way, the great devil, and so on, behind her. The only thought that comes to mind is to seek S+++. Only the head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. You can't see it. Chen Yuning was stunned. Why? Do you think that a mythical figure who was a giant of the Devil Dao in the Middle Kingdom, who is in charge of hundreds of thousands of devil sect congregations and who already stands unrivaled on earth, is something you can meet with your mouth open? Especially if it's still a foreigner. The poor monk, for the sake of the three relics, advises you not to try anything. You might die before you find where the mountain gate is. The head of the Golden Light Monastery Hospital Persuasion. Heart naturally also understand. In front of Shen Yuning and Shin Zuoyu a few people are bent on learning the good generation, and do not want to perish innocently. This, Chen Yuning was stunned, and Shin Zuoyu's face also produced a change in color. Seriously, the Middle Kingdom is invincible? Since he and the head of the house were close friends at a young age, should he be just as young now to be labeled as a myth? Head of the house, there's a group of uninvited guests coming down the mountain. Suddenly, a voice transmission resounded in the ears of the head of the Golden Light Monastery. His gaze instantly became stern as he looked beyond the Mountain Gate Plaza. Chapter 20. The Golden Temple is such a great place. A familiar voice rang out from outside the square, instantly causing Chen Yuning's face to sink. Several people turned to look in unison, and they saw Yan Jiao with three party members, Yu Yinxian and Ding Xiu and the rest of the crowd, appearing at the end position of the corridor. Yan Jiao spotted Chen Yuning, but directly chose to ignore it, turning his gaze indifferently towards the head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard. Please ask the strongest person you have here to come out. I have limited time and need to rush to the next place. Yan Jiabao calmly opened his mouth, carrying a tone that could not be refuted. Chen Yuning coldly shouted, Yan Jia, you are too wild. This is the holy land of the Buddhist sects in the Central Plains. If you make a move on this land, you will surely be hunted down and killed by all the famous sects. Yan Jiao couldn't afford to make the slightest ripple inside, and didn't take her words into consideration at all. A mere famous sect is nothing to worry about. The ferociously famous devil sects have all been slaughtered by me on both sides. Also, a word of advice, if you continue to barter like this, the end result will be nothing. You should also understand that we are not the only ones who have come to the Central Plains land this time. Are you prepared to watch the high-level resources all be taken away by criminal Wushuang? These words fell, when called Chen Yuning's heart suddenly shrunk. Criminal Wuxuan? 49 of the top 100 on the heavenly ranking? How can, actually even this guy come? A-class reincarnator Shi Yu's eyes revealed a look of fear, and it was clear that a deep inner haze existed with regards to Criminal Wuxuan's name. Who is Criminal Wuxuan? Shen Zuoyu asked in confusion. This didn't seem to be a reincarnator of the Zhonglan system. Shi Yu explained in a low voice. One of the top 100 S-class heavenly rankings, ranked at 49. After being amongst this ranking, there are often several years, or even a dozen years where no one is able to shake it. One of his most famous reincarnation missions was when he single-handedly entered an S-rank bizarre world and personally suppressed and subdued a zombie king. When he brought back the zombie king, it is said that they all startled the goddess of wisdom's own consciousness. And so far after 100 years have passed, that zombie king's pedigree is still hanging in the first place on the pedigree list. Shen Fuyu's pupils shook when he heard about the S-rank bizarre world, as well as the zombie king. Such a powerful and scary guy. Also in the Middle Kingdom? Chen Yuning took a deep breath to maintain her composure. That is not a reason for you to wreak havoc on the Central Plains. Yanjia's face was expressionless as he gave the final briefing. If you meddle in the matter, even you will be killed. The atmosphere became steeply tense, only to hear the sudden sound of a scepter tapping on the ground. The head of the Golden Light Temple coldly stared at Yanjia. The poor monk is the strongest person here, and the treasure pavilion in the back hides all the secret books of this temple. But you can't pass today. Yanjiao didn't say anything, and beside him, Yu Yunxian laughed sinisterly. Big words. One step forward. The soles of your feet. The speed was extremely fast, and the 5 fingers flashed with harsh cold light, actually bursting out with the power of thunder. With just one glance, the head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard recognized the move, and his face brought up shock. 5-clawed dragon tackle? What have you done to Daoist Su? That brat has a hard mouth. I tortured him hard for 3 days and 3 nights before I got his unique technique. I didn't expect it to work unexpectedly well. Yu Yunxian licked his lips, revealing his eyes full of fierce light. The Central Plains earth with true qi cultivation, in fact, is the Dantian as a bottle, to the heaven and earth aura as a guide. This cultivation system and the normal martial arts world almost belonged to the same lineage. Yu Yunxian, on the other hand, had long been exposed to the world of martial arts and had mastered a type of internal force, so learning the 5-clawed dragon escapement was just a matter of a few days. He bullied his way to the front of the head of the Golden Light Temple, his 5 fingers flashing with cold light, intent on locking his throat in seconds. Damn you! The head of the Golden Light Temple was filled with grief and anger, and a powerful astral energy erupted from his body during his anger, sweeping away along the scepter in his hand, only to see the earth cracked in an instant. Yu Yunxian was violently impacted. His face changed when he was knocked back several steps in a row. Yanjiao narrowed his eyes at this scene. This current head of the Golden Light Temple was truly very different from the other sect heads. He had inquired that more than 10 years ago, this person had belonged to one of the 10 great celestial pride of the Central Plains Earth, and his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-celestial realm. Where is Rowan? A voice filled with a murderous aura resounded throughout the Golden Light Temple. In a matter of moments, a vast and righteous qi opened up horizontally, enveloping the area of the mountain gate and forming a mountain protection formation. Another group of disciples, all glittering with golden light and all with angry eyes, killed their way out from within the many pagoda pavilions. So many archons. S-class reincarnator Ding Xiao looked up and around, muttering to himself. Immediately after that, he similarly took a step, and his torso actually began to alienate until his entire body was clad in black scale armor. Kill! The Luohans were humongous and fearless, engaging Ding Xiao in no time. However, that black scale armor is invulnerable to swords and spears. True qi does not invade. A lot of Luohan just one punch, was beaten by the astral dissipation, flew out a dozen meters away, spewing out blood one after another. Face miserable. Even if it was a grandmaster, he wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair on Ding Xiao's head at all. At the same time, Yu Yunxian once again fought with the head of the Golden Light Temple. The majestic astral energy fluctuations swept across the square, quite indistinguishable from each other. Later on, if the Golden Light Temple falls to the ground, you will immediately flee without any hesitation. Chen Yuning stared tightly at Yan Zhao and whispered to Xin Zuoyu beside her. Xin Zuoyu understood that this was the last resort. What they were facing was a whole 4 S-class reincarnators, and all of them were strong on the heavenly ranking, and only Chen Yuning alone would definitely not be able to change the situation. The final result, the probability is that the Golden Light Temple will be slaughtered, and all the secret books will fall into the hands of Yanjiao. Is there that little possibility of preserving this Buddhist holy land that has been passed down for centuries? Xin Zuoyu looked around at the Luohan who were fighting to the death. These people, in fact, were not supposed to die. The Great Desert Candle Finger. She clenched her fists, remembering the S+++ ranked magic skill she had only just acquired. but immediately afterward, a feeling of powerlessness rose within. The battle was ever-changing, and one was by no means that kind of genius, so how could one master this move in such a short period of time? What's more, she couldn't be sure that the great desolate candle Dragonfinger was capable of resisting the powerhouses on the heavenly ranking. So what to do? Ahead, Chen Yuning had already struck out. Yan Zhao remained expressionless. The only person present who posed a great threat to him was Chen Yuning, and when Chen Yuning moved, strands of black lightning flashed out of his eyes all of a sudden. Rumble! Suddenly, over the mountain gate of the Golden Light Temple, dark clouds engulfed the sunny day, causing it to roll with heavenly thunder. A terrifyingly deep pressure erupted from Yan Zhe's body, and along with the flickering of black thunder in the firmament, it formed a hurricane vortex that circled back above Yan Zhe's head. What's going on? A large number of Luo Han in the middle of the fight. Seeing this scene, their expressions all changed greatly. Yan Jiabao stared at Chen Yuning, the thunder power contained in his eyes becoming more and more violent and terrifying. I told you, if you meddle, I'll kill you altogether. Chapter 21, Martial Arts Wizards. What kind of divine power is he practicing? The head of the Golden Light Monastery caught a glimpse of this horrifying scene out of the corner of his eye, and his heart was strongly shocked. Looking at the entire range of the mountain gate, it was as if it was covered by a heavenly calamity, and the pressure of that rolling thunder that enveloped the earth in a 10-mile radius was already covering the sky. Chen Yuning didn't retreat in any way. Her entire body set off an ancient vitality fluctuation, and the outline of a great tree in the sky gradually emerged from her pupils. Yan Jia, who was known for controlling the power of thunder, was just like his name, the earthly Yama, the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Chen Yuning had never taken him lightly, having fought a draw in the Emperor Star Heaven's Pride tournament many years ago. Years have passed since then, and even if there is no conviction of victory, there is no semblance of fear. Death Rap, Jade hand pinched, reflecting the pupil emerald, only to see a head full of black hair instantly turned into green. In an instant unlimited growth, each one became incomparably thick, transformed into an impenetrable vine willow, the tip of the blade while viciously stabbing, while winding toward Yanjiao. Yanjia's eyes showed murderous intent as he raised his hand to draw the thunder to descend, causing a violent collision with Chen Yuning's technique on the spot. On the other side, the last of Yanjia's party members, without any further ado, immediately took action against Shen Zuoyu and the other three A-class reincarnators. The Golden Light Temple was reduced to a battlefield, and the roar of supernatural arts and true chi resounded through the mountains and the earth. And the head of the hospital, witnessing this scene, was inwardly shocked beyond words. This group of people from the western region was truly incomparably powerful. When he saw Chen Yuning and Shen Zuoyu and the rest of the crowd, who had righteously chosen to take a stand against the Golden Light Temple, his eyes also revealed complexity. Several female monks. Today my Golden Light Temple has been struck by a great calamity. I'm afraid I'm unable to return to heaven. Don't lose your lives here. Leave quickly. The head of the courtyard began to retreat under Yu Yunchuan's strong attack and shouted towards Chen Yuning and Shen Zuoyu. In the middle of the line of sight, there were constantly Rohan dying. The thunderstorm that loomed overhead had transformed the entire Golden Light Temple into a purgatory thunder pool. The pagoda was bombarded. The formation was shaken, and when all the Luohan were killed by Ding Xiu, the end would be obvious by virtue of one person's strength against two powerful enemies. Chen Yuning didn't respond, still engaging Yan Jia in battle. Shen Zuoyu, on the other hand, retreated while starting to penetrate the great desolate candle Dragonfinger. All sources of power in the world can be transformed from intangible to tangible, and even though I have never practiced true chi, as long as I rely on the power of the Class A bloodline in my body, I can exert the same power of this move, even if it's only 30 or 40%. It's just, where the hell are these acupuncture points? She looked anxious, and was still able to divide half of her mind to comprehend the technique under the attack of the powerful S-ranked reincarnator. She herself hadn't even realized that her own qualifications were already superior. Ahead, a muffled grunt came from the front. The head of the Golden Light Temple Academy was ultimately no match for Yu Yunxian and was knocked back a dozen meters away, spewing out crimson blood with a wild sound as he fell to the ground. His true chi was obviously disorganized, and his protective astral aura was shattered. Looking at Yu Yunxian, although he was similarly injured, having several ribs removed by the head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard and his chest collapsed in many places, he was steadily gaining the upper hand. Little bald donkey, if I give you a few more decades to cultivate, I'm really not sure I'm a match for you. Yu Yunxian spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and when he saw the two pieces of broken teeth flying out, he couldn't help but be stunned for a long time, and then burst into a rage. This injury that nearly disfigured his face caused an even angrier killing intent to rise in his eyes. Once again, he took a step and rushed out, bullying his way to kill. Chen Yuning sighed inwardly when she saw this scene. As a powerhouse in the top few hundred of the heavenly ranking, It had been within her expectations that the head of the Golden Light Temple Academy would be defeated by Yu Yunxian. Within the Central Plains, only the late Celestial Realm could suppress an S-class reincarnator. Hesitating for a split second, she finally struck out, the huge rattan willow sweeping away, causing it to viciously whip her back when Yu Yunxian was completely unresponsive. Put! Yu Yunxian ate the pain. His spine seemed to have been jerked off, and blood splattered 7 feet away. Fighting me and you still dare to be distracted? A merciless voice rang out, and Yan Jie arrived in front of Chen Yuning with a swift, large stride. Thunder raged between his palms, and a palm blast caught Chen Yuning off guard. Although the rattan willow defense removed most of the power, it still shook her delicate body wildly, and she fell back several steps one after another, her face instantly paling. The emerald light in his eyes dimmed a bit as a result. Withdraw! Chen Yuning let out a helpless low cry. Sure, you and the other two A-ranked reincarnators had long been unable to hold up against the S-rank's offense. At this moment, when they heard the order to retreat, they all glanced at the still fighting Luohan with sad eyes. Wait, I seem to be getting close. Shen Zuoyu's eyes were red with anxiety, and his epiphany ability reached an unprecedented height. She had entered some sort of esoteric realm, and the bloodline power in her body was slowly flowing according to the trajectory of the great desolate candle dragon finger. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Yan Jie's eye showed a cold light. He had always adhered to a principle. If you don't make a move, you won't be left alive. Over the years, the number of reincarnators who had died at his hands had long since been lost to memory. Even if he couldn't kill Chen Yuning, he would still send those 3 A ranks to the Yellow Springs. Since it is an obstacle to the world of reincarnation, it should be swept away. Thunder incarnation. Rumble. Yan Jiao used his body to attract thunder. His entire body transformed into thunder, unleashing an even more brutal and vicious attack on Chen Yuning. Move! Chen Yuning gritted her teeth and fought against it head-on. Sure, you, the 2 A-class reincarnators, looked pale and prepared to disengage from the battlefield. However, Yan Jie's 4th party member did not intend to let them go at all, and a hand of blood-colored bone claws continued to smash their magic treasures. It's a shame. I could have enjoyed myself if it wasn't for the boss's orders. He looked at Shiryu with regret, no longer having any pity. However, in the next moment, an indescribable thrill abruptly surfaced in his heart. At the same time, he saw Shen Zuoyu striding towards him. It was as if there was some kind of illusion and hallucination. As if he saw a mangy dragon with its icy cold single eye open behind Shen Zuoyu's back. Boom! The great desolate candle dragon finger shattered the sky and landed in front of him. Instantly blood and flesh burst. Half of the body exploded. The entire Golden Light Temple seems to have an invisible dragon roar resounded. Killing hostile air shocked all the people in the field. Creepy. Pairs of horrified gazes looked over as Yan Jie's thunderstorm domain was torn open, and the black scale armor on Ding Xiu's body was chipped off, a large portion of it on the spot. Sure, you and the 2 of them were so scared that they couldn't move a muscle. Chen Yuning's heart was flooded with chills, staring blankly at Shen Zuoyu, whose face had lost all its blood color, whose body's source of strength had been depleted, and who was gasping for air in large gulps, and the S-class reincarnator in front of her, who had been destroyed of all his defensive treasures and had half of his body blasted alive, was staring with blank eyes. The battlefield turned into a deathly silence. Yan Jiao seemed to be shocked, his expression frozen. Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu's breathing stopped abruptly, and the head of the Golden Light Temple courtyard, who was lying on the ground, looked at this scene with eyes full of incredulity. He was completely able to recognize that this was precisely the prototype of the great desolate candle dragon finger. Although it has not been mastered, it already has a shape, and in a short period of time it will penetrate some of the mysteries of this female cultivator. It is simply a martial arts wizard. The head of the Golden Light Temple lost his voice in shock and emotion. Chapter 22, The Great Disciple of the Sect Master of the Past Life. Jiang Qingdao. Just when everyone was shocked by the great desolate candle dragon finger, the thunder domain that Yan Jiabo had executed began to be continuously discovered by people from all sides of the outside world. A few kilometers away from the Golden Light Temple, outside the mountain, a group of reincarnators had similarly converged at this moment. They looked at the dense thunderclouds in the sky in front of them, feeling the terrifying power contained within. Their faces revealed fear. What a strong method of attracting thunder. I'm afraid this is the power of the heavenly ranking 100. Yanjiao. That's the direction of the Golden Light Temple. It also belongs to a clan that has been inherited for hundreds of years in the Central Plains. Yanjia is worthy of being an S-class human butcher. This all dares to kill on the doorstep, not afraid of being wanted by the righteous? Unfortunately, looking at this situation, the Golden Light Temple should be falling. A good 100-year-old sect. Just like that it was destroyed by Yanjia. It can't be helped. Yanjia has always acted in such a style. He belongs to the S-Class 100 after all. His strength is there. Let's go and have a look too. We might even pick up the pieces. The group was about to rush to the Golden Light Temple when they saw the space in front of them suddenly distort. Immediately after that, a green-shirt woman stepped out, and low pressure swept over everyone, who were instantly like enemies. Jiang Qingdao looked in the direction of the Golden Light Temple, pondering. She took out 2 scrolls from her arms and stretched them out to face the many reincarnators. This object, have you ever seen it? Following her master's instructions, she had been searching for many days, but had never found anyone with the items on the scroll. This is. One of the young reincarnators immediately showed awe on his face when he saw the scroll items. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, obviously knowing to whom it belonged. No one dared respond, shaking their heads in unison. Jiang Qingdao calmly looked at this scene and did not force these people to inform the information. Between flicking his sleeves, he once again stepped into space and his silhouette disappeared. God Hunter Edition Barrett, Zombie King. This woman is actually looking for the criminal Wushuang team? Noticing that Jiang Qingdao's aura had disappeared, the many reincarnators felt relieved. That woman doesn't look more than 15 or 16 years old, and the pressure on her is making me gasp. The pattern on her clothes has a lotus flower. As if I've heard from someone before. This seems to be the flag emblem of the Middle Kingdom, a side of the devil cult? The reincarnators frowned tightly, and when they saw that the aftermath of the battle erupting over the Golden Light Temple suddenly tended to stop, they hastened to run to it without further delay. Inside the Golden Light Temple, the Yanjiao party members who had lost half of their bodies were no longer able to support themselves and slowly fell to the ground. He convulsed one after another, making ho-ho-ho sounds in his throat, but he could only spew out blood foam and couldn't say a word. The eyes, covered in blood, looked bone deep at Yanjiao with bewilderment, panic, help, and not knowing what to do. Old 4. The strong visual impact created by this dying posture made everyone present forget to engage. Yu Yunxuan's pupils trembled, and he could not believe that the brothers who were usually with him in the world of reincarnation, and who were born to die, were now so close to death. And the person who caused this scene was actually that ordinary, unknown, A-ranked reincarnator Shen Zuoyu from the Kanglan department. What did you do? Ding Xiu's eyes showed horror as he stared dead at Shen Zuoyu. The power of that move just now made him hear some sort of heaven and earth dragon roar. Turning around again, the oldest was a bloody mess. The black scale armor on his own body was also shattered quite a bit by the aftermath. Shen Zuoyu's complexion was pale and his entire body was weak and powerless. She looked at her fallen and powerful foe with the same sense of wonder inside her. The process of executing the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger was actually not smooth. It should have failed by all rights, and it actually caused such a frightening killing power? It seems that this journey to the Central Plains has allowed you, a small A rank, to obtain a chance that is completely mismatched to yourself. Yan Jia opened his mouth in a deep voice, his voice carrying a hint of dryness. His demeanor returned to normal, and a drop of cold sweat that had previously overflowed from his forehead slid down his face, unseen by outsiders. Let me guess, it wouldn't be S+3, would it? When these words fell, Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu both had a rumbling sound in their heads as they looked at each other with disbelief. S+++ level secret? How is that possible? Shen Zuoyu didn't respond in any way, and there was unyieldingness in his eyes. Yanjiao looked at her expression and was basically certain inside. Damn, Middle-earth even has this kind of chance, and it has been gotten by an A rank on the contrary. Yanjiao appeared to have an unchanged expression, but in reality, his heart was turning over in shocking waves. Ever since he descended into the Central Plains, he had been burning and looting all the way, taking down 2 demonic sects and handily defeating a number of powerful enemies of the celestial realm. In total, he obtained 2 sets of S-rank techniques, dozens of A-rank techniques, in addition to centuries-old swords, rare herb seeds, and so on, including the 3 brothers beside himself. It was equally rewarding. However, when Shen Zuoyu executed the S+++ grade move, all the creations that the 4 had gotten on them were instantly eclipsed. Even 10 S-rank secret books, I'm afraid, would not be able to compare to the one that Shen Zuoyu possessed. Where did you get it and where is it? Yen hijacking sound and color clear drink opening. His eyes only left Shen folding feather one person. Around the body of the thunderstorm power violently increased dramatically. In any case, even if he paid an extremely heavy price today, he had to pry out the ins and outs about the S+++ secret book from Shen Zuoyu's mouth. Hurry up and don't hesitate. Sensing the gradually frantic power fluctuations in Yan Jie's body, Shen Yuning became even more anxious inside. Sure, you and the 2 of them hurriedly picked up Shen Zuoyu and prepared to escape. Yanjiao detonated the surrounding thunder on the spot. The arc of electricity burst in all directions in an instant, hitting Sure You. 2 people stifled grunts. Shen Zuoyu's whole body is even bound by thunder. However, at this moment, Yan Jia seemed to sense something and jerked his head up to look at the top of the treasure pavilion. A green-shirt figure was silently stationed on the eaves of the house, and Jiang Qingdao couldn't help but let out a soft eep as she followed Yan Jiao's gaze. She was slightly surprised that Yanjiao was able to discover herself. If you want to know where the Great Desolate Candle Finger is, this girl can give you an answer. Jiang Qingdao opened her mouth blandly, and her voice spread out, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. It was then that Qin Yuning realized that since an unknown time, a strange woman had appeared within the Golden Light Temple. What are you? Yan Jiabao's thunder eyes were deep. Naturally, he had detected a strong sense of crisis on Jiang Qingdao. That brought him a strong sense of crisis. The great disciple under the past life sect master, Jiang Qingdao. She looked down at Yan Jia, her eyes indifferent as if she was looking at a mole. Master of the living god? Yan Jiao frowned, vaguely seeming to have heard of some demonic sects that had spoken of this person's name, but hadn't put it on his mind at the time. About the Great Desolate Candle Finger. Do you know where it is? Jiang Qingdao gently raised her hand, revealing her index finger. In an instant, Yan Jiao's pupils drastically condensed and his body's sweaty hairs exploded. Isn't that right? Chapter 23, A Great Uproar. S-Class Reincarnator Killed. Jiang Qingdao smiled faintly. As the index finger fell, the entire Golden Light Temple was plunged into an indescribable heaven and earth pressure. Even more, within everyone's sight, wild sand swept across the sky, and the top of the dome of the sky condensed a 1,000-foot dragon silhouette. The dragon's power is vast. The dragon's pupil is majestic, exuding the dominance of looking down on the earth. And there is even a dragon's roar that resounds through the world, which directly calls for Yanjiao's ears to explode and instantly spurts blood from all 7 orifices. His face showed great horror, and a strong crisis of death enveloped his heart. Before there was any time to make any movements, a mountainous and terrifying force descended from the sky. It instantly shattered his thunder power and disintegrated the thunder domain. Boss! Yu Yunxian let out a terrified scream. Help me! Ding Xiao similarly hissed mournfully. The two men's entire bodies collapsed inch by inch, and blood mist erupted. Even the black scale armor was completely unable to counteract this destructive power. Yanjiao was terrified. His vision was covered by the shadow of a 1,000-foot dragon, and he was as small as a grain of dust. This unprecedented power overturned his perception of the Middle Kingdom, beyond the celestial. Her strength is far above mine. This must be beyond the celestial realm. Run, 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 run. Yan Jiao was bilious and horrified, using his thunder incarnation as a price to withstand the power of the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger, while he himself fled frantically towards the outside of the Golden Light Temple's mountain gates. However, the thunder incarnation only lasted for 2 breaths before it was blasted into arc fragments. He suffered a heavy blow once again, and with a wow sound, he spurted out blood and fled without looking back. Boss! The sound of Yu Yunxuan's desperate screams continued to ring out, but he could only watch as Yan Jia left in a sorry state. The destructive power from the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger eventually crushed him alive into a bloody mist. Outside the Golden Light Temple, a group of reincarnators looked with shocked eyes at the 1,000-foot giant dragon silhouette floating in the sky above the dome. What a terrifying aura! Is the head of the Golden Light Temple so strong? No, this shadow is filled with demonic aura. It's categorically not the head of the Golden Light Temple, and the head of the Golden Light Temple is only in the middle stage of the celestial realm. This aura is obviously not right. Hiss, who exactly is Yanjia fighting? In the end, it's the 100 strongest players in the heavenly ranking, always playing only high-end games. It's simply a model for our generation. Exclamations rose and fell as the many reincarnators were in awe of Yanjia's powerful strength, as well as his domineering demeanor. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, they were shocked to see a figure with a cloaked head, eyes covered with blood, and a terrified look, as if it were a lost dog, frantically fleeing for its life and running out. As he ran, he let out a heartless scream. Past life sect, great disciple, so strong, dead, they're all dead. Such a scene caused all the reincarnators at the foot of the mountain to briefly fall into a dead silence. They stared dumbfounded at the figure fleeing for its life and leaving, and for a moment they didn't seem to react. That crazy person just now, is it Yanjia? I see it's him. How did he get beaten up like that? Only Yanjia was the only one who ran out. Doesn't that mean there were 3 heaven-ranking powerhouses that died in the Golden Light Temple? The past life sect. I remember. The woman wearing the lotus pattern earlier was from the past life sect. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and as they sucked in cool air, they all saw disbelief and trepidation in each other's eyes. What level of Central Plains powerhouse could kill 3 S-rank reincarnators at the same time, and also beat Yan Jia, who was ranked in the top 100 of the S-rank heavenly ranking, into insanity? Get out of here. It's not a good place to stay. The crowd retreated like locusts and left in a hurry. Inside the Golden Light Temple, Jiang Qingdao had already fallen from the eaves of the treasure pavilion, coldly gazing at the heavily injured head of the courtyard. Master granted you the secret book. It's just as well that you don't learn it. Why would you give it to someone else? The head of the Golden Light Temple Academy opened his mouth resentfully. The sect master's demonic power is in some conflict with the poor monk's cultivation, so the poor monk can't step into the devil's path. As for what you said about giving it to someone else, if this female practitioner is a martial arts prodigy, then that would be considered a beautiful thing to do. He rose with difficulty, supported by the Rohan. Facing Jiang Qingdao's questioning, instead of getting angry, he compensated with a smile and was even more grateful inside. If Jiang Qingdao hadn't arrived, his golden light temple would have been considered planted today. As these words fell, Jiang Qingdao couldn't help but look at Shen Zuoyu. A few people's bodies suddenly tensed up, not daring to move a muscle. This person in front of me is a great disciple of the past life sect. Looking at the bloody bones on the ground, there were precisely 3 of them belonging to S-class reincarnators. The true power of the great desolate candle dragon finger, exerted in Jiang Qingdao's hands, allowed them to see the terrifying nature of this set of demonic skills. At the same time, a few people were also surprised by Jiang Qingdao's realm strength. Just as Yanjia's words before she fled, it seemed like she had surpassed the celestial realm. But isn't the end of cultivation in the Middle Kingdom the celestial realm? They had never heard before that there was a cultivation realm above the celestial realm. With a few gurgles, they gulped down their saliva, their minds incomparably tense, and Chen Yuning was no exception, rather a buildable one. Jiang Qingdao paused, naturally discovered that Shen Zuoyu's talent qualification was superior, and in a short period of time he was able to penetrate some of the mysteries, and was considered to be related to the devil's sect. Besides, she had watched for a long time, and this line wasn't bad. Her face eased for a minute, followed by 2 more scrolls from her arms. Do you guys recognize these? Chen Yuning's gaze was slightly stunned as she nodded with a stony expression. In our part of the world, these 2 items are only possessed by extremely powerful figures. What's the name? The leader is called Criminal Wushuang. Do you know where the people are? They are erratic and difficult to track. Jiang Qingdao was silent for a while, staring at Chen Yuning with a scrutinizing gaze until, from her face, there was no concealment or lie seen before she put the scroll away. The head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard came forward, his tone complex, arching his hand and speaking. All female monks, today the Golden Light Temple is able to avoid catastrophe thanks to your righteous assistance. The poor monk doesn't know how to repay. Amongst this treasure pavilion, there is a record of this temple's secret inheritance over the past 300 years. You may view and copy as you please. Naturally, it's not as good as our temple's prajna divine power, but it's still a small token of the poor monk's gratitude to you. Earlier, it was a barter, and the value of the 3 holy relics had surpassed the prajna divine skill in his eyes. At this moment, unconditionally allowing Chen Yuning and Shen Zuoyu and the others to view all the secret books and treasures was an expression of gratitude. As the words fell, several people's expressions revealed surprise. This was considered a windfall. Even if he couldn't find S-ranked feats, a large number of A ranks would add to the grading score of this reincarnation world. What's more, they enhance their strength. Thank you, head of the academy. Chen Yuning gratefully opened her mouth. Under hesitation and with caution, he turned to Jiang Qingdao and asked the doubts in his heart. Senior Jiang, just now I saw your strength. It seems like it exceeds the celestial realm. Can you tell me what level that is? This question was the same confusion in the hearts of Shen Zuoyu and Shiryu's several people. Jiang Qingdao responded unhurriedly. This is the martial king realm. Is the master's father broke through the celestial perfect enlightenment and create the law and out? Not a day later will be the complete cultivation system, announced the Central Plains Earth. The martial king realm? When several people heard this, they looked at each other, and their hearts and minds all rippled tremendously. Chapter 24 Reincarnation Hall Briefing, Temporary Mission. 3 days later, Yan Dynasty. As one of the oldest dynasties in the Central Plains, the Yan Dynasty had a long history of inheritance and had given birth to a number of brilliant rulers, as well as royal bloodlines with superior qualifications. The overall heritage was very strong, and outsiders rumored to be sitting on hundreds of great masters and 3 great late-stage celestial realm powerhouses. Among them, the most extremely prestigious was none other than the Yan Dynasty's imperial uncle, Yan Jinyan. In the historical records, this royal uncle ancestor had supported 2 emperors and had laid down 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers for the Yan Dynasty, totaling more than 200 cities. 30 years ago, he had even had a number of competitions with Wang Xianran, the leader of the righteous path in the Central Plains, and had received extremely high evaluation from the other side. At this very moment, it was within the Forbidden Land at the back of the Yan Dynasty. Yan Jinyan sat cross-legged, his complexion pale, the remnants of blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. His eyes lowered as he looked at the line of people in front of him. The leader of the group was dressed in white, and his appearance was quite like that of a gentleman. However, in the position beside him, there was a monster with a bizarre shape, scarlet eyes, and thick fangs growing from the corners of its mouth, and the fluctuations emanating from its body carried an eerie aura. The rest of them, 8 in all, were dressed up in different ways, but without exception, they were all strong people he had never seen before. I lost. After recovering some vitality, Yan Jinyan spat out a sentence. He tossed an ancient book to the man in white and then closed his eyes. This group of people were still quite polite. From start to finish, only the man in white fought with him, and the remaining 8 people, including that monster, did not intervene in the slightest. But even so, he was still undefeated. The Yin Dynasty's Imperial Phase Kung Fu was indeed worthy of its name. Criminal Wuxuan uploaded the ancient book to the Palace of Reincarnation and quickly received feedback. Heck, it's S+. Who the hell are you people? Since a month's time, the Middle Kingdom has been stirred up by you. When will you stop? Yan Jinyan spoke in a deep voice. Criminal Wuxuan led a group of people to break into his retreat sanctuary, a process that had not alerted a single soldier or pawn of the palace. At this moment, the little emperor was still having his meal in the imperial garden, not knowing at all that the imperial phase gong had been acquired by outsiders. I have not killed you, but only for the sake of the 10 million subjects of the Yin dynasty, who will live a stable life in the future. I can only ask you next, not you asking me, got it? Criminal Wuxuan calmly looked at Yan Jinyan, who then fell silent. Subsequently, Criminal Wuxuan took out a piece of information from his arms, and on it was clearly the Reincarnation Hall's beheading list. Master of the Withered Bone Sect, where is he now? Upon hearing this name, Yan Jinyan opened his eyes instantly, and some of his questions ended up being held back. Honestly answered, he may have escaped from the Middle Kingdom, or he may be dead. What makes you say that? Criminal Wuxuan's eyes were calm. 10 years ago, Old Devil Withered Bones had just come out of the gate and killed 2 of the disciples under the master of the past life sect, and was then sentenced to a crusade by 100,000 sect members of the past life sect. Withered Bone sect fell. 100 years of inheritance was overturned in one day. Full of devils were slaughtered. The old devil of Withered Bone escaped. One escaped for 10 years, so far nowhere to be seen and heard. Yan Jinyan spilled out the information he knew in droves. Upon hearing this, Criminal Wuxuan narrowed his eyes. He had already heard this person with the name Past Life Sect Master more than once, in the mouths of various forces in the Central Plains. I didn't expect that just inquiring about the whereabouts of the old demon of the Withered Bones would actually have something to do with the sect leader of the past life again. Who is this man? He had learned that the leader of the righteous path in the Central Plains today was Wang Xianran, and within the Devil's Sect is the Past Life Sect leader. It's this Past Life Sect Master again. Is he strong? Beside Criminal Wuxuan, a young man with a large sniper on his shoulder spoke with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. It's not very strong. The district is only the first in the world. Yan Jinyan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked towards the young man. Number 1 in the world? There were once similar people who said so, but they all ended up dying under my great sniper. The smile on the young man's lips grew even wider. There was no strong enemy that could not be solved by a single round of Barrett, and if there was, then too, this has always been his supreme philosophy. Compared to Wang Xianran, who is stronger or weaker? Criminal Wuxuan suddenly asked. It's been said that it's the number 1 in the world. Do you still need to ask? Yan Jinyan replied. Upon hearing this, Criminal Wuxuan put away the beheading list with a breezy demeanor. I'll show you with my actions that being number 1 in the world is only your ceiling in the Central Plains. Not mine. He led the team of reincarnators and left with a slow pace, leaving Yan Jinyan behind. He silently looked at the scene. Outside the Forbidden Land, a man suddenly arrived speeding from the sky. Brother Criminal, there's a new situation. The visitor was none other than the 10th member of the party, playing the role of a scout for information. Take your time. Something big has happened. It seems that a reincarnator has died, and it's also 3S ranks, all belonging to those on the heavenly ranking. As these words fell, Criminal Wuxuan's footsteps lurched, and all the members showed surprise. It's very common for reincarnators to die in body, but it's not right to die in S rank. Plus it's still an S rank on the heavenly ranking. What's going on? Criminal Wuxuan asked with a frown. I've inquired about the 3S classes who died, all of whom were partisans of Yen Jie, and there was a big battle that erupted at the Golden Light Temple 3 days ago, which many reincarnators witnessed with their own eyes. It is said that only Yen Jie escaped alone, and is still crazy. His spirit vaguely suffered a huge blow, and currently lost his whereabouts, and can't find where anyone is. The speaker trembles. The hearer is shocked. Criminal Wuxuan also looked shaken as he questioned, are you sure the news is true? 1,000 times over. Yen Jie belonged to the heavenly ranking 100, and the 3 party members beside him were likewise of very impressive strength. 1 crazy, 3 dead. What level of powerhouse could destroy such a powerful team? Isn't the Golden Light Temple a sect that only sits at the mid-celestial realm? The members looked at each other, puzzled. The one who struck out at Yen Jie was not someone from the Golden Light Temple, but rather the great disciple of the past life sect master, a young woman named Jiang Qingdao. Brother Criminal, in my opinion, There is something wrong with this central plains. Should we properly investigate this past life sect master? The scout suggested that the situation at hand was completely beyond expectation. The disintegration of Yanjiao's team had proved that the only thing the Central Plains feared was a big boss, and this big boss is pointing to the devil's sect of the living sect, the contemporary sect master. A great disciple was able to kill 3 heavenly ranking S-classes, so what level of strength must the master teacher be? Check. Just check from the Yan Dynasty history books. Criminal Wuxuan had never been a reckless person, and his tone carried a heavy weight as he looked out of the mountain. At the huge imperial palace, the scout immediately prepared to go forward, but he saw the reincarnation hall text description suddenly appear before his eyes. At the same time, Criminal Wuxuan, including the rest of the members, and even those who had descended on the Central Plains, all the reincarnators, an interim bulletin appeared in front of all eyes. Please note that some of you have already found S+++ rank secrets. The level of the Middle Kingdom Reincarnation World class is currently changed to no less than S-class 7 stars. Temporary mission, investigate the life history and behavior of the past life sect master. The text was clearly revealed, and a storm instantly blew among all the reincarnators. An S+++ grade secret book? Who found this? I thought my S+ was already considered the biggest gain, and there's even a triple value? The reincarnation hall's message undoubtedly stirred up 1,000 waves, triggering a commotion among the team members. Criminal Wuxuan's gaze also froze slightly, and waves finally rose within his always calm heart. Who was the master of the past life sect that the Palace of Reincarnation would personally come down and want to investigate all life experiences? Chapter 25, Ning Qingxian announces the path of cultivation, above the celestials. Before coming to the Middle Earth, I remember the Violet Star Lord saying to me that the time of this world, which differs greatly from the Cosmic Union, is far greater than that of other reincarnation worlds. The Palace of Reincarnation sent out a notification just now, but in reality, regarding the secret S+++ rank techniques, it was likely found by whoever it was 3 days ago, or a week ago, or even a month ago. Criminal Wuxuan spoke in a deep voice, and the members of the team looked at each other and quickly understood what he meant. As long as they uploaded any secret techniques, herb seeds, and so on, the power of the reincarnation hall that covered them would immediately transmit back to the 3 main gods' wills after completing their appraisal and recording. However, due to the difference in the flow of time, a certain time difference is created. The reincarnation hall's side had just received the news and immediately issued a temporary mission, while in their case, it was equivalent to being many days late. In this way, it became incredibly difficult to follow the clues and find out who, exactly, had discovered the S+++ ranked Gongfu. I reckon that this Gong method is related to the past life sect master. The scout spoke with certainty. The reincarnation hall would not let them investigate the past life sect master for no reason. There must be some connection between the two. Perhaps it is that Gong method. Criminal Wuxuan nodded, inwardly guessing the same. Finish the interim mission first. Without further delay, the group ran towards the Yan Dynasty's palace, looking in all directions of the Central Plains. All the reincarnators were trying to fulfill the temporary mission of the reincarnation hall through their own means. Moments later, the scouts found the most recent Yan Dynasty historical record. The members of the Criminal Wuxuan team were all gathered together, and all of their faces were grave. Past life sect master. No one knows the real name. Born in poverty. There are young close friends called it Ning 13. At the age of 5 years old, he revealed his amazing talent and qualifications. Read the 4 books and 5 sutras of the Central Plains. And when he first came into contact with martial arts, he cultivated the great completion of body refining and mastered the 18 martial arts of the Central Plains in a short period of 3 months. At the age of 6, he observed the spirit turtle spitting, and 3 days later, he created his own turtle breath technique, which was discovered by the left and right venerable members of the past life sect, so he brought it back to the past life sect for intensive cultivation. 2 years later, the Central Plains Ancient Ruins Heaven's Pride competition opens, with participants including the Yan Dynasty's Grand Prince, the Golden Light Temple's Buddhist son, the Qing Yun Guan's Taoist son, the Qian Yang sect's young master, and the Rakshasa sect's holy daughter, totaling more than 100 young heavenly prides. Ning 13 became famous in one battle. At only 8 years old, he was already in the Zhongshu realm, sweeping away all the heavenly prides of the 3 religions, 9 clans, and 16 countries, stirring up the Central Plains and beyond. Thereafter enter the ancient ruins to observe the creation of the stone monument and renew a total of 9 articles of the Bodhi divine skills of the current world, because it was too obscure and difficult to understand. No one had penetrated it by half, and it was mistakenly regarded as a trick to show off one's talent, triggering the forces of the Central Plains to make a mockery of it. Ran. The last generation of heavenly pride of the head of Wang Xian ran 4 years later out of customs, and then into the ancient relics, actually penetrate the continuation of the chapter of half a chapter. A move to kill the phaseless demon emperor. shaking the land of the Central Plains, and thus laying the foundation of the righteousness of the leader of the position. The scout paused suddenly as he spoke. The entire book pavilion showed a dead silence. All the team members seemed to be deeply shocked. They glanced at each other, and all of them saw the absurdity and strangeness in each other's eyes. At the age of 5, he created his own turtle breath kung fu. At the age of 8, he became a grandmaster, and continued to write a total of 9 articles of the divine kung fu, which no one in the world could penetrate. But only Wang Xianran realized half a chapter, and based on this, he laid the foundation for the position of the head of the righteousness of the Tao. This Ning 13, is he still human? Read on. Criminal Wuxuan took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation within, trying his best to keep himself calm. Unbeknownst to him, his voice had become unstoppable, bringing a tremor to it. The scout swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. A few more years later, the old sect master of the past life sect passed away, and Ning 13 was elected by the entire sect to take up the position, becoming the 4th sect master of the past life sect. Under his leadership, the past life sect ushered in the ultimate splendor, with the sect's reserves growing, strong people springing up like bamboo, and things getting out of hand. Coinciding with the imminent death of Emperor Taizu of the Yen dynasty, he was deeply disturbed by the growth of the past life sect and secretly united all the dynasties in the Central Plains with the intention of curbing the power of the past life sect and taking the life of Ning 13. In the year 1365 of the Central Plains new calendar, on Ning 13's 20th birthday, the 16 nations raised their armies to invade the past life sect, deploying millions of troops totaling more than 50 renowned celestial realm experts. On that day, when dark clouds covered the sky above the past life sect, there was a sword that extended over a distance of 10,000 feet, shattering the long sky for infinity, spanning a million armies, 50 celestial experts, and instantly killing the Emperor Taizu. The lords of the 16 kingdoms were horrified at the sound of their voices, and their million-strong armies, with 50 celestial masters, before they came to the door of the mountain of the past life sect, collapsed in front of the court, fleeing like locusts, retreating and dispersing. The world shook, and the people rebuked the Emperor Taizu for causing trouble for no reason. But after this incident, they did not see the church of the past life conquering an inch of the mountains and rivers. Wang Xianran learned of this and lamented that Ning 13 had become number 1 in the world, and that this was indisputable in the Central Plains. The scout closed the history book, his face already pale. The records of the history books. That's all for now. In recent years Ning 13 hadn't made any other moves, except for the Withered Bone Sect Master. Upload the information. Criminal Wuxuan was silent for a long time and finally spoke. He glanced at the members of the team around him and noticed that their looks had inexplicably become subtle. There was marvel, there was awe, and among them there were even those who were ashamed of themselves. What's wrong with you guys? A mere historical record has scared you? Criminal Wuxuan tried to raise the morale. Only the scout said in a complicated tone, "We have been to quite a few reincarnation worlds and have seen many powerful people, those who are evil, those who are good, and those who are both good and evil. But this past life sect leader, I can't even describe him in words. It's even more difficult for me to see what kind of person he is through words. This kind of pattern is not something I can understand." The people looked at each other and felt something. Targeting Ning 13 himself personally, Ning 13 didn't care, but just by killing the 2 disciples under his seat, he went so far as to slaughter everyone in someone else's Withered Bone Sect, a sword extending 10,000 feet away, taking the life of his Emperor Taizu in the midst of millions of troops. What kind of scene is this? Only the young man who had previously carried a large sniper on his shoulder tried to visualize the picture recorded in the history books, but could not. Since the mission has been completed, there is no need to delve deeper into this. The immediate priority is to immediately head to this place called Ancient Ruins. I'm afraid it won't be long before the other reincarnators flock to the city. Criminal Wuxuan's words diverted the attention of the crowd. From the history books, this ancient relic was clearly by far the most created place in the Central Plains. Whether it's open to them or not, it needs to be explored. The crowd no longer delayed, and immediately got into the spirit, but they saw that at this moment, beyond the sky of the Imperial Palace, a flood of heavenly sounds suddenly rang out. By order of the master of the past life sect, with immediate effect, the path of cultivation above the celestials is announced, and everyone in the Central Plains can cultivate, with the Yen dynasty having a share in it as well. The sound of heaven resounded, reverberating inside and outside the palace. Imperial uncle ancestor Yen Jinyan, who was healing his wounds in the forbidden area in the back of the mountain, opened his eyes violently. Chapter 26, My Junior, Shan Zuoyu, seeks an audience with sect leader of the past life. On the other hand, the Golden Light Temple. What happened after that? Did the old devil of the withered bones find it? Shen Zuoyu and Chen Yuning, among others, sat cross-legged on their futons, eagerly awaiting the head of the courtyard's reply. Immediately after the reincarnation hall issued the temporary mission, They pulled up the head of the courtyard and asked him to recount the events of their young acquaintance with the past life sect master. It was no exaggeration to say that this temporary mission was simply tailor-made for them, and it could be said to have a unique advantage of bearing the sky. The poor monk is indeed not too clear about the aftermath, and there has not yet been any news from the Central Plains as to whether or not the withered bone old devil has been found. The head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. Shinfolding Yu and Shen Yuning were greatly disappointed. If they could learn the results, they might be able to add points to their temporary assignment. In the past few days, with the permission of the head of the house, they had turned the Golden Light Temple's hidden scriptures upside down. It can be said that the harvest is extremely rich, a total of A-level Gongfu secret books, treasure dictionary, spitting method total dozens of books. There were also a large number of medicinal herb treasures that could be quickly distinguished, searching for rare medicinal herb seeds, as well as the directory records of many divine weapons, and so on, until the temporary task was released, and only then did it stop. The withered bone old devil is dead. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. A few people turned around, and it was none other than Jiang Qingdao. He was killed and thwarted by the master himself. Jiang Qingdao's tone was tinged with hatred, still unable to let go of the deaths of her two senior brothers back then. When was this? The head of the Golden Light Monastery looked very surprised. Shen Zuoyu and Chen Yuning, on the other hand, hurriedly recorded. Nothing to do with you. Jiang Qingdao responded coldly, then tossed him a thick bamboo slip. It is a complete pathway to the Martial King realm cultivation. As these words fell, Shen Fuyu and Shen Yuning's movement stalled. The head of the Golden Light Temple's courtyard was even more visibly shaken, incredulously saying, "Poor monk thought that you were just talking. The sect master is really willing to pass on the Martial King realm cultivation pathway to the Golden Light Temple?" Jiang Qingdao impatiently said, "Not only you, Golden Light Temple. He has already dispatched many experts from his sect to spread the cultivation path to all the forces in the Central Plains." Why? The head of the house was extremely puzzled. Jiang Qingdao paused and then replied, "I don't understand it either, but that's what Master Teacher did." In her mind, she recalled what her master had once said to her about the secrets of the ancient ruins, but the situation was not articulated by her. The head of the house was silent, and soon his eyes were moist. The sect leader has a big heart. A big heart. Saying that, he gently stroked the bamboo slips as if they were treasures. This scene watched Shen Zuoyu and Shen Yuning's gazes flaming. "Can we also cultivate?" Jiang Qingmai frowned. "Your cultivation system is very different from the Central Plains. How do you cultivate?" The two of them hurriedly replied, "We can bring it back so that those who are willing can start practicing from the beginning." As the words fell, Jiang Qingdao hesitated for a moment. She had only received permission to pass on the cultivation path to the Golden Light Temple, and had not received permission for outsiders. "I can't make a decision on this matter, and I hope you, Baldy, don't make one of your own." Shen Zuoyu and Shen Yuning immediately revealed expressions of regret, but then they saw Jiang Qingmai's words turn again. "But I can take you to the cult of the living." She looked at Shen Zuoyu, perhaps because Shen Zuoyu had comprehended the great desolate candle Dragonfinger, and had the idea of pulling the plug on a potential demon sect member. Really? The two were wide-eyed. The unexpected joy had come too suddenly. When the head of the Golden Light Monastery saw this, he couldn't help but smile. After experiencing life and death together, he had long considered the two as friends. Departure. Jiang Qingdao turned around and left the attic. "By the way, I haven't yet asked the past life sect master for his name. How should I address him?" Shen Zuoyu asked at this time. "You are outsiders. Just call yourselves sect leader Ning." "Surname Ning? Why? What's the problem?" "It's okay, I just know a guy named Ning, who is also a big shot." A smile spread out on Shen Zuoyu's face, and Jiang Qingdao oddly glanced back. That smile was quite sweet. For many days, the preaching of the past life sect could be seen everywhere in the Central Plains. The Martial King realm cultivation pathway was like a flat thunderstorm that exploded among the 8 forces. It was more like a bright light, giving the late celestial realm powerhouses the goal and direction to continue their cultivation. For a moment, the Central Plains were agitated, and the same gave all the reincarnators an unprecedented shock. Being within the Church of the Wayward Riverside Courtyard, Ning Qingxian listened to the horseman's report. In 3 days' time, 800 congregations have already completed their instructions, covering more than 60% of the sectarian forces in the Central Plains, and the remainder are farther away, so they will be completed in about 7 days. There have been no rejects, nor has anyone refuted the authenticity of the Martial King realm. The horseman reported truthfully, doubts naturally existing within him, but he knew what to ask and what not to ask. There must be a reason for the bishop's actions. Those outsiders, any new movements? Reporting to the sect master, the strongest of the outsiders has been identified, named criminal Wushwang, who hasn't shown up for many days, and the many other outsiders, who have also stopped their killing behavior. However, according to sources in the Central Plains, the outsiders seem to be investigating the sect leader. Ning Qingxian was slightly taken aback, not really expecting this outcome. Could it be that he was on the reincarnation hall's beheading list? There's one more thing. Hallmaster Jiang returned to the sect right away. She brought a few outsiders with her, and one of them penetrated the great desolate candle finger of the sect master. According to Hallmaster Jiang, I asked the sect leader to see if she is a viable talent. Ning Qingxian nodded. Since it was Lightning Dance's idea, there's no harm in bringing it over to take a look. The horseman then led the way. The courtyard fell silent once more, and Ning Qingxian rose to look out over the mountain at the view of the plains beyond the miles, the peaks of his brows carrying an imperceptible hint of faint apprehension. 75 years left. He knew in his heart that the biggest problem in the Central Plains wasn't the reincarnators, but the ancient ruins. Back then, he stepped into an ancient relic and discovered a shocking hidden secret that no one knew about from the stone tablet Bodhi divine skill. Since then, he has been determined to make the Middle Kingdom the upper world. Years have passed and the first results are visible. Zhang Qingdao shattered the shackles of the celestial realm and successfully stepped into the martial king realm through the cultivation pathway she created. This meant that his cultivation path was completely viable. One day, I will make the Central Plains land full of strong people like dogs, and martial kings everywhere, Ning Qingxian muttered, looking out over the 10,000 miles of plains, nearly half of the Central Plains in full view. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the distance, arriving by stepping into the air and speeding. Ning Qingxian recognized the person in the lead as his eldest disciple, Zhang Qingdao, but immediately behind it, there was actually an incredibly familiar face. His eyes were stunned, his heart was beating wildly, and his breathing was messed up on the spot. It didn't take long for the figure to arrive under the mountain gate of the past life sect and stop there. Senior Chen Yuning, I seek an audience with Lord Master of the past life sect. Late Senior Shin Folding Feather, I seek an audience with Lord Master of the past life sect. Shin Zuoyu looked up at the 3000 Zhang Peak, his heart restless. Chapter 27. That S-class bloodline that stirred up the Imperial Star. Is it your husband's? How could Ning Qingxian not have expected that amongst the ranks of this batch of reincarnators, there would actually be Shin Zuoyu? Wasn't she in Jiangnan City taking care of her daily business? How come she had set foot in the Central Plains together with many S-class reincarnators? From the four guardians, the horseman's investigation and the information we've been told so far, most of the reincarnators who had set foot in the Central Plains belonged to the S-class. This was completely beyond Jiangnan City, and even more beyond the scope of Kanglan Star's heritage. Merely, damn, is there no other way? Lai Fei stomped his foot fiercely. If not for his own lack of strength, otherwise he would have rushed back. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, how could he fold here? I told you guys to catch a few fish. You don't need to catch a whole basket of them. Xingmai looked down at the basket full of fish. Facing so many fish, she really didn't know what to do. If I say no, then no. Li Feng was really a bit annoyed this time, and copied the coursework in her hand and threw it towards Li Daniu. Zhang Yingying was cultivating Xian Ice True Qi as well because of her unique heart method. Therefore, her sword blade carried extremely cold ice power in it, and thus she had comprehended the domineering ice blade slash as her sword Dao. Lone Cold 100, on the other hand, used his indestructible killing intent to comprehend his own sword path, naming it Absolute Killing. And himself? The biggest problem was that it had disrupted Feng's thinking, and now Feng was completely baffled, not knowing what she had to do to open Yi Tai Fei's mouth. In the evening, Lillard returned early and came straight to my room, not even having time to change out of his gown. This sudden change stunned the surrendering Tang troops, who never expected that someone would assassinate Yu Ming at this very moment. Hey, I'm a little reluctant to part with it, but I have someone to pay for me. What's not to be sad about? Li Dinyo proudly made a shining pose at Wu Hai. What's wrong with you? You've been possessed, Tang Hui said as she used to fix Li Hao's wounds, seeing Li Hao dazed there with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and wondering for a while in her heart. She shook her hand in front of Li Hao's face and said, Mayor Duan emotionally looked at the joyful staff, looking at the project that has become a new city. His heart was very excited. Into the night, Da Heng gently knocked on the door. For a long time there was no movement inside the house. When Da Heng was ready to turn around, when the house came Chow Chow's soft words, Brother Da Heng, the door is unlocked. The white-robed teenager let out a roar, raised his right palm, and ruthlessly slashed above the green wolf's head. Brother Dingshan, our next target is the city of Ancient County, the ruler of Fufeng County. After defeating Ancient County, we can formally start a stranglehold with the Zhao army by resting on the Weishui River and the slanted valley to the north. After the attendants took their mounts away, Gan Rui said to Su Dang. As soon as Zhang Hua walked into the hall of discussions, the people stood up. The several officials at the top just arched their hands to Zhang Hua, while the bystanders at the bottom bent down and saluted Zhang Hua. Although their manners were different, but their looks were all very respectful. We ran outside the square platform, and the black hole that had collapsed out around us was no longer drilled by bloody people, but, at 5 meters wide, one could not jump over it. 7 sound explosion. Ice crystal Jean crack, turned into flying debris scattered heaven and earth. 7 silhouettes from the cold pool swept out, fell to the surrounding area. To be the cold pool stabilized after the 4 elders to reseal the cold pool. All of us experienced Zhang Hua's recollection of his own suffering, of his people and of his country, and his unwavering pursuit of a better tomorrow, as expressed in his piano. With a movement of his fingers, the 2 cold ons didn't enter into the bodies of the 2 black-clothed men, and at once, the 2 of them let out a muffled grunt and immediately collapsed. Lei Hao's voice was very light and slow, but it was all threatening words. The monk chakra was stunned and silent, lying on the ground and looking at the distant Lei Hao and his party, watching them disappear into the sky. Visions of the wood is now in the power of Hu Guang'an. Want to rely on the idea to find the wood is never possible. Now that the terrain here is open, it is easy to spot visions of wood with the eyes, using an overwhelmingly powerful poison, unknown even to the Feather Kingdom. Against their family could not have been intended to remove them in any way. Gao Ping again looked at Zhao Shu with a puzzled expression, finally lifting his leg to take a step out, but then immediately stopped his stance and asked another question, saying, "You're really letting me go?" As Mu Yun expected, he turned his body to the side and was using his immortal sword to protect his right arm did allow himself to avoid this attack, and Xing Xiao due to the swiftness of the momentum, coupled with the sword art is somewhat not easy to control the cause of this and Mu Yun brushed shoulders. Mo Chongyan stares blankly at Nangongyu. She is a bit surprised that Nangongyu can speak such a great truth. She thought he only had love words. The people of the 6 great cities began to separate, and originally, they didn't have many interactions. Originally, they had joined together for the same purpose of rounding up the Boar King and formed an alliance. Now that the Boar King had been abandoned, this alliance basically existed in name only. After leaving the Boar Forest, they began to go their own ways. Really not worth it. No matter what he does, she will not be with him. This life her heart has been entrusted to Nangongyu, and will not be moved for anyone. Why is he so stupid? Why is he so stupid? The underworld sect leader was too strong. This kind of strength could not be defeated by confidence alone. Even Nangongyu did not have absolute confidence. In silence, he began to calculate how much capital flow would be involved in the production of 200,000 cell phones for Lu's enterprise. Dan Chengfel did not say more nonsense. After all, now to solve the Yellow Sand Wind Devil this guy is the main. Yuan Lingding offered Dan Chengfel at the same time recited a spell, and his hands formed a seal, with a complex color. He raised his eyes to look at Fei Wei, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, and couldn't say in his heart exactly what it felt like. After some detailed observation, there were at least 3 groups of about 10 soldiers in the Tata organization's position, patrolling constantly at 15-minute intervals. There is the center of the imperial city, the Cold Moon Palace. The Cold Moon Palace is our Wang Yu's imperial palace. His Majesty Cold Moon lives there, Mu Yulong said. Most of the people had the same expression as him after learning the result. Then also quickly, all of them looked towards Jun Zhao. This was a bureau of He Qingfan's, a very big bureau. It was full of endless dangers, and once the slightest mistake was made, then all would be lost. However, if it succeeds, it will be a true dragon hibernating, a phoenix rising, waiting for its chance. Once it comes out it will be a stormy day, a stone's throw away. Chapter 28. What a novel. That's a memoir of the heavens. Shin Fuyu was taken aback by the reaction. Ning Kaiwei is indeed my daughter. Chen Yuning's eyes were full of bewilderment, and her entire mind's thoughts were a bit disorganized. She originally thought that Shin Zuoyu was just a nameless A-class reincarnator from her hometown of Kanglan Planet, so she thought to give him a hand. Never thought that people's identity came from such a great source. She breathed heavily and said, "In case you didn't know, the latest S-class bloodline to appear was reincarnated by the... This is my mountain villa's good fighter, Xiaoho Zhang, who was best at boxing. He'll fight a set of boxing techniques and you can see if you can realize it." Lin Xian pointed at this strong man and smiled. The ghost purple light is an extremely pure devouring power convergence. Ghost cold evolved the ancient clock cannot fight against it. In the ghost purple light fell on the ancient clock, will be pierced through, and then do not give ghost cold time to react, pierced through his chest. He thought that there would be no gains today as well, but at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a masked man came to the lounge area of the hotel lobby and warily sat down across from Gao Fei. These experts were almost all at the level of foundation establishment strength, obviously the elite mobilized by the palace, and their bodies were also exceptionally hard. It also took much effort for the sword blade to slash up to completely kill one person. Although the Big Dipper cone was invisible and colorless, when it reached a certain speed, it was able to emit a wind-breaking sound. And now, after hearing the sound of the wind-breaking sound, this demon general was immediately cautious, slightly stabilizing his stance, lifting his sharp blade, and staring closely at Mo Fan. Having dispersed the tornado, Kai Jishun's divine sense was wide open as he continued to move forward, climbing upwards one step at a time. Hidden in the hallway, Zhang Yisheng heard the movement outside. The heart nervous to the extreme, he realized that this must not come out, otherwise it is equal to self-inflicted. It's still as it was 3 years ago. There are only 3, and these 3 slots were divided between Xin Tian and Xin Ling, and now that the young clan leader has returned, this remaining slot can be given to the young clan leader, so that the distribution of the 3 slots is just right. Xian Gang explained. As soon as the Earth Depletion Sovereign's words fell, several other Star River Sovereigns immediately revealed smiles. They were 8 Star River Sovereigns in total, and each of them possessed a Star River emissary. And revealing the learning of creating worlds to the emissary wasn't a single Earth Consumption Sovereign, it was an act of these 8 sovereigns together. Zhang Liang, you go over with Director Yen and the others first. I will reflect this to the relevant city leaders. Zhang Dashan said bluntly. The man's eyes narrowed dangerously and he smiled instead of anger. But no one could guess how much he meant by this smirk. But right here, the compass in Tao Ran's hand began to rotate left and right. Obviously the ghost was here, and not far away. Where could it be? That's why you can't be sure you're number 1 until the last second when you play an event at Tiger Bud Star Show. Off stage, the crowd had been stunned all over again at the sight of all those major stars they used to see only on TV. The most ridiculous thing was the fat man, still with his mouth wide open, who seemed to be about to say something out loud to the thin man, only to be blocked by his senior brother's words. If I hadn't been injured, would your highness have planned to stay here as well? Song Luoduan asked him, chasing after Tao Tai and Legend. Yun Tuan and Yu Wuchen couldn't help but go deeper into the cave. Along the way the temperature gradually became higher. Even the surrounding rocks had a black color slowly turning red. Without touching them with their hands, they could feel the scorching temperature on them. The fabric of his skirt was so slim that the texture of his muscles and the heat of his skin were felt through his shirt. Do not respect the big brother, this is for sure. The more terrible is still behind. And this time one always, and then drink to swallow the sun and moon is to spare him a horse. Chang Sunlun got up early the next day. After washing a cold water face, she went out the door. Gu Shiren was the one who heard her going out and didn't get up and go out with her like he did the previous 2 days. If there's nothing else for Shitsi Master to do, then Asahi will leave first. Su Shallow didn't want to dwell with him any longer. In Su Shanshan's opinion, she was already very clear about Zhao Shua's character, and she was even more clear about his attitude towards Su Molian. When Shada felt ready, he injected his energy into it. There was an explosion, and Shada was blown up into a black African man. I'll trouble you today. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he hugged his wife Han Yuyun and couldn't help but want to go up for a kiss when he looked at that beautiful and charming face and lips. As for the 2 men collapsing on the ring with pale faces, it was because their strength and mana had been consumed and overdrawn, and that was why they collapsed on the ground and were unable to move. Because the original 2 bridesmaids, Anjali and her cousin, were both shorter, at about 5'6". Li Gu, one of the nobles of the South City, although the top of a baron's title, but why the fathers have passed away, so the family has fallen, usually with a gang of friends and friends together, but also to make friends with a few noble families, and ultimately in the South City next to 4 young masters of the name. The biggest benefit of leech's sucker-sucking ability is relatively strong. Adsorption is also strong. Once slowly into the meat, unless it is full of drink automatically fall down, or you have to use the palm of your hand, hard shot up, it is frightened naturally will fall down. The 3 of them came to the side of the sand table, and before they started to talk about the plan or deployment, Shin Sangyan looked at the fat man meaningfully and recounted a piece of Morong Ao's past with him. Even with Su Ting's Taoist skill, under this dragon's roar, he couldn't help but feel a stagnation in his heart and a heaviness in his body. In the several galaxies of the Star Fantasy Alliance, there was no existence of the planet called Earth, as the master had said. Tell me the truth, did you go gambling yesterday, and went to the House of 10,000 Flowers, didn't you? Du Hipu really didn't see Duan Xing? So with these words, he was also swindling Duan Xing. No, he clearly ordered people to block the news and not allow the servants of the residence to spread it, just because he was worried that it would reach Zhou Qingyu's ears. Now that the news has reached her ears, it's not a matter of tracking down who was responsible for spreading the news, but how to explain it to Zhou Qingyu. No one else paid attention to the expressions of the mother and son, but Du Yunyang knew that they had a ghost in their hearts. Cassidon raised his eyes to look at Kesha, and with that, he instantly disappeared from the spot, and with no sign yet, as if he had completely ceased to exist in this space. But the one who was most shaken was Yi Chen. Although he hadn't yet seen the other party's figure, he had already surmised what had happened, and his expression was extremely grave as he looked into the distance and saw the surge of cultivation fluctuations, just like a tidal wave surging towards this place. Give up Shinshio, impossible. Since that ball, he reached out to hold Shinshio's hand, Shinshio stepped into the dance has entered his heart. 10 years ago Shinshio for him to untie the belt that binds him, has been integrated into his flesh and blood. 10 years Shinshio along with the acacia has been deep into the bone marrow, with his soul mixed together. Chapter 29, because he's criminal Wushuang. Inside the ancient ruins, everyone was shocked by the images in front of them. Only the shadow of another heaven and earth was reflected in the sky above Tianjiao Peak. There are clouds and cranes singing hostilely. There are palaces and attics standing. And there are dragon veins extending, showing a prosperous and flourishing scene. Is this the hidden world of the Middle Kingdom? Shan Zuoyu, who was outside the crowd, raised his head to look up at this mirage-like scene. From the information revealed inside, it can be learned that this is far more than the bottom of the Central Plains. At this time, the rations and supplies that had been rushed along the way had already arrived at the west gate of Daitan City. Yun Yang's repeated excuses. Boss Zhu had to let the resourceful Yuan Bao lead the way in front, taking Yun Yang and the two of them to Prayer Street. Brother Crown Prince. Changning still had a few moments of sense left, and hurriedly reached down to push the Crown Prince's large hand. The two walked around the corner, and she immediately pulled her hand out without a trace, taking a slight side step to the side. I'm sorry Mr. Kai, I lost. Leroy blamed himself a little because it made Kai-sensei lose an important bet. She gritted her teeth, unable to move her hands, unable to pinch her nose to eliminate the killing smell, so she closed her eyes, tilted her head back and slugged it down, missing the capsule pills of the 21st century, but when seeing it with her own eyes again, the feeling was different. What's more, they weren't magical beasts, they were living, breathing humans who ate the same grains and cereals as she did. It's really puzzling. Night Burial stroked his head breathlessly, because just now he saw hostility in the eyes of that dark section. Was it possible that he had offended so many people? Yun Yang, on the other hand, had been sitting in her seat without moving since the beginning, and looking at the scene of bitterness in front of her. The corner of Yun Yang's mouth hooked and let out a snort. He talks a good game. 1 minute he's telling her, I care about you, I've always had a crush on you. The next minute he was off drinking with Su Zipei. She didn't say a word. He turned around and left for a few days without returning. This is what he called good for you? Lu Zigu and the Beijing Jiabu after the sound of the denunciation is considered to be a real clean, and even the temporary transfer of the mysterious guards do not need. The green string also do not need to go out of the way. And now the Bijou courtyard or the world of bamboo forest, or in the hustle and bustle of the Mu Wangfu the most elegant square inches. Ansu didn't know how long she could stay with Su half summer, so she didn't want to waste every bit of time. Plus, she wanted to know Su Hongxiang's recent situation, so it was best to let Su half summer talk to her carefully. Huan, but the Sequoia village is still rural now, and we live in the countryside? Mari asked suspiciously, seeing the twinkle in Townstar's eyes. Starbolt sighed, shook his head, and turned to haul up the shoulder burlap to continue wiping the table. Ling Xiao wasn't angry at being glared at by her. As far as his current mood was concerned, whatever expression she had, in his eyes, it was a petulant presence. Big hands roamed around Junxi's body, caressing it while untying her body. What do you mean? Roy wondered. Still, the relief she showed eased his tautness a bit. It was too late to lift his pants, so he raised his hand high in the air and threw a few big smacks back and forth at the colorful face. I sucked in a breath of cold air as I wondered what was hidden behind this solemn academy. I don't know why. Before he was set to not ask for any favors because he was a soldier, but when Su Xiao said it, he unconsciously said such words himself. For a long time, the lips parted. Adela's eyes lit up with joy. This is the feeling of being in love. It's so good. Yin Fei held her tightly in his arms, sniffing the fresh scent of her hair. Xiang Lai's eyes swept over Chindoxi's body. Of course she couldn't keep staring at him. That would be sensed. She herself was the kind of person who was very sensitive. Sun Wukong vertically slammed towards the ground, and with a loud boom, that one spot of the ground set off a large amount of dust and airwaves, and the ground was shaking. Blazing golden haze moving swing, the golden dragon a flash straight toward the Yi Yu's earth spirit Daozuan fly, dragon tail wide open. A shot is the power of destroying the sky and the earth. The golden paw clenched fist, violently toward the Yi Yu's earth spirit Daozuan kill smash to go, to know in the Tang sect. This kind of family conference above the announcement of the news, once announced, cannot be modified, and before the announcement, certainly after the Tang sect of the major general manager agreed to dare to announce precisely. He also knew through some internal information that this Lin Tian had some relationship with the Ouyang family, and couldn't care less before he called and gave Tang Mingyue the awesome. Right at this moment Xianlong was sweating profusely, scratching his head and giggling at Yi Yu. The one man and one beast looked at each other, understood and spoke at the same time. Take it away. The coffin of the ancient heavenly devil was naturally a heavenly treasure. How could it be easily spared? On top of the mountain road, Zhao Min, who was after Yahiko, looked at Yahiko's back with some scorn. At this time, she also remembered the situation that the 6 sex and the Ming sex people would appear after the bright top, and she knew that the one in front of her definitely understood. A soft cry made Xian Lai raised his head and glanced at Lung Yan, but it was only a glance and then he lowered his head. There was no emotion in that glance. It was like looking at a stranger. Just see him use a handkerchief to wrap up all the handkerchiefs and purses. And then, his hand just flicked so lightly. Whoosh! The handkerchiefs and purses drew a parabola in the air, and ran unresistingly to the garbage basket in the house. Lying on the ground, Wang Lan, the awakened mother, the last memories in her mind. It was clear that she did die, and then was saved, paid some kind of price to be saved. This is like not knowing what to do when you finally meet the girl you like after a lot of hard work. At least one thing was certain. That Fushi who had trashed the Blood Alliance because of his hatred would never appear again. This instantly disposed of Fushi also made the crowd tremble even more. Yifan's Miyamoto Musashi directly utilized the Q wind wall to open up the road. Hiding inside the wind wall close to the opposite heroes, Zhuge Liang, Sun Bin, Lan Ling King, Sun Shangxiang, all kinds of long-range skills were directly blocked outside. Zhu Yujian could not help but freeze God. Although he has long predicted that Zhang Xianzhong has a suspicion of plotting Yungue, but at this moment suddenly heard that the Ming and Yunnan Sichuan border at the control of several state capitals have been lost one after another, is still quite shocked. Although Wu Tianyang spoke harshly, he was obviously scared. A high school student could make a lord like Wu Tianyang retreat. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it to death. This soldier who stopped Sanzo and the others was in a bit of a dilemma, as if they hadn't encountered this situation before. This time, our emperor is very angry, and ordered me to tell you that this time, it's not just a little something like you used to do. Chapter 30 Ning Qing Xian Strikes. What an amazing aura. Where did it come from? Quick battle. No nonsense. The jade-faced man drank in a deep voice, and the value of the lower world was composed of a variety of factors. The hundreds of cultivators who were at the ancient ruins today would definitely need to be captured and taken back to test their roots and bones, including many important information, and would also need to be tortured. After all, the upper world and the lower world had lost contact for nearly 1,000 years, and no one knew the exact state of the lower world. But that's exactly why his heart was even heavier. He was confident that he wasn't much weaker than Uchiha Futsuki, but he really didn't have any extra time with the pursuers on the Kiba side coming at any moment. His thoughts came to a screeching halt. Should he tell her about the scene from 100 years ago? Or was it better to muddle through with a different kind of euphemism? The words did not continue, but Hanan was already very clear about the meaning of these two people. Looking at the appearance of these two people, it seemed that they were planning to take care of themselves first, although they had not shown their strength in front of them. But a series of things showed that they were that biggest threat. The dawn light illuminated the windows behind the curtains and the house brightened. As expected, the bodies of the people were suddenly distorted together and entered a world of illusion. Damn it! Report this to Naruto-sama. The person in charge at the entrance of the village said with a grim face. What happened to Karen? Luo Tianya took away Yang Zi's arm around herself and walked to Kazuki's face, asking bluntly. The only one who could still make Kazuki show this kind of expression now was Karen, right? A series of prompts almost made Lee fainted with happiness, but at this time, he suddenly clutched his body and fell to his knees, and his face was covered with a pained expression again. And then a stream of battle information also rang out, and this was the Genlock's warning to him. Good. Blue Ruashin looked at Coco. Seriously, follow her to learn. Her heart has too many doubts need to be solved. Very urgent need to communicate with others. Understand this strange world. Not in the storage before. Want to play slippery sneaky. Obviously understand but pretend to listen to the treacherous thought of not understand. Uchiha, naturally, appeared as a spectator at the concert venue on Ryudam Island. He was happy to take it easy. After all, there was no need for him to put in any effort. Although Mu Yun did not grow up here, but every time he and his father came to visit Gao Heping's house, he always had to clean up Li Zhanjiang a few times. One by one, Mu Yun's lustful authority is slowly erected in the heart of Li Zhanjiang. Martial arts. Learning. As long as someone sincerely wants to learn, Chen Yenji will teach, and there will not be the slightest bit of hiding. Just then, the Hulk's figure also rushed from the front. Seeing the Hulk's figure, Abomination roared with excitement, and he immediately ran wildly towards the Hulk. Fei village chief's mouth cannon beads. Scolded Fei Chinan did not dare to raise his head. Half a day kneeling on the ground did not dare to move. Yulio diagonally thinks so originally also right. Martial arts training is a long time thing. But the 7-kill true scripture is very different from the rest of the world any kind of martial arts, beyond the common sense. Who knew that the brown bear's scent had just been posing, and was not prepared to climb the tree upside down? Hearing Mu Yun's voice, it rejoined the ground, raised its head and glanced upwards, and then directly plopped down on the ground, not moving, Chen Yanji's cultivation of the mind was rooted in Confucianism. But Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism had long been fused together. It was really hard to distinguish between the Confucian means of mind cultivation and the Buddhist mind cultivation techniques. The hilt of the sword shock, as chiseled through the tofu, whoosh shot through the boulder, and then heard poof sound, stone chips flying. A mouthful of iron soared from the back of the boulder as thick as 10 feet soared out. However, some of the fluctuating information of the black-robed man's Yuan Shen, Chen Yanji had already memorized it, and after studying it in detail, he believed that he would be able to have a better understanding of the Yuan Shen. At that time, naturally, he would be able to find a way to restrain the Yuan Shen. The content of the letter, Yan Shekha did not say. Chen Yanji could guess that it must have been written about some parting bitterness and words of comfort for Ning Kaichen. There were even some rivals who, seeing that something had happened to St. Yuan University, took the opportunity to fall on their sword, and the bigger things got, the more exciting they became. Never mind, it's about time. When are your soldiers coming back? We're going to assemble. If they don't come back, we won't wait for them. Su Lin frowned. His body is thin and weak, and he looks soft and ordinary. Why did Ling Zhanqing invite him here? Just watch it later. Lu Qingyuan exuded disdain. Retracting my spirit, I lowered Wu Cece to the ground and transported my aura to help her clear her breathing before turning to Shenna. In that moment, she laughed happily, yes or no, like a child, and smiled like a firework. The old man seemed to have been watching the man's every move, and upon receiving the man's eye gesture, he immediately gently took a few steps forward and listened with his hands hanging down. Only one step down that wooden staircase. In an instant, countless black-clothed bodyguards rushed from all directions, blocking the staircase and the surrounding passages. The surrounding area was blocked. Looking at Liang Yunru on the side, Huo Lingxian's icy cold eyes instead of having a trace of sympathy are more disgusted. There were also those who felt that the strength of the barrier trial martial artists should be lowered, and martial artists who only comprehended one skill level specialization should be chosen as barrier trial martial artists. However, I did not ask more questions. The old white fox stayed in my house for a day, and in the evening, said that he would go to the mountains to look for medicinal herbs for alchemy, and came back to me to regulate my body, and then left. But this cost is too big. Now the scavenger organization slowly began to surface. Is the key period to obtain the organization's situation? Now if you hit the grass to scare the snake, the next time you want to find the opportunity will not know the back of the horse and moon. The point is that Qin Yang has been spoiled by her, and after coming back for the weekend to help out at home for 2 days, Qin Yang has picked up the same bad habits as her. Hui Yang dutifully went to count the crystal cores after eating. He was now becoming more and more like the chief financial officer of the team. But he also knew that there really weren't a lot of crystal cores in the team. If only he could earn more for the team. Qin Yuyu didn't get a hint beforehand. Plus the aftermath of the lightning strike was still there. Both arms were still shivering, and she was caught off guard and received 5 large peaches. Tang Yihuan picked up the dress and looked at it. Frowning, Tang Yihuan didn't like to wear this kind of border service. Do I have to wear it? Tang Yihuan asked. Don't worry, there's no face or don't want you. Tang Yihuan finished speaking and stood up, intending to leave. When Gui Yang told this out to the big guys in the tower, Su Jin and the others were all amused, and there was no way to get Gui Yang to step in. After all, her space was still in a state of secrecy right now. When he got out of bed just now, due to his overexcited mood, Lu Zhangyang didn't control the strength of his hands too well. Then, she looked at Chen Nua who had wanted to leave with an athletic stance, but ended up stiffening in place after only 2 steps. The medicinal herbs on the list were ordinary, but they were all some of the ones that cultivated and strengthened his body. He would strive to break through to the second level of essence refining in these few days, and in this world where strength was honored, one more point of strength was one more point of self-protection. Chapter 31, The Great Justice of the Patriarch, The Return of the Reincarnationists. It was as if space had been torn apart and cold light cut through the sky. Feng Li did not see anything. The speed was faster than the naked eye could capture, faster than the divine sense could detect, and faster than his own power perception of the harmonized Yuan realm. In the next moment, tingling came from his entire body, and the sky was spinning. Blood erupted and smeared all over his face. Bewildered, he looked again, only to see his flesh fall to the ground, headless. The jade-faced man next to him witnessed it with his own eyes, and his heart suddenly climbed up with endless coldness. More. Understood, Yen Shan said indifferently, and in the next moment, he directly instantaneously left, heading straight towards Ares. These words are not my compliments. For Qin Jingming's thanks I am from the bottom of my heart. Just do not have the opportunity to repay his knowledge again, which makes me another pang of guilt and sadness. Shang Guanyu's movements were not slow at all, and after roaring out, he pulled Morong Boyi's hand and frantically retreated to the back. That person's eyes were like blood, as if they were from hell, a far cry from the person in front of him who still held a smile on his face. Not really familiar. Just recognize. The red light at the intersection ahead came on, and Li Wei stepped on the brakes, his gaze drifting a bit. Yun'er cried out in pain and instantly loosened her legs. Nightshade took the opportunity to throw off Yun'er on her shoulder. Whatever you say, Charles, right now. I just want the dunk contest to hurry up and start. A livid O'Neill was already attempting to pull away from the conversation. Zhao Fian simply do not even go back to the pediatrics. Directly do the separation procedures. In the past experience of the man inside, chose a huge rich tycoon married, and since then do not know the end. Did not expect to happen to me today. Actually, what I want to say is, if you succeed in your pursuit, wouldn't you have to crush Daodu to death? Qin Shui immediately associated it with a certain scene of entering a cave and said with a sigh. And after Coco Lee's Lucian's demise, BF didn't rush to the big dragon pit, but scattered to deal with the disadvantage on the troop line. But Blind Monk, who was the team's fielder, went to the upper half of the field, intending to make one last attempt with his life. This time when he cultivated the prison refining gold pill, the internal energy and qi and blood in Wang Lang's body were too consumed, and he had greatly underestimated the medicinal power of the mutated nine-leafed safflower, which had caused him to exhaust all the qi and blood in his body, and he even had very little vitality left in his body, and was almost out of gas. Luo Jiang is an exception. When he wiped out the blood-soul formation, he actually made his soul strong. The three souls of heaven, earth, and man merged into one, and he could not enter the wheel of reincarnation. Now, it is not appropriate to say that he is a ghost, and he can barely be considered a spirit. Bull Demon King hastily patted the flames on his head, and with an embarrassed face, he didn't know what he should say. At this moment, Wang Zhenhua and Zhang Changying are both full of bruises and swelling. The corners of their mouths are overflowing with blood, and the feeling of humiliation in their eyes has made them think that they have no chance of survival. Ling Xiao instantly arrived in front of that Battle King Alliance Master and took the initiative to lift the icing on the other party's body. On that day, only Hua Wui had called him, so he could be sure it was Hua Wui's call without a note. Then I thank you in advance. Xian Chen put down his teacup, so he took out the sun and moon twin-stranded sword that was placed on the table, and then stepped toward the outside of the Great Hall. The Bao Tang shopkeeper shook his head. Originally, I thought he was going to refine a grade 3-5 elements body tempering pill as well. Of course, there are people who say that the Dark Knight is a not out of the world top of the old monster. In short, all said Yun Yun, the Dark Knight has become the pride of the Chinese people, but also become the Japanese hate into the bones of the choking thorns. Ignited a cigarette, looking at the heavy rain outside the window, although I do not know where the real Sun Tzu, but Xian Duan can be sure of one thing is to go, as a hero on the continent of the king, and how can look at the district of Awu, although there will still be a backlash. Ningxer has minimized the extent. Lu Ningxer erected her blazing red right palm. On weekdays Chef Lu is not on duty, only booked dishes in advance, before coming over to cook, which suddenly opened his mouth to be, really some decadence. The three of them walked back to the parking lot where they parked. Su Hongyi walked towards the main driver and said, Xianzi, you go sit in the passenger side. I'll drive. I've been to Imperial City a few times. I know where there are places to drink. Wei Chang nodded. Mo1 Evening is a very stubborn person. If she decides something, she must not hit the south wall and not turn back. That is to say, there is no late loss. She will still go forward until she feels the pain to the heart and has to let go. There are people from the Pope's palace within the Reaper's interior, and it's rumored that their identities aren't low. Su Hongyi smiled faintly. It's just that history is ultimately just part of the story, and the knights never believed that there really could be such a thing. Not to mention, if one remembers correctly, that axe handle was very tattered and torn. But now this, could the legend be true? It was as if he was just an unobtrusive gravel in the middle of the desert and was facing a kind of 10,000-foot high giant. After driving for 30 minutes, the three of them arrived at the Commerce Building, one of the iconic buildings of the imperial capital. A 132-meter-tall building stood in the capital of the ancient eastern country. These talisman cultivators and Taoist cultivators are often not strong in their own right, and if they are approached by sword cultivators and other cultivators who are extremely strong in killing, if this blade art fell into the hands of other cultivators, I'm afraid that it would take a lifetime to study it thoroughly. But the system's barbaric way of learning was much more direct, only to see a powerful air current slowly swirling around Yun Tuan, robbing the surrounding aura in a bandit-like manner and converging into Yun Tuan's body. Hey, it's too disrespectful to say that. Hua Shi laughed and raised her hand, slapping him on the back. Chapter 32 Total Incarnation of the Emperor's Star. Cosmic Union. A separate space opened by the Palace of Reincarnation. Virtual Plaza. A light flashed as a large number of reincarnators returned from the Middle Kingdom. They looked around at the familiar scene and cried tears of joy. Almost didn't make it back. Whoops. It's fortunate that the past life sect master stepped in, and it's also fortunate that he let us leave, or else everyone would have been completely finished. Unfortunately, there are still some people who didn't make it back and died at the hands of the one called Fomli. Many allied soldiers and braves, about 100 million of them, were vastly and fully released. Much. Xin Yang couldn't believe his eyes after seeing that these soldiers and warriors would help attack and defend the entire Emperor Moonstar in the future. In Dubai's case, the rule of prohibiting male cultivators from entering the holy land of Yaoqi was considered to be abolished, and not long after, Li Zhenjiao was seen walking in from outside. It turned out that after separating in the middle of that spatial passage, Shen Haoshuan landed in the southern domain and Ji Lingxian landed in the eastern domain. I'm willing to take someone back to report the news, and I promise to bring the reinforcements back. Yamamoto was the first to step forward, although he knew that at this point in time, it was actually more dangerous to break out and report the news than to hold on to a spot. But the feeling of self-blame made him take the initiative to take on this responsibility. Wukong met the Tang monk, the 8 preceptors, and Wukong, and went to meet the king of Peng and the king of ox demons, and then came to Bai Jingjing. Su Jinling's heart jumped, and she hurriedly looked over, but she only saw branches and shadows, and then she saw that Locket was crouching on the windowsill, and was silently looking over her shoulder. Answer me, who are you? Ruanshi made this test question first. At the same time, he lifted his ring and continuously fired displacements of illusory light waves at Chang Yebai's eyes. Gold coins have a strong purchasing power in the continent. The 40,000 herb money Lucia got before was too easy. 10,000 gold coins consumed so much of her spirit, making Lucia feel that it was not cost effective. It is true that it is still the no-budget business of selling magic potions that is the most lucrative. Situ Yuqing's shock was also here. At that time, he secretly saw the wind spell released by Yi Shua. Due to his vision being obstructed by the wall, he did not see the situation behind Yi Shua, and now when he approached the courtyard to take a look, an ordinary wind spell that caused this kind of messy seaweed all over the ground was enough to make people surprised as well. Brother Du, what's the urgency? It's not too bad for this bit of time for dinner. Li Zhenjia grabbed the corner of Dubai's coat and laughed. When they arrived at the Jianan Hall, Cheng Yanzhong helped Xiao Ruoyan to sit down and looked at Su Ruoyo across the table. All three of them were very embarrassed. Su Ruoyo thought, Yanzhong, Ruoyan, if you two are fine, everything will be fine. Returning to Quan Biao Hall, Su Ruoyo was hurt by the great lady's insistence. She was struck by the blow. Would she be so angry that she would use even worse means to target Yanzhong? Everything was being prepared in full swing, and besides the wedding of Knight Qingjie and Luo Wusheng, there were some other people who were also in the middle of preparations, such as Fifth Mo and Shang Wusheng, who had been invited to the wedding. He made up his mind. Today he must suppress Lin Qingfei's arrogance, lest he always look like the old man is number one in the world and all of you are scum. It didn't take long for more than 100,000 natives to run to the exit and look at the demon cultivator from the Tianer tribe. Most of the Flower family veterans present nodded their heads, agreeing with Hua Zongfeng's words. In their view, Shen Hao coming to Flower City was just throwing himself to death. Su Ruoyo instructed Taro to plot against the great young grandmother without success, and both fled. This, Ruoyan all told me. Do you guys believe it? Cheng Yanzhong asked. 9 revolutions Dao stage? Hikago shook his head. Although he didn't understand it very well, he thought it was a very high realm. It's just that if you like this Chao Ruoyan, then father won't let Su Ruoyo accept the fate of being a sexually depraved woman. But if you can break through the common thoughts and keep falling in love with Su Ruoyo, then you will pity this Chao Ruoyan and can only make up for your shortcomings to her as a great young grandma. What's wrong? It's still because of the blind date, right? Su Ruoyo sat opposite him, and it was hard to see his handsome and heroic face being wrinkled into pieces. Without waiting for Ni2 to reply, Tom seemed to think that it was a bit too much to talk about these things at this time. Despite Arsenal being in first place, he strides over and bends down to pick up the half-bun that rolled to the floor, still surviving the marks of his neat teeth. The Villa backrower was even ready to commit a foul, and for a player of his caliber, an early foul can always be more cost-effective than a late one in the face of a potential threat. Yi Chu and Fu Tiantian went upstairs and sat down at the window seat. They ordered a pot of tea and some snacks and started chatting. Fu Tiantian was so angry that she called up Yi Chu and went to the MGM cabaret to catch the adulterer, resulting in a disagreement with her father. In the end, Zhang Xinli even got what she wanted and became an aunt, dressed in the most dignified and majestic emperor's attire, with the Xian clothes with red, and wearing the 12 tassels of the Son of Heaven. He sat in the center of the temple of Fengtian. The next day when he woke up, Zhaoyi woke up feeling that his legs were sore. He was suddenly a little uncomfortable with such a body. It was too weak. In Wan Yihui's heart, Yi Chu should be favored for the rest of his life. Anyone who dared to make Yi Chu suffer, she would not spare him. The first scholar's sorry state caused a burst of low laughter. The two sides of the top scorer and the scout are all envious. Only hate parents, why not give themselves a good skin? These days, Lone Drop's dance skills had also improved by leaps and bounds, and he had refined 3 junctions spinning dawn with dan lines. Originally, he wanted to refine a few more, but he had refined 5 inferior dawn when he started, and became more than 10 medium potency dawn, so much so that he ran out of herbs. To Jiang Majing dislike of a word cannot say out, Anna directly raised the hand to grimace. Wada ruthlessly give Jiang Majing a slap, but found their time simply cannot move. The minister looked at me with an approving face, and his words were filled with a deep love of talent, and it was evident that he really couldn't bear to see me go. Holy, this is the senior sisters match? Zixiang couldn't believe it. The whole thing was over in less than 3 minutes? Go! Let's go Circle you hold. As soon as Peach's words fell, Circle consciously scurried into Guan Yinfei's arms, and Guan Yinfei then walked to the car with Peach and the 3 cats. The so-called alchemy box that is used for refining pills apparatus. Supply alchemy apprentice or mortal pills master. Learning to use. In the future, when the Dan Dao is profound, or even when refining spiritual pills, it is necessary to change to a more professional Dan tripod. She just stared up at the ceiling. Even as her body leaned against the wall she seemed to be able to hear the voices next door. I go. Gaia hurriedly turned around to escape, but just after running 2 steps, she suddenly ran into a transparent boundary and was knocked back several steps in her defense. Chapter 33, Eternal Night Monarch Ning Qingxian, S-Class Heavenly Ranking? Upon completion of the rating, exclusive rewards include, but are not limited to, upgraded civic rank, huge amounts of points, huge amounts of federal currency, and the opening up of reincarnation hall privileges. The voice of the goddess of wisdom fell once more, and Ning Qingxian was left pondering. These rewards still sounded very enticing. After all, apart from a body of strength, he was currently poor. Could be. Transmitting for you Canyon Star Appraisal. The goddess of wisdom suddenly paused and white slime was secreted from the tentacles in large quantities, flooding his body for just a few seconds. You may think it's not enough to mention, but that subtle change is the one that brings change and efficiency. That game against the Cavaliers was a close call all the way to the end to shut out the guys from Cleveland, but it has to be said that there were quite a few variables on the court. Ruddy pupils stared at a youth with dyed green hair running at the front of the pack like a flooded beast, and in such a situation, any disturbance would trigger deadly chaos. Perona picked up the phone. Her voice sounded a little lazy and tired. It was true that there was a mission. After the colleague on the other side of the phone explained, Perona hung up the phone. What the hell? Clay Thompson isn't going to explode, is he? That would be a headache. Sun Dahei looked at Clay Thompson with some headaches. He was most worried about this matter. Looking at the side called like a silly like GZ. Sound Feather will feel thief chicken awkward okay. If, Chi really by the Jiang family how? Go hate to eat Jiang family meat drink Jiang family blood. There is no way to face Jiang Liping. No wonder mom and dad so against. Before there is some resentment. At the moment all scattered. The Rock Shield War Spirit's main defense was also somewhat offensive, but its high armor value and that Ice Rock War Shield skill had given it an accurate positioning. Originally, she could have just broken free, but she couldn't afford to, so she symbolically broke free twice, and Haniwei didn't let go of her hand. The energy exploded and the long whiskers pierced through the energy web without taking any damage on the surface. It was as if Kamesenen's Kame School's chakra hit Tiensen Rice's body and simply dispersed. And what if I choose not to help you? Sweet cocked his head, a bad heart on his face. At the same time, Lei Li Ting, who was sitting in the car, looked at his hand and recalled the tenderness that had just filled his hand. At this point, Miller immediately posted up, and Gil stayed glued to the basketball, eventually being forced to stop by Miller at the 3-point line. The mask on Knight Shenron's face was instantly shattered by Tu Xiao, and suddenly a snow-white, delicate face appeared in everyone's line of sight. Just because you took my first kiss and looked at my body, isn't that enough? Qin Lan was annoyed. In fact, the places Han Wan went to were already very comprehensive. Some of these places, I had never even heard of. After breakfast in the morning, Fong Ru and Shang Yu drank tea in the courtyard before sending Chun Xia to inquire. Yellow Hair's punch probably also brought his anger. This punch is really very heavy, straight to my face. If really hit, I guess I have to suffer a little bit. The word Liao Chuan had already come out of Huang Li's mouth, but she held it back at the end. In the blink of an eye, the two fought into the distance, and Shen Bai anxiously broke through the air to chase after them, not even seeing Ning Qi, who was tens of feet away. So Chang Xin, who hadn't found it downstairs, went back up the stairs to the second floor and opened the door to the first bedroom. I believe in this point, the Yin Mountain Sect's Grand Elder will definitely not be able to win against you, but it's hard to say about Li Xiangming. If you meet him you still have to be strategic. Zhao Fei reminded Diao. Lord Yang both Luoyuan Governor Yang Xianshang usually only know to drill and make friends. Today how a change in the norm. So late and still looking for their own discussion of things. It looks like it is still very urgent. Yan Shui's hate value towards Zhao Fei not only didn't get less and less because of time, but it got bigger and bigger. Zhao Fei's growth, as well as the rise of the Zhao family that he had driven, made her more and more jealous and hold a grudge. Although the mutant eagle didn't show that it possessed a spirit on Lin Hao's data, it didn't mean that it didn't have a spirit. So they planned that they could give Yu Ji a proper goodbye before they left and rest for a while, waiting for Yu Ji's arrival. Lu Yun smiled slightly. That's interesting. Did the will call for fewer burial items? Or were the items originally intended for burial divided among the people who came to mourn? Taking the manhwa sword school as an example, the operation of the autumn water sword decision longsword requires a combination of different skills, which is more complicated to operate, but has more control effects. On the other hand, the short sword of the traceless sword decision is the same skill that keeps on striking, which is simpler to operate and inflicts more damage. 3 days later, Jiang Ruiyuan, who got the news that the Red Army had safely crossed the river, scolded Lu Yuanjiang, the commander of the Chuankong Border Defense Force. I would really like to badger you. When Injin said this, his tone was mixed with a hint of satisfaction and pride. The bright light of the flare slowly declined, and when it was illuminated, the rifle in Yu Weiwei's hand rang out, and after he aimed to shoot at the large tree in front of Wu Mingdong immediately began to escape in the opposite direction of Yu Weiwei. Just now Han Shui patted himself on the head as to regret their own law enforcement officers wearing Jing uniforms even think of others to do gangsters. If the society really more than a few likely on such a gangster words, that is really enough to detect the headache of the thought. Han Shui is a burst of chagrin. Grandpa, don't worry, the people in prison will educate your son well, and when he comes out, he will definitely clean up his act and be a new man. I comforted the old man. Hearing this news I was very surprised. At this time I suddenly remembered that Hu Xinlei said before he left the international scouting competition. Joining the scouting company as a scout may be able to complete his father's wish for Hu Xinlei. Li Ming used his third eye to duel with Lotus. It wasn't a complete victory, but it had to be close anyways. Fox Xian let out a light humph, his face showing a slight discontent. Obviously, he was furious at Ling Qian for doing something that made the green sparrow drop so much, but he was also relatively joyful in his heart because his guess was right. Nothing was impossible for Lord Ling Qian. Ling Qian snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth opened slightly, and a sound wave even more powerful than the attack of the nine-headed heavenly python swept out, colliding with it without mercy. Class Vice. At this time, I really don't know how to answer the class president. If I tell the class president, the vice class president will definitely blame me for betraying him. Really torn. Zhang Knight skimmed his lips and thought, Changkong Woji but a crate-poor, what the proud son of heaven. But, these famous doctors have already been tired all day, and either went back or slept, said the Qixia straw shopkeeper with some difficulty. Chapter 34, Shin Zuoyu Emperor Star's Best Friend. The changes to the top 10 of the S-Class Heavenly Rankings quickly spread out from within the space of the Heavenly Rankings. In the context of today's Cosmic Alliance era, where almost everyone can bind a goddess of wisdom incarnation, the speed at which news spreads is exponentially higher. In an instant, but all the reincarnators who were in the S-rank circle, as well as the federal families who always paid attention to the S-rank Heavenly Rankings and so on, without exception, all received the news. At this moment, it was within a certain city in the Kanglin Emperor Star. Blood. At the dinner table, Ansong made almost all the food that Yan Shangwan loved to eat. Jin Weimo was used to eating without saying anything, but knowing that Yan Shangwan didn't have this habit, he was also gradually somewhat brought down by Yan Shangwan. Despite all the agitation on the stage, General Wang was running the game in a well-organized manner. Yan Shangwan opened his mouth. From the car, from the entire closed eyes of the master Zhang Yuan, after encountering traffic jams or not in a hurry, slowly opened his eyes to look at the car lineup that simply cannot see the head. The face did not have much change, just slowly raised his head to look at the dark sky contemplation. Feng Qiwen said and blessed her body, then crossed over to Zhang Wenzhong, and without waiting for Peach Leaf, she led Bai Xiao out of the Zhang household. However, seeing Wen Yao, his eyes lit up again. It doesn't matter, those things are destroyed. As long as the people are still in their hands, those things are rebuilt in just a day's work. Letting him watch Luo Fei suffer great pain, to be honest, he felt like he was hurting too. He wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Long Xiaofeng really regretted it very much. The bishop was stunned, certain taboos in the temple were passed down by word of mouth, and many of them had been lost after Nagari had bloodied the last temple staff. Wore at ease to look back at their own back again. Behind the curtain Maple has already disappeared. She lowered her head, looked at her shadow that is a bit thicker and darker than normal. Laugh, reach out her foot, stepped on her own shadow, then raised it again, but her ankle cannot move. He did not directly answer Zhong Qiyu's words, but still coldly said, Zhong Shan Jiyu, but it is a good name. There is a hint of sarcasm in the words. He Wu pushed forward with both hands, freezing 4 miles, and before that tsunami could fall, it was fixed to the east side of the camp. pulling up high and forming a natural barrier. As for her, she is in the harem. No one will know. Even those concubines, their status is lower than hers, naturally do not dare to come in front of her to say anything. He Chen was originally a national face, but at this moment, it had turned into a bun face, a piece of blue and a piece of purple. But having read the manga before, he knew that this Drake belonged to an undercover agent who was attached to the Navy's Special Combat Unit. Sword. Everyone's heart was clenched tightly. Only Yun Song's sword was left. Would it work or not? Ball dribbled the ball to advance. This time Ball did not play himself. He immediately gave the ball to Clarkson. Taking advantage of this roiling wind and sand cover, Xia Haifeng's Kuan battalion was not discovered by the guards at the city gate until they invaded within 100 meters of the eastern gate of the Green Wasteland set, and with a distance of 100 meters. For the War Department composed entirely of martial artists, it was within reach in an instant, and Xia Haifeng even had to suppress the impulse to capture the city gate directly and make some noise. Admittedly, for the King of the Deep, the black ball rifle wasn't even powerful enough to destroy the relatively fragile ears on his body. But the problem was that the explosion that suddenly rang in his ears also made his head buzz and rumble. Then well, this palace personally do. You will send it later. The Emperor do not want you take back the, also do not quarrel there. Lin Yan helplessly said. Now Lan Bin took the initiative to request to borrow warships and manpower from the Marine Division. He was eager to do so, and naturally had no reason to refuse. Yang Carp, traveling. Yang Gui and Lu Ruotong, husband and wife honeymoon travel. Lao Wu, old age fun. Jiao Jiao, summer vacation social practice. And above the black-clothed Zheng Yang's head, the sword body of the divine sword of destiny floated, emitting a powerful force sapping the black-clothed Zheng Yang's strength. As the banquet drew to a close, Wan Fangyi temporarily put away her horrible expression and led the way to the Prime Minister's plum garden with a smile on her face, calculating in her heart what methods she could use to make something happen to Mu Lijing that wouldn't involve herself and the Prime Minister's office. Yimingxian is a leisure club built outside the second ring road of Jiangchang. Although the location is remote, but it is extremely well located in the high-grade villa area, thus becoming a place where rich people love to go. Have you been tired lately over the Zheng family's business? Shijia raised her head and allowed him to grab her wrist, not struggling for half a second. But Tang Xian's heart was hissing at this time. This scene was too incredible. Jiang Chen refining pills, as simple as eating and drinking. That day illusory Emperor Dan, one after another would appear. When Dongqing's army drew up not far from Shuani City, when they probed the city from their binoculars, they saw that scene, a quiet and peaceful, without a hint of war, so that they momentarily had the illusion that they were walking on the wrong field. And even Pangu couldn't help but look at the city's gates a little more. You'll have to ask your great General Nya about that, and see what he just devoured to be sure. Although he knew that he was a bit unjustified for bringing his troops to attack the Mirror Moon Empire this time, this Western desolate demon emperor was clearly not a generalized person, and immediately found a reason to excuse himself. The bearded man put down Wang Huangming, turned around and looked around the room. He found the griddle that was smoking. Walking to the Ningxiu Palace Road, every step of the year's memories, back to the Changchun Palace to get things by and Jing pushed to the ground kicking and beating. Come to the Ningxiu Palace when the Empress Dowager threatened to kill her. How long to come? She has been criticized for seducing the Emperor. Every place are pointed at. That kind of day lasted how long to come? She was hungry after a busy day, but had little appetite, so she thought she'd ask him if he'd eaten yet. However, the matter of sensing the soul spirit can only rely entirely on oneself. Li Xiao said that when 10 soul generals break through, there are 10 different experiences, which is completely different from person to person, and even if he tells Li Feng all of his own experience, it may not necessarily be suitable. Chapter 35, What Authority? Emperor Star's prison worshipping corps had quite some fame. It is a corps that sweeps the stars, clears alien strongholds, and confronts unknown forces, trading war credits for points, or federal currency, etc., doing tasks that are between life and death. Shen Zuoyu chose with his toes and couldn't possibly agree. I'm very sorry. I don't think that Ning Qingxian will be joining the prison worship corps. Xiao Zhiro squinted her eyes, and was surprised by Shen Zuoyu's direct rejection of the state. However, this matter needs to talk to the head of the old chapter. One person counts the short and 2 people count the long. See what he has to add. Not waiting for Li Sun to answer, she asked herself, you should know the reasoning of Jiangnan born Orange, Jiangbei born Hovenia. The deformation of the body is just. The most troublesome thing is, day and night with the coexistence of yin fire. Your body tendons and bones and veins in order to continue to exist, must be for the change of circumstances, and change. This kind of the cause of which even with the old man was not expected. Naturally do not know the dangers of it. Otherwise would not be this amber as a collector's item. However, he had no choice at this time, and with a self-deprecating smile, his body also soared up, scampering high into the air. All the pulling force in this moment disappeared cleanly. The devil Luo throat broken under the defense. The force used over. The body rushed straight into the sky. At the same time, also brought up a tail. When the thin man reacted to the time has been too late. This spear attached to the chi directly crushed his internal organs. That death compared to the gun doorkeeper is not a few points better. Is it possible that we have wronged this Jiaxingda? This mansion is far too poor compared to the Yi mansion. Calendar Talon said with a smile. A hat trick? Che, what's the big deal? Watch me. Zhang Xiang hung a round of curved moon at the corner of his mouth, did not turn back, raised his right hand high above his head, made the OK gesture, and stepped back into the field with unrivaled confidence. And the only way for the powerful to baptize them would be to have Doro, the archbishop, make an appearance. Due to the fact that he had been somewhat dimmed by the monster's crush earlier, he did not retort in the first place. Sumoyu looked at him crying so sadly at this time. She did not change a little bit in her heart, because in its memory, that Su Daolong, who was as addicted to gambling as life, drunken, and beat her severely all day long, had already been deeply rooted. $90 million was the money spent by the first buyer. That was 10 years ago. At that time, Mr. Huang should still be in school, so I'm sure he wouldn't be that buyer, right? Li Yushir looked at Huang Lei with an increasingly odd expression. Obviously, the 100 or so people led by Guo Wujing went to Japan to beg for money. Beach and Silla are feuding, and it's Qi Chao to fight. They had only just arrived in No City. How could anyone be looking for her? Could it be Chief Wind? Whether it was or not, one look would tell. There was a bright smile on her face, but after seeing Xiao Jincheng's reaction, Su Mofeng's face immediately turned into a somewhat sad expression. Use people not to suspect people not to use. This is Yunqi's consistent bottom line. Since she chose Gu Yun in the first place, then now she will not easily to suspect her. Xiaoyu was obviously also more agreeable in her heart after listening to the old lady's words, but she was also considering the latter, so she didn't open her mouth to speak either. Mo Han was very happy, glad that the two of them would not only not go hungry this morning, but would also have a hearty breakfast. Mo Han stoned the wild rabbit to death, carrying it to the waterhole, after finding a thin stone slice to skin the rabbit and clean it, with a wooden stick from the head and tail of the rabbit through the rack on the fire roasted. Xiaomian saw the village chief and godfather reopen their mouths, directly turned around and walked back to the house, and then said what was on her mind to her godmother. What? The great human emperor has made a breakthrough? Already achieved great god? In an instant, almost all of the foreign races knew about Ji Yuchen's breakthrough to achieve great god, and it wasn't just Ji Yuchen's breakthrough to great god in a short period of time that shocked them, but his identity. Zhonglong, in order to avoid Shuzhou fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. This time Zhonglong went to leave an elite in Shuzhou hinterland. Xian also immediately on the table to the Son of Heaven. I believe that the people in the court will know my intention. Tao Qian picked up. The biggest purpose was to consume the power of the human realm. But he never expected his subordinates to start killing each other in large numbers, which could have caused Zhang Yang and the others a lot of pain. Sita Rue froze for a moment as he looked in the direction by Mo Yen had left. Then he turned around violently to find Situ Nan and Situ Ning Chen, who hadn't yet left from the Rue Wang mansion. A lot of people are actually quite forgiving, and 3 such gaps in 13 years is indeed still tolerable. 5 horses on the plains of the Han Army Fortress and the Wuhuan Army Fortress 20 miles apart. At this time in the center of the 2 camps is erected a long temporary tent, is where the 2 armies negotiation. When Lin Zio saw that Han Gu hadn't come to lead her away, she knew that Han Gu wanted her to try to deal with it on her own. Gao's excitement turned around. Almost unauthorized, first I step out, and then reacted, bowed and retreated behind me. I do not look at her. 2 steps forward, Kai Mercy just with me side by side to the door. The loud noise of the thunder naturally also startled the 7 cultivators who were fleeing for their lives, and when they turned around to look, they were seeing the 9 thunderbolts blowing that Night Lord beast off the ground. Knight Zishuan walked to the edge of the bed and picked up Shinjichen in Shin Yunyo's puzzled sight, without waiting for the general selection elder to open his mouth. The children of the great clans below, who were influenced by their chi as well as Mad San's own charisma, opened their mouths to speak for Guim Or. Grimly, he wanted to go into Li Mingqi's room to wake her up, hesitated, and didn't go in. This instant Whitebeard understood where the 30 million energy points were spent. Now reflected in Whitebeard's eyes, Ace's head is hanging a blue number, 60. After swallowing the perfect level of burnt fruit, that number will be directly vaporized and then violently condensed into a new number 81. But, never in a million years. There was an airplane accident today, and I think I'm going to die, and I'm going to tell you everything, and not pray for your forgiveness, but just ask you to treat our child as well as you've taken me. Chapter 36, a devilish aura surprises outside the Kanglan Star. What's the reason for it? Imperial Star Appraisal Institute. Ning Qingxian rubbed his aching arms and walked out of the appraisal room with 2 steps. This appraisal took a total of 20 minutes against hundreds of avatars of different levels with consistently high combat power. Aside from being a bit tired, Ning Qingxian didn't feel any discomfort. It was rather unfortunate that he ended up staying in front of the 146th strongest foe and managed to identify 99% of his power level as the king of the corpse clan. It's been, you can rest assured. Bloodiness raised his eyebrows. The whole special brigade saw that the 2 of them killed a rabbit, and I was the closest, so I could see it the most. Qi Ming had wanted to shuttle directly next to that entrance this time, but this holy infant realm 8th turn heavenly ranking powerhouse directly interfered with this space, and he flashed out 3 feet in front of the entrance. She looked with pride and appreciation for Chang Jing. Nico was silent. In fact, let alone Chang Jing, Jun Ninglan shot. I think it must be to give the Turk a heavy blow as, slowly squatting down, she would wear all black every time she came to see him, not for the sake of remembrance and mourning, but because Lu Shi had previously said that he liked Shin Ji-Yu's black trench coat, so every time she came to see him, she would always be solemn. Natalie carefully looked at Xia Yu's complexion, but the maid's face was expressionless, stereotypically finished these words, and lowered her head, but it was a regimented appearance. They originally did not have the intention of striking out together, but as soon as they saw that the ice pupil used by the snow spirit was very powerful in conjunction with Qi Ming, they unanimously decided to strike out together to exterminate Qi Ming before saying anything. This is bad. Once a person is cremated, then everything is dead, Lin Hai said nervously. After about 10 minutes, everyone entered the villa, so I guess the people had almost arrived and the party was about to officially start. What they know is that Zhao Jianxiang, that old man, is still living in the world now, and the 3 shots didn't he die. Can't help but say that it is an anomaly. For the 2 of them this is not only a shame. Not to kill Zhao Jianxiang absolutely hold a regret for life. Wu Dongkai never thought that he would one day fly on the branch to become a phoenix. All thanks to Meng Guanye, but after taking over the Green Hotel he truly understood Meng Guanye, that in his eyes and amiable in the eyes of the existence of a kind face as a father is a real drug lord. You are the young master of the demon sect. Could it be that I'm still wrong to call you a demon sect demon? Lu Sueki said coldly. And Xinyu also did not believe that these people, old and sophisticated old ancestors, did not see their real purpose. But to put it bluntly, they were all utilizing each other. A willingness to fight is just a willingness to fight. So why did Xinyu have to lower his voice to them? Shaoli also gave a big red face, rubbed the back of his head, and smiled shyly at Grandpa Shaoli. Xinfun looked at Yang Hujiao next to him and felt that the girl beside him could no longer be said to be a girl, but more like a survivor who had been through trials and tribulations and was covered with cuts. This traitor head, who was already crazy, is now simply even more crazy after being brainwashed by Lu Guangzheng. Although he knew that it wasn't good for him to gloat like this, he was just happy in his heart and felt that he had to celebrate anyway. So he went to the butcher store and cut a pound of meat and brought it back. At the end of the practice, Qinyu's bloodline divine lines, the war god lines, all couldn't help but emerge, while the war god soul and the war god lines let out a roaring sound. I thought that the world is bustling with profit. As long as something is profitable, no one will dislike it, and there are only 2 possibilities as to the reason for the refusal, Chen Fan said. In order to take care of the convenience, coupled with the heat of the day now, Lu Bangwang lower body only wearing a profane pants. Lu Yang's just pulled Lu Bangwang's profane pants down. Lu Fang suddenly broke in, one after another. The Han army retreated down the southern slopes, and the Xinbei soldiers who climbed up the canyon were shot by the covering Han bows and crossbows and did not dare to get close. But last year's Man City Oil Daddy has not yet officially joined the master. Poor Man A, lose to the MIB can still be relieved. Now it's a newly promoted tycoon who wants to save face. And being beaten like this is even more painful than last year. Like the 5th pact position, the 6th pact position has a similarly loose restriction on the level of the favored animal. Novitsky started dribbling the ball from the top of the arc, seeing that the deficit was getting bigger and bigger, and he was going to play for success. After all, the amount was too small, and away from the 8 phases of the Astral Palace's augmentation, the power of the 2-element golden crystal flame did not reach its peak. However, the crowd likes to coax. The more shy they are, the more the crowd forces them to go to Chui Si to make a statement. Under the crowd's coaxing, they were forced to go to Chui Si's front. The 2 of them blushed, their hands rubbing the corner of their clothes. But from the side of the Sea tribe, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, that is definitely the idol and model of countless people, strong but not too gentle, saved a lot of coastal cities where fished sirens. But as soon as she dug in and tried to remember, tried to glean a more nuanced recollection, her chest twisted strangely in pain, leaving her breathless, as if an invisible hand had pinched all her memories. But with actual contact, she realized that she had become close to blank without realizing it, and it was as if she couldn't hate him at all. With the final Wallace shot going wide, The final score remains set at 81-87 and the third quarter ended with both players coming off the court to rehydrate. Shaking her head and sighing, Su Huangyang then proceeded to reorganize the house. The good thing is that the house does not have many things. On the clothing, shaking, refolding is. But Su Huangyang heart the more so comfort her own. Her heart is more and more difficult. Like a bite of a raw bitter melon cannot swallow spit out. With difficulty, he climbed up, gripped the dragon tattoo knife, looked at the direction of the head once again flew over, and directly gripped the knife and slashed down hard, dividing the zombie's head directly into two halves as if it were a melon. If Duo has a baby, I'm going to be the baby's godmother, Meowth said with a smile. It's the feng shui master Wang Xianling who built this mausoleum. I understood as soon as I thought about it. Since this mausoleum was all from Wang Xianling's hands, and he didn't die in the middle of the mausoleum, of course he just escaped. Su Painting helped Su Evening Yang to undo the clothes to the waist to see, do not say, really bruised, and also a little swollen. This if the waist of a slim point of people a collision, estimated to break the bones, visible, she just now is really too much complacency. I finished the sentence and tapped him on the shoulder. Without another word, he turned and walked away from the two of them. Huayan Bin's dark pupils kept a close eye on Su Meng until he couldn't see her anymore before he drove off. Chapter 37, When a Father is a Father. Of course he should leave the best for his daughter. Goddess of Wisdom, help me contact the Imperial Star Ancient Sita Marshal. Even though the appearance of the Abyssal Rift was something he had long been accustomed to, he still didn't dare to slack off. If any major blunders occurred during his tenure, resulting in the loss of life and property for the citizens of Kanglan Star, the consequences would be self-evident. Is connecting you. Fu Lingfeng straightened his formal attire. His mind was quite a bit apprehensive and nervous. The star field of the Kanglan system is vast, and the work of the, you don't like me spraying perfume, so I'll naturally face you fresh and clean. Lu Sui was only close to sure drunkenness, who immediately moved away from him. The words of the trade surprised the Gloomy Creek tribe leader. Although he could not have this kind of axe, it was also a very good thing to be able to touch and use them more to cut down some trees and have a good experience of their sharpness. Lu Otong smiled faintly, if not in a hurry to go back to finish the marriage. That several do not follow the orders of the jelly. Tenacious living in the Shura Bay grasslands of the Turkic tribes have long been gone, which is still the turn of the present. Ripa's face swished into a dead white color as he looked at the terrifying face across from him. Who in this world with all the publicity from Ryan the world government could have not heard of this one's ferocity and infamy? Instead of focusing too much on the tingling, I felt a surge of surprise that my senses were already getting clearer, indicating that I would be fully recovered in no time at all, and I attempted to lift, and sure enough, I could barely lift my arm a little higher. It was Shon Yupi who sailed their boat all the way out to sea and traveled a long way before they found it and brought it back. Under the backdrop of the campfire, 2 large vats full of freshly boiled broth appeared in front of the Bone Tribe crowd. Sure, drunkenness was worried that the 2 children would not be receptive enough. Who knew that these 2 children were receptive to good advice and were more adaptable than she was? In that case, the flame melting skill wasn't considered a good thing, but some people were lucky and did manage to use it to complete a breakthrough. There isn't a child who doesn't long for a mother's love, even if it's just a little bit, so Li Junwei chose to avoid this matter. Yes, Your Highness King Zhaowang, Zisu replied affirmatively, a smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as King Zhaowang is here today, pulling out the radish and bringing up the mud, not to mention Lu Suifeng, even Lu Magistrate will have to follow and eat the melon fall. Yes, 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 yes. Dongfang Sure received the immortal peach child, also dare not make a move, after thanking you, went straight down to the world, and later, with the medicinal power of the immortal peach, also became a Tai Shang true immortal, which is an afterthought. Let's not mention it for the time being, but with 2 meetings in just 1 day and 1 night, Tang Huan indeed did not have much deep feelings for this old Tang clan slave. Of course you can, Auntie. You can visit Smiley anytime you want. She is young after all. There are so many things that she doesn't know so well. She is in great need of your guidance and love as a mom. Wan Shanxian smiled and said. Immediately after Sun Dishang hand flipped, took out a piece of lotus root. Jiang Hui glanced at it. It seems to be that Tai real person regarded as a treasure of what gold and jade lotus root. It's hard to be that the Monkey King just took advantage of the old herdsman's not paying attention to steal a piece of it by hand. Useless. All useless. People are gone. These things, who can use it? Who is still qualified to use it? The power of the clan is heavier than even the king's law in these places. In a rush, I reached out and snatched the lighter from old Zhang's hand. Body side also kneeling string Chao Zhang and Wang. The 2 are lowered head prostrate body. Even the atmosphere do not dare to come out. So Yang Sun Heart has been considering their own use of spiritual power to this Kimura Takeshi to check what is wrong with the body. No, it should be the brain. Because the hospital this side have been contacted to transfer the brain department. That means that Kimura Takeshi's problem is very likely to appear in the brain. But decades have passed and it remains so obscure that it's no longer even qualified to be given as a talking point. Because the joke isn't new enough anymore. No, Lin Feng had discovered a problem. Without the help of the heart technique it was indeed possible to condense true qi into the palm of the hand. However, the true qi condensed into the palm of the hand did not form into a ball, which meant that even though such true qi was fired out the power was limited. It might have dissipated in mid-air itself. Yimin felt a little guilty inside, as if he had robbed something that should have belonged to Lin Frost. Yet he could only bow his head and humbly say words of apology. It was obvious that Yuan Yin hated these 10 upper elders of their elf tribe, and Lin Feng didn't want to get involved in these things, so he hurriedly left from Divine Wood City to find Xin and the others, which was the most important thing. After hearing Yen Ruoshua's words, the burly man was truly reflective, while Guantong was also in a dilemma. Taking sides wherever was not good. Lin Feng didn't understand. He was in Yang Zixin's faction. What did he have to do with their holy sun fight? Friesen slashed again, killing a doppelganger. His eyes were scarlet at this point, and he growled angrily at the doppelganger. And Sang Wushu tried his best to suppress his limbs that were shivering from the cold, his eyes staring at the person on the ground in death. A little too white. The restaurant owner used the word white to describe Tanji, because although he looked fierce, it was clear at first glance that he hadn't gotten his start in the wasteland. It is difficult for a clear official to judge family affairs. Emotional matters. Wei Zhuang does not have too many methods, so it is still a step into the portal, opening the way into the Divine Mountain. Having roughly determined his goal this time, he stabilized his mind and watched as the group of Yin soldiers disappeared into the distance, returning to the ranks of the Cloud Spirit sect. While he was talking, he suddenly hurried in from outside, a man dressed in black, dressed as a Qin official. After solving the doubts in her heart, Xiang Qingqing did not continue to stay in the laboratory to delay Professor Xiang, and left after repeatedly telling him that he must go home for dinner. And Bumblebee had been so busy for the last 2 months that he hadn't expected that a shard with only a faint amount of energy left in it would actually undergo such a change in Sam's hands, that the machine knights, or whatever, would instead toss Sam's brain around. Let's say you're Reverend Dolan of the Sacred Axe Society and Winston of New York is an occultist who also adopted Hellboy. Tang Yanxin couldn't stop looking at Daya. Her intuition told her that things weren't that simple, unbeknownst to her scrutinizing gaze, which made Daya nervous, and a lot of cold sweat flowed behind her back without her realizing it. Chapter 38 Emperor Star Jingzhou, General Manager Shun. An hour later, Ning Kaiwei was filled with curiosity as she looked at the cyclone that had coalesced between her palms. Dad, is this the legendary True Qi? It's so warm. She lowered her head and felt, at the location of her dantian, the wisps of True Qi fluctuations that were slowly running. After following the 8 meridians and forming a week's worth of days, all the previous discomfort of refining the body and punching disappeared. This in one's own which 9 bloodline didn't create any conflict, but instead complemented each other. Ahem, seeing as you know me so well, I've decided to take you around from now on. No, I've decided to follow you to hang out. She had a generous and atmospheric look on her face, but in reality, she was brazenly coming up to Lu Hua's face, saying this without the slightest bit of blush, and with quite a bit of bravado. Niu Lei, with a note plastered on his face, sat on top of the table and shouted at north and south while banging on the table. He Lang immediately asked Hua Cheng for some spirit herb grass seeds and returned to the guest room to maneuver his Yuan Shen into the immortal spirit mirror. Several headless corpses had fallen to the ground, and there was no longer any sound other than the sound of a child crying. I don't know why even out of nowhere what the prince's son. Even more strange is that there has never been too much movement in the Shun Wang house. Now even have the intention of being able to set off waves. Shaoan looked at him with some surprise. This teenager was the complete opposite of his father's character. I didn't think that Lu Yongzhou, who was so mana in few words, actually had such an articulate son. Jiling followed Yuan Shu for many years, has always been the first person under Yuan Shu's account, empty-eyed for a long time, thinking that the world's invincible existence, heard Zhang Fei's words, gritted his teeth and said, "Wooden black guy, don't slander my master." The hands of the ruthless, to Zhang Fei's vitals to stab to. Outside people use wood to hit the door. Inside people see tactics top door. Both sides stalemate. Wang Fei Zhao's at this time showed her calm and uncomplicated, so that all the inner family members are hiding in the inner courtyard. So the royal residence did not appear chaotic situation. So the god of the dome of the sky has been sleeping in the temple at the bottom of the river for years and years, until the sea has changed and the ancestors of the Li clan, who made a mistake back then, have long since passed away. Huizhai have some changes, such as the garden corner planted 4 purple orchids. Huizhai was originally elegant. Planted a purple orchid is to add a touch of color, a little purple in the green. Sanya didn't feel the need to explain too much to him on this matter. so he digressed to business without a trace. Pooh! With a sound, the Dao sword passed through the old colored demon's body, and one of the old colored demon's bone wings slowly fell off. Sister Ying, is there anything else? Looking at this attitude of Li Ying, Lu Lang felt that it was hard to avoid this time. Phew! The huge fireball erupted with a scorching light, completely illuminating the entire Dantian Violet Mansion. At the same time, a terrifying power erupted from within, a power that was surprisingly even more terrifying than Immortal Yuan. However, this power did not spread, it only existed above the fireball. Ichio had organized his teammates' information into the above sections, going by any point alone. It wasn't difficult to go and find them. Instead, what was difficult for them to find him in Yuluo? Well, the demand can't be too high. No, this is not the time to care about anything else. Taking down that Zhufeng early is the key. I blame you for this guy crooked building, Li Ying said halfway and suddenly realized that there was something wrong with it. I dare to be sure. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. I'm afraid he wants to give me a hard time when he comes. Su Jia laughed. The same thing is happening all over the globe, and all countries are the first to react to the disaster brought about by the Tesseract. The next day, Bai Song left the dark sect with a very old and heavy-looking young man and made his way to Blackwater City. I'm not sure what happened with that beeping sound. I just pressed some switch. Lu Lang was also honest. And Wan looked at Wang Yimu with some difficulty and then at me, not knowing how to answer for a moment. At the entrance of the Ouyang family, Elder Qi looked up and saw a magnificent old man walking towards him, followed by a young man who looked to be just in his early 20s, with a handsome and imposing appearance, which made people feel that this son must be a dragon among men at a glance. Lan Hui exclaimed, "The thieves are sounding out the east. Retreat!" The 5 people wanted to retreat quickly, but Thiefer had already made plans. Part of them blocked behind them, part of them continued to entangle, and a few of them had to retreat while fighting. As if something inspired him, Ivan had Bart go into the basis system again and look up the logistical information sheets they had in the near future to see if there were any vehicles coming into the base on the planned schedule. In the evening, Shintong had a video link with Xue Jianchang and informed Xue Jianchang of everything he had already learned about the tsunami plan. Before traveling far away from Macau, Shintong also received another notice from Tartessa to inspect his companies and subruns. It's okay, is she okay, big sister? Has she slowed down yet? Yumanli was also referring to Ming Fan's departure. You're awake? Do you remember what happened last night? Shintong shook his head in confusion. Obviously close yet distant. What a sad story. Read Angela. Actually crying a little. For this flower of the East, Wei Dejian's psychology is very hate. Not only because she assassinated Yuan Xing, mainly because she caused panic within a certain range. The tragic situation in the hospital, but also many people witnessed, is to want to block the news cannot be blocked. Although he had always been very optimistic about Chu Tianyu. However, he had not expected that Chu Tianyu would be so outstanding. When the trapped dragon rope was almost about to rebound for the second time, Yingxi retracted the trapped dragon rope and the flying car. The flying car was connected to the trapped dragon rope, and directly retracting it was a rule recognized by the online game world. If he didn't say anything, he knew that Yingxi would definitely have no problem throwing down a series of skills and sending him to the Western Paradise. Leaving the hotel, they drove a condominium car to a remote place on the outskirts of the capital, where they had a house of their own that Feng had bought a few years ago. Long Tianwei Dragon Young Master was lying on the bed, trying hard to look like he was terminally ill, but in fact, he was already shouting in his heart. In a few people's conversation, time unknowingly came to 1 o'clock. It is to the moment of work. A few people feel reluctant to leave, but also left, back to their own units, busy. This time, he had undoubtedly taken a risk before utilizing this power again as well. And no one knew what would happen the next time he used it. Withdrawing one of his sleeve robes, Lu Tian casually bandaged the injury at his waist. Subsequently, Lu Tian had already covered his waist with one hand, and the other hand had already loosened the thick trunk of the fallen tree, and then began to leap out in the direction of the exit of the Eagle Mountain stream. What is that? Lu Tian's eyes lit up as he leaned in front of a store, pointing at a metaphysical black diamond-shaped thing and asked the shopkeeper, "Are you still Yi Li?" Xin Lang was unbelievable. Something was messed up. Yi Li wasn't like this. She might be humble, she might be cowardly, she might be helpless, but she shouldn't be like this. Chapter 39, Unprecedented Global Alertness. Shin Zuoyu could not see. Deep in the dark sky dome, there was a massive abyssal rift that was continuously surging with strong demonic power. And at this moment, when Volingfeng finished reporting the emergency to the top, sudden developments. Once again, the electronic screen flashed red like crazy. Red alert! Red alert! Again! Red alert! Fu Lingfeng's expression changed in shock. Only just so. When the many demon clan celestials heard this, they all stared and listened quietly, fearing that they would miss out. Even those demon cultivators who had previously entered the endless demon abyss did not complain. Sadly, the person who brought the fresh air happened to pass right in front of her and she sneezed all over them. Everyone sniffed and looked at Hu Chunjun incredulously. Could it be that the Hu family's strength in city was actually so strong that even the most luxurious hotel in city had to sell Hu Chunjun's face? Even with such harsh booking conditions, the place was never short of traffic, and the Hilton Hotel, night after night, was the gathering place for the top tycoons and their wealthy second generation in the whole of city. But now, every strike he made was like a punch on cotton, soft and unresponsive. Bai Xiao did not know what was wrong with her. In short, a wave of joy just suddenly emerged from her heart. Luckily, Su Hak takes advantage of Su Ziming's early departure and explains to Lin Zhengying, who realizes that Su Ziming is trapped by his love. The two products are connected, and this phone has this game built in, both in terms of speed and the game's perks, and without a doubt, it makes the most sense to pair it with this phone. As he stood in the hallway and heard her crying to the bodyguard for help, he realized just how nervous she was about herself right now, just how worried she was about her situation right now. The company's old director sent a message. The glasses man knew that he was unlucky, and knew that in the future it would be best not to speak out loud in the company. But he also became even more crazy about Su Ziming. Lu Zhua has had an explanation. No matter who, cannot interfere with the Tao Shang and Tao Ying's affairs. They are willing to do what they want to do, even if they are cheated very badly. Lu Zhua does not want to pursue the matter. These two males, even if they make a big joke, Lu Zhua is not to ask. After the two of them had spoken to each other, June Knight looked towards the illusory race Imperial Stance Demon, who was seated on the other end of the ring, with dozens of celestial pride following behind him. Okay? Lang War asked, picking up his own tablet and holding it up in front of him, tapping on photo and then adjusting it to selfie. In the next instant, his eyes couldn't help but glaze over when he saw a completely unfamiliar version of himself on the screen. Can I smile? He asked, being lifted off the ground with one hand. The other party only used one arm, and with a relaxed expression. It seemed that the strength of the other party was truly terrifying. I'll go. There was still such a coincidence in this world that Tan Wanxia was in the same class as her cousin. Old Bai waved his hand toward the driver, signaling him to go to the car and wait, and he followed Zhang Yuanzhou, as if he had entered a dragon's lair, with the intention of preparing for a generous sacrifice. Mu Chengjun stared at her for an instant, his gaze straight. Su Chen suddenly felt her legs go soft, as if she had stepped on cotton, unable to move. As long as she moved her footsteps a little, there was a possibility that she would fall. Like Diaochan with Guan Yu, like Kai Yan and Bai Wangyun to Zhang Fei proposed marriage, but also with Liu Bei has no chance. Liu Bei as a big brother, cannot compete with the two brothers' jealousy, so he can only be dumb to eat Huanglian. Fabian, how's it going? Still nauseous? Does your stomach still hurt? Feng Dance was outside, asking nervously while complaining that she had forgotten something. The young lord immediately stopped playing the piccolo and jumped to another tree with an easy leap with his feet on the trunk. As soon as the soul power martial skill came out, it caused a deep look of horror to surge from the depths of Sol Wutong's eyes. Previously, when Gao Fei had imprisoned those 4 ninth-order star monsters, the Imperial Star Monster didn't perceive a different state, but right now it knew that Gao Fei had a way to be able to keep its men immobile and fixed there. In that case, wouldn't it be possible to kill them however it wanted? See what you're saying, I wouldn't count on anyone. But I wouldn't count on my own people, would I? Me Bunny guffawed. Lin Yan had switched the tiger away from the mountain and tricked everyone away, fearing that he wanted to execute himself. And even more so, he wanted to get the second emperor's mark here, didn't he? Don't you think that scene is very crossover-esque? But I'm not crossing over at all, and I don't like crossing over. Brother Gaji, what's wrong with Anti-Her? I look to I. After all, he's the one who owns the place. He has to say it first. Not far away. The Heavenly Fox Great Demon Emperor only felt a shocking will erupt. The entire Hell Garden trembled violently. The flowers began to wither rapidly, and all of the chi, it seemed, was coalescing towards that golden pillar of light. After the Devil Sovereign arrived, those congregations all hurriedly gave up their positions so that the Devil Sovereign, the Yunnan branch helmsman, and Xia Lian stood in the first row. What makes him still able to stand up? What makes him still able to fight himself? What makes him think he can still win? Even so, the surrounding area was already full of holes, ravaged by the rock's hurricane, and had long since ceased to be its original form. Sanada Yukimura's army, too, was as brave and unstoppable as that of Mori Katsuhaga's division, routing one daimyo after another. When a man lives, he should fish for money, and the money from these grandchildren is not necessarily clean. The members of the listening group were almost the same as the audience, but after the shock, they couldn't help but speculate about Li Mingxiu's identity. But no matter how they thought about it, they still didn't have a clue about Li Mingxiu's identity. Chapter 40, The Inheritance of the Devil's Path Ancestor. At the same time, being inside the brightest life planet in the Kanglan system, the Emperor's star, Marshal Gusto was squinting his eyes, looking at the classified data information in his hand, about the reports of the central planes that the reincarnators had gathered, and the casualties this time, and the achievement reports. What came into view was clearly Shinzhuayu and Chen Yuning, tied for first place in the evaluation. This report is from the Rotunda and is not yet public. The reason for the tie for first place is that the two men, not daring to hesitate any longer, only to hear the heavenly lantern let out a bellowing cry. The silver blade in his hand rolled up to bring up a storm of stars to attack towards Zhao Yu, while Zhao Yu let out a cold snort and waved his hand to interrupt the sword to meet it. The two ministries' special color and AAA ice blade instantly contacted. For the first time issued an ear-splitting NAAA roar, although I can't be sure, but basically all the weapons that can be taken out have been taken out. Now all that's left is to let him come to his senses, if he's not already dead, Xiao Honglu said with a wave of his hand. The mural paintings in the surrounding halls, with black as the background, outlined in pure gold as the color and then embellished with a small amount of color as a finishing touch, presenting a mysterious and deep, sacred and elegant atmosphere. Found her. Did you? Speaking of this her, Falling Leaves knew who it was, and also knew the purpose of Ancient Wind's trip to the Inferno Kingdom, and now that Ancient Wind had returned, it seemed that things had progressed. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Anyway, people have run away, and they will meet each other if they are destined to. Zhang Shiyuan continued to pull Lin Yusen forward, the money bag but 24 gold coins. For him now, not even a hair of the 9 oxen. Zhang Shiyuan does not care. It seemed that one still had to wait for the right opportunity, probably when one's strength improved again, or when the Fire Origin Dochi became a great success, then the golden bit would truly be formed. The same thing also happened to Li Xiaoyi. Fortunately Ming Yanwei was right next to him, as if she knew in advance. Before Li Xiaoyi was grabbed by the ghost, she raised her hand and shot out an arrow, instantly relieving Li Xiaoyi's siege. Now Ziyang is going to pretend to be a simple-minded person who knows nothing, but actually knows everything. One of the dragon claws that the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus swung out was impossible to draw back at the moment, and the only way to resist this sword was to use the other dragon claw, along with all of its strength to form the maximum degree of defense. Old Hong, what exactly happened? Hifang Si Hong beggar face is not right, the heart is not solid. After all, Zhou Qingyun and Wu Trace are lifelong friendship. They have something, they can not just ignore it. There was a dark water stain on the back area of his navy shirt. He was sweating a lot, and there were 2 veins at the corners of his forehead darkening in color. From repression, the sword method of overturning clouds and rain is as sharp as wind and thunder, and the speed and suddenness of the sword is unrivaled. It is the strongest sword technique in the world. In the night, Zhang Yichuan smiled as if he were a fox, and he had already left the old by family mansion far away, heading towards the town. Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded, and subconsciously then glanced at Lu Fei, obviously not expecting that Lu Fei was actually serious just now. Seeing that Su Ji had no purple-green sword in his hand and was fighting with himself with his bare hands, Yun Fei Yan laughed coldly and said, "Alliance Master Su, today, I will let you open your eyes and see the 10,000 variations of this 9-dragon's whip of your grandpa." When he finished speaking, he straightened the 9-dragon whip with a smooth stroke of his hand, turning it into a long stick that slashed diagonally towards Su Ji's shoulder. This is simple, but when you get beaten up later you have to play pitiful to gain sympathy. Got it? Li Bin said mentally. Lu Jilan had to nod her head, not caring about anything else, but relating to the matter of Lu Rushi. The combat power of those bloodthirsty vultures individually was not strong, but when countless of them coalesced together, even great emperor powerhouses were able to eat them, let alone Qin Ku. Su Hui snatched the half-page remnant of the scroll from Luo Binwang's hand, put it back into the cloth bag, and laughed. "No one can get this half of the supreme treasure. Brother Luo, the other half is for you to collect. Take care." After finishing his speech, he made a rock spreading wings and pounced on the soldiers at the door, raising his lance and stabbing several of them. Zhang Baiji had come to see Leader Chen several times before, but she had never seen Chen Shuliang and felt surprised. However, looking at the other party's age, he was only about 20 years old, so he should be a relative of Leader Chen. The mounted archers in the western part of the ridge rushed at the front, and once they got close to the enemy formation, they frantically threw their arrows into the enemy formation, disrupting the enemy formation and creating the best time for the attacking cavalry behind them to attack. When the shopkeeper heard this, he was very unhappy in his heart. The door is a guest. He didn't say anything in the end, but he still carefully sized up Chen Xiaoshan. The old man of the Sun family reminded Chen Shuliang, and seeing that he was still calm, he felt that his stamina was not bad. At least the old man had brought his eldest son, Sun Hongbing, here once before, but Sun Hongbing's feet started shaking when he got into the car. As expected, once Shangguan Yuling's voice fell, the entire scene instantly quieted down. especially the surrounding Blizzard City's executives and mecha warriors. One by one, as if they had been humiliated by the heavens, all of them staring angrily at Nangon Yuchen and his entourage. Look at its posture. At any time want to rush up. And Nangon Yuchen a dozen people. A showdown. Han people in pastoralist combat has an insurmountable disadvantage. No matter how many times in history the Han people across the Great Wall North hit the grasslands, cannot really defeat the grasslands of the Hu, is in the overall mobility behind the pastoralist. However, spirit-grade martial skills require too much spirit power, and with your current thin spirit power, you really can't utilize a spirit-grade martial skill. Therefore, you must enter the Fire Forest sect and raise the purity of your flame, Zhong Lisu said. After cleaning up the battlefield, many people still could not confirm whether there were still remnants of pirates present on Sulphur Island, and after searching the island for 3 more days, they did find a few traces of pirates, but the number was already small enough to be acceptable. Of course, the most that can be done is only to hold back a full double the difference in disparate forces, and still in the centaurs known for their agility and mobility. In the uncovered prairie, wanting to be outnumbered is simply impossible. Chapter 41, Ancestor? Where did Kanglan Star get an ancestor? Bad, bad, bad. That's the Twilight King of the Greedy Wolves. Inside the planet Kanglan, the capital's command room. Following Fu Lingfeng's gaze, the Secretary General apparently also saw another team in the middle of the picture. His expression became terrified, and in his mind, rapidly surfaced, about this Twilight King's legendary experience within the Greedy Wolf clan, which had caused major losses to the Songlan system on many occasions. The Greedy Wolves aren't coming for us. Fig. Emperor's courtesy, old. Perhaps the threat posed by this breach would continue to grow if there were more intense battles ahead. Dojienda was having a meeting with his courtiers when the cavalry of the Tang army appeared like they were coming out from the ground, scaring them and making them pale and adrenaline surging. Dojienda hurriedly ordered the cavalry to fend off the Tang army. Listening to their constant drinking, Shin Shifan was not at all worried about the fighting strength of these rabble. With this thought in his mind, Zhao Xian reached out and touched his heart, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to be the legendary slag to the point of hopelessness. Jiang Yao read up the back of the horse Zishuan. Do not dare to stay. Cover the treasure box. Buckle on the jade letter a little spell. The jade letter fusion hidden in the body. Old Lu and Jiang Yao respectively with the power of the flying dragon and the eye of heaven. The four sought one after another internet cafes. From south to north, the whole of Jiangxi went all over. To the end in addition to a zombie as a general ambush in front of the computer table in the game of verbal abuse in the game no longer have any clues. She had just heard that before, but she didn't expect it to be true. And her intuition told her that Closed Moon must have investigated more, and was just picking the highlights for her to say in order to save time. How so much love brain, crossing such a good opportunity, of course, is to choose to be rich. Men are too misguided to be overwhelmed by male sex. Looking at the eldest mother, she voiced her worries, but my eldest mother's body. Madam, can you arrange for someone to bury my eldest mother for me? Luna cast a begging gaze at the bod. Wang Mo was completely speechless, but on second thought, this doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Thinking about it, the personnel department could not have recruited such a goblin into the company. This girl looks harmless. It is not possible that she is a relative of some leader's family. Not only were there only those solitary strong people from the scattered cultivation world, there were even some old ancestor-level existences from the major powers. At this time, the restaurant was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Although Zhuge Lei wanted to pretend that he didn't see these two people, he really couldn't do it. The two just stared at him without a moment's notice, and the color of their eyes was like two wet brushes dipped in oil, brushing around on Zhuge Lei's body. How long did it take for Fuji Saburo to rush up there? It seemed like only a few seconds, but he was so easily taken care of, and they were still too late to engage in coordinated combat. Was the world too crazy, or was he just blurry-eyed? This scene was seen by quite a few demonic powerhouses, and for Guzei's behavior, some of the casual cultivators that were looking at each other angrily. After all, this kind of tactic was already considered inferior. Both of their movements were beyond what the crowd could perceive, and the crowd only saw Wu Hong trying to grab that demon wolf, but in an instant, he retreated violently and his chest was slashed open. Ling Mu, you look a bit pale. Are you sick? Pushing open the door of the room just met the next door at the same time out of the dance Qingcheng. Saw Ling Mu after the dance Qingcheng froze then asked. It wasn't until then that Han Jing finally lowered his head, his hair hanging low downward after being wet by the rain, covering half of his face. The more powerful the soul, the more valuable it was. The more it could also be exchanged for powerful treasures and divine weapons. Zhang Ping silently followed Ho Shibai all the way, regardless of any time. Zhang Ping's first consideration is the sinister nature of the human heart. Hu Siming had no grudge against those people, so naturally he didn't have any interest in selling his efforts to hunt them down. His purpose was mainly to save people plus establish authority, and since he had already achieved it, he didn't bother with that much. Greeting Wang Jin and the others in Hongjin, he began to lead the team back. Zhao Sun paused, impatiently said, "Cope with what? Not work, will people shut down?" Words fell, on the table took the seal opened. Is Yen Xian wrote, a very big snow, stretched for more than 10 days almost no sun, so he decided to retreat back to Hatao recuperation, and so on next year and then march into the hinterland. After Zhou Zhong's family left the Su and Jiang families, including those villagers who attended the wedding, they all talked about it. The fact that nothing was cooked in the space made Li Yi's idea of planting cannibalistic flowers dashed, which was the only thing he could save himself from now. After saying this, without waiting for the golden official to reply, he took the 100 men under his command and chased after them, and the earth official and water official who were protecting his left and right flanks were also involuntarily let to go. The golden official saw that the matter has come to this point, cannot stop. Besides, the fire official said really reasonable, in order not to miss the opportunity to fight, can only order and the wooden official together with the troops to chase. Lucy had been frightened by that thought more than once, so she was even more afraid to think about it, and wouldn't even ask. Looking at the 2 squads of soldiers will be rushed over. To that time more than a dozen submachine guns, Zhou Zhong will die. So Zhou Zhong no longer hesitate, the heart has already made up its mind, and violently got up and threw out a wooden talisman. Countless wooden branches in the air compiled into a huge wooden wall. The others also figured out that the hand with the sword and the hand with the farm tools, who has a higher price color, depends on who is more useful to the master. For the moment, they are not more than the ministry of the tenant farmers who planted the fields, and if you want to make a living in the Jingyuan, you must start from the paper making. Along the way, the stone lamps are off, as if to welcome the dawn. A green pebble road has been paved to the hall. The hall is also dark, only a blur to see 2 stone statues sitting in the hall, but in the magical beast forest where magical beasts were everywhere, even if there was a divine dragon's aura guiding them, Lang Meiying couldn't completely avoid them. Zhou Zhong did not know at this time that he had unknowingly become a powerful force that was being fought over and drawn in by the 3 major over. But even if you're not human, you have to be a little bit human, alright? It turns out that in your mind, the potion always comes first. However, there are specialties in the arts, and the principal would naturally agree to Yang Blaze's request, because the principal knew that Yang Blaze must have his own ideas. In fact, from Master Lu coming, Shuchen could more or less guess that this person might have come to pull himself together as well. For a while those onlookers of the Yin soldiers began to persuade them bitterly, of which the black and white invincible's appeal was the highest. Chapter 42 The Dang Twilight King's Army, Sacrificed Flag? Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought and immediately asked the Goddess of Wisdom, "Can you find out what kind of power the past life cult is?" Soon the Goddess of Wisdom gave her reply. According to the information provided by the Palace of Reincarnation, it has been discovered that the forces of the 10,000 realms of the heavens numbering the former Sangha total more than 400 clans. The recently discovered cult of the afterlife comes from the Central Plains and is the No. 1 devil cult in the Central Plains. Among them, Ning 13, the 4th master of the past life sect, became famous at a young age. And alone, imagine, the Grey Sarcophagus along with Wang Tian encountered more and more strong people. Its identity is also more and more mysterious, and can lie in that sarcophagus, and the guy is not an ordinary generation? The 2 professional gamblers discussed and agreed. Confident in their betting skills, they believed they could win. After saying that, the handsome man's face changed drastically. Are you going to pay or not? Although I am willing to testify, I don't have too much time to accompany you guys to fool around here. After saying that, the man was about to brush his sleeves away. At this time, Yi Tian's cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Jin Xiang's eyes stared at Li Feng with a deadly stare. If his eyes could kill, it was estimated that Li Feng would have died countless times already. Ordinary metals were easy to obtain though, but the 3 basic minerals used to produce the space folding engine were rare and precious: rainbow crystal, liquid secret silver, and folding obsidian. The price of these 3 rare minerals had accounted for more than half of the total cost of a battleship. Finally, the arcane light era was getting closer and closer according to the golden light mass, and the sharpness was actually permeating the entire heartroom chamber. Fang Xiong lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. A cold light in his slightly narrowed eyes flashed gently. His head was held high. His 2 sharp gazes seemed to shoot off into the distance like lightning, as if an extremely sudden tremor flashed through his heart. If Tai Bai Jinxing agreed to come down, no matter whether it was a win or a loss, in the end it would be equivalent to the heavenly court giving up its high and mighty stance. Seeing that fat boss walked out, Chen Luobin laughed. Just now he was pretending to be a new porter, want to give this fat boss a joke. Did not think that this fat man really fell for it. Gong Sun Fan tugged on the saddle and exerted all his strength, finally allowing himself to climb onto the horse's back. His handsome face reddening, while the white horse snorted twice as if nothing had happened, flicking its tail. Nothing at all. Now there is only one way to get the jade pendant. Qian Buduo looked at Gongsun Fan and did not continue on, suddenly remembering that I seemed to have triggered 2 other quests. I hastily opened the quest bar and looked at it carefully. Gongsun Fan's brain was no longer enough. Even though he boasted that his IQ should not be low, he could not give any explanation for the things that had happened in this short period of time, and these things were also beyond his understanding. But even if I didn't participate in the tournament, the championship still doesn't belong to them. The most likely to win the championship, Autumn Night and Mina, was judged by the system as a non-fantasy world player, losing the qualification to participate in the tournament, they, angrily cursing. But, unfortunately, in the face of the fact that the situation has already been finalized, everything is in vain. After learning the glory halo in my hands, I bid farewell to Rosen and walked with Autumn Night towards the palace of Paisan City. Although Fan Yonggu's mouth so comfort each other, but the heart cannot help but some apprehension. That gaze from time to time swept the head of the swinging clock. Just look at my opposite side. Suddenly appeared a person wearing all black clothes. No, can't say it's a person. Should call him a ghost. Just look at him wearing a set of black clothes. The inside of the clothes is completely empty. The face is completely invisible. Can only see the pair of bubbling green eyes. It's very scary. So Gongsun Vertical Crane, confused to follow the White Xian, came to the South Pole. See this, more than 1,000 cultivators. Almost Gongsun Vertical Crane scared to death. White Xian, after some explanation, finally let him understand. I don't know if they are full-time moms or if they are just taking their kids out again after a busy day at work. Li Pingan was self-conscious that the current life was already good beyond what he had previously expected, and it would have been even better if the Venerable Ernest, the Kuan Pang Demon Master, the Land Pressure Taoist, the old ancestor of Styx, and the 2 saints of the West had suddenly died violently. All the people she had seen and heard before came to her mind like a tidal wave, and Sure Hui closed her eyes and opened them violently. The Mu family's domestic affairs are not his turn to be an outsider to manage. But tonight, since he bumped into Hu Zilan, also always take him to talk. Su Chang also did not intend to be polite. The 2 helmsmen, the one who retreated slowly, had their throats chopped open on the spot, the blood spraying out to be blocked by the man in black with his cloak. Mu Huangyan did not comment. Let Su Chang pull him to the car. As soon as the car stopped, he looked at the large demon flame, 2 words flashing in the night. His eyes sank. The military order was given, and the ghost soldiers immediately wailed with excitement, waving their weapons and chasing after the independent regiment generals 50 kilometers away, forming a black wave in an instant and rushing towards the sand. And wherever they went, even the heatwave-strewn sand began to cool and solidify. Mu Huangyan huffed and puffed to pick up the chopsticks, clamped a big mouthful into the mouth. A numb flavor straight to the sky, suddenly washed almost down with tears. Shui Yulong remained in the position of bending down to take Yi Wu's pulse, with a pensive face, seemingly pondering how to cure the sick and save the people. Xiao Fan knows that just Whitewater Town. To get married, then miscellaneous add up, at least a dozen too. Go adjust the surveillance. I think we should be able to find out the murderer. Yi Chen reacted. The reason why he was able to see what they couldn't should have something to do with swallowing that magnetic spirit. Chapter 43, Global Notification. Clueless Ning Qingxian, Imperial Star, Marshal Jingzhou's residence. It has been many years since the Federation has seen a returning ancient transmuter. Gustavus listened to Qin Yuning's description and let out a sigh of emotion. He had already learned that the novels written by Ning Qingxian were in fact memories of a former reincarnation. Understanding that Ning Qingxian was in Kanglan Star, continuing to live in obscurity and poverty for many years, it was even more difficult for him inwardly. It was, after all, a credit to the Union. But it was. The wedding dress was a plain white tank top style with an equally shaped V-neckline in the front and back, which opened slightly lower in the front to the heart, and slightly higher in the back, less than halfway up the front. But Liang pickup in front of the eyes of the seawater was separated, that do not know how deep the seawater was pushed toward the 2 sides of the dispersion, revealing the bottom of the sea, and then the bottom of the sea cracked. There is a gully born, there is smoke and dust born. Had he been too gentle with her? Letting her sneak off on her own without saying anything or telling them where she had gone before she left. The shares in the hands of the amusement child are all legally effective. Dad is certainly not happy, but also can only be both. Well, the Wells family is still higher than the amusement child. 10% of the decision-making power will not allow her to fool around. However, Einasher propped his right hand on the arm of the sofa, his fingers casually pressed against his face in a thoughtful manner. Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart stirred. She was just holding on to the idea of prying for information, and she didn't expect Jun Huayu to actually tell herself. Zhao Anping was a simple and straightforward person. His face was not good, but he didn't like to talk nonsense. The red mangled fist power in his hand surged wildly. His body flashed and he attacked towards Lin Yun. Bai Jin, who was fighting with the 7 great elders, was suddenly stunned as she turned around and turned back somewhat unexpectedly. Roadstar looked at the back of Yukubai, nearly fled. Face cannot help but smile. The heart is even more in the heart to think about how to Yukubai these problems to cure. Because Guzhwa Snapdragon had arranged too much work, Su Jinyu got the work done until 2 in the afternoon. Wei Tian slowly approached and saw a soldier curled up among the rocks. This soldier was covered in gauze and looked like he had severe burns all over his body. Originally, all the cab operating rights in the Guanyin Temple area were in the hands of my transportation company. But Xiaofan directly ignored the operating rights and let his transportation company's cabs go to the Guanyin Temple area to grab business. And the transportation company wasn't doing well and was already losing money. In her impression, the Heavenly Ghost Sect was almost an invincible existence. Any of the 9 great ghost kings were supreme masters. What kind of cultivation was it to be able to step on the general altar with one's own strength and cut down 9 great real people in a row? The Taoist boy is a bit young. Perhaps because of the support of Empress Yang, the people of this Longshan Guan also have a general appearance more arrogant than the usual high palace of the Taoist temple. Or perhaps know that Yang Jing will come to control them. Want to give Yang Jing a little warning. We can only look for him. Yang Jing couldn't help but think of Hu Lianxiao. Although this inner waiting Ziyu Ho once had a great deal of prejudice against Yang Jing, his attitude towards Yang Jing had undergone a major shift since he helped him suppress his fire addiction and passed down the great yellow ting of the Wudong Mountain to Yang Jing. Furthermore, this is the holy place where the great shaman lives in seclusion, and except for lawless people like Si Jin, who dares to hurt people here? Who among the Mongols dares to let blood stain this pure land? The Grand Prince sighed, and although he hadn't said the result yet, I already had a premonition of the outcome from his sigh. The abyssal old devil stared at Song Jian's electric bamboo divine thunder, his eyes flickering, but he couldn't tell if the electric bamboo divine thunder in Song Jian's hand was real or fake. To recognize the authenticity of this electric bamboo divine thunder, it wasn't just a matter of looking at it, one needed to have actually seen it to know. Because Xiao Jinger had promised First Mistress Xiao not to tell the truth about her injury. Now that First Mistress Xiao was unconscious, she was even more at a loss as to what to say. Seeing this face of me, Zishuan Tao Lanxin had an impulse to whip him, but still held back. Her family's education made her not come to hit people. She could only snort coldly to express her dissatisfaction, and then stepped in. You know how powerful it is. My master once told me that you should never move when you meet a corpse king. A slightly bigger movement is a bad battle. Flying Mirror said, by the looks of this, has Ting 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 also entered rank 5? Chen Junyi, although he still subconsciously used the look, he couldn't actually see it, but through his perception of the EPT energy on Ying Ting Ting's body right now, he knew that Ying Ting Ting had already reached a new height. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Eunuch Xiao went to the East Palace to poke around, but to no one's surprise, there was no news at all, and in the end he learned that Empress Yu was going to summon Luan today. It is as if in the underworld, as long as someone worships himself with integrity and spiritually calls to himself, a force can be formed to make the spiritual power of the Yuliang forest nowhere in sight resonate with the mysterious and inexplicable power of the mind nowadays. 5. Shangguan Jia recited as he reached the 5th second he had seen the intelligence brush against him, especially the characters who were already among the top 10,000 on the heaven and earth ranking at the moment. In the black-white heavenly Yuan formation, they were madly absorbing the aura that was as thick as water, which was mana that could nourish the body without refining, comparable to a treasure like spiritual liquid. Cloud Chi Demon Emperor eyes reveal the essence of light. Look more a trace of rampant. The war intent has long been in the eyes of the surging rise. See, the black-clothed youth seems to feel their own creation in general. Gongsun did not ask, the hat did not wear on the head, is held in the hand. She is rubbing the cloth on it, looking very shiny. This hat, the fabric is also very comfortable. Wearing, actually a little big. Lu Hafang could be considered to be bitterly persuading Su Xiao. In fact, there was no need for him to go into such detail, and Lu Chong began to regret whether this bringing this Li's sister back was right or wrong. Then the blood knife increased the strength of his hand, and actually cut Yi Yanqing flying, and even the dragon shadow was also cut through. However, before he could be happy, he realized that those broken dragon shadows were growing bigger and bigger, and then they all rushed towards him. In the desert, a group of sand pirates were frantically fleeing. Looking behind them, they were empty, but the quicksand on the ground was vaguely writhing. You're right, I found someone with a problem. She sat across from Lu Xiao and spoke in a somewhat low tone. Candle Joeen noticed the extraordinary nature of that black-spotted red panther, and before he could make a move to test it, he stopped him. After being stabbed by the sharp edge of the Seeker's Jade, the 7 attributes of chakra change will disrupt all the energy in the Eternals' bodies, unless their energy can surpass Hinata Mirai's. They won't be able to resist the Seeker's Jade anyway. The moment she touched it, it was like an electric shock that made her crispy, and she hastily drew away. But how could Jiang Minji allow her to leave? Ing's eye received the 21 ancestral dragon essence blood and human emperor supreme essence pure dragon chi and put them into the system space for storage. Chapter 44 Follow-up in the Middle Kingdom. All answered. In the command room of the Kanglan Star's capital, a group of senior officials, including Fu Lingfeng, were in an anxious mood. No one responded? Even if countless fake Devil Dao ancestors popped up, it would be fine. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and they all scrunched their necks. Who would dare to impersonate such a thing? Accessing communications. The sudden ringing of the goddess of wisdom's words caused Fu Lingfeng to jerk his head up. A long sigh rang out and drifted to Tsang. Xia Luyan took it and held it in his hands and repeatedly scrutinized it for a while, then nodded and handed it back. Chang Lingji shook her head, shriveled and absent-mindedly walked to the side and sat down, obviously not wanting to discuss this matter any further. Li Huanran flinched, pursed his lips in displeasure, gave him a stern look, turned his head and gave Chang Lingji another deep look, and turned to leave. Imagine besides an expert like him, who could use there with internal force to directly hold the tip of the 100-pace flying sword. But there are still a few points of truth. Think about those great traitors and evil people. How many of them are not a hostile face, vicious face? The dragon's claws gently grabbed, and that senior chi's halberd instantly shattered, and an invisible giant force blasted that senior chi out of the cave. That's because I haven't taken her down yet. After I inject in her body, it definitely won't be like this now. Gao Dapeng had a good reason. With a boom, a violent vibration that almost collapsed the cave, the if not shadow of the great seal of hidden heaven completely submerged the seal of the prophet and the devil's hand. And Su Wen was able to sense that the seal of the prophet and the devil's hand were instantly dispersed by a subtle intent, but really want to leave. But it is not so easy. This fourth grade guard is the emperor himself. On board easy to get off the boat is difficult. The emperor's gift is not you want to retreat on the retreat. And then again he cannot afford to leave Lord Bao, although subordinates, but has always been the adults as a father general view. Alright, you two just stop arguing. I'll go wash your hands, the food is almost ready. Lin Ruwashi on one side shook her head and said, she decided that she would have to talk to Youngjun when she was done eating, to see if Youngjun knew what those fellows chasing them were. The destructive power of the devil's house when it was angry, Li Zhan naturally knew. Seeing that the devil's mansion changed its face, Li Zhan immediately drew a line with the battle sword. Li Zhan's mouth instantly became half a meter longer. His two black eyes turned orange in a flash, and green liquid dripped from his sharp teeth. Because Xia Qiwan understood that a person like the 17th prince of the Great Jin Kingdom should also be unprofitable. At least, Yang Jinshin looked at the guts trembled. Busy confession mouth said no wrong, and then immediately said goodbye, with her maid to leave tightly and slowly away. It's a deer. I thought it was something, Uncle Jean said, pointing to a place not far away, where indeed a deer, as if it had discovered us, ran away without a trace with a whoosh. This is the interest for you offending me before. Let's play slowly. Third place on the heavens remarkable ranking. Chen Yu turned around and left after he finished speaking. Yang is going to be much more panicked. She has something always is not avoided wrong mother and Chen Jin Kai family Zhou Baishan family of a few beloved. A few of their loyalty in front of the board. Who knows how long it can be maintained. Bam! Clank! The violent impact resulted in an ear-piercing ringing sound, and the generals who leaned slightly closer subconsciously covered their ears. One is a military road. Just 1,000 households, but Lu Jingyao extra face. Even as a personal friend, and Zhou Binglin good pleasantries for a while, and it looked as if it was also the new owner of this store. How could such a strange thing not make people curious? I'm almost out of space-time magic, and my Shinigami magic is still recovering, so the only thing that's left is the magic of the King's Void, which I use most often, but after the King's Void finger I used in the battle with Algol earlier, I don't have a lot of magic left either. After arguing for most of the day, the final result was naturally no different from what had been decided by secret negotiation. However, Uei Hikia's beautiful thing only thought for a moment of work. The front again came the news, said that the big flag door side came again some strong support. The Vest gang already cannot withstand. I don't know. That night there was a very terrifying aura coming from. Then father is letting me hide in the secret passage. When I came out, roaming the mountain, all the corpses of the clansmen, oh, said, by Enin cried out again. The sudden scream startled me, and I hurriedly turned my head to look at Lin Su, who had let out the scream, only to hear the distant boots landing on the pitter-patter. Neatly rhythmic with a slightly intimidating words came, all pestilent here to do what? How the body have to find out the results of it. Speaking of which, immortal Chang Ni's face was still in shock, seemingly still somewhat unable to believe her eyes. Just as he was guessing what trick this girl was trying to play again, Yenner suddenly rushed forward, and in Long Xingyu's completely dumbfounded gaze, she jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. He finished arranging all this then squinted at the stone. He was also fed up with the stone's arrogance these days. How did that glass of milk not poison him to death? No need for 18 years. now I'll let you be a ghost without a chance. After Kong Xian heard about this from his friend, he had always wanted to go and see it, so the two of them made a date in place. The plan was to bring Kong Xian with them when they carried out the mission, but Kong Xian had just arrived not 2 days ago, and before the two of them met, he was notified that his friend had also been killed. You might die. Yin Fan was silent for a while before speaking in a somewhat low voice. If it were in the past, these families have the money and power of the son of the boys hit a person also do not care about the go. When the mood is not good may also be hit by the person out of words insults a few words. Anyway, will not let a person have a good time. Barbarian E thought that it was because the patriarch couldn't pull his punches. After all, it was indeed a bit humiliating for an Ascension Realm giant to fail to catch a self-realization realm once and for all. But the perfect split still ignored the attacks of the heavenly god, heavenly devil and heavenly demon. His pace still steady, his impact still strong, and his eyes always fixed on his target, as if nothing could stop him. Xiao Yu. Hu Qing shouted the man's name over and over again, losing herself in the fiery taut entanglement. The disciples of the Purple Cloud sect retreated from the battle line after the last great battle. The injured ones, one by one, supported each other, listless, dragging their tired and wounded bodies 3 steps at a time. Zhao Qingye shouted out, her icy voice echoing in the car, and Ji Weiyin frowned, sensing that something was wrong with her and inquired in a low voice. For a moment, no one in the He family was paying attention to them, so Shinfuti didn't think too much more about it and left the He family with He Yinshin in her arms. The terrifying shockwave caused Hani and Jin Wushang to back out hundreds of miles away at the same time, and the energy fluctuations radiated out for 10,000 miles. For a moment, all the beasts were terrified, all of them prostrate on the ground and hissing in low voices. Chapter 45 Long Ashes Star-Lord. 3 Great Master Gods. At the same moment, the depths of the cosmic starry sky that was endlessly distant from the Emperor Star, there was a lone shadow standing with its arms folded across the void. His face was calm, and his demeanor was unruffled. The aura emanating from inside and outside of his body invariably made the hidden starry sky ferocious beasts tremble in fear. Honorable Star-Lord, the following is the recent briefing of the Kanglan Imperial Star. A moving voice connected to his consciousness and, routinely consistent, began to report on the things of the Emperor's Star. Hong Lao was a person from Wu Shiruo's opposite party, which meant that Wei Ruliang was still a person from the Grand Prince. Wasn't he afraid that Wu Shiruo's side would directly root out the Wei family? Lingzhou is already in the southernmost part of the Chinese territory nowadays, and this Lingzhou Vocational University is in the southernmost part of Lingzhou, so when you do the math, isn't Lingzhou Vocational University the extreme south of China? One for the sake of learning about Yi Yuqing's past when her confession was rejected, and on top of that, of course, it was the matter of watching her make a fool of herself in front of her beloved. Okay, maybe he was overthinking it, but it was really weird and gave him a vague feeling of foreboding. Gulp, Zhou Tang gulped. The other party's behavior clearly did not match the information they had. Instead of staying in this hole where you don't get more fully accurate intelligence, Taiban was a battle king with a combat power of over 4,000, and was indeed a good opponent for him right now. Wang Jiao did not care. This realm is not completely devoid of spiritual power. In fact, as long as it is sparsely populated there is spiritual power, but it will not be too dense. At most, it can only reach the level of the foundation establishment stage. So there was no doubt that he immediately compared these points again carefully to the map now presented. No, he couldn't let his son know what he had done to Hai and I back then to separate him and Hai and I, since he had already obtained his master's permission. Inkheart was no longer polite and immediately summoned the god-killing spear. As for the greenish slaying god spear, the first time it appeared, it flew to the top of the pile of obsidian, and greedily sucked in the piles of obsidian with its own large mouth. The people in the room were startled. Everyone was watching what just happened. Although Nya Sunyu's words were a bit sharp, she kept a smile on her face and finally offered Chen tea. It was Chen who was furious and reached out to push Sunyu's tea. Sister Li cleaned up her teacup and asked, Xing Yang, is that your friend? Sister Li is more than a dozen years older than me, and after getting familiar with her, she is not too formal in her address. Sighing silently, Ning Mingjie turned around and walked out quietly as if he had never been here before. Where Ning Yuxuan was, there was always no need for him to worry about anything. Behind them, other than Bai Haoguan and Bai Haokong, the two heavenly rank elders, everyone else was shocked by Bai Haotian's exhaustive murderous aura, and the ones with poor stamina couldn't even control their trembling legs and collapsed limply. Ji Lingfei finally called Mo Jingming, and although she also saw Bo Mingyi's phone number, she still didn't call out. Seeing me wearing earrings, Fan Yi was quite happy. It was rare that the two of us didn't fight the entire morning. The old lady only felt her strength disappear with the signing of those 3 words. She had never been so nervous when she herself gave birth to 6 sons. Ow! Master Dog has also been thinking about this problem. See Shou's situation. Master Dog went to check once, and indeed found that his soul is a bit different from normal people. But if you want to detect and distinguish, it's a bit troublesome. Master Dog is trying to think of a way, the dead dog solemnly said. China began to active table in the international arena so that Japan felt that if they continue to be so stagnant, Chinese people will be on the sky. That said, Wang Di department Flower's fame in the physics department was quite high. In addition to Lu Wuchen, the class was cheering for Wang Ying. Other classes in the physics department were also cheering for her, and hardened their own class to the back of their minds, which could infuriate those who were competing for their classes. Over the past 3 days, Zhang Wei had spent 70% of his time taking the girls to brush the monstrous areas of the Dark Four Heavenly Kings and the Wolves of the North, and 30% of his time pretending to show his face. Kamishibai Fire Weaver? Science side? Bringing back Indicus? Wait, your name, I think I've heard it somewhere, only I can't recall it for a moment. Aiai Huang Quanchuan frowned. For this name of God Rift Fire Weaver, it seemed like she had heard of it somewhere, and moreover, it seemed like it was also the appearance of a very powerful character. Tang Hai saw the fat man said this, the heart can no longer calm down. Fluttering, to the fat man kneeled to the ground. There is a trace of tears in the eyes flash. 7 feet tall man, so in front of the fat man bawling up, the riflemen of the reinforcements were sweeping. The extreme battle was seen to be over, and the fighters of the combined forces joined in purging the remnants of the enemy, and by noon there were no more protoids in the core area. The commander of the reinforcements said goodbye to the commander of the combined forces and quickly led his team away. Han Feng didn't chase after him, but swung his sword down and went straight for the Fire Spirit Taoist. In his heart, there was no one he hated more than the Fire Spirit Taoist and Chao Soul. Chao Soul had already been chopped into 2 pieces, so he was going to kill the Fire Spirit Taoist again at this moment. Fatty looked at Wu Fattian, who was eager to fight, with a battle-hardened look, and finally only sighed and said, "Alright, Luo Xian stays behind and accompanies your Turtle Spirit senior sister along with you to take good care of it at home. Wu Fattian, this first team will be led by you. Go, let's go." Some people returned to reality, bawling, crying, praying to go back, but no one bird him again. Then no regret. All thought it was too late. Heaven sent opportunity. As long as the entry of this game will be able to go back to the super god space, who do not die to seize. In an instant, the temperature in the betting arena restriction will rise thousands of degrees. Blazingly hot, asked under the physical body in this environment. I'm afraid that directly will be roasted. If it is not this gambling arena ban extremely clever, the floor box I am afraid will be damaged. Chapter 46. He seems to have never said that he is in the Martial King realm. Many days later, a starship sailed out of Kanglan planet, shuttled through a wormhole passage, and continued to run to the Emperor Star. So, you then killed your way through the upper realms alone, preaching the 2 realms Martial King realm cultivation systems, leaving behind many techniques, and ascended before the world? In the battleship lounge, Shen Zuoyu listened to Ning Qingshuan's description with his heart pounding. It was like a magnificent painting that unfolded in front of us. She had never imagined that the day she was at the Church of the Living Dead. The one thing that humans haven't ventured into for a while in this era are these places that are very harsh relative to humans. Gaia, Arya, have you found anything from gathering information about this world? Su Yuan slowly stepped forward in a deserted countryside while sending out a question in his mind. Zhang Wei let out a loud shout, but seeing that Lin Xiu still didn't look like he had any reaction, too calm for words, made Zhang Wei frown. What's wrong with you? And Xinyu couldn't help but freeze when she saw Lin Yiting's movements, and then she reacted as well. What's more, on the Spurs side, Qin Yen, one of the team's recognized 3-point specialists, has yet to take a shot at throwing a 3. Counterfeiting and trafficking should be caught at the source, and we have to hurry to find these criminals who make fake and shoddy products before it becomes a big deal. However, whether it was Uchiha Bandu or Uchiha Weasel, reaching the point of being able to use perfect Susanoo was not something that could be done in a year or two. You want to frame me? The pupils of Lin Xiu's eyes shrunk violently at this moment, not having thought that he was carrying this kind of thing. Chu Jishue said, "You stay away from me." Of course, Wang Yu could not sit next to Chu Jishue, so he sat down in the back row of Chu Jishue's seat. Fang He, on the other hand, was speechless. What was there to boast about? Although he admitted that Yi Mengmeng was indeed very beautiful, but there was no need to be so exaggerated. It's just so taken for granted. As if to say you've all learned all these fundamental theorems and yet you can't even tackle a scientific research project. Aren't you stupid? Then, if like the latter days of the general made-up nonsense, Tongtian Godfather is one of the 3 Qing Shangqing Taoist words, why the immortal execution formation time will never heard of what Shangqing Taoist, and don't know what religion the Qing master is from? Somewhat stunned, he turned back and saw Jiang Ziyu with his eyes closed, breathing gently, and did not react for a long time, so it seemed that he was really asleep. The barbaric wilderness is vast and sparsely populated, often covering dozens of miles or even hundreds of miles of primeval forests. with isolated peaks scattered about, and sometimes with pools of water dotting the peaks. The scenery is beautiful and stunning. Her eyes shifted to the red thread tied around his ring finger. With this thing in place he wanted to go to sleep and she had to go. Only, the temper of his own king, he is the most no to understand. The king does not send word. His own guard has no law, so he can only harden his head to complete the king's account. You needn't worry. The empress's mind is clearly revealed. Before I was still wary of her. I didn't realize that her desire to get rid of me is now written all over her face. Those fishermen who wore them were dumbfounded one by one after seeing the situation, and they felt that they were really dead now. Su Qingli didn't know what was going on. She realized that she actually didn't have the means to get angry at Di Yinshin, and she also kind of liked to be pampered. Receiving cannot help but be shocked. Bazaar pondered for a moment, if the biggest possibility, when that East Boho's East Lu, but that lousy, the beginning of the Zhou dynasty have set up Shiji when the rise, and now if you set up again when the rise of East Lu, is not their own face? Tiger King is now very painful. They do not know when the Tiger family line. Originally the Tiger family can be born several tiger cubs. Slowly, the Tiger family began to be very difficult to get pregnant, and finally even if conceived, are a single line. The more advanced bloodline of the Tiger family, the more difficult to extend the heir. It was some arm-thick dark green vines. These vines were as swift and athletic as a spirit python, and in the blink of an eye, they bundled that huge corpse beast into a big dumpling. Li Yiming recently suffered a painful loss of loved ones. The family broke the village. Feeling rose to the point of the destruction of the country, but also Li Yiming intentionally, the work of the Mingzhou even if it does not allow me to keep a low profile. Set the country poem is not enough weight? After the words were out of her mouth, she led Yuan Yu to walk towards the courtyard, and after taking 2 steps she turned back to coldly glance at Wei Chou, finally fell asleep in a daze, but did not sleep heavily, but more than an hour has woken up. The 8th princess is a straightforward person, and one reserved you the same age of the girl is still completely a childish nature, like aversion are written on the face. Nowadays, Xuyang County City has changed greatly. He is the first day to come, really do not know the name of each road, can only be drawn out like this. Wawa suddenly moved. He only need to lightly say only Mr. Xia can enter the fourfold gate, the rest of the people cannot enter, nor can they inform, then it will be done. I've been talking about coming up with a whole bunch of questions myself, and when I think about it I feel like I'm getting very emotional, mainly because we're all in the same mindset. Elder Ren Xin said, De Zhu Zi, you're the one who's sweet-talking, but do you know how much of a price I had to bear back then before I was spared by the higher echelons of the human race? The great battle was staged in the starry sky, and among the two parties, there were countless experts, and Lin Ming saw a man holding a blue scepter and manipulating lightning, and in the midst of the battle, it was as if he was incarnating the heavenly Tao, ruling the power of the thunderbolt. Ji Ruoli recognized her almost instantly when he saw her back. She wore a light green silk robe printed with black bamboo, and used a hairband of the same color to hold her hair up high. Out of all the people he knew, she seemed to be the only one who liked to use hairbands. Early the next morning, Fan Gur came over again. Mingyu slept well and got up early. She was very happy to see Fan Gur and greeted him with breakfast. She began to look for them one by one on the other plates before the food box with fruit and pastries next to it. At this time, Xiao Haoqian's face had been as ugly as it could be. 18 heavy heavens, color triple had been completely in the realm that he didn't even dare to think about. In the high altitude, Lin Ming looked at the red-haired monster, and the red-haired monster looked at Lin Ming as well. It had a pair of ghostly green eyes with pupils like the tips of needles and a piercing gaze. Remember to carry some dry food for yourself, and also prepare some clean strips of burlap that have been scalded with boiling water. Xin Xian imparted her experience to the two. Chapter 47, Strength Recovery. Exceeding Potential Limits. After gathering intelligence, Lieutenant Li left with his men. Ning Qingxian, on the other hand, followed the Goddess of Wisdom's instructions and arrived at the mansion that belonged to him, located in the heart of the Jingzhou area. The most prosperous location, quiet in the midst of the downtown is quite a poetic atmosphere. No. 1. House on Ancient Street. That's a good name. At the door position, the butler who had received the news had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Ning Qingshuan's figure, his aged face immediately, Desai and his party rode out of the sea defense fortress, ready to make their way to the advance fleet's moorings 10 kilometers away. The merchant port of Bafleur? When they heard Colonel Belsong's voice calling out to him from behind. When Ward Jean saw the visitor, his appearance was handsome and extraordinary, and his aura was majestic, and he spoke with a clear and cold flavor of contempt for the earth. Hate it, letting you in, not letting you watch me undress. Wu Yuhan was shy, her hand covered her body, a little embarrassed to continue taking off more. Thinking about it, Mayor Zhang's face turned pale. Originally did not want to offend Huang Guangming, but as a result, he offended Zhao Taizhu, thus offending the governor in disguise. This will be an incomparably heavy blow to his career. Another glass of wine went down, and Zhang Yang had just eaten a few bites of food when Bai Zi raised another glass of wine to Zhang Yang. This side is another role of the chaperone, blocking the wine for the host, but in this kind of occasion, you can't openly drink for the guest, then you can only make the guest drunk, so that the guest is unable to toast to the host. So in the indigenous tribes, hunting wild boars is a very dangerous thing, but where the tribe's food is not in danger, the natives will never take the initiative to provoke them. Only, the scene of their sparring was completely different from that of the general troops. Everyone was as swift as the wind, and that shot brought up the air-breaking wind and horrifying momentum, just like shooting a martial arts movie. I laughed bitterly. The crossbow was powerful, but there was no need to be frightened when there were no characteristic bows and arrows in the arrow box at all now. Guanqing tried to focus herself as much as she could, because if she fell asleep, she might just plant herself on the floor, in which case, it was just what Lin Jingyi wanted. Then only heard the air rumbling loudly in the air. The whole grenade exploded in the air. The loud sound and thick smoke, including the Xuanjin masters, including all the people, were scared as if the color of the earth. That's what it is? I told you that the Lord wouldn't do anything that doesn't benefit him. Dian Wei grinned. Suddenly, she realized that she had never forgotten the grievances she had suffered over the years. Spirit Spider String Wing. The arachnidized elf shot out 5 magical arrows that separated like tracking bullets and shot at the 5 people with a rather impressive sound. Bai Qian had cast his gaze towards Yuan. Yuan was one of his favorite senior brothers. At this moment, after seeing Li Jie's downfall, Bai Qian's feelings became exceptionally complicated. If it was him who was going to face a strong enemy at this time, he would definitely charge up without any hesitation. Mu Gushi couldn't keep her mouth shut in surprise this time. Casually striking out with a gold mine? How rich is this man? But this does not prevent Gui Jia's appreciation of Chen Mo. He believes that Chen Mo now certainly can also see the situation clearly. Combined for 2 benefits. If divided, it is likely to be broken by Yuan Xiao's situation. The dozens of demonic beasts inside watched them leave and roared frantically in their impatience, trying to beg them to let themselves out as well. Not far away from the people carrying things also stopped, these few kneeling down and shouting long live but cloaked in armor and wearing a helmet. Joy spat as she clicked and flashed a few times in rapid succession before giving an OK sign. Although Qin Zhong didn't know what Morong Ling was going to do, the man was loyal to the emperor, so he grunted at a few inner eunuchs, who then turned around and went to the East Palace. In the blink of an eye, at the city gate hole without the city gate, a raid of Chang riders and Hu riders killed out, and set up thousands of riders in the open space outside the city gate. More and more Chang riders arrived, gathered no less than 6,000 riders. Black pressurized peace stands in front of the eyes, like the sea flood. The wind whistles, the air waves, the distant bamboo forest large broken, branches and leaves fluttering. Even the ancient temple on the rubble also trembled more than. Trouble is coming. Li Fei sensed more than dozens of Poison King powerhouses hiding nearby. His face changed drastically and he almost bit his tongue in panic. This year, Zhuge Jin returned to the capital to report on his duties. The most important one is to report on the implementation of local government orders. The battlefield is only about you and me, by any means necessary. There is no benevolence or mercy. I see that you are a loyal and righteous man. End it on your own and leave a whole body. Lu Bu had no shame. Mercy is not in charge. Goodness is not in charge. There are only enemies on the battlefield. Only victory and defeat. I came back the first time because I could see you were in trouble and I wanted to help. I came back this time because you were abnormal and it was the child I wanted to help. Long Yang didn't care about the old man's performance and spoke eloquently. The long sword in his right hand swung, and the green-colored thunder light mixed and intersected with the sword aura to form a new returning sword chi. Li Qi couldn't persuade the burly brute, but was instead pushed by the burly man and fell to the ground on his butt. Seeing Li Qi suffer, his face collapsed and he took 2 steps forward, reaching out and throwing the burly man into an over-the-shoulder slam. What kind of place and what kind of world has Long Yang arrived in? After Yu Fei left Changshan village, he sat paralyzed on the ground behind the village, unable to cry. Due to the small gap in cultivation, the competition of the top 10 rarely saw a situation like Chen Xin crushing Zhao Fengxin and the others before, and mostly relied on spirit techniques as well as the method of utilizing one's own comprehension of the laws to determine it. Excuse me, how should I obtain that eternal blood that steps into the threshold of evolution? He lowered his head and inquired to the believers in front of him. Even if he wasn't given a share of the profits, he'd have made quite a bit of money, and it's amazing that he's trying to make another head out of himself. This time, the machinery and equipment for grapeseed oil are starting to be made. Then the making of equipment for the soybean oil plant and the initial construction of the factory. He is also ready to put on the agenda. That's a good question, Grandpa. Why is this financial crisis only targeting a few countries over in Southeast Asia and not others? Good. In that case, I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Prince Gary suddenly resumed that odd expression, laughing without looking like a smile and crying without looking like a cry. However, Sheenwave and the others could go over to buy land and install this crystal gold elemental aggregator before they did so. Look at you, not trying to get your hands on all that broken brass. Just now you were drinking mine and taking mine. Now look at you. Dufeng really regretted recognizing such a white-eyed wolf brother. She had such power and massive family influence that everyone listened to her, and the universal Totland was practically her word, and only slightly less powerful than the great ship group of golden lions that had yet to be buried in the waters of Edvor. Su Lin as Zhongxin Construction Company recruited the second batch of employees among the more outstanding people, or Zhongxin Large Construction Fleet in a team leader. He drove in the Zhongxin Construction Fleet of excavators. It can be said that at this time has a quite powerful a job. Chapter 48, The Tower of the Ultimate. 12 Venerable Guardian Emperor Stars. Mr. Ning Qingxian may have more than just pioneered the Martial King realm. His strength should be far above the Martial King realm. The Long Ashes Star Lord was in deep thought. This situation was something he had not expected at all. The implication then is that the results of the wheelhouse investigation are not complete. The Martial King realm strength level was located at the preliminary Super S level, and the fact that Ning Qingxian had exceeded the limits of the Martial King realm meant that Ning Qingxian had, most likely, also created an unknown realm system. That Xue Chunian seemed to have used up all his strength, and after finishing this paragraph he began to pant hard, with his upper breath coming out and his lower breath not coming in, and there was no return. More so, he had gone to the point where he was only one step away from the peak of the threefold, and a bright future was already foreseeable. But for people like them, in the countless spacetime dimensions that never overlap and intersect, where can they meet such a deceased friend again? The spectators at the scene all looked towards the center of the huge pit, where Chi Yu, who was carrying a long spear, slowly floated up. Then, in the midst of countless people's dumbfounded eyes, Lin Fan's palm wrapped around Bei Xian's fist that was emitting terrifying power. Walking at the very back, was a teacher of the transcendent realm that Chi Yu had also met before, Mr. Qi, Bei Guiying and Bei Guiyu, who had walked for some distance, also stopped in their tracks when they heard Dongling Yu Ying's words. Although the bottom of the heart clear Wu Zetian mind fine love jealousy, but Di Renji also understand that the new dynasty just established, it is urgent need to use the plan. Wu Zetian is absolutely will not refuse any opportunity to seize the talent. In the Wu Zetian stayed for so long. For the Wu Zetian's nature of mind Di Renjia is still more or less understand a little bit of it. My child will live up to my father's cultivation. I also ask father to take care of his health. Chu Guangtong further promised, glancing at Chu Guangyu. If we don't negotiate, then is this gentleman going to burn this wind cloud in of mine to the ground? Evening Lady said blandly. At the same time, at this very moment, the white figure shaking the giant tripod, which was shrouded in golden light, let out a long shout, the kind of might that was enough to shake the world, as if it was really an immortal on earth, descending the true immortal's decree. For the past few days he had forced himself back to his old self, going to the club every day to practice with his guns, or going to the engine room to take the members of the club with him, showing them how to train and play with their guns. Nana curiously gathered around Yi Wudao while he taught her how to turn on the computer, how to operate it, and then pulled up a game for young and old to teach her how to play. Chen Hao glanced at the drooping crowd, knowing that Spinach and they were all still young, and their psychological resistance could not be compared to him, so he simply gave a harsh word and walked out of the conference room with that. The old man stroked its head gently, and Shui Ying felt safe and warm. It looked at him tenderly. He said to him affectionately, "We are good friends." The old man walked out the door with them. "Forget it if you don't believe me." Claudia slammed the door, not really wanting to keep talking about it, or God knows if she'd be pissed off at this wasteful guy. According to our intelligence, we have learned that the main force of the Kuomintang army recently entrenched in Liaodong is about to flee through the Soviet defense zone. I wonder if your military authorities have received similar information. Su Tian was still speaking in a roundabout way. Xu Fei's state immediately caused the corners of Jiang Fan's mouth to twitch and a few black lines to hang from the corners of his forehead. He was now wondering if his methods weren't ruthless enough. Otherwise, why were the people who came to find trouble with him all such extreme goods? Emperor Li Shimen of the Great Tang and Lu Mu were in the middle of the garden discussing the emperor, the world, and the pattern. Gong Hao Yi inwardly let out a hysterical roar, his eye sockets glaring and tearing, spattering blood, as if he was tortured and tormented by the infernal hell, sinking into the abyss of despair and darkness. I feel a bit like throwing up. Kujing turned his head pitifully, and Zhou Xian froze, itching to slap him. Seeing Xuemeng's careless look, Dream Demon admired her calmness in his heart for a few moments. I don't have any money right now. You leave your address and I will return it to the house with interest. The red-clothed youth said with a straight face. If it was strange, you would have gone to research it long ago and would still be here talking to me. Ha! The man in black said confidently, looking at all the people eating their mouths and savoring their food. and Yu Ran couldn't help but salivate and drool. Originally, the eyes are not seen as the heart is clean, but also can be less tortured. However, the world's son is like a deliberate mischief, wanting him to serve tea and pour wine between the tables. Focusing on Jing Shu, he forgot that there was also a Jing Shang. Jing Shang had just walked out of the kitchen when he saw a shadow rushing over and subconsciously stopped him. Shu Lin Yu felt a little amused. Even after knowing her background, knowing her determination, Eunuch Qi still couldn't fully trust her and even had to use such a way to subtly warn her. But he didn't know that this plan was made by Shu Linyu together with that lord at the very first moment when it started to be formulated. After thinking for a while, Shui Meng rolled her eyes in a bone, stopped struggling, looked at Diaoman Rong in fear, and let out a meow that got louder and louder. In just this instant, Wang Wei sensed that his ribs were about to break, his eyes were filled with blood, and his lungs felt like they were about to explode from the pressure. Earlier, when the vinegar was too much, she had used a spatula and tasted a little bit of the soup on the end, and then her whole face changed. Li Sankai is quite normal when he doesn't smile, and after he smiles, he reveals a characteristic simplicity and looks harmless. If he didn't know his identity, someone else would definitely treat him as an honest Chilu Hanzi. Looking at the entire Tianyuan continent, the southern heavenly continent was nothing more than a place of barbarians, and the strongest person on the surface was only at the condensed texture realm. However, when the program started again, the other 8 beauties, except for Jean Mirai, were seen coming out from the backstage in a swarm with the male hosts. The old Four Seasons Green Peak is like a river. Around the mountain, the wind comes to start point wave, and will not resist, do the most work, but the most inconspicuous. The Zhao clan cultivator looked at Su Ju's eyes that were flooded with purple thunder, and didn't doubt for a second that as long as he dared to say half a word of no, this person in front of him, whose strength completely crushed others, would make his head fall to the ground. After all, his song list from his previous life was that deep, and he didn't have a system, so if it really didn't work, he'd have to rely on Dong Yungzheng, a real music producer, to figure it out. As a general who has swept the world in command of the army, how could he not see the great effect of this tune, used in war? Chapter 49, A New Life. No. One house. Ancient street, Jingzhou district. Ning Qingxian lay within the energy capsule, feeling the surging power surging within his body. That power of taking one's destiny into one's own hands has returned once again. 60% left. He gently clenched his fist, which was the familiar peak of the Martial King realm. On it, the name is the Great Yellow Court, the second realm system that overrides the Martial King and is created alone. Unfortunately, he hasn't come to. A kind of ostentatious holiness shone on her face, and her serene and peaceful atmosphere was as pure and auspicious as that of an old monk sitting in Zen, vastly and majestically influencing the hearts and minds of the people around her. Three-legged golden crow. Three-legged golden crow over the place. Not an inch of grass. Red earth thousands of miles. Even the great ancestor had to retreat. And ultimately we killed the red dragon. Cold snake. To the bones of the red dragon. Cold snake skin. Pouring dragon blood snake venom. Blood sacrifice to the immortal essence. Only refined into a great bow. And ultimately killed 10 golden crow puppet beast. Immediately after the explosion, the DT organization declared through the TV stations and media of other countries that they were responsible for the explosion that happened in CD City. When the news traveled back to the country, everyone was shocked, especially the people of CD City unanimously demanded that the government crack down on DT. Caged white bone old devil gold figure does not shake, directly withstood this round of attacks. Gradual white bone body is unharmed. When Yi Wudao was carrying Lioli, who was looking a bit shriveled in spirit because of the tiring journey plus the excitement of seeing him for the first time, to go back to rest, he was attracted by a group of young people standing at the entrance of a club in Hangzhou City with a small front but a rather luxurious decoration. To be exact, one of them. The man watched as the old man walked slowly over to him, and the old man was accompanied by a child with purple hair and eyes, weird and evil. Remember, do not expose your whereabouts. This time, let you all volunteer to make some contribution to the country's fight against corruption. Tang Yulong revealed his charming smile again. With Xian Yuan in hand, Yi Wu Dao did not budge in the slightest. Both of them stepped forward at the same time, the tips of their swords pointing towards each other. Righteous. It seemed that the crunching sound just now was from the crystal core rupturing, only that there was still liquid dark dragon Yuan power within that core, which also proved that he hadn't really broken through. Countless races, countless Ming began to enter the Earth world, while some more strange races unintentionally fell into the void Fu Dao opened by Xie Xian and the others and came towards the ancient flood fragments. The Earth, however, these strange races were not very powerful, therefore, they were unable to pass through the Fu Dao as quickly as Xie Xie and the others. They could only advance slowly. Mu, on the other hand, decisively fled in the direction of the river. and that was the only chance of survival that might still exist when he was surrounded by the front and back. And Shang Maja's shin on the upper road immediately put a shield on the bloodied moose head the moment Nightmare's move disappeared. The commentator Sunset said Ash looked at the EF and the BF crowd that was covered in golden light in the middle of the screen. The regular season is playing down to the penultimate round and yet the competition is still fierce, which is probably why the NBA is so popular. Instead of favoring European player Nowitzki, Sky TV chose Yang, who chipped in 16 points and 10 assists, as the game's best. In the curtain of rain, there was a man dressed in gray and black, holding a black umbrella, moving his feet deeply and slowly through the standing water formed by the torrential rain. What should I put in my daily necessities? Clothes, jewelry, and basic training techniques. Damn, you few old men are really shameless. Dealing with me, a cultivator of the second flower gathering top even needs 6 people to join hands. Jiang Dong cursed, but his mind was running frantically, thinking hard about the silver lining of possibility of survival. After talking to his friend on the phone, Sui Feng was about to walk over to Gong Jilian's side when he was suddenly stopped in his tracks by the conversation of a shopper on the side. I went to see the master who used to teach me taekwondo, and he happened to be studying somewhere as well, so he sent me back. Xia Fangyuan replied. Xiao Jing looked at Xiao Mengshuan's departing figure, opened his mouth and could only smile helplessly. This sister, the more she grows, the more beautiful she becomes, but the more confused she grows as well. When Yi Lan saw this situation, he let out a sigh and reversed the true essence in his palm, sucking back all the ice-cold power left in Yan Lai's body, and then with a palm lift, he took 2 steps back and protected his body with both palms in front of him, on full alert, fearing that Yan Lai would repeat the same trick and make another sneak attack. However, looking at that expression on Chen Yaoyao's face on the stage, it was estimated that the price was far from the actual price of this item. Zhao Yechen, who came from a large company, was already strong and had the caliber of Class A. Otherwise, when he chose his seat for the first time, he wouldn't have been able to confidently sit on the throne in full view of everyone. Lin Zong secretly sucked in a breath of cool air, so fierce that before he even got close, just by smelling the odor, his body would become on fire. Yi Lan and the Sea of Qi full concentration and that purple Qi resistance, to the outside of the body of the matter to turn a deaf ear, but still by that purple Qi suppression cannot move, at the time when there is nothing to do, suddenly felt that the purple gas is shrinking, in the Sea of Qi vibration. Seems to Ba Wu encountered a great change, can no longer care about him in general. That's fine, let me know when you get there. I'll go back to my room and ask if the car has arrived for you. After saying that, he went back to his room with the 6 program leaders. Encountering this kind of unexpected accident, not only Xiao Jia was smashed dumb, the other members were stunned, that still have the heart to continue the performance. Major hotels are also more concerned about their services and reputation. If there is a deliberate arrangement for people to jump the queue, the reputation of the hotel will inevitably be affected after it is exposed. At this time, the village was scorched earth, dead bodies everywhere. In addition to Yi Lan, no other living things. He had the intention to find another clean place to heal his injuries, but his injuries are really not light. Even Get Up and Fly also feel the effort, so no longer find another place, just in the original place to run up the power. After the gift part passed, Young's mom went over to the kitchen and pushed out the cake. Everyone this started to plan to eat the cake. Moreover, the 2 rings are matched with a set effect. 10% of the maximum endurance value is automatically restored every 2 seconds. Chapter 50 Rushing the Realm. Nirvana Today. Heavenly Sword Sect. Xing Yun Peak. At the tender age of 10, Ning Qingxian sat cross-legged, listening to Master Longbrows preaching with a group of brothers and sisters. Elder brother, what is opening a vein? Beside Ning Qingxian, his junior sister poked the corner of his coat and asked in a small voice. Opening the veins is a 9th grade powerhouse that requires opening one's own strange meridians to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Ning Qingxian responded casually. Elder brother. Then what is qi gathering? Under Xiao Ming's penetrating eye, the hidden colors of that 7-colored heavenly spirit grass naturally could not escape Xiao Ming's eyes. Compared to the king of the barbarian continent who knew all about Ling Tian, the people from the 6 continents underneath had no idea of Ling Tian's strength. They only felt that Ling Tian was a big fool who dared to provoke the people from the 5 continents to his face. That, I can indeed see. I nodded and said, the current one. Although it wasn't smart enough for that matter, I could also tell that realist he and Lin back on. What they wanted. Spells were easier on the eyes. That was undoubtedly true for sure. But for a person of spells to be in close combat by a person of physical cultivation was definitely a line of thought. And the person of physical cultivation would use his incomparably strong physique to tear the spellcaster's body apart. After this experience in the land of exile, he felt that he had reached a new place, whether it was his vision or his thoughts. The Pameo Hong slap struck the stone wall, causing the stone body above it to tremble violently and crumble. Isn't there any other way to kill an advanced time warrior? Like attacking with a soul? Ling Tian asked after some thought. There were also some boulder spirits floating around in there, carrying ghostly lanterns and looking around. This piano training place had a relatively large hall that was dedicated to performances. Ling Tian and the others followed Yi Ting over and sat down at the designated location. Yi Ting beckoned her friend in front to help watch while she went to find the person in charge to talk about Ling Tian. When the Iron Buddha mentioned this matter, a hint of yearning also appeared in his dark eyes. Like him, he had cultivated his entire life, but he had never touched such a realm, and he did not even possess the qualifications to participate. Every time he thought about it, he could not help but sigh. This, could it be? Wu Tong sneaked a little closer and finally got a good look at the massive shadows, and in his heart, he suddenly understood Ulanta's intentions. Seeing Li Yan, Ningyan Nuda did not say anything. Just let Yang Mei prepare the dishes. The two ate in silence. Originally Li Yan wanted to tell Ningyan Nuda about the stranger's army, but looking at such a silent Ningyan Nuda, he couldn't open his mouth. Ron Yijuan sniffed unhappily and looked askance at her. It wasn't you who said you wanted to come. You just love to get together blindly. You don't see whether people welcome you or not. As soon as she opened her mouth, Ren Yijuan's character remained unchanged. When what he never expected was that Saviana had succeeded. Not only did she pass through the Dragon God's Forbidden Land, she even exterminated the Forbidden Land itself, which was something that Dragon Emperor Dinagara could never have guessed. But, what can be done only to go in and wander around for a while to be able to be clear whether it is really as scary as the rumors. When she heard this, Ningyan Nuda's face looked slightly ugly. She hadn't thought that she was going to leave the matter of just a week less than time, but actually really to the point where everyone knew about it. She really didn't like the feeling of being monitored. After what could be about 10 breaths, the wigwam was moved back again, as there was no snow in this place, and not a single break could be seen. Kaoru renounced a couple of glances and smoothly looked towards the wall. Just this look, but all of a sudden froze and did not speak for a long time, until he saw a poem made by Pang Jin. Then he felt that his heart and lungs had been hit hard. Unexpectedly cannot even stand. Since then, no matter what Li Nianshan said or did, he no longer refused to take that 20% of the proceeds, and sometimes even turned Li Nianshan away. The spirit sea at his dantian was already vast. The next step was to compress the spirit sea and condense the spirit dan. The working points were exclusive to the working point system. Without the system's consent, how did Erasure have the right to use them? Seeing his parents gone again, Xiao Chang continued to watch TV, watched for a while feeling bored, and thought that he now has no tool that can be publicized as a means of transportation cannot be, so left a note on the coffee table that I went out to play and came back in the afternoon to go out. However, just as Yi Chen was about to open his mouth to speak, Dongfang Xian had already made dinner and walked out, saying too much was a tear. She'd better prepare herself mentally first, or else she'd have to take the initiative to lean on Yi Xian again, and cheapen that big pervert. After freezing for a while, Yi Chen seemed to have thought of something, and then immediately moved his eyes to the top of the drawing paper and began to analyze it in detail. Nanxingyu evil smile looked at Nong Loi Gao Si. Originally has been fragmented arm, suddenly twisted at a strange angle healing. This is not a normal human angle can do, as if a doll and the evil ghost smile at you in general. Feel very demonic. Xiao Jianfeng dryly coughed a few times and did not dare to make another sound, preventing Shui Dong from involving his anger at that time. The more Fan Jinhua looked at the more absolute wrong. Very wrong, but where it is wrong for a moment cannot say. Qi's mother cried out as she spoke. Mo Chen is sincere to Qi Yang, and they have all seen it, so how can they not be together? If it wasn't for Mu's mother's sudden accident, she wouldn't have gone into the hospital. If she hadn't gone into the hospital she wouldn't have been known by Mui Bai, and if Mui Bai didn't know, he wouldn't have known that she had had such an accident. Bayandang Mountain is divided into 5 scenic spots: Yangbong, Yanggam, Dalongku, Hinsingmen, and Yanhu. Pa Liyi's body had been strengthened by the system, and it was still in every aspect. With Liyi's current physical quality, if he ran off to the army, he would definitely become an army treasure. As a matter of fact, Tang Shueshua had really sent someone to investigate Song's mother beforehand to have a chance encounter, the purpose of which was naturally to run for the position of the Song family's young grandmother. Just then, a light, crisp, glass falling to the floor and shattering sound came from the kitchen. It is important to know that on the attacking side, the commander-in-chief is often strategizing with the rear troops, and the ambush on the left and right is attacking the enemy's rear troops. The brother Diego Melito at this time is still unattended, but it is also at this time colliery into Diego Melito's vision, and even Melito received a phone call from Li Yi. Chapter 51, Such a Demon. How could this happen? He was clearly on the verge of failure. The last rush of the realm seems to have changed its trajectory. The 3 heavenly sword ancestors are all in seclusion. So who is the senior person who helped guide him? the multiple ancient consciousnesses continued to vibrate, all of them feeling baffled by Long Mei's sudden and incomparably smooth success in rushing through the realm, as the Long Eyebrow himself, at this moment stands in the air at the top of the sky dome of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, just exhaling and breathing, triggering the heaven and earth spiritual chi to roll backward and, Chung Si-chu also did not want to believe and could not believe, but it was true. It wasn't what others told her, it was what she herself heard and saw with her own ears, and it would never be wrong. The 16th one happened while Li Yi was speaking to Corleone, and Li Yi was the 17th, but obviously, Li Yi succeeded. This made Yun Tiangu somewhat want to explore the face under the cover of his face scarf. Just how many charming bones were there? As for why they were doing this, it was probably arranged by that young master they were talking about. The exact reason that was not something she cared about. If the Zhao family is found to be in breach of contract, the Jade family has the right to pursue its responsibility and compensate the Jade family for its loss and terminate the cooperation. The music power in her body shook violently, and Yun Tiange suddenly felt the source of music power return to her sea of consciousness, no longer able to support her as she flew lightly in midair. She didn't know how to answer Gu Tingju. She sort of knew that Gu Tingju should have misunderstood her. Shen Yu got off the bus and noticed Chang'an's gaze the first time, standing under the mound, silently looking at the heights, without speaking, without coming forward. The 3 emperors 6 emperors all have no good plan. Longyan Emperor himself cannot solve the problem. Also do not believe that the 3 emperors 6 emperors can be solved, but it is a routine question just. Sure enough, when the school year started in September, there was no way Jashu's name on the list of international exchange students, and it was impossible to adjust the list after it was published on the school's official website. After Ping Yaren was strictly rejected by the system, his eyes kept looking back and forth between the two sides of his heart, and this tangled look amused the 4 sisters of the Li family. In fact, the people of Winter Hill Village had long been accustomed to the fact that if they wanted an immediate reply, they all had to make a telephone call, but at very busy times, the telephone might be put away in a corner somewhere, and not noticed until Boileen was near, and the best way to find her was to go to a fixed place where Boileen would be moving about. It was the fact that the Tudai Turtle and the Nine-Tailed Brothers were now commanded continuously, or because positional battles didn't have to consume too much energy. Xiao Wen thought for a moment, then told Steward Yu what to do, and finally Steward Yu left with a smile. There were others who felt that Su Hatai was just too uneducated, relying on the Empress Mother's power and not putting people in their eyes. Demon beheading binding evil underworld binding. Lu Wuxin shouted out angrily, the light in her eyes flickering very violently, and even on her forehead, a complex seal of silver light appeared. That's right, it's me. Nanan Shui answered him quietly. There wasn't a single ripple in her eyes, as if she was talking to a friend. The body is the most honest. Can't fool herself. She really doesn't like it. Skin to skin with brother Kohei like this. Feeling disgusted, from the bottom of her heart, the two of them then left the dance floor and returned to where they had been sitting. But they were missing Han Shichen and Shen Jianlian. The host is requested to remove the secret treasures of the Inuyasha clan from the soon-to-be-dead secret realm of God's kingdom for the Hanakos and deliver them to the Inuyasha clan. The secret treasures include, but are not limited to, items such as the emerald leaf of the king of the Reaver demons, the sharp-toothed necklace of the king of the mountain dogs, the treasured sword of the Inuyasha god's leader, and the skeleton of the god of the Hashimoto Inuyasha. China's Boom 6 was modeled after the Tu-16 medium bomber, so the Tupolev Design Bureau can also be considered one of the teachers of the Chinese aviation industry. Hank, are you sure this apparatus won't fry my head? Charles Xavier looked at this strange helmet in his hand and couldn't help but subconsciously gulp and look at Hank McCoy. Don't say that. It's all what I should do. Of course, Mayor Jiaying, about your fellow Lunarians. I don't think you should be in too much of a hurry. Moving across the stars isn't that easy, and we simply don't have that big of a spaceship, so we're just making initial contact. Chris didn't say what would happen if he couldn't bear it, but Nathaniel could guess in his own head that those who couldn't bear it must be dead. After all, it was the blood of a god, and it seemed only natural that the average person wouldn't be able to bear it. Of course, when it comes to training equipment, airborne weapons, and repair and maintenance, the details of the negotiations are more complicated, and the business manager of AVIC will have to join in the negotiations, which is something that will come later. Xiafei's breath was very cold, his features were deep, and when he didn't smile, he gave people an unattainable and noble look. These findings made Charles realize that the darker the red color, the stronger the person's special abilities might be. Several foreign customer representatives, but also excited to the Sun Master, said, they will seriously consider the procurement of FC-31 Bone Eagle fighter matters, and even a customer said on the spot, their Air Force inspection team will come to Shinfei, the Bone Eagle fighter, for a detailed assessment, in order to decide whether to buy. At this moment, at the Zhang family's gate, the Liang family crowd had already blocked the gate and sheathed their swords, just like a big battle was coming. The zombies wandering in the distance are still some distance away from the car. The car did not make too much noise while driving, so it was not noticed by these zombies. That tooth tower orange light raging. Millions of light shot out, like a rain of swords sprinkled down, to kill in one blow. At that time, Yan Qi was sitting in the private room of the auction with a smile on his face, occasionally knifing Qinlin with his eyes. No harm done. The poor monk is not afraid. Just follow your heart. The poor monk does not want you to be bound. Sanzang's voice was flat, ignoring the intense pain from the blazing fire. Hearing a voice from behind her, Lotus turned her head and sternly rejected the boy who was going to follow her out. Under the sunshine, Zhang Yeye sleepily sprawled on the bed, reluctantly touching the high-fashion mattress, special pillows, and light luxury leather double bed. Previously breaking away from the Dao sword sect, the two of them, Lin Shuiying and Qin Xiao, were unwilling to follow the Candle Cloud Mountain lineage, and had already joined under immortal Song Wang instead. She loved beauty when she was young, and the first time she saw Jiang Yanxing, she was mesmerized and got the idea of collecting it. After the old Dao Kuwei passed away, there weren't many people who could hold back that old turtle from the mountain and sea, but unfortunately, the other party had been holding a grudge for the first riot, and in their hearts, they refused to truly cooperate with the human race. Although Lin Shuiying rarely kills with her hands, there are some verbal evils that are worse than killing. There's no way out of here, of course, but following the direction of this downspout will naturally lead you to the underground sewer system. But I saw that I was holding Zunia's face in my hands and rubbing her cheeks desperately. Her hair was all messed up like a popcorn chicken as I rubbed it. After the first round of shelling is complete, immediately proceed to the landing battle. After the first wave of continuous bombardment, Yellow Ape's Grand Admiral Poliusarillo immediately gave the order to land. Chapter 52 10 Years, Ask the World. Half a month later, in the 6th domain, the Gushan Nunnery. As a holy land not weaker than Heavenly Sword Mountain, the Gushan Nunnery's inherited heritage was equally not bad. There are also two of them currently living in the realm of Nirvana. Many years ago, a strange woman appeared in the Gushan Nunnery, who had been deeply created by the Gushan decision, and had been ranked in the 4th grade realm. Today, a group of dusty people stood outside the Gushan Nunnery. At the head of the group was a grey-robed old man, leading a young man in his 20s with an indifferent expression beside him. I don't know. It's been like this lately. I've been very uncomfortable after eating just now. Lu Lingqi didn't know what was going on. Her body had been very uncomfortable lately, and she also had a special craving for sour things. Does it mean that they are not doing proper business? Ji Ruyu plopped down, her tone still unnatural, but luckily most of these armed cars ignored them, but they were stopped by a group of armed men less than 50 kilometers from the city of Lawrence. This was because the current 12-star alliance and the Abrasax dynasty were arguably the biggest obstacles to the Terran Empire. So in many ways, Ishtar had done his homework earlier. First skill, silver needle, 3 inches and 3/4 long, made of pure silver, with various medicinal powders and pills hidden inside the jewel at the end, capable of relieving poison and stopping bleeding. Seeing that Qingfeng Li was so ferocious and simply irresistible, any demonic beasts that dared to block his way were mercilessly killed by Qingfeng Li without leaving a single survivor. He hadn't noticed it just now when there were many people, and only now did he realize that this young man had bodyguards secretly protecting him. Reporters you a word, I a word, began to ask the director of the field, although they do not say on the mouth, but they know in their hearts. We certainly know clearly, this director of the field gourd is selling what medicine? Although he had a smile, there was a trace of cold sweat seeping out from between his forehead, and his teammates behind him, their gazes were all gloomy at this time. According to what Elder Windwalker said, the strength of this snow puppet was at the level of an early-stage lunar spirit mighty. This situation is not uncommon. In the Guantang street signal is also better, but into the mountains, that cannot be certain. Lin Shenmu squatting in the countryside research period. Most of the time the phone is in the state of no signal. Yan Ning beckoned, Tang Yi carried Miao de Bao back to the room, while Zhang Quan walked towards the door, then thought of something and turned back. Lin Shenmu wasn't afraid of his enemies. Even the most powerful enemies had weaknesses, can be hidden behind, enemies that you can't see. That's what's most terrifying. You can never imagine when and where he will be, with what way to deal with you. There is such an enemy not to find out. It's always hard to sleep and eat. Mom, later on, Brother Lin is going to take me out to play. Nie Chen said to Feng Meiwan as if she had just gotten her beloved toy and couldn't wait, as if she wanted to show it off to the others. Humph, whether it's delusional or not, you don't get to say. Lin Feng responded coldly. These people of the demonic sect were ruthless. Lin Feng hated them. This was the territory of the giants. They couldn't go for quests, so they couldn't do anything. There were no NPCs other than the giants, and the neighborhood didn't look like it was worth developing. Shiwu Mountain was located on the border between the two countries, with a large river running horizontally around the mountain. stopping Shiwu Mountain in the territory of Yanjiaga Kingdom. On the other side of the river was the border of the neighboring country, Lanjin. Looking at the fluttering and falling snowflakes outside, Xian sighed. She didn't know when this snow would stop, and after seeing it for a few days, she was tired of seeing this white blanket. However, thinking of the withered yellow that would appear after the snow, her heart was again in a state of solitude. Fortunately, Zhang Yunhui did not look at him for too long, so he picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, and only then did he feel that the majesty that tightly bound him and squeezed him to the point that he was a little breathless was much lighter, and he hastened to take a long breath as if he was relieved. Father, please make a decision for Zhao He. Su Hui's couldn't be bothered to speak, and directly, she knelt down and kowtowed first. Water Mist Spell. This was the favorite auxiliary magic of water mages. This low-level magic was relatively low in terms of magic power and mental power consumption, but the area of effect was huge. But the black gas rushed into the crowd, instantly eroded the protection of several cultivators. Just a few breaths will be completely broken. Several cultivators immediately turned into pus. Don't even think about it. Du Meng drew out his green jade sword to stop those people, and used the two recluse methods of earth and wood to protect the red ring behind him. When the war moved from the side of robots that favored weapons towards close combat, it was like Zhuai Nan and Qin Ryu had once again found the battlefield that belonged to them. After waiting for a few moments, Wang Lei dragged his fat and heavy body and exerted the true qi in his body towards the front. One is the leading snake demon of the south, and the other is an immortal out of the north, fighting to the death, showing no mercy. Is there some kind of unshared hatred? Or is it the helplessness of each master? The exchange between uncle and nephew is a sword fight? Something naturally flashed through his mind. Something that wasn't part of his post-amnesia story. Luoyan Tanjinchi and a few others who had been notified by Yifeng and the others also put down their official duties one by one and came to visit with various looks. When Tai Ta heard this, his lungs were about to explode. Sui was also surprised and looked at Li Qingshan, a little skeptical. This Li Qingshan? Is this Li Qingshan? Is it the Li Qingshan from just now? Unfortunately, the result is to be Luo Xian and others will be their Chaos Demon God. In addition to him, a few powerful Chaos Demon God are sealed up, and although he is not sealed up now, available not long, he will also be Luo Xian and others sealed up. Cliffless had long taken Zhang Chen as a more trusting and important person than his son or nephew, and if there were any shortcomings because of helping himself to revenge, I am afraid that Cliffless would have to repent for the rest of his life again next. The Spirit Valley was still growing, and in the twinkling of an eye it was a process from growth to maturity, and then the best and fullest seeds were replanted, while the others were lost to the soil and turned to ashes. This Tian was quite happy to see Ouyang. It played stunts in the air, sometimes swooping, sometimes flipping, sometimes flying around their paraglider at a fast pace. It could be seen that it was really excited. After all, it hadn't seen Ouyang for a while. Gladstone was not so confident in the combat power of the French army. In his impression, the French army is indeed the first in the world, but the first is not the same as invincible. If there were no immortals descending to the earth, threatening with the strength of the harmonized spirit cultivation would still be possible. But now that these people had the opportunity to go to the spirit realm and followed the immortals around all day long, how would they and the others dare to threaten? Chapter 53, So it's him. It's him. Chang Mu hate. Isn't this the child you brought back from Castle Peak Village? Seen your brother? Outside the Heavenly Sword Pool, the Grand Elder's two eyes were stunned. He hadn't seen him for 10 years, and now he actually failed to see through the realm levels. The token of our Heavenly Sword Mountain can only be preserved by him. The long eyebrow tone is complex. The spirit seems to be in a trance. Once the wailing baby is already a youth. Within the Heavenly Sword Mountain, 10,000 divine senses swept in, and as one pair of eyes cast out, they all saw Ning Qingxian. Although she also entered this strange space yesterday, she didn't observe this space called the dueling arena too much since she was fighting. It also said that Pei Jian and Shen Xingyan were both pretending to be in love on the show, and that Shen Xingyan had asked Pei Jian to accompany her to show her love to increase her popularity. This post was analyzed in a reasonable manner, causing many passers-by on the internet to believe it, and there were even people who turned over Shen Xingyan's previous ambiguous photos with Ning Hao. However, the natural disaster fell suddenly, and people fled in all directions, which did not give them a chance to realize their properties in advance. Generally speaking, the place where people live is called a yang house, while the grave of a dead person is called a yin house. One is in the yang eye and the other is in the yin eye, and the Chen family is now in the yin eye's position, so if they want to change, they must change to the opposite side. Despite the fact that Qin Xiaoli is Su multiplied son, Qin Xiaoli doesn't like Su multiplied, and there are rumors outside that Su multiplied abuses his son. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. And the words she just said were really meant for Qin Xiaoli to listen to, and in the way, she sold a wave of misery again. Lin Man was breaststroke, butterfly, backstroke, and freestyle for a while, and Hua Qinghuan was dumbfounded. If Hua Qinghuan can't take the pain and doesn't want to continue to stay in the countryside, he'll definitely write back to ask for help from Grandpa at that time, and it's not certain that he'll find a way to get him back, Mizukato said, flashing a grin, the sunlight shining through the ice pavilion shining brightly on his face. At night near the Yuki Mizu's house, Uchiha Haru and Mizukato eyed the bamboo rats set over the fire, gulping every now and then. Li Ning had expected this and laughed out loud. What bull ******** 1,000-year-old would heart. You've been tricked. He secretly hid Zhang Yingying behind him, quite jealous of the young giant. In the past, I would have been worried that Abnet would turn on Fiona when she woke up, but Feria seems to be able to dispose of Abnet whenever Fiona wants to. Li Hao was going to destroy all those traps, and those nets, because Li Hao could see these very clearly from above, and the palm-sized places where those traps were marked, and the places where there were nets were marked, and all these Li Hao saw. As soon as his words fell, the Shantung scholarly disciples who followed along, as well as those officials and officers who had been bribed long ago, all agreed. Zhou Chu immediately felt chills all over his body. He certainly knows. All the world's powerful countries, in fact, have some miscellaneous laboratories. Research things are also strange. What aliens UFOs are, what biochemical weapons are, these are not strange. Don't know why here the last few words. Mushi may feel that there seems to be some slight irony in it. Slightly raised his head to look at the 13th argosy, only to see the corner of his mouth smile more and more obvious. Now she understood. This 4th argosy is to give his favorite 13th brother to take revenge to come. Lin Hanshi suddenly felt a touch of uneasiness looming over her heart, not knowing if the throbbing at the bottom of her heart at this time was expectation or bitterness. Gently resting my head against Rillard's chest, I couldn't hear his heartbeat, but the scent of his body was soothing to my heart. Crazy dash looking at Sueme's crazy eyes. 13th Argo's eyes chilled. Such a person was not worth his hands. It would dirty his hands. Lotus Leaf looked at what looked like the direction of the 5th princess and the 5th prince from afar, and hurriedly walked out after giving a blessing to Linghuan. With the concentration of manpower and the most efficient use of land, there will be a large pool of idle labor and the time will truly come for conversion to an industrial population. Lin Baoshu smiled without saying anything, neither saying yes nor no again, but her words had already planted a deep seed in Taisho Wang's heart. That was the holy land in their hearts, and to be able to join the Thousand Li sect was the ultimate dream of almost all martial arts practitioners. After Ouyang Lakan knew that Huali had disappeared, he also searched around for Huali, and from time to time, he also brought letters to Huamu, telling Huamu not to worry. At first, it was thought that someone was setting off fireworks in broad daylight, and a number of people on the street looked up in curiosity. According to his and Changzhen's prediction and his guarantee, within a year, Zhang Xianzhong forced in the Sichuan Shanxi and Hubei Guangzhou 3 provinces at the junction of the place, slowly weakened his power, so that his 20,000 elite gradually hit the light. Within 2 years, you can collect the credit. After they arrived at Han Yuan Palace, they saw Lin Baoshu and Jin Ping talking there. When Lin Baoshu heard that the Empress had come, she knew that those who came were not good, and those who came were not good. Lotus Leaf saw a trace of sadness in Linghua's eyes, and the 3 words 5th prince leapt to Lotus Leaf's heart at once. Lotus Leaf lowered her head and banned herself from speaking. The corner building was a little farther away, but luckily there were no obtrusive buildings to look at. He held hostage the seller of life changeless Zhuge Xiong, and the East indistinct at the moment in the hands of the Imperial Army. Both sides have hostages, throwing rats, forming a stalemate situation. This was the first time she came to the orc world in her beast form, and at this moment, seeing her shadow through the lake, she was amazed by herself, even more so than the first time she saw Yanwan in her beast form. Below, those people from the demon world were all excited, as if they were watching a play, and in the end, they even started to bet on it. We don't seem to have any serious grudges against each other, do we? Even if your wife was stolen, it's not my fault, is it? Zhuge Xiong threatened to know the whereabouts of green bamboo. Dongfang Hao will believe it, and catch up with the middle of the night, fought to hang him out to dry for a night before. However, even the countless galactic stars didn't make her bend over to thank them, much less utter words like mwahahaha or Maine loves you. Lu's royal family and the 4 great families liquidated everything, and this network of relationships that the Bao Sheng real person had spent a great deal of effort on weaving, was naturally gone. Lu Kai 1.85 big man, was actually kicked flying a meter away, overwhelmed a dining table before stopping. She buys out a bunch of journalists and asks them to start rumors and slander Su Nai, washing her hands of herself in the process. Although, he clearly remembers that just this afternoon, Xiao Wuan still promised that he wouldn't really do anything to Zhenwan, claiming that he was just trying to get back at Li Junkai, and that he and Zhenwan were just putting on a show. Chapter 54, The Man Who Punched Through the Third Domain. No more fighting? Ning Qingxian silently looked at their departure. holding the 3 soul artifact tokens in his hands. From above he could feel that there were strands of ineffable origin power, like a part of the rules of this world, generated by the creation of heaven and earth. Rather a thing never seen before. Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought. He had already gained a full understanding of the 9 regions before his seclusion in the Heavenly Sword Pool. Later, in the Heavenly Sword Pool, it turned. That should be right. Lax's power has finally found a successor. Elder Chen stroked his beard and said, as the sound of swords and fists rang out, a sweet voice came far into Li Yunxiao's ears. The voice was very melodious, like a babbling brook flowing slowly, snapping at one's heart. Xia Yuan decided that he would draw up to 10 times, and if he didn't win 10 times, then he would stop immediately and never consume essence value in the system again. So what if it is? The green lotus suspended in front of him slowly rotated as Yang Xian swept his gaze through it and said without twisting his head, after so many years, those 2 cultivators summoned from beyond the universe. Hong Jun still remembered the aura they carried. In a flash, the sword body light, while spitting out the blue sword on, but also flowed with the freezing power, and then faced Li Yunxiao this strong sword. Hong Jiahao in addition to the face looks a little surprised. There is disdain for the look. The hands of the fist gesture remains unchanged, actually intends to barehand hard to receive. Many Xiao family members were surprised to discover the changes in the sky, and for a while, there was a lot of talk. Xiao Hong hugged Wen Jixia tightly, and this cry of mother also fulfilled her dream of becoming a mother. This child, and her own biological, there is no difference. However, just as Yen Fingjia found an excuse and intended to push the door to leave, Wei Qingfeng's voice came from behind him. The Zhou family has been passed down for hundreds of years to be able to stand, relying on absolutely not nepotism, but the persistence to stand up for people's livelihood. Zhou Shizhang looked at her with a sharp gaze. She was taught bad by her parents and got someone to correct her cognitive bias. Ying Duo thought of Zhong Rong that way and felt that she was ashamed of her mother-in-law. Their third mother is filial, and the old lady has always loved her, so maybe she will refute the lady for her and fight for a better one. Pheasant Post is actually 2 large rocks, 6 or 7 feet high, one prone, one towering, from afar like a singing rooster, which is the origin of its name. A mountain road from the middle of the 2 boulders through, leading to the old crow grave. Zhou Yunyan didn't give Tang Tang the chance to refuse, directly pulling open the door to block the person's back. Tang Tang could only go up. Even the strongest city, even the most powerful protective array, cannot block the charge of the Void God boat. A crash cannot be shattered. What about 2 or 3 times? The entire city, I'm afraid, will be razed to the ground. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if the overall level of the demon soldiers is higher than that of the human race, if they meet on the battlefield, the demon army will still be inferior to the human army, and will be killed in a great defeat. After the tea ceremony, the crowd dispersed one after another. Chui Ling Kuei also did not think to get up in front of Mrs. Ningguo Gong, busy following Xingyan's footsteps away. When he thought of the words Yu Huang said to him before he disappeared, the next road is up to you, Ao Bing was speechless in his heart. It was as if a cork had been drawn out of a bottle. The sound was so crisp, and amidst the gaze of the bright moon emperor with his teeth bared, the white tiger was directly killed at point blank, his body transformed into nothingness, unable to maintain it at all. Tang Huanfen was, after all, the former princess of the 10,000 Beasts Valley Heavenly Zhou Kingdom, and after revealing a moment of tenderness, she was also contemplating a countermeasure. How could they be recognized without spying on some of them? It was just a matter of passing. In 2 days, Master Sniff had thought of nearly every possible way to spy. He now couldn't wait to hand over his investigation report to the founders in advance. The 2 were just chatting and following the mark left by Village Chief Chao. One could vaguely see Village Chief Chao in front of them, and all of them did not encounter any danger. On the other hand, in the Southwest Military Region Command, inside the commander's office, at this moment, Commander Bai was staring at everyone in the room with an ugly expression on his face. If he hadn't already sent Leona there, he would have wanted to go to the American Empire to settle the score with the bastard himself. Li Qingyuan was certain that the influx of the power of the world would definitely cause the illusion seed to change, beyond the shepherd's illusion for sure. He just didn't know what kind of brand new abilities it would have. Mo Wu Jiao's mind moved. Stellar energy immediately erupted. Blazing fires suddenly lit up, and everything in the world lost color. Regardless of the thoughts of the foreign aliens, those newcomers felt inexplicably safe in their hearts when they heard Old Man Lai's words. Old Man Lai's words full of confidence calmed them down at once, like they had a backer, and inexplicably gave them more of an identity with the Guardians. I'm just here to travel. You guys don't have any opinions, do you? Mo Wu Jiao gazed around the room and then said lightly, as if he was asking for the opinions of the people present, but in reality, his tone was strong and incomparable. These demonic beasts, sensing the powerful aura of the 2 ice bears, were all too honest to come over. They all hid far away. Yes, I'm from the demon chef family, but I'm an invalid and can't harm you, so hurry up and move your tail away and run. Tuoba Z now only wanted it to hurry and move its tail away. It was a rope. Yellowcoat had just searched the sporting goods spot, and the most he had in his bag was a climbing rope and a claw hook. Director Wang receives a call from Shang Qinin, who says that she and Prayer Rec can't go to the Cannes Film Festival this time either. No, it's not like that. Chun Yu cried and laughed a little. He felt that this matter today was considered a mess. LV Zhu raised those gentle watery eyes and looked at Yun Fei Ling in front of her. Smiling, Swordfather seems to have some misunderstandings about us. After so many years, Yun Han's position in our Lin Yuan sect Swordfather really doesn't see it half the time? The content of the image shocked Chen Yu, only to see the image of a man walking to the road. Just at this time, a car rushed over, including the man. 4 people were knocked to the ground. General Wild, a secret passage has been discovered in the back, leading to the bottom of the island. It seems unusual. Just then, one of Wild's subordinates came to report. I always pay on credit. Why not this time? Moreover, just these things, can they be worth $8 million? Su Chen's eyes widened. Never planted a field. He looked at the soil and to the loose sand. Of course he thought the field collapsed. Now listen to Professor Zhong said. This is like the forest. The big trees to absorb nutrients. The fallen leaves piled up composted into fertilizer. The land will only become more and more fertile. Yi immediately replied. No, Lord Palace Master. Truth be told, I had some bad blood with Nangong Xiong, the eldest son of the Nangong family. Nangong Xiong he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge on me, so he sealed the spirit world immortal domain, didn't want me to leave, and was planning to trap me to death, so I shot out to injure them, and Hardy escaped from the spirit world immortal domain and came back, destroying the scarlet demon moon to send out a blood-red blade of light, cutting off the last enemy simulated by the virtual card tester. Yang Tian then breathed a sigh of relief and clicked a few times in the void, exiting the testing space of the virtual card tester. Chapter 55, God's Creepy Nightmare, White God of Murder. Time passed, and 2 months passed in a flash. The 9 domains have ushered in an era of spurt of celestial pride this morning, and no matter whether it is a large domain or a small domain, there are all people with great reputation. This is an unprecedented event, and I am afraid it will never happen again. The speed of the tokens changed more and more frequently, and the name of Lu Yun, the heir to the true martial hall of the 6th domain, gradually resounded throughout the entire range of the 9 domains, attracting the fervent worship of the people of the 6th domain's world. On this day, within the 6 regions Jing Dynasty's border city, millions of people are united. One heir to up a scurry to run. The police head and face is 2 rubber stick, pulling the hair on the people gripped out. Then a few police put the phone to both of them, directly pressed on the ground to the handcuffs. It was as if, while the incident was indeed unexpected, it wasn't so unexpected that Roy had trouble accepting it. So Guan Yu took Sun Yu directly, to a corner somewhere, for a very private transaction. By the time Lucia and the others realized this, the two had already started to come back. Since he, Lu Baoji, doesn't play live, then you guys should do whatever you want. Don't spoil it. Dong Yi returned with a flat tone. The sound of gunshots in his ears was deafening. His eardrums were raw and painful, and he couldn't hear anything around the buzzing. However, Gunhao's mind rang with Miao Kawu's voice. Duan Linger moved her lotus step slightly, pretending not to notice Lao San looking at her. She didn't care about these trivial matters now. She had only wanted to do business beautifully, but she suddenly put Gu Changfeng in a trance. Fine, I'll take you there. Cheng Huiliang pretended to be attentive, winked at the crowd, and took the lead to walk out the door. Cultivating the saint, Lei Siener is also halfway out. Without a bright teacher to guide her, she relied on her own mistakes. She was unable to give a better and more reasonable way to cross the human tribulation, and Yang was about to persuade again. But her afterglow caught 2 figures crookedly appearing in the light of the lanterns on the porch of Qinglian Court. Lin Xingya was very angry. She knew that she was in danger. Su Ning would also protect her with such desperation, but when she saw that he was injured like this her heart was angry. A true god guard was merely touched by a single drop of dazzling gold molten plasma, and his entire face was melted in agony. Even true gods couldn't resist dazzling gold molten plasma. The black-clothed figure tried to suppress his emotions, though the eager tone of his voice exposed his mental activities. Hobo? Of course, the crowd will not believe that Ma Jingjing will find a hobo as a boyfriend. Fatsong Tianji do not want to say also no longer pursue the question. After congratulating Ma Jingjing, everyone gathered together to talk and laugh. Since the disappearance of her husband many years ago, but also in the marriage of a few spring things as if a few centuries long. Just now in the body of Yin and Yang Tuchi of the war crispy and swollen taste of their own and revisit the passion of the wedding night, reached out and touched the lower part of the grass. Grassy area is full of wet dewdrops. The flames were still burning unhurriedly, As for Yilei's cold ice, it was completely melted by the flames the moment it first appeared. After that golden stream of light flew towards them, that middle-aged man immediately raised his right hand and took the golden elixir into his hands. This compulsion granny violently flashed, right hand into a claw with a dark ghostly light running at my throat to grab over. Logically speaking, with the character of the fantasy flower butterfly, it was impossible to see a fight appearing in front of them, and with only 2 magical beasts around the 7th level of the Holy Realm, where did they get the courage from to dare to fight in front of the fantasy flower butterfly? This was clearly not in line with common sense either. Alright, since you didn't say anything, then you don't want to get any of the live ginseng at all, Lin Tian said with a smirk. As soon as the words fell, the golden dragon blade in Wu Tian's hand directly swept through the silent demon emperor's body, and after a flash of golden light, the silent demon emperor's demonic soul was instantly destroyed by Wu Tian. It seems that the only way to get out is to clean up the dormitory, Yang Jianluo said as she looked at the bloody words above the door. With a crisp sound of parts falling into place, the object in Chen Chei's hand returned to his original form. If, after Victor's passing, he studied with Jace, the leader of 2 different cities, they worked together to develop Hextech. Next, everyone quickly boarded the armed jeeps and transport trucks they were riding in. Li Xiaoyang sat on the ground and took a big drag on his cigarette, as if he was giving himself a relaxing soothing breath as he puffed it out. In the visiting locker room of Hangzhou Huanglong Sports Center, all of Jiangsu ST's players were in high spirits, with reasonable tactics allowing them to take the lead in the first half, and head coach Wang Enming was also quite complacent. On the way back, Ning Bingrua and I were sitting in the sightseeing bus. The window fell down, and Ning Bingrua, who was sitting in the window seat, gently leaned over to my side. The breeze outside the bus window lifted her hair, and the wind carried a tranquil afternoon air. In the Second Great War of Gods and Demons, the human emperor had already broken through Fengdu City and killed at the foot of the underworld's Backing Mountain. So what could be done about it? The nourishment for the body and mind that comes from that moment of entrance feels like it was worth the $650,000 spent. Doing anything should be done gradually from simple to complex. As the host's chef achievement rises, the difficulty of the subsequent unlocked food preparation will gradually increase, the system said. No, Jun Yichen was not surprised. After all, given that he had been martial arts sparring partners for several years, it was only normal to care about each other. So it is. It's okay anyway, didn't you find me? But won't that make your position worse? Zhang Hua smiled as he looked at the unwilling Fukitsuki and comforted her, even though he was inserted later but now Fukitsuki was still his sister. When Yi Lime heard this, she then joyfully hugged Mu Yueli, and to his face, she kissed him twice first. Sparks and debris flew from the Lion's battleship, and once again, several huge voids appeared, and the entire hull began to shake, making one suspect that it would disintegrate in the next moment. At this moment, everyone would be a fool if they still didn't know that Ling Tian was hiding his cultivation. This series of styles looked at the 4th elder was always frowning. This person really let himself down, far below what he had imagined before he came. We just happened to have a financial expert on board today for an in-depth discussion on the hottest topic of the moment, love flavor restaurants. While accompanying these words penetrating into his eardrums, he could also clearly feel the hidden and complex hostility in Gao Heng's sharp and deep eyes. Yes, Your Highness, the subordinate respectfully replied, gazing back and continuing the party's report. Xia Ronghua listened attentively, asking a few questions from time to time, as if the party's interlude hadn't happened, and Luo Sigong was photographed to the last. No other, because in the outside world news, the Son of Heaven and this Jinui commanding officer's friendship is not deep, just because the former emperor's old minister, so very much rely on, compared to, and the first few on the difference. Good, you'll go over with me starting tomorrow. Yan Shining nodded and spread a smile, and Hagrid didn't seem to notice, gleefully asking the students if anyone had gone over to say hello to it. Chapter 56, The Supreme Powers of the Nine Realms. Second Domain, Southern Heavenly Academy. The cold winds are chilly, and the ancient palace halls stand among the peaks. For the many desolate forces of the second domain, today was a very special day, and a day that countless people were extremely nervous and apprehensive about. Ever since Lu Yun, the heir to the true martial hall, killed his way through the third domain, there hadn't been a moment's pause. Immediately after coming to the second domain and defeating the 6 great heavenly prides, everyone was nonplussed. Look at the 4 corners of the Nantan yard. She knew that exercise was good for the body, but she always felt like she couldn't make it work. Never mind this kind of intense exercise that Yana was doing. Yi Mingyu stared at her and received a provocative look from Missy in return, managing to gasp at the other's face. You'll lose weight after you give birth, and when you do, I'll accompany 11 to lose weight, okay? He coaxed softly. Buzz, for Loveland's successive provocations, Remil could no longer bear it. The war of the gods was coming, although the planets still had some limitations on their power, but it was enough to smash that narrow-eyed smiling face. The two of them went to early childhood class 1 and did the same thing, going through the day's lessons as always, before returning to their dormitory to rest. Seeing that he could not say anything to his wife, Dean Bai had to let her go. Qianli is a capable and courageous, and the economic foundation determines the superstructure. So Lu Songyun said that Jiang Qianli is very powerful in the family, which is absolutely good. His body has been deteriorating over the past few months, not as good as the day before, and he can't be stimulated at all, so he couldn't bear it at this moment, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted again. A long, dark red mahogany table, filled with people, most of them older and serious looking, was slightly away from the main table. As soon as Xiao Mo saw other men giving things to his stepward wife, he was sour. In his heart, there is no lack of remorse. He thought of accompanying his wife all day long. How did he not think of going to ask for a good sword for her? The only vibranium that flows in this world and the outside world is the captain's shield. And now that she sees Tony's vibranium battle armor again, how could Chala not be excited? Did it make it? Someone spoke up, and due to the darkness of the night and the fact that there was a lingering storm shrouding them, they couldn't see what was happening to the monster at the moment. It turned out that the family inheritance that he had expected the most had become less important to the current Wan Yunjun, so the moment Wan Yunquan said that he wanted to ask for his help, he agreed without even thinking about it. Brush, brush, brush. A messy sound of footsteps came from the front. At this speed, don't take a few breaths to reach him. They all knew what the other party's intentions were in coming to the ancient Emperor Hall test at this time. It turned out that the heavenly bead also had such a wonderful use that it could greatly enhance the holder's power, which was something that ordinary innate magic artifacts could not do. An inexplicable confidence appeared on Lu Tianming's face. Up until now, his kind of strength was already considered a top-class existence among the martial artists of the Crouching Dragon mysterious realm. Until now the Red Python of the 7 extinct mountains couldn't believe that this outsider Qin Fan was able to take out hundreds of thousands of tails of demon stones with his hands. Perhaps because of Elder Jin's protection, the journey appeared to be calm and quiet, and there were no twists and turns, allowing the crowd to arrive at the Dragon Turtle Mountain in the evening without any problems. Guan Muling froze at her words and frowned. She pulled Tang Ken to look at the scene within the light membrane, and when she saw so many giant beasts and those 10 people surrounding that door on the first floor of the 9-heavy building, she instantly wanted to rush in. Pay attention to the surroundings and stay on high alert at all times. Greeting Zhang Danian and White Impermanence together, White Wolf commanded seriously. Rin was lying when she said she didn't have any resentment. He had good intentions, but in the end, he had led the wolf into the house, and instead of getting any benefits, many people from the guild had been scooped up, and he had suffered a mute defeat. Rin sighed slightly. Times are different now. The current Cloud Cafe, although the attendance rate is not low, looking at a 60 or 70%, but it can no longer be compared to then. Last night's money hadn't been spent in vain after all, and the principals of those guilds were so on board that most of them were already online, and were each leading their respective guild members to get ready in euphoria. Of course, Lilo didn't let go of Hao Xian's expression and laughed even more. He used to think that this girl was quite annoying, always following him around. After their family moved away and he didn't have her harassment, he realized that he had secretly started to like Hao Xian at some point. But the matter of lesser children, Jiang Qi did not think too much. Happy in, then also will step on the snowborn less than a year of foal, as a gift to meet each other. Just as Jiang Qi finished speaking and was about to let the crowd leave, a long, urgent report came into the camp. On the contrary, this Mr. E, it was really rare not to be alarmed at all. She slowly got down and personally picked up the intercom on the ground. Walking down a narrow corridor, the technological traps here were surprisingly the same as on the movies. Inside the thick glass that was being used were one by one looking like doctors in isolation suits. They were experimenting on animals and even people. In the end it was Uncle Gaz who heard the commotion and came over to take a look, and after scolding me severely, he carried the child to the living room and coaxed him back to health. Although it's only a difference of 0.5, I did lose. Tang Xiaoyan was once again amazed at this old man's skill and temperament. When walking on the road, Nailiner asked for the book in Wan Air's hand, looked at 7 or 8 number plates noted on the book, and then casually gave the book back to Wan Air, so that the progress will not be too slow. Looking at the back of that sable-clad still slim figure, he took a big step forward and crouched down. Just looking at her, she had heard a thing or two from just now when Miss Yi and the sheriff talked about what was going on in the mansion over there, and that side was still very good to Miss Yi, telling her to come back more often. Just how big is the Empress Dowager's grudge against noble consort? The people around the noble consort did not pose any threat at all, yet they still demanded to be removed. You're the one who got lost. Your whole family got lost. Huade puffed out her cheeks and said to Zhao Lingran with a puff of anger that wasn't the least bit weak. Nandong Zhaoan gave him a look with murderous intent in his eyes and slowly removed his mask. Sister Zhao wanted to help, the sheriff said. She also backed to God. Staring at Aunt Yi, almost said the girl wants to learn from you. Chapter 57 Bad News from the Sixth Domain. Inviting the Heavenly Sword successor to compete for the Divine Bone. The desolate court supreme powers were silent. They looked at each other, and both saw deep shock in their eyes. From start to finish, Lu Bai didn't say a word, and surprisingly didn't have a single emotional ripple regarding Li Mu stepping into nirvana. This man is just horrible. Within the first domain, the 7 pavilions and 7 veins of the desolate court were in constant competition with each other, and some status changes had occurred over the generations, and in this day and age, this Lu Bai's strength seems to far exceed that of the other pavilions. The two were entangled in each other for a whole day before Zhong Xingxin went back to the orchestra and started working, and it was then that she quieted down that she had not called Zhong Xingxin, but he had not given her a single call either. Thus, Blue Ocean raged, only to see a mass of distorted space appear in Blue Ocean's left hand, while his right hand surprisingly appeared in disorganized time. Sonia Sanyu recovered and continued to accompany Marquis Moryu with a full heart until when one appeared again. G-Man listened, but also inevitably felt that it was Lu Hanyun who was biting off more than he could chew. In addition to speaking more directly, Xia didn't do anything extra, and foolishly was easy to be framed. That's why she and Marquis Moryu have been protecting it. Being dismantled for acting is one of the most humiliating things in the world, so I guess Wan won't be able to sleep well tonight. Forget it, the marriage is over. Also do not want so much. Feel Moe Chen is not like a liar. The key is, we're a liar for cheating her, but also several times to save her, and then give her a big house to live. Give her money to spend. That is not stupid? Eyes flashed. With some smiles, Ning Mingjie pointed in the direction of the South Court, said, Rome there you looked for? They have always been good friends. When I opened my eyes, he had turned around, leaving with such a dashing back. I took a deep breath, memorizing his words. Over there, Han Iza is there with the child, and Ling Fei is sitting there with her head resting behind her. She was sitting there with her head resting on her back, resting her eyes, a particularly cozy look. Bibi looked at that Han Iza with his son, full of resentment, and felt particularly amused in his heart. Su old age, how also follow out in this snow threaten me? Although your body and bones are strong, but so tossed I'm afraid it is also very laborious. Oriental Chun Yen said lightly, but coldly glanced at this Su old behind a second-class officer. Looking at his evasive eyes will know that he is in trouble. Not far away in a dark corner, a figure clad in a long black robe lurked among them, his scarlet eyes falling on the field where he easily knocked the crowd to the ground. Cotillions. The corners of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. He had a basic knowledge of the purple mansion Dantian, but this person was really too strange, and he didn't have any certainty in his heart, so he could only take one step at a time, and he could only understand everything if he really saw it. In the past, very few immortals had broken into the cultivation realm, so they were considered top-tier existences, and even though there were still quite a few powerful ancient immortals or loose immortals, they were extremely few in number after all, and most of them wandered around individually, and wouldn't spend their energy on establishing any cultivation forces. But now it was a completely different story. On the other end of the phone, Han Sung-ho was in his own world of thoughts. How could he be in the mood to listen to what other people were saying? His mind was spinning rapidly. Just grab Gahun. He was the young master of the G group. That's what mattered. Even if it was Tiffany, surely she was listening to Gahun. The way this was said, Gao Sun knew that Lu Ha was deliberately teasing himself. That tone was like a eunuch inside the palace. If it was not a particularly close relationship, naturally couldn't see this side of Lu Ha. Sometimes Gao Sun would like to have a relationship with Lu Ha that wasn't so particularly close. So once Zhang Fan came up without any prelude or temptation, after forcing Zulong into a defensive juggernaut, he directly extracted all of his internal energy and threw himself to open the superb kill, Farewell My Concubine, which is the strongest move of the Zhuanba booming heavenly halberd technique, and possesses the astounding power of transcendence. Of course, force, if pursued to the extreme, was just as capable of elevating the realm, and even ing to the extreme like Jin Chong, along with other efforts, were all capable of advancing to the top. Obviously, the army of the undead did not think of adopting any sea of people tactics at this time. In fact, at this moment, they only have less than 3 times the strength advantage. Want to see if people also can't see if people up. At sea, with 7 dragons soaring in the sky, any enemy that dares to spy on Sindalar's territorial waters will have to weigh whether they can have the means to dispose of Sindalar's green dragons. This state, for the diffraction cultivation, is the best state. Diffraction cultivation is not like the cultivator. There is fierce competition and fighting. Diffraction cultivation needs a quiet environment. The state of mind is even more to be calm. cultivation in order to have good results. Ma Cheng's heart was shaken. He could not think about what was going on. He violently raised a mouthful of true qi and flew at full speed, and when he came to the edge of the cliff, he found that there were actually a dozen of tough vines on the side. If Taisho-chan has such insight, the state pastor will definitely reuse him after he learns about it. After some conversation, Gui Jia couldn't help but say, the materials for refining divine artifacts and divine pills, arranging divine formations, and crafting divine talismans could all be exchanged with exchange points. But for every material exchanged, some sort of task had to be accomplished, and the good thing was that things below the divine grade could still be exchanged directly with exchange points. The four teenagers were appalled. This kind of divine ability, even without them, I'm afraid that they would be able to enter the dragon clan silently, right? This was the speech of the White Way people, each with red eyes, thinking of removing their opponents for Su Han in advance. It's the same thing anyway, is it necessary to be so serious? The middle-aged man said with dissatisfaction. In the above example, the gap is too big. Even if the leader accidentally falls, the laggard may not be able to catch up in time. And Wang Ru had long been accustomed to this kind of situation of struggling to catch up in the midst of falling behind. He participated in Go tournaments, and would do so almost more than half the time. Chapter 58, Ning Qingxian collects his feats. Yuan Shen 100,000 feet. The sixth domain. Beyond the domain cave, a 10,000 mile abyss stood at the border. With the sky and earth dim and ghostly, countless ghosts and skeletons can be seen climbing the cliffs on both sides of the river, and the howls they emit are so soul-crushing that they are enough to make people lose all their sanity in an instant. As the origin of the outbreak of the divine guile scourge, even Nirvana realm powerhouses had not dared to step into this place easily for thousands of years, and at this moment, there was a figure standing at the bottom of the abyssal floor. Without waiting for him to look at it more than once, he felt a fiery pain on his face, and the whip had been thrown on top of the right side of his face. It was winter now, and the water was so cold that the moment Tian fell she felt like she was dead, and she even kept her eyes open as she watched above her as if someone else had jumped as well. In front of everyone, Jean even couldn't bring this out. She could only tell her mother-in-law about it. In fact, at this time, the Central Army has been gradually corrupted collapse. The original follow Lucio to fight the elite soldiers became the father died after the son of the world soldiers. By the time of Emperor and of Han Dynasty, 5 battalions of soldiers even became officials of Luoyang, rich merchants of the tour of the children into the Money Valley to fill the situation. Thus forming the King Brigade does not revitalize the bad results. Shangwan Wanru pursed her lips and sang out to Empress Dowager Fu, then gouged out Min Yunshu and took her seat with a flourish. A sentence immediately called the Feng family slave's angry face or green. No wonder this time to send bride price over. They actually want a sedan chair to carry Feng Chuan over as a concubine. Every time she thought that this man really loved her now, she felt that there was really no way for love in this world to be perfect. When he gave birth to Duor, Yangzi he said he only wanted Duor. There was no resistance from Qin even to having a child. But now it wasn't that she didn't want to have a child. It was that Wang Yang didn't want it. By the Han Dynasty, either the need for war drove technological advances, or technological advances caused the war situation to change dramatically. In short, the high bridge saddle appeared. Fang Chung had called for a cake, and for this birthday, it had taken several days to start preparations at that time. Mr. President, after China completely cut off economic and trade exchanges with Europe and the United States, it has implemented an economic system reform that focuses on the domestic market. Brother, not that I'm talking about you. How old are you to be playing this? Can you grow up? I had a bad headache from lack of sleep and was a bit freaked out at this point. Now that Zhong County King failed to plot rebellion and was killed, Jia Rong such people continue to stay in the court, not to mention Chongzheng Emperor will not be assured. Some in Ninghui House have old grudges, will not miss this opportunity. After the awards ceremony was over, Lu Meiwan found Miao Wei, who had come to watch the fun, and talked to him about something. The one who took the initial step to check was Fang Heng. After he placed his Uguardian on top of the concave pit, he only saw the scale bar on top of that stone tablet light up. It was at the 130th bearing. Sure enough, he had already passed through the eye of the wind by a good 50 meters or so, and it was quiet up ahead, with only the whistling of the eye of the wind behind him going on and on. Su Shu followed closely behind Zhu Tianlei. She wasn't afraid, but what she was experiencing now made her feel very new. You were shocked to see this and was about to call for someone to come over, but Jiarong gently stretched out his foot and tripped Xuepan to the ground. Wang Kaichu word Sun Lao also allowed to mark approval. Is indeed so, just Sun Lao will not go to chat. Some simple can. Like this process messy he will not go to this thing. Assuming a good will hurt the inside object itself. But this has fallen on the face of the Han family. Originally the people of Tianbei City thought that the Hong family would immediately retaliate, but they did not expect that there would be a delay in the past few days. In that case, would not the Hong family want to get back on top of the wind and thunder competition? Fat George didn't translate immediately when he heard this. He glanced at Don Jing with an inquiring look and confirmed that this was what he meant before translating it. Incredible feeling. As long as it was Madoka's wish, she would unconsciously nod her head in agreement. Want to make a move? I will be afraid of you? Lin Qianye said disdainfully, taking a heavy step forward, stomping out a crack in the ground. Those who understood the meaning of Zhao Yi's words unconsciously retreated a few steps back, one side buzzing Zhao Yi, and the strength that Zhao Yi showed shocked them as well. The two Do Huang level old men actually didn't manage to last more than a single move in Zhao Yi's hands, and this strength was too terrifying. Laziness in human nature? We have people here who are serious about going to work. There's no laziness. Morris argued for the employees under him. Of course, Marayu Rina knew that her own ground commander was being arrogant again, and this was not the time to get into trouble, so she immediately relayed Go Jinri's doubts to Silver. That's too much law. I just suddenly felt dizzy. Kirishima Yoshino stretched and sat down on the bench resting on the roof. Xiang'er, Wang Chen called out fondly, his body actually trembling gently from excitement. Their original equipment was indeed a bit backward, but now that they were all equipped with the steel pterodactyl beasts that Lin Hao had given them, the grade had been upgraded too much compared to the original, so when viewed from the ground, it was Yi Tian leading a fleet of ships that looked like sharp swords as they greeted the raging underworld fleet in the distance. Yi Tian laughed. Listen all of you dirt chickens and dogs of Fei Hong Sacred Academy. I'm not moving my limbs. If you can kill me, blame me for my own fault. Blame no one else. On the other hand, if you die in my Yi Tian's hands, blame no one else. The justice monk calmed down slightly as he stared at Lian Yunqing as if he was looking at a prisoner, scrutinizing every pore on his face as if he wanted to see something. He didn't utter a word. No nonsense. Covered in blood, his sharp heavy sword rubbing across the ground and bursting into clusters of sparks, casually dropping this unexpected report of Italy's defeat onto the table. Reinhardt also got up and stretched his legs, heading for the conference room. How do I know? It must be Lu Che's physical ailment. Yet you all blame me one by one. Do you know how bitter I am in my heart? Chen Ajiao cried. With a cultivation at the third level of the Jindan realm, even my apprentice could easily exterminate him. So why would you pledge allegiance to him? Simply ridiculous. The Taoist Dharma body once again looked at Han Xiangzi, which was all a bit unbelievable in his eyes. Chapter 59 Three Greatest Powers. Ning Qingxian Strikes. The common holy place of the Nine Realms, where the supreme soul artifacts are asked for. With majestic peaks stretching for miles and miles of plains, there are holy mountains standing under the firmament, majestic and magnificent. This place belonged to the core of the Nine Domains, and back then, the three major soul weapons were introduced from this place, and they would return again from generation to generation. Whenever the supreme celestial prides of the Nine Domains collected their tokens to a certain extent, they would default to this place to start the final showdown. At this moment, Limu was walking alone under the long sky, used for either sex when the sex is unknown or unimportant. With the prestige of the tree sage and the mad sage here, it seemed a bit unjustifiable to be slapped in the face by the bitter vegetable if they didn't get back at them, because as long as they stayed on Sage Island, they had to maintain a certain level of prestige. If they didn't dare to speak after being slapped in the face, who would serve them next time? Some young Western doctors don't even have the means to make a proper judgment on a simple cold without the aid of various CTs and ultrasounds. But see beyond the cliff, thin clouds and mist, the blazing sun is hidden, and in the ebb and flow of the sea of clouds, thousands of worldly scenes change with it. As soon as these five people appeared, Yi Jun knew that they had long since lost their vitality, and he was afraid that it was because Scorpion had used an evil method similar to refining corpses or something like that in order to make them act like normal people. Torikia also noticed the crowd on the ground, seeing that the fierce attack was still difficult to take too much advantage from Xiaoshu's hands, smiled once again, and Xiaoshu suddenly opened his claws while fighting, fiercely flinging out a number of crescent-shaped finger-cutting energy blades. The target was pointed directly at the crowd of Ingis who were protected by the light screen. He then looked at the instructors on the podium, including Zhao Ruoshi, who was temporarily appointed, and him, counting a total of 10 instructors. Microcurrents spread within the passageway, and as the two Natsukawa Yaohui left, Natsuki's figure reappeared, looking thoughtfully at Natsukawa Yaohui for a moment before disappearing completely. Good. Hu Qingjia didn't even think about it, and after her divine mind swept over this jade sketch, she immediately performed a circumambulation according to the means on the jade sketch. Mom, you don't have to care, now that elder brother Lin and I are brothers, and since he saved you, he definitely didn't blame you. Zhao Jingji stood in front of the bed and said gently. Sun Zhuo on the court looked at the opposite side of the Cavaliers. James, Zajuna Zilgorskas, nicknamed Big Z, will go to the Jazz next season and will give Yao's Rockets a lot of trouble. Carlos Boozer, and a few Sun Zhuo did not even call the name of the players. As Zhang Hao said, When you go on stage, just treat yourself as a star and devote yourself to the performance. With the two skills of Romanch's gun and soul boost shock working in tandem, Bayam finally broke through Bat Demon's super strong magic skill Dark Thunderball with Heartstop Pill's super high attack power multiplier bonus. 3 years of time Foam Yutian focused on cultivation and did not have the opportunity to develop forces in Xiaoyang City, but instead, the prestige of Nanlvexi was out of control by leaps and bounds in the city entrenched, and even Foam Tian's name has been covered over. You? What do you mean? Stone had a little bit of trouble figuring out why the other guy looked at him for a second and then completely ignored him. It wasn't like it was scary looking. Outside of a certain sea area that was very far away from Treasure Island, there was an island that was so remote that it couldn't be in the middle of nowhere, and the entire island was shrouded by a boundary, so that the existence of this island was absolutely invisible just by looking with the naked eye. Though he didn't understand how he dodged his opponent's attack, Zack couldn't help but let out a long breath. Otherwise there wouldn't be a chance to catch his breath at this pace. While Tong Guan was saying that it was a pity, his body had unconsciously moved closer to Zhao Hao, gently patting Zhao Hao's hand and then gently pressing it again. Sun Jua had held back for so long just to teach Jeff Green a lesson now, and he would wait in peace for Howard and Jeff Green to match up. Ling Shichu was still staring at him sternly, his ink eyes staring at his tall and sturdy figure with jaws wide and round, anger flourishing within his chest. Shi Ranshi, the people have arrived, the rest is up to you. Shi Ranshi's eyes flashed and she bit her lower lip in a desperate attempt to suppress it before she used the intercom to instruct her assistant to gather all the hotel's employees over. The old man lifted his hands and threw his feet in the air with a light touch. Unlike the two young men who were out of shape and whose movements were exaggerated to the point of being like picking a turd every time they made this move. Understand, or because of their own let Li Yin fell heart not, and Yuran know as tough as he, although will not show the slightest, but ultimately still cannot let go of her. Yes, she wasn't a good person. She'd identified herself that way in her mind a long time ago. She could set others up to protect him. She could even kill for him. If his heart was the world, then she would not hesitate to take it for him, to rob it for him. The long nails cut through Mo Yuyang's fair face. Angry Mo Yuyang also lost his sanity. The two actually fought in front of the people of the inn, just as the crowd was secretly surprised. Qing Bo's let out a cold smile and walked towards the giant door of the central Wan Tower. Shui Jiqing, Hu Qingyi, and the others couldn't help but sneer, thinking that no matter how powerful he was, he would always be unable to withstand the rounds of bombardment from 7 or 8 Wushu pin grade experts, a full 11 lasers, even if it is a cosmic star meteorite. In this kind of high lethality laser weapon, it is bound to die out instantly. Shen Shen is still caught up in that extreme shock. This is both joyful and sad for her. She can't let go of the fact that Yin Shengchen died for her, and is intoxicated by the joy of her child. For a moment she is at a loss, biting her fingers. The deep teeth marks are the best proof. Yes, Lin Hai answered. The emperor's concern was not unreasonable. In this palace, there were many people eyeing the court. The fourth prince's trip must be dangerous. The Lin family can't make ends meet, but her parents have to buy so many new things for her, which must have cost a lot of money, and she is heartbroken. After that, they met quite a few dead spirits of the witch race on the way, and Sun Tianqi protected Hong Yun with his superior sword skills, and then coincidentally met up with us by the weak water. Miao was the first time she was shy, but she was also very proactive because she knew she could only have it once, and after she had sex with Wang Chang, it would be very unlikely that she would have sex with anyone else. Yuseo's hand had long since retracted, the vision once again disrupting the lake of his mind, and the momentary vision was so real that it became a deep memory. In that dark netherworld, I nodded with Zabat and Georgie gently pushed the door open, which made a creaking sound and slowly opened. As that door opened, a lot of dust fell off and landed on the floor. It looked like no one had been here for a really long time. Then a man in a black python robe, with high sword brows, a guttering nose, high cheekbones, and hair pulled back in a silk scarf the color of gold and earth appeared before us. You actually put him on your side? Between classes, he turned on his light brain to video with Chang Rong. Chapter 60, The 9 Regions Brilliant Bloom. The only one who is the most powerful. The heavenly furnace mountain plummets. Boundless pressure enveloped within the boundary, causing ripples of boundary ripples to roll. The 4 greatest desolate court supreme celestials' faces changed drastically, and they were simply unable to withstand this pressure. Blood spurted out in unison on the spot, and his knees slammed into the earth, unable to even lift his head. I concede. I also concede defeat. The shadow of death loomed over their hearts and they let out terrified screams. Harbor. After listening to his brother's words and the description of the man's appearance, Zhou Yunxiao felt some déjà vu familiarity. After getting a satisfactory answer, Lu Xiangming smiled at Lu Bai. This is the best solution. Of course, also know that the grandfather is fine. Otherwise Lu Bai must Zheng Shuiwei and Lu Shuer will taste the taste of prison food. It was as if in a sky full of gloom, A ray of sunlight suddenly pierced through the dark clouds and shone on her body, making her gradually cold heart feel a trace of warmth. But with their pockets bulging with cash, they don't want to please the audience. They just want to pass on their ideological values to the audience. Now with this man with a few people some panic, Yuan Zhang went forward to persuade, do not be anxious. I think the capital city of famous doctors. You can first go to find a famous doctor. Will be able to cure. After hearing Yuan Zhang's words, those people quickly thanked him and helped the injured man to leave the restaurant. Everyone else was cutting their heads off to sign up for just one finalist spot, but the famous Jennings Awards personally called the movie over to invite them, which was not only a matter of treatment, but also a signal. The strange thing was that no bulging veins appeared on this arm. However, as long as it was the corpse of a zombie, they all had more or less abnormal raised blood vessels all over their body. There's no other choice but to go with an iron skillet, especially for Chinese cooking, so always remember not to go for the ones with the layers, and the most important thing is to never go for an aluminum skillet. He didn't even know where Yun Yan had made his connections and directly invited the army to come and assist him in making the movie. Gu Hongqing answered, clean and ready to eat. Gu Shangyang and Su Guoqing this journey. Most of them eat steamed buns, drink plain water. It is not easy to eat a hot meal. The two hungry wolf, Xiaji look full of heartache. Thus, as a matter of course, the two grandmothers and grandchildren immediately took a closer look at the figure. As a result, they only saw that it was a rather sturdy and tall male figure, with an ink-black cloak on his body. However, because he had his back turned to this side, the two of them were unable to see his appearance at all. There were some doubts about that explanation just now, but Xue Fei trusted his feelings even more. His intuition told him that Xiao Yuqi wasn't lying. Want to catch me? You guys are still not enough. At this moment, Crocodile couldn't care less, and with a low voice, he raised a sandstorm with one hand and whispered. The location of the Feather Forest sect was easy to find. Where there were many people was the Feather Forest sect. After all, the Feather Forest sect had disappeared for so many years, and then killed people outside the city gates. It would be hard to not be able to find them. This Qin Xuan was originally Xiangba's disciple in the early years, but also the only disciple. Xiangba has no heir, so he ordered his subordinates to call his disciples as young masters. Guess I've really been watching too much with the plug-in on. I'll have to tell him to stop watching so much. His brain is looking stupid. My grandma, there's plenty of time to wait. She's not an ordinary old lady. Yang Yi didn't follow her train of thought, but rather followed her words. A few others also echoed in unison. Obviously also ill-intentioned, the so-called willing to gamble and accept defeat of the Jianghu morality has long been thrown out of the sky. Finally, after the two of them put up another fight, only to see that Jin Yichen was immediately slashing away with a palm in his hand. Nu Xinjin was shocked, and hurriedly let out a long whistle, and in the sound of the whistle, his body had actually suddenly retreated. It looks like you guys don't understand what the Sky Pirates stand for. Looking at the puzzled Luffy and his party, as well as Vivi, who was also puzzled, and Kusha, who wasn't quite sure, Cobra sighed and said, "You're not stupid." Li Changhong smiled and nodded. "And, don't forget, we're definitely not the only two who know about this business." Moao said, "I want to find my master's murderer." In fact, he had another thought in his mind, which was to tell Shi Wensi that he was not the murderer of his master, only that he had no evidence and did not catch the real murderer. Of course, he didn't tell Dongfan Lang about all this. Regulus 9 generals, the highest fighting force in Yanhuan Dragon City besides Regulus. The strength of each of these 9 people is the top of China. It is said that the 9 people are even more cooperative, each other very tacit understanding. It can be said that Xianyuan 9 generals is definitely the top of China's war power. They are combined together as China's combat power ceiling is not too much. And this sports car, which at this point is claimed to have the best technology, was designed from the moment it was designed to go on the track. Since you've made a move, you have to understand the result after making a move, Yang Hao said casually, then stomped his foot on the old man's ankle, and a miserable cry immediately came out from the old man's mouth. Ma Jun, who was in Deadly Grey Canyon and was leading Clarice to kill casual players in a low-key manner, suddenly heard this system prompt and was instantly delighted. Look, even the timing is off. So it's obviously some new trick of mischief, right? Although Kenichi's mind was a little furtive when he first received the call last night, he had regained his normalcy at the moment and relieved Yoko indifferently. Phoenix Ying's voice fell from the sky, not too far from the swing where Ji Yang was sitting, and leisurely and comfortably sat beside Ji Yang. Lin Yusher thought, this civet cat is so flexible. It seems that this white wolf wants to eat it, but it is not so simple. I'll watch it for a little while longer. I want you to invite me to join, to force me to join, so that in the future you can't just withdraw whenever you want, lest you leave me alone to face unimaginable difficulties. Chapter 61, Congratulations for Heavenly Sword Mountain. Congratulations for the 6th domain. The soul vessel's sacred mountain was dazzling and piercing with golden light. No one ever got to see what happened on that furnace mountain. The three most powerful heavenly prides, joining forces against one person, had never been seen before in the history of the 9 regions. A long rainbow streaked across the sky as both true martial ancestor and Long Mei arrived. The chaos on the field gradually subsided. The piercing golden light also slowly dispersed, and the terrifying potent pressure slowly disappeared. Countless gazes looked nervously toward the heavenly furnace mountain, including the earth cauldron. But compared to Rainfall, who was already the #1 powerhouse in the northern continent, even Ram could be discarded. Murdoch Island also had some police caravans, which they had all seen before, and they were really quite different, with several less police equipment visible at a glance. Even if Shi Xinqing hadn't been in seclusion, the northern underworld sect was afraid that it would be difficult to resist such a siege from 6 great sects. Misaka Mitsuru took the lead, her legs glowing blue as she kicked the large wooden door of the camp over. The red-haired knight, the man with a stern aura and elegant temperament all over. Reinhardt, although a little helpless, still maintained his poise as he questioned the Rainfall duo. At this time, the heavily armored corpse general that had already been guarding the periphery of the central square of the Shui family boundary received Xuaning's signal, and a huge double-bladed axe in his hand was instantly lifted up, and at the same time, a burst of cold and muffled syllables steeply resounded from the mouth of this heavily armored corpse general. Sixjin arched his hand and smiled, unable to help but secretly develop an indescribable favorable impression of Emperor Gaozong's easygoing nature. Meng Zhan and Hong Liang were carried to the council hall by the deacons, and as soon as they saw the patriarch, master and all the elders, they immediately shouted loudly, completely disregarding the rules and etiquette. Of course, if he couldn't think of what he needed when he was free afterward, and he couldn't waste an opportunity that only came once a month, Hao Jun would definitely approach that medium-sized supermarket. Pushing open the door of the Four Seasons box, Li Shan looked at the resting crowd and nodded with a slight smile. Can we ask to stay and serve our sentences here? Liu Bei inquired with a glimmer of hope. Men like that every day as long as Wang Kuyan is up there hosting the auction. There will be. Of course the guards of the auction house will run over to stop them if they find out, Zhao Deshang said as if he were counting the number. Coming to the beach, Lin Feng found a relatively flat piece of ground, knelt down on one knee, pressed the base of the wooden board onto the beach, and then used a stone knife to carve a shallow groove into it. Chu Yenyang's sneak attack slid past Erlang Jinjun's surface, and with a look of annoyance he quickly retreated back to his cohorts, hiding behind Li Qi. I told you, we have to take care of Manhwa first, he yelled. The toughest part of the battle was getting close enough to encircle the fleet of the Blood Goddess and the King of Liechtenstein, and once they were close enough, it was a complete one-sided slaughter of his King's Rights cruisers. Feng Qingying casually picked up a peach-colored porcelain bottle on the shelf, opened the cork, and was about to put it under her nose to sniff and check the aroma of this peach fairy powder. Erlang Jinjuan looked at her in a daze and said as if he were raving, I thought you had been peonied. The sentence was only half spoken, and then the voice was suddenly extinguished. Bullet reveled in the beauty of the fragrant ecstasy, almost forgot the paddy field plan, just want to get away with this for a long time, was pushed by Xinyan tight. He remembered to make money in the right thing. Asked by Xinyan, does your company have an activity on Christmas Day? There are still a few days from Christmas, and Bullet intends to do it on this day. Zhao Tianying was still curious about the outside world, especially the other two Yin Yang families. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all the people gathered in the D family's restaurant, the Lu family, the Li family's 2 mothers-in-law plus the He family's mother-in-law. The 3 mothers-in-law looked at the opposite side of the white feather quietly eating rice porridge, as if they wanted to imprint white feather in the bottom of their eyes. In fact, Heelanbao also do not believe that there are ghosts and monsters in this world. Maybe it is just that people cannot find any other reason than hastily find an excuse to explain these. Just because they are not the people in this world in the first place, they can appear. Then ghosts and monsters, maybe it is not non-existent. With Huang Bo, a veteran who had already practiced the skill of gagging to an advanced level, the topic was even more heavenly, and Gao Yuan was amused for I don't know how many times. Yang Guang's face was filled with tear stains, reaching out to tightly cover the bloody hole in Empress Xiao's chest, and said in a broken voice, even the corrupt scholar in front of him is willing to admit his mistakes and face up to his shortcomings for the sake of the country and for the sake of the people. As for magic power, it is as literal as it gets. Releasing spells and skills requires magic power, and without magic power you can only play Pu attack. She didn't know what happened that night when this Yang Guang went to Empress Xiao's place, causing Yang Guang's temperament to change drastically. Zhao Xian had his evening meal in his own chambers before slowly and leisurely heading to Zhang Jingyuan's palace. I instantly replaced my smile thinking it was the master coming out, but the door opened a crack and then didn't move. At this time, Lin Zihan's gaze was much softer. He had clearly remembered his history when he was the Blood Dragon King, and also the memories of the first 10 years of his life as a human being. This time Lin Zihan had really become the real and true Lin Zihan. Li Yunsheng was afraid of startling his own mother, and could only lean in and force himself not to make a sound. 2 hours later, Nanli really can't stand to look at it anymore. Directly flew to the window, reached out his claws in and fished the person out, carrying it in his mouth, and flew halfway up the mountainside. The good news was that the interior of the demon locking tower was its own world. The fact that he couldn't sense inviting Moon's demon seed meant that she shouldn't be in the demon locking tower, and the opening wasn't too dangerous. This one of yours seems to have been crawled by snakes. Zhong Huada walked over and looked at the trap by Su Yang's feet and said thoughtfully, on the basketball court next to the dormitory of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Su Yang listened to the introduction of Class Vice Su while surveying the environment. Chapter 62, The Immortal Queen's Vow. A few days later, Heavenly Sword Mountain. Longbrow led Ning Qingxian to the depths of the Forbidden Land. He gazed at the 3 places of retreat and lamented. In front of us is the sleeping place of the 3 Heavenly Sword ancient ancestors. Back then, the demon Luo Ghost King's strength was truly terrifying. We, the 5 Nirvana of Heavenly Sword Mountain, lost 2 of them, and these remaining 3 have not been able to fully recover from their injuries until today, and are even more disabled. There is no other way but to fall asleep. And one of them, whose great day will be. At this moment, Li Longji is sitting on a high position with an attitude of looking out of the world. With a far-reaching and burning gaze, he mobilized all of his own grandeur, and his windy hair was 10,000 feet, proving from the inside out that his words just now were so loud and clear. Xiao Jianyuan gazed at such Li Longji and couldn't help but smile deeply. The round-robin tournament after the elimination round ended. Dai Huadong very unscrupulously threw it to Wang Qior and the others to play, with the beautiful name, Adaptive Combat. Just as Stone was lying on the sofa in boredom, that's when his cell phone suddenly rang, and a WeChat message was sent over. From Lulu Bai. I dryly laughed. A little unnatural. Did not dare to say that I was dazed because of listening to the sound of Chenji's guitar. I had only seen him play the electric guitar before. That kind of feeling is particularly strong. Changed the acoustic guitar. I realized that his music can also be very gentle. Just then, those armored troops began to move. They flew in the air, densely packed, like many bees. Long Yu looked at the black ball in his hand and suddenly smiled, then threw it towards the black and white. An attack of that magnitude can't hurt me yet, but I will protest as well, Liashima said indifferently. The devil blade roared for a while, his eyes instantly turning blood red, and his snow-white robes became as black as the night sky in an instant. In particular, those villagers who intend to also go fishing at sea want to take such an opportunity to have a look at the outer sea so that they can make better choices. Now she had a new understanding of the stone. This guy was not only good at kissing ass, but also good at bragging. This thick skin was simply not comparable to ordinary people. Looking at the heartbroken Changlu, Changmu snorted and laughed out loud, causing Qinglu to roll her eyes, so she stopped paying attention to Qingmu. And at that moment, they also arrived at the door, so the 2 of them got off the car, walked through the gate, and headed for the blue house. All the way to hearing calm, Feng Miaojun breathed a sigh of relief, and Sue's reluctance to be far away from her hometown was slowly washed away. She was not too worried about the safety of her family's caravan. After all, she knew that Queen Xia had left a force to secretly guard Princess Changle, and must have followed the Feng family's caravan at this time as well. A cold light glowed in the eyes of the crowd of the 9 prisons of the Blood Clan. Now everyone could see that the person in front of them was clearly working against those 3 forces, and had already offended them to death. As strong as his vitality was, the ragged hole in his chest was still the most problematic. The wound showed signs of closing, but not much, and the injury to his lungs made his coughing worse, making it even less conducive to healing. The only thing that was unfortunate was that even though this thing had been made, he hadn't really experimented with it, and he was going to wait until he went to a wasteland world like Resident Evil to experiment with the power of this thing. And for now, he was going to go and prepare to see Ning fight Xiaoho. This was something she had noticed long ago, last time when she absorbed the power of those few Saint Exalted. The other party's power was converted into Lunar God's power, which was only 30 or 40% overall. Dinner was also spent in harmony. After dinner Yumeng and Xan sat for a while and chatted with Qingmu and the others for a while before the drivers of the 2 families came over to pick them up and take them home. At that time, the void was lightly trembling and humming, a ripple spreading out in front of his eyes, the sound of gold and iron clashing, the light of the spirit sea in the sky, and the sword chi horizontally occupying a piece of the heavenly dome. It seems like a step too slow, Yi Yin said in a slightly emotional tone as he looked at the already breathless Mandus lying next to the platform along with the tightly closed elevator door. Early in the morning, Tian mother just opened the door. Not long after, Gao brought his son into the store. Looking at Tian mother, Gao is still as overbearing as ever. Tian father is also not good. Moe Chen smelled the aroma in the soup cup, and it did arouse his appetite. He had heard that deer blood was a treasure, but he had never tasted it, so he just accepted this intention of hers and picked up the soup spoon and tasted it. Fear overwhelmed Song Wani like a tidal wave, and she went from being angry at first to now becoming apprehensive. Zhou let go of the hand holding Princess Zhaoqing's sad hand and immediately darted towards Zhao Qingjue, grinning, pulling at the wound, the grin retracting again. Peach Blossom snorted. In the end is a big family. The rules are different. Even a family dinner together have to pick an auspicious day. However, it is good not to have to go to the main courtyard for dinner. Today there are many things to do. She is a bit tired, and for the time being, she does not want to see her scummy father's and stepmother's face again. On the other hand, Yuan Shua pulls Manji out of the Western restaurant, but with his own body. He holds Manji back, shielding her as much as possible from the eyes of the pedestrians on the road. Yu Ninger persuaded from the side. Zhou nodded, pinched her nose and drank most of the bowl of ginseng soup before putting it down. Peony saw this and did not force it. She could drink so much, she was already content. Zhou's expression warmed. Miss Zhang also came out to get some air? Zhou's impression of Zhang Muya was very good. Compared to the other abducted girls who were on edge, she was obviously much more composed and her knowledge was more than one level higher. These days, with her helping to comfort and take care of these abducted girls, Zhou was much more relieved. Lu Yanyan stood on one side, looking Ripple's petulance in the eye. The force on her hand was neutralized by a few points. Ripple frowned at Lu Yanyan's hand holding her wrist, almost whimpering out. Her lips pursed tightly. Beads of sweat drenched her glossy forehead. Driving art, using aura, able to drive any objects and beings. The driving effect is based on one's own strength. Before coming here, he had already imagined the cruelty of the purgatory mission, but when he arrived here, he realized that he had severely underestimated the difficulty of the purgatory mission. The heavenly Tao he can't possibly keep an eye on the dark cloud bead at all times. It is estimated that if it wasn't for the fact that the dark cloud bead is going to die next month, the heavenly Tao wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong with it yet. System 520-1314 explained helplessly. Yes, we'll ask her personally. Saying that, Yi Kuan covered the coffin and put it behind his back once again, not even using the rope to tie it, this thing to his back, as if it was a dog's skin plaster, directly sticking over there. Chapter 63 How many firsts have been born in the 9 regions, and how has anyone ever entered this place? The Lord of the Upper Sacrificing you spoke of. In detail, Ning Qingxian had previously learned some information about the domain cave world from Ghost Butterfly's mouth, but it was obviously not comprehensive. The Immortal Queen, as at Yin Lord level, had many strong immortal clan members under her command. As his eyes swept away, he saw 2 immortal ghost kings at the very least. Upper Sacrifice Yin Lord? Every 1,000 years. This fellow was born from the blood pool abyss, and then he starts to go around conquering this. Since Hao Zi has said so, then let's change a place to live. Let's go. Let's go find a place to live first today. Let's go. After hearing this, Protochemistry also nodded his head. Since they had already discussed it, then they didn't care about it. Let's go find a place to move first. Lin Jingxian's words were very cold, and his thin lips spat out such heartless words that people couldn't help but feel bad in their hearts. Thanks to Yu Eilon, he was able to suppress the situation in time. Otherwise, there would definitely be more casualties. And even if there weren't any casualties, there would still be losses. Elder brother, why she wants to break open the silence formation? It seems that it is cooperating with the people from Golden Ao Island. I guess it won't take 3 days for them to break the formation and float out of the sea. Let me greet them first and help them out in the meantime. Hui said to Cheng Shu. Chief Cheng, you pick the place before it gets unsafe. After arriving at the place, Lu Shan slowly drove while turning back to me and smiled. The meaning of letting me choose was because she was worried that I was afraid of them ambushing me in advance. As you know, I now know the kind of kung fu that can be persevered, so just feel good and you don't have to worry about anything else. Ma Zhiqing then said to Meiluan in this way to deliver the truth. Shu Yi sighed. Huaxiao was vast. In certain unknown corners there must be something similar to the existence of a cavernous blessed land, but this also meant that Chui would have to spend more time searching for it. She had originally wanted to find Xiao Hanyu this time when she came down the mountain. Unexpectedly, not only did she not see Xiao Hanyu in person, she didn't even see the shadow of Princess Chen. However, it was good that she had come this time and cured the emperor. This time the officials and soldiers are more panicked. In fact, it is not that Wei Guozhang cannot think of using artillery, but the accuracy of artillery is too low. And, this year's artillery shells have been let Wei Guozhang to sell. It was indeed Sonia's voice, sounding in good shape, as if she was tied up and kicking the kidnappers. As Inoue Aiwa asked this, he was also using his ability to check the mental state of the arbitration trial. The emperor was they this noise and make sense the great joy to the great danger full of brain as if a paste, do not know how to decide to be good. Wu Liang really do what he said. The words just fell. Big feet will be ruthlessly toward the head of the 2 stamped. This implementation. that is certainly dead. Xia Yuqing grabbed 2 bottles of white wine with broken mouths in her hands, and directly swung it. All the white wine was scattered everywhere, and the surrounding area was suddenly filled with the fragrance of wine. Pang Lei glanced at Li Dong, slowly unwrapped the box. When he saw the outer packaging of the box was slightly stunned. This is the Rolex logo? Yes, they're still arguing. I was too embarrassed to keep listening to their family affairs, so I came over too. I just now realized that the boss was forced to marry by his parents just like me. He Xiaoyi smiled cheekily, and then directly lay down on Xia Yu's bed on her back. Eloisa was not happy about this. In fact, except for Kilda's, the difference in the strength of the remaining few S-rank magicians was not that great, and Lax's words could be a naked mockery of Eloisa. Satan Teargirl was a bit angry. When exactly did her boyfriend mess with Misaka Makoto? And to have someone's dang LV5 third place fall so hard for her, it was just unbelievable. However, because of Lu Jian's pregnancy, in addition to the 3 movies that were produced at the very beginning, which had already finished filming and were in post-production, the other series of movies, Lu Jian scenes, would need to be delayed for some time. Jian Taijio was also depressed. It turned out that this was a defense against himself, but in his thought, since he was assigned to this future group, there should be no more adjustments. Speaking of this, the man in white smiled miserably. His already pale and sickly face became even more unsightly, and scarlet blood was faintly visible at the corners of his mouth. He has to accept it even if he doesn't. With the current national strength of the Soviet Union, it is impossible to increase its troops to the Far East, the Lord Prime Minister said coldly. This crown prince, in the end, was nothing more than laying his hands on those weak civilians, and when he arrived in Yuan County, he was nothing more than a big child who was disciplined and restrained everywhere. A man who didn't have the slightest bit of freedom at all. Wei Zizhu feet soft, hard-gritted teeth out of the palace door. On the carriage, Wei Zizhu again did not hold back, a hand over the lips to vomit. Now after 2 days of siege warfare, Zhang Shirqing's side of the army has begun to lose heart. The threat posed to them by the chariots is too great, the height of 14 meters. On the contrary, so that the defending city's height advantage is lost. Cold winter months, and not to the hibiscus garden to play a good time. The water ice, hundreds of flowers withered, so that the beauty of this a paradise on earth also compromised a few points. For this price, Xin Yan could accept it, and after understanding the background of the owner, Xin Yan also signed the contract directly, paying a full year's rent in the meantime. This kind of joke was like an extremely vicious curse that haunted Wei Xin's heart like this. These can be real situations that are just too plain to be ignored. They thought that this errand was done seamlessly, and time has changed, and no one has noticed it for a long time. But they didn't know that the scruffy man in front of them had already gotten an insight into the truth. People do not blame me for writing slowly. Every day at work better than back from work at 7 o'clock. Every day is to take the time to write, and cannot sign to make money. Free to write to everyone to see. I hope to understand. I've long since given it to someone else to manage. Anyway, having already recognized her to this point, Zhao Dang also simply stopped explaining anything and let the misunderstanding continue just fine. Of course, even if one said that she recognized the wrong person, would she really believe it? No, this is a crime you must cure, or else I will kneel for a long time. The Qi family's son, inexplicably, just wouldn't let go of the road, and even Bai Yao's release of official authority didn't shake him from kneeling. Song Duanwu has heard. In ancient times extra horse harnessed by the side of a team wanted to round with the frame, are to be reported beforehand? And now Song Duanwu know that although there is no such thing, but the Xiang family's marquee like the seed but enough Song Duanwu in the inside of the folding of the what he was channeling was the energy of green life, and in the past, he had always needed to borrow the wooden body of the arrow to channel the green energy, but now how could he not need the body of the arrow and still be able to form an attack at any time within a certain range? Ruoyu didn't like to owe others favors, and she didn't like to do harm to others, but now she had to carry a murder charge. Chapter 64, Suppressing this world for 100 years. He knew that his calamity had come. The ghost pagoda was forged by the sealing of the original divine spirit, and even a divine Guilin lord of the same level of strength would not be able to break it open. The immortal queen had been suppressed for many years and impacted many times, none of which had been successful. But when this white-clothed figure arrived, the ghost tower shattered with ease, and even his original divine spirit was affected to a certain extent. He knew better in his heart that this person was here to kill him. Upon hearing that there was a serious matter, a positive color emerged on the shopkeeper's face. The person in front of him was the person in his own master's heart. No matter what, he would go all out. Everyone knows that the plum blossom hairpin is Xianfei's. If Xianfei's plum blossom hairpin suddenly appeared in a murder scene, as the owner of the plum blossom hairpin, Xianfei is afraid that she can't run away. Ingchun is a keen. From the old lady a few people's look, it has been clear a few people's thoughts, only until a few people left, have not shown a depressed color. Hey, don't you move. It takes 100 days to hurt. You still need to get some rest, I said as I turned back to his side. And he, with a coy smile, as soon as Qin Mainyang and Nia Rong his mother heard Wang Chang say such heartbreaking words, they were very serious and did not look like they were lying. So, Xiao will be bad some kind of food mixed into Guixiang's meal, quietly waiting for Guixiang's movement. Sure enough, but a few moments, Guixiang's expression ugly covering the stomach. At first, Guixiang called out to her, about wanting her to accompany to go to the toilet. After all, Changle Palace has been straight to prohibit the movement of solo. I listened to your heartbreaking cries in the living room and felt my eyes souring too. Wrong, your cries were just as heartbreaking as hers. Only when she cried, the scene was more spectacular and more heartbreaking to me. The several soldiers of the Dabangwo country who disguised themselves as refugees of the Dabangwo country were then taken out by the leader of the soldiers of the Jinfeng country to go outside the door of the room of the general guarding the city of the frontline city of the Jinfeng country. Guamer and Zhou Kairan could only stand. Lu Xianshi stood behind Consort Di, and Ning Baolin stood behind the Empress. Thinking of the words he had brought up earlier, July had not been able to give himself an accurate reply. He was slightly displeased in his heart, and in his mind, he was more and more determined that Princess Xiao Yan was deliberately working against herself, hearing but pretending not to hear. Alright, the medicinal power has completely run away. I can now take the stone's pulse. Ren Jiangqi bent down and picked up the jadeite raw stone. Sitting cross-legged on the stone pier, 3 fingers then rested on the surface of the raw stone, rubbing on it ceaselessly. 100 flowers award. In the end who fell, now still do not know, but hit the eye. It seems that this year's awards, a lot of them have to do with the surname Wu. He wasn't forcing a smile either. By now, he was sad and upset all the time, but wanting to get over it was really there too. Tang Ming listened for a while, didn't hear much, thought about it, and put the big black dog back on the ground. Tenshin became famous too soon, and with this face, she's always been known for smiling less. The ambulance driver, on his back, fell to the ground, 3 bullet holes in his chest, his face full of fear. With his face disfigured, he thought he would never come back to a place with him in it, so he took off his mask with abandon. Hadari was wiping her hair as she stepped out, looking with some dismay at the cabin, which was even cleaner than before, and walked up to the top floor as she surveyed her surroundings. He was carrying his own freshly brewed instant noodles and had fried 2 poached eggs along the way. Honestly, I'm still not used to eating bread and milk. It's more comfortable when it's hot in the stomach, even though it's instant noodles. There is no need to bother your mama. If something happens, you will return to the house. If someone fights against you, tolerate it when you can. And if you can't tolerate it, report your illness and return to the house. The 4th master said. Lu Fan sent Chen Erxi away. This guy is now rich. His wife and children have been picked up from the field, so he built a new house in Lingjia village according to the plan, and now he is also considered to have settled in Chang'an City, and has become a member of the new Chang'an City people. 3 people at the same time out of sound, cannot help but finally together ha 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 laugh together, fooling around for a while, and to go to the school of half the road also seems to be compared to the usual short a lot of people. It seems that there is not a moment to the school. The embarrassment over the blunder just now hadn't been removed by this time, and her face was as red as a ripe apple. It's not just the way you dress, but also the way you talk that is so tactful that from the moment we met I was sure it wouldn't be a good fit. Zhao Yu had hated him for so many years, and seeing as he had helped Zhao Xian to brutalize General Chen's family, it was unlikely that he would easily believe Zhu Nang just because of his words. This dream I was having was hardly a dream at all. When I thought about it, I felt the urge to pee coming on so strong that I rolled out of bed, ran to the door in a daze, and stood at the base of the wall to pee. On the other side of the spotlight, light after light shone down on the floor, eventually forming a long pathway that looked like salvation, and on the far side was a ladder that led straight to the exit of the large hole above the top. As the saying goes, the deeper you get into the game, the more painful it hurts, not to mention that the hook between Bai Xiao and Han Ping is to push me to my death. Tang Ling always felt like she was dreaming right now. Everything was so unreal. Why did she especially want to cry for no reason when she just recognized Qiu Yanling? Her chest would boil with an inexplicable sadness. She felt that there was something wrong, but she couldn't seem to pick a fault. Li Yunfeng lightly glanced at the first formation master and didn't say anything, but only nodded slightly. First of all, the manufacturing equipment for the cell phone screen must be, then the camera, cell phone shell, speaker, cell phone battery and other equipment. In fact, no matter what the components are, you'd better pay attention to them. Write a list out when you have an acquisition target, and we'll pick them according to the funds and needs, Hang Yu said. In reality, a bug race was weak and the experience value it provided was not much. Chen Shi had killed tens of thousands and only gained 1 million experience value. Go go go, we need to celebrate. Yi Yu slapped the sofa and immediately stood up. and there was a war on the planet Nibiru that touched the Great Sifting Red Line, and the Blood Moons blew up their own star through infighting to get to what we're currently dealing with. Cao Cao here then sent for several strategists, such as Qiu Zhicai, Hui Jia, Chang Yu, and Man Favored, to come and see him. Huang Quan was indeed deeply tormented by the fire meteor evil blade, and if there was someone who could point blank this fire meteor evil blade, then his strength, for sure, would be taken to the next level. Chapter 65, The Death of the Nine Domains. End of life. 3 years later, Ning Qingxian sent Long Mei away. The Heavenly Sword Mountain held a great funeral, and white flakes filled the sky. He sat for a long time at the Green Cloud Peak, the place where Long Mei first became angry with him back then. Time has changed, and now many of his fellow disciples are long gone. The entire Heavenly Sword Mountain, too, ushered in a new era of change. Ning Qingxian looked out over the plaza, and the cultivation of the new generation of disciples was quite nostalgic. My lifespan is short. It's time for you to fulfill your vow of. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, loud and clear in the quiet, empty office, and both men looked at the door in unison. Lu Meng and Yi Qingling came out of the rouge store and spent about 1 gold coin each to purchase many name brand rouges and powders, just in time to see the scene of Wang Yuan pulling out money. Everything he says reveals a reluctant late middle-aged man, his face moving slightly and his eyes reddening with each sigh. I don't know if it's because of the emotional instability of pregnancy, but Mo Qiantao has cried several times these days, and now she can't help but shed tears. Then I will slowly torture you until you die of gas. Eddie Wu Mu spoke lightly, but Mo Qiantao's heart was in her throat. Saying that she wasn't afraid was absolutely false. Using 1 trillion troops, plus the crazy witch horse elder at the moment, he felt that he should be able to cover the withdrawal of his main army to the Blood Sea Immortal Court. Liang Jianghua, who was on the side, heard Liang Jiahao asking about it and busily probed his headlong, waiting for Lu Qingwan to speak out. Butler Wu probably understood what this Sister Hu meant, so he removed the cloth napkin that was blocking Sister Hu's mouth. Looks fine to me. Very satisfied. Ding Yi felt that it was quite in line with his requirements. Turnkey and soundproofing was okay. Since I can't get you, let's put up a fight. Demon Blade Thunder Slash. The weather turned perverse as Hao Lan injected a large amount of thunder element into the Demon Blade. The Grand Elder would smile from afar. Instructor Hari, on the other hand, got worried. Patch looked puzzled as to what Radin was trying to do to put her off for so long. It was hard to understand what was going on in the heads of them scientific researchers. At this moment, on the Wuha plain, a long and deep gully separated the paths of all the generals of Qingfeng and Mingyue. It's you? After seeing Xue Feng, Li Xue's face suddenly turned icy cold, as if she had seen an enemy. Clang sound. The red and silver light burst out sparks. After the 4 swords clashed, the sky and earth suddenly bloomed with a touch of brilliance, as if it was as eye-catching as the silver thunder and red rain that slept with each other at night. And in the midst of the amazement, it easily chopped down the cursed spears that flew up. In a flash, the golden red wings of the Skywolf battle armor stretched out, and with a shock of its wings, it flew at high speed towards the point of starlight closest to Yunjie. At the same time, there were even 2 thick chains tightly locking Zhang Ling's Peepa bone, so that he couldn't move. His whole body was covered with bloody whip marks and scabs, and there wasn't a single intact piece of the entire body surface. Bo Sun, this monarch wants you dead. Before the person arrived, the blood spirit monarch's violent shouts had arrived first. The governor, Mr. Tan, saw that the golden carp could swim and move, and thought secretly, I heard that Yensong would return to his hometown in March to save his family, and he would pass through this place, and when he offered it to Yensong, he would surely please him, and I would be on my way to the top, and I would be promoted and become rich. The governor thought about this, praised Lu Bian for offering the treasure, and wanted to keep the golden carp in his house. Chai Yu ready, say goodbye to parents, embarked on the road to Nanjing. The source of the waist of the short sword, handheld silver bag, master and servant 2 people steer the horse line, laugh and talk about the trip, and not lonely, all the way to the dawn line and night, hungry and thirsty, safe and smooth. As a slight sound of a sharp blade entering the body was emitted, it was as if time stood still for a moment. The crowd was speechless for a while. Only at this time did they realize the terror of this guy in front of them. The man of the 2-star Do Shang, in front of him, was so unbeatable. However, what is even more difficult for him to accept is that his enemy even sent out a move and then ran away. Is this still a qualified strongman? Is this still a qualified strongman? He casually sent out a move and then fled. Is there such a shameless strongman in the world? Hearing Lu Tsong's voice, I stopped and looked up towards the front. When I saw it, I was stunned because a wall made of black mist appeared in front of us. When, that time, she was pregnant and went abroad, gave birth to a child without a word, and did not show up until now. And until now, he did not know the existence of that child. Don't look at the rats, usually flamboyant and arrogant, but the heart is delicate. Because of this can make the first year of high school so many punks did not dare not to listen to. So to carry the flag in addition to the first step of the establishment of prestige, is the second step of the choice of the heart. After the cake was pushed in front of Yang Yang and the people next to her lit the candles, Mrs. Quan took Yang Yang in her arms. The ghost old man laughed out loud. He found that Yi Chen and Su Ruimeng, although they often quarreled, instead, they were more like a couple flirting with each other. In his opinion, maybe between the two, there was really something going on. After the soul determination mantra firmly locked his remaining 3 souls and 6 vampires in his body, the leaking yang qi stopped, but the layer of black barriers enveloping his body could not subside. Qingwei saw that the demon god seemed to have gone a little crazy. His heart was aghast. Could this demon god really have been a madman? The distance from the meteor god war was already 10,000 years long. This demon god wouldn't have been here for too long and gone mad? The most cannot accept all this is Jing Jing, when Jingxian clearly told her, as long as she is a little good, obedient, do not make trouble, stay quietly, the future of Jing's group will certainly have a lot of her. After another month, Othello finally came to Chang'an. After nearly 2 months of hospitality, this friendly envoy from the west obviously gained a circle of weight, and the amount of alcohol has grown greatly. Most of the other men in the mission are also the same, and some of them even grew a belly. The original dining is very careful people also become a big appetite. That's not the problem. Linny shook his head. Don't you think that Chu Lingyu's attitude towards you is more like that of an elder brother who's tolerating his favored sister? And how much do you know about him? Liu Bei, who was hunkered down in the city of Jiangxia, turned very ugly when he received the news that Jiang Dong's naval division had been defeated and heavily defeated. He acutely realized that Jiangxia was no longer safe either. The Qin army's artillery had knocked the guts out of him, while the Qin army's cavalry had killed him completely. Yan Yuzhou had just been dumbfounded for a moment, but now she reacted and pounced towards Chenxi with a scream. Chapter 66, Returning. Ning Qingxian enters the Tower of Ultimatum. When Ning Qingxian woke up, the energy capsule had already run out. He slowly opened his eyes and the familiar scene came into view. As usual, it's like a 300-year dream. Back in the Cosmic Alliance again, he was in quite a trance. Halfway through the day, he awakened the goddess of wisdom. How long have I been asleep? Dear Mr. Ning, you slept for 9 hours. Goddess of Wisdom 009 quickly entered with him. No, this move is too ruthless. It hurts the peace of heaven and earth. It hurts the peace of heaven and earth. Lu Sun waved his hand repeatedly. Even the way he looked at Levi was different. So in the future, if Do Changsheng were to be the emperor of heaven, the matter of the submerged dragons on earth would be nothing more than a matter of one's own words. The punch that Li Kongzhu had just thrown contained 70% of his own strength, coupled with 4 levels of dark force power. Sun Heihu didn't force any persuasion. Seeing that Su Encounter was in a hurry to return to Qinghe Mountain, he arched his hand towards the crowd and said with a smile on his face, in that case, I won't send you off. Good luck, Immortal Master Su. Saying that, he stood there respectfully sending Su and the others away. All the national curses from all over the country erupted in an instant, showing that the discontent of everyone was already very high. Captain America then used Shield Pick, Shield Chop, and Savage Shield Slam, a shield combo that sent Loki flying. The entire body is streamlined in the style of sports cars like the Lamborghini, but with 4 huge tires exposed and flush with the body at the highest point. The cockpit, with only 2 positions, is refreshingly designed in the style of a Starship Lookout in a sci-fi movie. In fact, Chao Fang has long decided to start using newcomers. Since we want to use newcomers, it is necessary to use a bit of relationship. Any circle is similar. Once climbed high for fear that the ladder is not strong. If you still want to climb higher, but also need to be supported by someone holding the ladder. The meat whisker was now flowing with a liquid. A dark green liquid that was spread all over the top of his right arm. And the weird thing was that the dark green liquid didn't drip in half. Want to go? Door also no wow. My land is the land of the geese. You give me down. Don't let me do it. Pull out a hair yourself and leave it before you go. A shrill voice came. If I don't have the right to care, I don't know what other people in this world have the right to ask questions. He spoke with reason, but Hatsumomo felt that even this air of him being condescending annoyed her, and she couldn't help but grunt. With a few miserable screams, another 10 or so people died under the claws and tails of the green dragon. Seeing that this time, the dragon trapping technique was unable to trap the green dragon. Seeing that the enemy troops were temporarily trapped, Zhong Nan made an immediate decision and ordered his own long-range artillery to open fire. This kind of artillery is the improved red artillery. The longest range is more than 5 miles. If we add the hard materials such as iron nails and all kinds of special raw materials scattered after the shells are blown up, its killing range will be much larger. Damn it, Rabbit Cub, with my vision, would I still lie to you? Chenxi reached out and patted Jun Gufeng's head. When he said this, his tone was very much leaning on his old age, but there was a hint of loss in his tone. In addition to these 2 ideas, There are other concepts such as using the genes of animals with a high life expectancy to combine with humans to extend life expectancy, etc. These concepts are prohibited because they are against human decency and challenge the limits of the human psyche. Zhou Yufan looked at Gu Chendong suspiciously, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he couldn't help but nod. Zhou Yufan was even more confused. What were they? Wu Tian said in his heart that it was not good. This black cloud held himself. There must be an intention. Otherwise how would he be so entangled with himself? Was it not enough for her to snatch away the magic color bead? Why wasn't there any notification when you came out? Mu Qi stabilized Xuefei and Ming Yuxiang was hurriedly treating the crowd as she gazed at Long Tianyu. Morong Qingyu, a large number of Long Tianyu, carefully recalled the imperial family and the family's handsome talent, because she was more coldly rarely enter the palace. Just saw Long Tian Ao, Long Tian Ling and others. Never seen Long Tianyu as shrimp touch. At the beginning of the new year, under the calm time, the sky over Shenyang is still shrouded in white winter's cold, accompanied by the sound of traffic on the streets. After the joyous new year, people on the streets of Shenyang in thick coats, to start the new year. These special people are called spirit seekers, specializing in using special secret techniques to search for the source of spirit stones, and even help some big powers to set the chi of the dragon vein, to maintain the prosperity of the chi. Chen Liangyu scratched his scalp and thought to himself what was wrong with him. Wasn't he thinking about dealing with the wild beasts near the deserted island? Why did he get sidetracked? Yang Hao coldly glanced at Zheng Fei. That indifferent look made Zheng Fei feel a chill. His voice instantly came to an abrupt end, not daring to speak in, swallowing hard, after his order, only to see the special warriors take out something about 10 centimeters long from their backpacks and install it on the muzzle of their submachine guns. This was a silencer specially developed by the Vanguard Army Research Institute in the past few years, and it was simply a perfect match for the special operations team. What to do? What to do? What to do? Sooner or later, the barrier will break down. Our brains were running at high speed. There's no good outcome at all in a fight like this. The difference in levels is too great. Or, they look at the state of this Chui police at the moment, afraid of being affected by the fish, to go forward to pull the words of the Chui police together to bite. Then it will not be fun. Only to see a man dressed in white, about 50 years old, walk in slowly, behind his left hand and carrying a funeral white wreath in his right. As such, Lin Han wasn't worried about his current physical injuries. What he wanted to know right now was where exactly he was. The anti-Japanese war was the first complete victory over the invaders since the modern times of China, and it was a turning point for the Chinese nation from weakness to strength. Again? Looking at Yang Yang, who raised his leg again in front of him, Qi Lao San was a jolt, and hastily sidestepped, just wanting to dodge Yang Yang's attack. What did you do? Su Guangxi was completely horrified. Just now he only felt Yang Yang touch his back waist and he lost consciousness in his lower body. How did he do that? Ishu Weiju had stayed in the city lord's mansion, refining pills and doing experiments. The city lord's mansion had abundant resources to supply him, and he had never even entertained the thought of leaving. Sis, you've been threatening me with this one excuse for over 10 years now. Can you change it? The other end of the phone looked helpless. Shinshin returned to the Chen Palace just at noon, the warm sun shining lazily on the earth. The autumn afternoon is not too hot, nor too cold. It was as if every warm day always brought some disaster to Xinjianzhuang. This discovery gave Li Ji quite a headache, and the troop types on the undead side were also a bit of a surprise to Li Ji. Chapter 67, Laozhan Ghost King. This person is not right. Ning Qingxian looked over, and the woman was clearly Chen Yuning, the person who had come to the mountain gate of the past life sect together with Shen Zuoyu in the first place. My name is Chen Yuning. Sister Folding Feather should have mentioned me, right? Chen Yuning was inwardly a little apprehensive, but at the same time very pleasantly surprised. Dragging Ning Qingshuan's blessing, with the recommendation of Marshal Jingzhou, she was now a staff member of the Yellow Size Treasure Hall. There's no endgame status, but it's an opportunity that can be taken. After doing so, Tang Ke was relieved to finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief, but it wasn't something that could be completely relaxed. This cat demon still has the face to come. He had always remembered the revenge of taking the wings back then. He had sworn that if he ever saw him again, he would break him into pieces. Alright, I'll feed you one spoonful at a time. Wei Jiaxu instantly once again drew his right hand as a vine. One rolled up the spoon, scooped a spoonful and shoved it into the emperor's mouth. My lord, if you don't believe me, you can find a physician to diagnose Chuanxiang being possessed by a chimera. She is bound to be poisoned by a parasite, Mamori said blandly. In B City, a subsidiary of Tianmei Group, there are some problems with the accounts. The discipline inspection bureaus suddenly come to check the accounts, making the company panic. Xia Huai can only fly to B City overnight, to preside over the situation. Yang Zhenyu knocked on the door and walked into Park's lounge, where Park had just come down from rehearsals on stage and was continuing to discuss the details of the show with the band's drummer and keyboardist. this matter, Yang Zhenyu to the Western Agricultural Experiment Center, Director Lu Guangbiao spoke, and promised Pentium Agricultural Trade Company, Ltd., will give a certain amount of subsidies. In this way, the technician in the enjoyment of the original salary treatment of Shengyuan Science and Technology Company on the basis of an additional income into the account. The temptation is still quite strong. Food director said, I am in charge of the market. The last time you were fined, because your price is much higher than the normal market price. But how could Bailey Xiao know how many pure dust pearls she had on her? Momori's heart snapped up, but Yashio wasn't into that kind of ostentatious platitude. Plus that thing was so slow he never used it. What do you mean? Jun Ming could probably guess a little bit in her mind. Could it be that the person who saved her in the first place was Huang Shi? This is the first time that the Italian Super Cup has come to China, a vast land with millions of Serie A fans, including a large number of Inter and Lazio fans. Forget it, let's wait for him to finish his work before we talk about that. He's been so busy with her the past 2 days that he hasn't had much time to go to the branch or stay at the professor's place. So I guess there's a lot of stuff piled up that he needs to take care of. In the next instant, the bead scurried around in the sky for a few moments, and all of a sudden, it shrunk into Bai Su's arm. Su Jing finished proudly. Chen Mo opened his mouth. He wanted to say that the princess was not like that at all. The princess liked him and wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. She was a little puzzled. Having said that, it was hard for most men to sit with their legs completely folded in such a place. What did you say? Robinho angrily stared. The two Brazilian hometown this time also cannot care about family and friends. If not Rizzoli blocked in the middle, I am afraid that the more unpleasant words will go out. Naturally, you brought me back naturally to offer me up. Bai Su slightly hooked her lips, so she sat down on the sofa and chose a TV to watch. Gu Yelio can be really stingy, just giving this kind of wine. Don't you think it's a drop in price? Su Ruxing also frowned after taking a taste and couldn't help but open her mouth to criticize. Did you already know? Mu Zilin held back that sad feeling and asked Xian Shuei, I'll slowly talk to you when we arrive at the island where we live. After Ri Nas finished speaking, her pretty face actually turned slightly red. Then she turned around and left, causing Battle Heaven to be embarrassed. Lu Shishang was a bit depressed. Dare he say half a day about the stakes of He Yinlong's existence or lack thereof for the base? He still wanted to go. Aren't you afraid to face so many people? They might blame you. They might ostracize you. Shouting at G, he felt that if it was himself, he would have chickened out because it was all people he didn't know who were blaming him. It was obviously innocent, but others didn't see it that way. No way? We're all here. Who could do this in front of us? Could it be those two? Fire Elder sniffed in doubt. It's only been a few short weeks, but all the previous rapport was gone in a flash. So much so that as we spoke, we suddenly ran out of things to say. Not yet. The company is understaffed and can't take on as much event planning as you guys. I said, okay. Shuei found an empty seat and sat down. There was no time now to find out where Li Mingming and the others were sitting. With Prime's deduction, this Tang snake possessed the pure bloodline of the ancient Tang snake, and might even have survived from the ancient times. In the jade brief given by Tai Shang, these places were roughly introduced, and Yi Shu and Yin Changlan had a judgment at that time. Although they hadn't been to the field and couldn't be sure, there was no way that those first 3 passes could be impossible for them to pass. The maid who sent the message nodded her head and repeated what happened in Prince Yan's camp today. Uchiha Kagaya wasn't even a member of the Uchiha clan before this, and when he was born in this world, he didn't have much contact with his own clan. At the time, he was like an autistic teenager who didn't have much contact with his clan, and he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. Tang Yuran looked at his cell phone screen display has hung up 3 big words, suddenly felt a burst of nameless fire in his heart. The Holiday Inn Jinling Hotel, where they were staying, had all restaurants from the 2nd floor to the 5th floor, with Cantonese, Huayang, Thai, Japanese and Korean cuisines. The tacit understanding between the Wei family and the Hua family stems from this. Wei Shichan wants to disgrace the Hua family, and the Hua family will never allow it. What Si Xiao wants is Ji Jingxi's life. Where he is, Si Xiao will be there. As long as he is there, to a certain extent, it is a kind of constraint on Si Xiao. Xinian, Xiao 11 Lang blocked Hailingzi's sword with a slash, and it was too late for him to step forward. This mountain range within the more demonic beasts, both demonic beasts, will dig caves, and caves within the heavy demonic gas, but also for him to cover that blinding wind and thunder intent, as well as his body full of killing machine. It had to be said that in accordance with Chu Lin's mind, wanting to pin down Ling Yu's mind was just too easy. It's a pity that she doesn't have a beautiful face, or else she could rely on her face to charm him into going back to Huaisua with her. Wouldn't that be great? Even if Yenidao was an old fox, the fact that he had encountered someone like Huan Antian was like encountering a hunter with a vicious and precise gaze. I've always believed in Boss Xiao's words, and when he said that, he must have found something fishy in it. but he just didn't want to tell me now. His tone was very calm, not a single ripple could be heard, or even, his mood swings at the moment could not be heard. Chapter 68, Meteorites. What's wrong with you? Chu Yutong sensed that the Laoshan Ghost King was not in the right state, and had a tendency to blow up. It's okay. The Laoshan Ghost King retracted his gaze and followed Chu Yutong as he continued to walk towards the second level of the final fate. His heart was still beating wildly. This strong intuition and instinct told him that there was definitely something wrong with the figure behind him. As for Chu Yutong, he merely glanced faintly at Ning Qingxian and stopped paying attention. Hand branding uploaded. Buddha your mom's ass. Luo Jiqiang cursed, copied the Buddha statue on the table and smashed it on the ground. With a loud bang, the porcelain Buddha statue was smashed into pieces, and a flying piece even flew past the camera. But things have come to this point. It is no longer in Su Xie's control. In order to not let Su Yuan fan suspect, under all circumstances, Su Xie can only accept this result. I'm at the Nine Immortals Hotel, the Panglai box. The other party was startled by him and immediately said where he was. Hey! Shen Yan rolled his eyes. Cheng Jinsan laughed out loud, and the other two laughed out loud as well. A mountainous aura spread around with the cold ice iron as the center, and that power was like ripples in a lake, spreading around in waves. It was like two ordinary people casually shaking hands, and now no sound was made, but a smattering of ice crystals, surprisingly, blossomed from the center of Feng Shi's hand, and then spread to his entire palm. Earl Reed nodded, and Gore happily excused himself to his father and left. He was going to Baron Carter, who, he was sure, would not let this opportunity pass. After Chu Feng saw the dislodged portal, he knew that this should be the hungry ghost road that had been dispersed. Fourth sister, don't go too far. I didn't even tease him like this. Duan Ro's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Chief, since there are no clues on this side, I'll go with Kai Zi to check the line of hardware, okay? Cheng Haiyang asked. That black sandstorm from earlier had subsided. Others were not sure what was going on, but Daoist Duo Bao knew exactly what was going on. Just after the Duo Bao Daoist, three people flew to the top of the Buzhou mountain and stood firm. Suddenly the top of the Buzhou mountain on top of a mountain rock, a flash of light, haze. In that haze, suddenly appeared a large pile of treasures, almost stabbing people cannot open their eyes. As one of the four people who were the most skillful in harnessing magic weapons in all of contemporary China, someone once asked Su Beiki for advice on how he could maximize a magic weapon, and his answer was simple. After all, but all the mastery, are embedded in the meaning, but also only to reach the innate. Awakening the ancestral aperture Xianguan, can truly show the power. Moreover, his Vajra unbreakable divine power, although not practiced to the extent that all evils are invulnerable, but the general poisonous gas, but can be easily counteracted. Grimm listened to the conversation between the two seniors, and although he didn't know how dangerous it was just now, he still sweated in his heart for these two seniors, and since he had occupied Ling Zhao's physical body, Ling Zhao's matters naturally became his own. A few months ago, he had fought with Su Yuan, and knew that there was not much difference between Su Yuan's cultivation and Su Yuan's, but after not seeing him for a few months, Su Yuan was just transformed, and was not at all what he remembered. Moreover, if you really succeed, it will be a heavenly good thing for my world martial hall. Yang Yi smiled lightly, because the lantern-burning Taoist thought of one thing. Now that Su Yuan saved these primitives will definitely follow Su Yuan's orders, and he himself is alone and stealthy in the midst of all the primitives, and being outnumbered. Will he not be the dog that is shutting the door and being beaten? What? Hearing Wang Li's words, Ko and Hode shouted out at the same time, both looking incredulous. Touch the two gold bracelets hidden on the wrist. Some meet pain, although there are a lot of belongings, but came to the cold palace in the past few days spending too much not to mention, but also only out of not in. Is the gold mountain silver mountain also can't stand this spending method. Ally compromised on the condition that Morong Shanshan treats her to a meal and a talk, which Morong Shanshan naturally doesn't care about. Shen Feng was silent. As the principal of Fu Lin High School and the #1 person in ancient martial arts, Yi Buwei was once the object of his great admiration. Even now, he still maintained a respect for Yi Buwei. In this situation, he really didn't know what to say. Therefore, it was very difficult to see people with first-class caliber dueling in a conference league. At least it hadn't appeared in the last 10 years at the University Conference League, let alone the High School Conference League. Therefore the crowd was so obsessed with first-class duels. Godfan could more or less understand. After all, he had also had this kind of mindset before. The people outside the star screen who were still lost in thought were stimulated back to their senses by the light and instinctively looked towards the source of the light, only to see the entire star screen within the golden light, completely becoming a sea of light. Sparkling waves of light. Light rippled. That beautiful spectacle, never seen before. The crowd could not help but look dumbfounded for a moment. However, Both of them had heard of each other's capabilities from the mouths of bystanders, and although they seemed to be at odds, they shared a few moments of sympathy, if not for this. With Yun Jin's temper, how could he have agreed to accompany you mixing just because of his sentence about looking for the old prince? Now, the audience even had their brains on the spot. Destroying the Zhangmu mansion? This is simply a fool's errand. Everyone knew that the backstage of the Zhangmu mansion was the 5 great families. Destroying the Zhangmu mansion would mean destroying the 5 great families, and even the powerful evil alien alliance couldn't fight against the 5 great families. So what was Divine Maple relying on? Shen Feng searched. Sent from above? What does this mean? Could there be any organization that is above the 5 great families? His curiosity couldn't help but be raised. Lan Shi was stunned. If she really fell into the end of the line, it would be worse than death. This hateful eunuch, if not for her gold bracelet, who knows how to treat her? The architectural style of this place is very similar to that of the Wudaozongmen in Beijing, both of which have an ancient flavor, and the decorations inside are all of an ancient Chinese look. As soon as Xia Mengyue walked into her room, she instantly jumped onto the bed and lay down, along with patting the bed to her right, signaling me to sit over. I also obediently did as she instructed and sat beside her. However, Su Jie said without question that I had to stay here, and if I left, then He Hua and I would leave together. He Hua gave me a wink, so I could only continue to sit down and order my food. Chapter 69, 6,000 Years. Ning Qingxuan's favorites. While the events of the Tower of Ultimatum were unfolding, the depths of the starry sky were endlessly distant from the Emperor Star. The Long Ashes Star Lord was in the air, plopped down in the universe, his eyes tightly closed, his body diffusing endless great divine power around him. Floating in all directions was a vast array of corpses from the top powerhouses of the greedy wolf clan, and there was even no shortage of unfamiliar star beast wreckage. The papal breath is gone. The voice of the goddess of judgment resounded in his mind. The star of the long ashes is open. After being hit by the palm to the body will appear a black palm print, and then spread out. This kind of palm is to hurt the root of the injury, cannot be healed. All internal injuries. By this time, Shuaihang and Long Ji had also arrived, and both of them struck out at the same time, taking down Koan in one fell swoop. Phew! This was the poor man's barrier opening up, wrapping up the barrier that Emosher Bai had laid down earlier. It was her fault. She was too lazy and too stupid, practicing the same sword style no less than 100 times and still forgetting it. No wonder the master was angry with her. Walking into the parlor where only Tony Stark and Steve Rogers were left, Nick Fury had a serious, stony look on his face, and after one look at the two men, he put his eyes on what he had in his hands. What? Think I'll get in the way in the past? Seeing that Su Ran was a bit hesitant, Lin Feng glared at Su Ran. Xiang Lao shook his head. Don't worry, there's no problem leaving this place to me. Afterward, Tang Yen and Tian Chi both got up, hailed a cab, and returned directly to their home. A gust of cold wind greeted his face, contrasting sharply with the bustle of the players. They each organized themselves into teams, scattering at each monster's refreshment point to brush the monsters at regular intervals. So, there were times when she was thinking that maybe Master didn't have an obsession in his heart, and that's why he was able to be that lighthearted, or maybe Master had an obsession, but it was just that the obsession was so deep that nothing mattered anymore in comparison. Chen Gong hastily nodded. He was also discovering the difference between the young lord in front of him and the other dignitaries. That kind of aura, which came from the real sands, not the glorified capital city. Xiao Mo ordered those captives to be guarded, and then he began to count the loot. This time, his purpose was war horses, so naturally, he went to look at them first. Moreover, Yan Shanghai, as a son of a family gate, a person who grew up in a traditional feudal society, surprisingly did not look down on businessmen. This alone was rare, but this should be the only skill known to Chen Snap, the only skill that has a chance of obliterating horse face before the void hand saves the day, far exceeding all skill descriptions. Not yet out of a long time, the Pro-Guard army that the sound of gold and iron together attracted the attention of the other side, only to see those patrolling people instantly drew their weapons against the Pro-Guard army. Less than 30 people against 500 heavily armored Pro-Guard army face unexpectedly did not have the slightest fear. Meng Yi naturally didn't know that Meng Wushu had already been poisoned by Taoist Chuanji, and still naively thought that she could persuade Meng Wushu. The insurmountable mountain that was the Wind and Cloud sect was already a force that many forces wanted to provoke, but they knew what they should face if they provoked the Wind and Cloud sect, so they had chosen to develop in secret over the years. Wei Mo's appearance of planning and strategizing, everything is in the calculation. Looking at the originally nested a stomach of fire completely broken defense. Well, now the wings are hardened. Can't call you anymore, is it? How busy can you be? How busy can a servant be as important as the young master's business? Yang Xianshan nodded secretly in his heart. This heavenly worker master had a humble and courteous attitude. Compared to those artisans sent by the imperial court, he was worthy of being a true great man. but only if one has a big villa with an oversized pool in the villa's yard. Yet all this is currently far away. Not long after, the two items fell into Li Xiaoxiao's hands, and Luo Meichuan's voice came from his head at the same time. The pain caused it not to go crazy over it, letting out a hiss, trying to spit Wu Zhao out of its throat cavity. Unfortunately, Wu Zhao's feet were as if they had taken root. No matter how much it tossed and turned, it was useless. He had only initially mastered many martial arts now, as well as learned the many paths of Taijiquan, but he was far from being able to integrate them. His worries were naturally not without reason. He simply didn't know what kind of undercard Bloodstainless had. The tiger was known to be instantly broken teeth, claws, pain cannot help, know the power, and hastily wailed and backed up. When Shoryu and the others were stunned and surprised quite a bit when they heard Yun Shuer's words, staring stupidly at Yun Shuer, their hearts were a mountain of vomit. Lord Yi, you want to cook? Kai Qing opened his mouth wide as if he could swallow an egg. That should be enough. It's time for this emperor to strike. As soon as Evil Junlin's words fell, a zero force sprang out from behind Evil Junlin, and below sat the Dragon Soul Villa God King, and the higher-ups, plus the two God Kings from the Shadow House. Thanks, senior brother. I'm not thirsty. Although Tang Yaya was very kind, coming from the main world, she was naturally clear about some things about adults. Princess Ning'an ordered people to bring him in. A wall of people put away the chessboard, organized the crown, sit down and wait for Li Ming Shua into the room. Yang Yi took out the key and shook it. Zhang Fei Fan took the key very consciously, indicating that he would chauffeur them, and went over to drive the car without any objections. Third princess, don't be angry. The 10th princess is young and heartless. The old minister won't take it to heart. Gui Lao fell to his knees and hurriedly begged for mercy. Master, this is not too in line with the rules of the ship. Although it was discovered by the crew themselves, but now they are working on the ship, it is right that they should submit a copy of it to the ship. This is the rule wherever you are. After all, the ship has to burn oil to run so far, isn't it? Sun Lianqing said softly from the side. However, users can use it for self-occupation as if they were buying a normal commercial house, or leave it to the building to rent and manage in the form of a hotel. But it is also more expensive. This one sentence in 2 sentences how to say clearly. Wait to go back and tell you again. Hurry up and hit the application. 5 tons of gold it. Guyu utilized a pampering stunt. If she hadn't already been through all sorts of messed up things, she would probably be scared to death by now. Originally thought it was a good thing to rejoice, but now it looks like nothing more than a farce. Yan Bingbing secretly gritted her teeth. The princess saw him take his seat, and only then did she ask in a graceful manner what happened to his head, where and how he bumped it. Yi Wolian was not angry. Instead, he revealed an extremely mysterious smile, a smile that made Ma Shan's scalp numb and feel more and more out of place. The sword crossed in front of me, already in a fighting stance. Yes, I'm going to kill this holy dragon sword emperor, even though it's just out of my own hands and I'm just making a fool of myself. I can't just watch Kana die like that. I'm just a player anyway. I have countless lives I can use, although I do not know how high the attack power of the letters, how strong the ability to break armor, but this set of skills is really hit the highest output damage in the warrior. The other warriors at most a set of skills can only hit 200 to 300 damage. Really cannot see The river rolls like a dragon, surging and raging to bring together the infinite power. A cascade of thousands of miles to swallow the mountains and rivers, converging into a river, 100 rivers into the sea. The waves are magnificent. Chapter 70, My Charming Old Ancestor. Nightfall. Heavy rain continues. Pedestrians at the intersection kept looking down at the time, looking nervous and walking in an ever-increasing hurry. Suddenly, a young girl with a red umbrella, standing motionless in the center of the street, caught Ning Qingshuan's attention. Snapping, the umbrella fell to the ground, the rain splashing on her face, which in the next moment became incomparably hideous. And even more so, she let out a soul-crushingly harsh whistle. This sudden change instantly triggered panic in everyone, and the crowd screamed in for. Baoji looked at Lu Chun and Zhang anti-hypocritical look and the heart is disgusted, only responded to the voice of yes, then no longer say anything, retired to the side to wait and see what happens. Pan's father was first shaken by the inertia of the car, then startled by Chi Kuei's eyes, and nodded his head numbly. A folding paper fan, a green coat, handsome and elegant face, and generous and humane. When the imperial examination, he won 3 in a row and became the top of the list. Seeing this, Tuan Tuan's grandma hugged Tuan Tuan and said, Okay, Tuan Tuan is a good boy. Big brother definitely doesn't want you to have this kind of disobedient behavior in the future, which is why he left. How did you get here? You're not? Housekeeper C's face was filled with panic. Su Yuxing shouldn't be here at this moment. Just below the tree man, an old man in a golden robe with a green beard also appeared immediately. So now that they're here, they're just going to have to stay. And fortunately, This suggested position is just that, a suggested position. And there are other things they could be doing as well. Who pull open the car door? At this time the three Meiji already vaguely want to wake up some appearance. One had to marvel at the extreme elegance of eating even at a time like this. If she would have finished it in one bite. Once back within the confines of the Hogwarts castle, as an official Hogwarts professor without any mistakes or bad deeds, it was always impossible for that old wizard to kill Chilo again in front of so many students and teachers. Then can't we just rush straight to that pool underneath that waterfall? Summer Dream Spectre asked again. Forget it, we agreed to have a good time tonight. Don't mention work, Yunfei said and let out a long breath, then proceeded to eat his meal. At the same time, they regretted and blamed themselves for their own youthful foolishness and ignorance. One by one, he asked Smiling Snake's body to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that it was only good time for someone like him to be a co-policeman, not a police officer. There is no doubt then that Hufflepuff College is the place with the warmest home-like feeling among the 4 colleges. Moreover, Mu Qingxing is not the kind of person who will make things difficult for people, and even if he really wants to make things difficult, he shouldn't pick such a fare, so he must have something to find himself over. He CC from his performance, seems to have some problems, but it didn't show much. It would all have to say that the problem was, at times, really quite a lot. But, he told himself not to care, and he didn't really want to be a demon. So, he stopped and didn't want to kill anymore. Tuobayu looked at Suching Ze, obviously a little uncomfortable, and slowly walked to Ng Ze's back, pinching his shoulders for you. As the biggest hit of the month of June, Sun Fei Fei's song took the position of the most obvious new song recommendation on Dragon Music Network. Domestic restaurants are not profitable in the same way as in the U.S. It's mostly about location, price, and flavor, while hotels are about reputation. Cthulhu used technology as a vehicle to develop a genetic census device, and countries around the globe began to take a census of the entire human race, ostensibly on counting the population of the planet, but in essence this was just incidental, mainly to find out the existence of aliens hidden within the planet. Just at this time, a clear and cold voice rang out in a pinch. The sky and the earth lost color, the night suddenly descended. Even in the immortal hall was plunged into eternal silence like darkness. What was even more horrifying was that the crowd directly saw the night sky, as if the immortal hall had already disappeared, or the bucket shifted between the stars and all appeared in the long sky without a sound. Pooh. Wang Han spat towards each of his hands, wiped them off, and then stroked his index finger vigorously on this Ferris wheel. I've already written to tell Mom about it. She's going to be so excited she'll cry. Ginny smiled back and chipped in. The only one left to pursue Niechen was Dahan. The heavy sword kept striking out in his hands, and a channel of fighting chi whistled past his body. Niechen kept dodging Dahan's intensive attacks by virtue of the dexterity and speed of his void sky steps, until he lured him to a place littered with poisonous grasses, and only then did Niechen's figure come to a halt. What should we do then? Ng Ze had no good solution in his mind and could only ask Duan Murong for help. Bai Fan muttered softly under his breath, and in a trance, he gained some clarity and walked over to the stone tower, in front of the mists, and took a step inside. For a moment, Lin Yunyan wanted to tell the nightmare, and in the next moment, reason ruthlessly stopped her. Xiaojun was summoned by Zhang Qing on his way to the assassin's mansion, a peak expert of the celestial realm, and most importantly, he was Zhang'an, his father's subordinate. On the contrary, because of himself, a powerless deputy mayor, suffered a lot of undeserved difficulties and aggression. The rest of the work was all left to Deep Blue after Peter had deliberately gotten drawings from the internet and built a couple of multi-jointed robotic arms for Deep Blue. And in the midst of all these thousands of common people, there was also one, like a grain of dust among many, who was the man who should have been riding a high horse. But just as Peter was about to use his thunderbolt to arrest the two and interrogate them to find out the whereabouts of the real Toby Spider and the Rael Harry, the carriage was traveling on the main road. At this time, Zhang Qing did not ask questions about cow battle because he was not familiar with Emoli yet. It may not seem like a big deal, but the ability to examine the situation on the spot, make accurate judgments, and deal with it in a skillful and acceptable way to everyone shows Xiao Hongwei's ability to simplify the problem, without waiting for her to turn around. Huang Xiaopa moved the fat cashier, held her down on the bed, and pounced on her. Lin Wu saw that they were listening to the clouds and waved his hand, telling them to go back and discuss with their families, and if they had any questions, they could come to him and ask. To be honest, Ma Xiaoguan's suggestion did make Yang Xingwa's heart move. If you can enter the real estate industry and gain a foothold in the next big process of urbanization, it would be hard not to make money. After all, the internet is so developed nowadays, and Min Hak, as a professor of crime, should have a lot of knowledge in this area. Although he had considered this situation, he still couldn't help but be bored in his heart when he saw this Jinsei's final choice. The other two people on the seat, naturally bald Old Yang and Old Valley, All are good friends of the afternoon tea. Looking at Jiang Yang's 17 or 18-year-old appearance, everyone's hearts were very suspicious, but no one dared to surface it. However, there were countless geniuses and demons in the world, and even if the heavenly Tao was powerful, it could not do anything about it when it met Jiang Yang, who majored in the Emperor's Tao and possessed the supreme heavenly Emperor system. Datong open. The people are also extremely bold, coupled with the recent years in the Mahest ink technology to promote the economy of Datong steam day to day. The people are becoming increasingly wealthy. The wind of luxury is gradually prevailing. Whenever the invitation to order food is usually full of a table, and every time they are left with the majority of the waste to the extreme. Chapter 71. The weirdness here. Why are they all fearing the same person? The same text message was revealed to every member of the final tower. There are no rules for this Tower Master round. Any impact you make on the world of reincarnation will be a condition for scoring. More than 200 reincarnators, scattered in various parts of the 9 divine kingdoms, silently looked at these two simple messages. Fewer rules mean more freedom, which means more content that gets evaluated. But no one makes light. But right now, maybe he could just struggle for a few decades less and directly inherit Baron Pan's legacy as a noble lord. The 7 grayish-white dragon pillars in front of Zhao Li's eyes now immediately made Zhao Li associate them with the legendary 7-star dragon pillar. And since this is the case, this sea of blood is naturally the demonizing water. The students present began to coax Polly rich and powerful hotel their meals. That is called a local. That is called a delicious food. In his eyes, what was $1 billion? The Jufuheo Grand Hotel was just something added on. And the reason that really made him shout out $1 billion was definitely unrelated to Chu Dongfang. Looking at the back of Xuanyo away, Duanxing sighed in his heart. Even Xuanyo, this kind of wisdom, actually also have such a time of loss of temper. So the current situation is how disappointing. Zhou Didao. This guy knows what my old ancestor is like when he is sleeping. In this state the old ancestor simply cannot help me at all. Therefore, at this time, my safety can only rely on myself. Only to see the Bagua wandering body palm line instantly began to distort and change. After a few seconds the changes only stopped. Although Zhang Jin and the other 10 standing ministers were powerful in the world, but their power mainly came from the imperial power. Now that Empress Dowager He, who represented the imperial power, issued an imperial edict to dismiss them, Zhang Jin and the others immediately panicked, and they hurriedly went to the general's residence to plead for leniency in the hope that He Jin would pardon their crimes. The two partners took the initiative to jump out and gave them plenty of excuses. Otherwise they would not have been able to kick those people out directly. The Tianyin old crone looked at Yang Feng provocatively. Although these attacks were very powerful, but she felt that Yang Feng wouldn't let it go once more, because she saw that this kind of attack required many spirit stones, and they were still extremely high-grade spirit stones. Inside the tomb and outside the tomb, the yin and yang are separated. Xiaoshang toasted one more cup of mellow wine on the grave and then left in a flutter. The next morning when eunuch Lu came to call out, Pei Shu had not yet woken up. He seldom slept so deeply. This will be woken up, only to feel a splitting headache. Empress Foam, she seems to be very talkative most of the time, a quiet and willing to tolerate nature. He was, I'm afraid, the most calm of the entire restaurant, out of hundreds of people, or even the entire city, out of millions. Along the way, Li Yijie greeted the aunts and aunties who built the fire as he walked. It seems that Li Yijie is a person who still knows how to be polite. Coming to the middle of the village, coming to a medium-sized house and stopping, Li Yijie said while pulling out the key, here it is, this house is the one I rented. Saying this, he went to unlock the main door. After the crowd heard that Lin Feng had even started to raise the price with the amount of 10 million, they immediately realized that Lin Feng, the goods, had also started to panic. He felt that he could excel in this mission and leave an impression of exceptional competence with his boss. Freshman as of registration time is tomorrow, so on behalf of the Royan is not in a hurry to report. Today accompanied the summer night in the city to simply stroll around, rest one night, and then let the summer night back to Hangzhou. Are you getting up or not? Don't give me that crap. Follow me. Han Sanjian was a bit annoyed. If it wasn't for the need to do a good job of role-playing, Anling would probably want to grant them power from the abyss right now. Song has always claimed to be orthodox, and their status is quite different, being the remnants of the Shang dynasty, and being able to perform sacrifices with the rites of the Son of Heaven. Their political status is quite transcendent. The silver dragon underneath Rand was actually stunned in her eyes, and it was clear that this time, the ice ball did not have the effect she wanted. Although the R&D department promptly updated the information on the computers on the assembly line after the problem was discovered, it was still difficult to recover the portion of word of mouth that had been sold before. The Jade Emperor kept his attention on old Duan, watching his constantly changing expression with a faint smile on his lips. She had her arm around a man in a white suit. The man's ink hair was like silk. His face was stunningly beautiful, and his cherry-colored lips picked up a smile that was as warm as jade. Talia rolled her eyes and handed over a steaming glass of milk as she ate her breakfast. Just below the Colosseum, the pale astrological consul was lecturing the teenage heroes of the kingdom of Paina. Although Gu Qingcheng didn't care where Devil Lawn Ashes intended to take her, she still preferred to return to the Jiang family at this time. Sui was thinking, most of his life is displaced. If this tragic scene in their own body to play, he still can actually carry it? Just now Luli realized that the original Ling Xiao's father has 4 brothers, but 8 years ago after the accidental death of the Ling boss, soon after the wife ran away, a mother of those brothers also never who came over to give a hand to help them orphans. Old lady Xie gazed at him. Back then, you didn't want to marry Huyang. In fact, they hoped for the second Xieshang princess. However, Huyang was looking at Xie Lang, so master needn't be embarrassed. Even if my concubine does want to plead for sister Yu, I will only think about it in my heart, and will not make things difficult for master. After saying that, she even nodded her head seriously, a certain kind of determination flashing through. Concubine, body is not feeling well, Luo Yi said with great difficulty, slightly raising her head to look at Feng, a pair of eyes full of pleading color. This was an absolutely luxurious lineup. Sima Jin was an early cave immortal expert, Tan Tai Jing was a peak cave immortal, Qin Keqing was a peak void immortal, and Ho Weiqi and Yang Ji were also peak void immortal experts. The 5 top experts combining their efforts to catch one Chen Yang. This was considered to be giving Chen Yang enough face. Chapter 72, The Golden Age. The unsurpassable supreme powerful one. Our desolate court divine kingdom's most powerful person in the past 6,000 years. Stepping into the first grade great nirvana at the age of 23, known as the legendary generation's old ancestor Sua. Where have you come from that you don't even know his name? The cafe manager showed a surprised look, but didn't think much of it. After all, the desolate court divine kingdom had soul artifacts guarding the domain cave for generations. The occasional weirdness that came from the direction of other godly countries was quickly eliminated, continuously releasing push attacks that had some distance to them, immediately lowering Han Xian's blood level. Everything Sword Immortal was doing right now was bridging the gap with Lin Feng's blood level, whether they believed it or not. The data on top of the instrument indicated that CC's body was now gradually getting better. The present heavenly change. Speculation that there is something extraordinary out of the world, whether it is the righteous or the devil, are very eager to get. For this reason attracted a lot of strong people to come. Phantom Abyss Palace does not intend to intervene in this matter, while those who want such a secret treasure is to go to look for it by themselves, and he will not block it. But is it useful to say it? Lu Weijian is very clear that he was only forced to let her know and participate because of his last accidental failure. Once any hidden secrets are involved, he does not want to open his mouth. No one can pry out a word. As for Lin Feng himself, he was obviously aware of this, nodding his head while giving De Xian a share of confidence back. Xiao Bingyue was too chatty with it to notice how good-looking Knight Shifeng's expression was at the moment. His purple eyes were smiling and bright like stars, and he looked at Xiao Bingyue with a few moments of tenderness and doting. Only after he had eaten almost all of it did he ask Qin Xiaolu to take out the bracelet that Empress Li had given him. However, this was not a bad thing. At the very least, Yi Yu could still feel a sense of affinity from Yi Xian that he had not seen for a long time. With a long leap, Knight Lu Huai tumbled through the backyard again, then around the outside and around the front door. She knew she shouldn't be like this, but Gu Qi's shadow just couldn't be controlled and drilled into her mind. After Zhao Yan left, the Tianhua sect cleaned up, and only then did they realize the problem. But what made the Tianhua sect helpless was that they didn't know what was in the cave, so they could only have Elder Hui come and venture to chastise them. The other members of the Tenfold team also spoke up to speak for Reno, causing Baihao's face to become more and more ugly. With Yifeng's call, the air was flooded with a burst of slight fluctuations. A faint green ripple slowly surged out from the air, like watery green whirlwinds slowly gathered around Yifeng. Yifeng's whole body was wrapped by a hazy green light, and he suddenly felt a burst of lightness. But it's not safe to let this guy just wander around the ship, is it? Daniel wasn't too sure. Hey, between you and me, why do we need to be so polite? Zhou Yang waved his hand and turned around. Before he left, he gave Sun Yu a deep look, and in his eyes, he was filled with the chapter of care. This kind of look was like the kind of look a boy would have when looking at his sweetheart. On the morning of May 1st, at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, there was a long line of cars on the main road into Chinatown. Chinatown will officially open at 6 o'clock this morning. So many people came early. You can see that by the rise in collections today, which is skyrocketing for everyone today. Li Xiuyuan had already given in to Chen Jie enough, repeatedly dodging Chen Jie's attacks. Li Xiuyuan would pull away from her, but Chen Jie had been unforgiving. Knowing that Li Xiuyuan would not lay a hand on her, she still laid down her hands like this. Zhang Fan's words caused the faces of many people around him to turn unsightly. Zhang Fan's voice was loud enough that many people around him could hear it. Originally, The tribal chief and Andre both agreed that since Zhao Yan was not willing to stay in the ATIS tribe, they would not inform Zhao Yan of this matter for the time being. Wang Bingbing obviously knew Wang Qingshan very well, and it was not necessary to think at all to tell him about his family's background. It was absolutely open-mouthed. The middle-aged man rebuked towards Chu Feng, and at the same time, the aura of the Hotian 10th layer, which could even be said to be a half-step innate, emanated from the middle-aged man's body, like a huge mountain pressing towards Chu Feng. But it didn't take long for Li Longji to turn around and leave, leaving only the palace eunuchs still waving that splash of red. For a while, the faces of the crowd turned grave once again. God knows, if the Xiang family couldn't hold out, would it be their turn next? Chun 30 began to slowly take off her tunic, and Wu Yang's eyes widened, not missing a single detail. This was out of Princess Taiping's expectation. She raised her eyebrows, rather unexpectedly took the Zhengji, unfolded it and took a look at it, and for a time, surprise and astonishment coexisted, filling her chest and not being able to calm down for a long time. I was approached by a producer I worked with in Guangzhou who wanted me to consider going over to help him. It might just be behind-the-scenes work at first, but there are more opportunities than in Beijing. Accompanied by leaving island's order, soldiers throughout the city sprang into action, angling their anti-aircraft guns to aim high into the sky, and the ordinary infantrymen quickly moved into cover to deal with the ensuing attack. There was a particularly conspicuous blue ring on the middle finger of each hand, and the rings emitted a mysterious glow as Zhang Hao hooked his lips, a mocking smile rising as he silently looked at Huang Shiji. Xiao Zhangyuan's heart was slightly baffled. Xue Chongjin did not wish her success, nor did he ask her to make sure she saved the sage, but instead told her to be safe. Was he too trusting in his own abilities, thinking that as long as she was still alive, this matter would surely come to fruition? Or had he finally figured out the significance of Princess Taiping's words? I don't know what he was holding in his right hand, but when he poured it on the wound, it was very cool and didn't cause much pain. Tears noiselessly slipped down. Gu Mian felt unprecedented despair, like the tip of the heart was hollowed out a piece, stayed on the ground without half a reaction, as if the soul was drained. Wooden sitting on the ground, spitting out these words with difficulty. Su Lian's face burned at that time, and she didn't know how Mo Fei Fei would look at herself, but she didn't regret it. Bailey Huanrue, however, did not say anything more. Instead, he handed this Qiao Yunshi's hand with this Chilua bamboo orchid chi. Put it away first. This look was as if he was saying, it's whatever it is. Who knew that she would see this scene? Hua Cheng, is he also suspecting the identity of this Gu Mian? Oh Yang Yunqian, today if you admit it, maybe we can still be brother and sister. If you must ask me to come up with evidence. Oh Yang Yunsu, that light gaze shot over. Oh Yang Yunqian felt as if his face was splashed with a pot of cold water. For a moment he opened his mouth, and did not know what to say. Yen was stunned for a moment. She thought that Duan Yura had suffered a lot in Tagas. How could a tribe that was so poor, backward, and had twice as many unruly people treat the Derong's royal consort kindly? Don't worry, if we all work together, we can definitely persuade father. Oguo's hand held Yen Leso's hand and said, Oguo could not utter a word as she was choked by this. The cold wind of the night kept blowing over her face, yet she could still feel her cheeks burning profoundly. Chapter 73, Ghost Butterfly, My Master Swindled? Night City, the headquarters of the Bureau of Harnessing Trickery. Gu Mengyao stared intently at Ning Qingshen, who was sitting next to her, countless guesses about his identity having long flashed through her mind. No documented fingerprint information, can't find out any background information, and it seems to be out of the ordinary. Either this was a high-level classified officer of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, or this was a secret agent of another divine kingdom. After all, even the bigwigs behind the underground shelter organizations can find some. There's a bit of a clue. Checking along should catch the enemy's tail, Lilith said. As soon as Yin Yan walked out of the hotel, she immediately called Ji Jiaming, but his phone was always on hold, and when she called again, there was just no answer. But we can't be sure, can we? Hermione tapped on the table, those intelligent, soulful eyes brightening frighteningly. In fact, they don't have much time to talk about other people's business, because Beezus Lee's new album is scheduled for release in 2 weeks, and it's a busy time right now. Of course, this didn't work out so well for Malfoy, who chose to go through the pass as Dumbledore intended, using magic all the way up to the Goblet of Flame with a light touch. Meteorite Firestorm. A mage unleashed a combination of fire and earth magic as he approached the 600 pair of meters. Each meteorite inflicted a single 400 or 500 physical damage upon hitting the enemy, followed by an explosion that illuminated all the surrounding enemies with thousands of fire damage in value. The car was traveling on the street, waiting for a red light, when Xin Jizhua received a call from Chu Yufei. The more compact the schedule, the less free time Yan Di. Weekdays in addition to training is the game. We found a relatively safe place to set up camp and stay there for a while. He thought for a moment, but it's good. It's a good thing for the village after all. Not only can it solve part of the labor force, but it can also drive the economic development of the village and increase the income of the villagers. Yun Xianfan did not tell her the truth because there were some things that he himself did not know the exact reason. The residents of Xiayang town, who had never seen such a big battle, came out to see the rarity. They had never seen such a luxurious carriage, much less so many guards. The troll had just prepared for battle when it watched Jiangshi flee further and further away. Aside from Feng Wuchang, who was still able to act normally, his strength had been greatly reduced, and the red-haired gorilla's strength alone could only fall short if he was up against a trialist at the peak of the human calamity realm. He pointed to the half-eaten runny egg yolk lotus flower pastry on the table. The filling had already flowed out half of the inside, falling on the porcelain white plate. Very beautiful. However, this Qing Suzi seems to be really uncomfortable right now. He can't even walk well. Hua 12 has no choice but to do his duty as a senior sister and go up to hold him. If it's not Carlos, if it's not Karapika, who could it be? Luman glanced at the caller ID with some curiosity. At first he was on good terms with the Hawk-type Chimera and Karuto, and since Karuto was in the limelight and Kiddo wanted to draw attention to himself, both teams often went hunting for humans together. No, to be precise, it was not a cultivator. A transmitting note suddenly appeared. Xiao Chang came back to his senses. It was that he had to hurry back, but he also put down his heart. It seemed that the hall master had already known that he had gone to the Yuanhua secret land. Charles thought of Zhou Dexiong. His complexion was gloomy. The moon sister is just too kind-hearted. Actually left 2 children for Zhou Dexiong. Chang Yi sighed in relief and hurriedly picked up Gu Leilei's cell phone. Hello auntie, just call me Chang Yi. It wasn't until he was a sophomore at Kifu University, after 5 years of hard practice, that he finally used his unique advantage of a man's body to knock Masakwan to the ground, only to hug her and apologize. He saw a pair of deep and cold eyes, which were looking at him, and caught his sight directly. Please ask for monthly votes, please ask for monthly votes, please ask for monthly votes. The monthly votes in your hands are the motivation for Crispy's writing. If you have monthly votes, throw them to me tomorrow night at 12 o'clock. I'll definitely add more if there are more monthly votes. Grass. I don't have a gun. Once my gun goes off, you guys will charge straight up. Fish said. Really not. That day was really an accident. Fongjie asked us to fix Shen-Yi. Injuring his mother, we are unintentional. Now we are following Shen-Yi mixed. No, you go back with us to take a look to know. The airplane said. The mountain wasn't very high, but it was beautiful, with trees clustered above it, and from afar, clouds drifted halfway up the mountain, like a fairyland. She gently put down her menu, nodded at the 2 men, and turned to leave, closing the door to her room for them on her way out with a special thoughtfulness. Words just fell. His pocket inside the cell phone rang, took out the phone to look at the caller ID, but the face slightly changed, then directly mute the phone, did not pay attention to the phone, then put the phone into the pocket again. Duan Mu sighed again with a heartbroken sigh. He profoundly thought that he had failed in handling this time. I was so scared that I hurriedly probed my hand over, but fortunately, Chi-Chi was only temporarily unconscious, and her breath was all over the place. Got it. With his hands in his pockets, Ian didn't turn his head at the old man's words, but just continued to look ahead, where a private jet was parked in front of the teenager. A Taoist figure suddenly flashed in Qian Qishan's mind. Not bad. This sword in 1012 was precisely the sword art Upanishad that Taoist Song Tian had comprehended. Windlight was still bouncing around with excitement. When she turned around again, she saw that the boy was gone, and when she looked around, there was no sign of the boy, except for the weeds swaying in the desolate wind. Chapter 74, This Realm, Traces of His Reincarnation. Your Honor. The ghost butterfly made a trilling sound. She had been completely out of sorts, not anticipating at all that she would see her former master again today, after 6,000 years. This sudden scene caused all the powerful people present in the Harnessing Isle Bureau, including the many criminals, and even Gu Mengyao, to stutter. Who is the General Directorate talking to? Following Ghost Butterfly's disoriented gaze, Gu Mengyao mechanically turned around and looked at Ning Qingxian. Originally, she had kept Tianqi in the old mansion, mainly to facilitate Gu's father and mother to take care of him, but watching the child grow up day by day, she as a mother was not able to accompany the other side. Her heart did not say it was hard to say it was impossible. In the flickering light, there were 2 dark figures in high wooden clogs walking along the street. Because of the ice and snow on the road and a gust of wind, the sound of the high wooden clogs treading on the green stone slabs was much weaker than usual. Zanjir raised his head and his eyes were sharp. Fortunately, Zhang Hong had been with him for a longer period of time and knew Zanjir well enough. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have been scared away by this look in his eyes. Click. Jin Fuxing slowly stretched out his right hand sword finger. Gently will Long Feng Xian's forceful sword clip in the fingertip. The next moment the eyes changed to look directly at Long Feng Xian. Mistress, it's the second master and second mistress who have come. and they've brought a lot of things with them, Sister Shui said as she greeted them. Currently continuous casting recluse. The whole body is traumatized very seriously. Wind and Rain know that once he stops he will absolutely be pierced through the heart of 10,000 swords. Death is impossible. The master will not let him die. But this is too humiliating. This is not to say that he did not pass the test. There was a loud rumble in the sky, followed by a long slash that glowed white. A heavy rain came suddenly, instantly dousing the summer heat and making it cooler. Although Ho Chi is a good hand in the Greenwood Road, just now is the body of the air. The foot only dipped to the eaves. Although it is heard behind the dark weapon wind sound attack, the foot did not find the reel. Cannot dodge. Giggle. A golden dart is nailed in the Ho Chi's right leg behind the heel. Sun Haotian but grabbed the bandit Lu Maotian lifted up, steep to his tailbone on both sides of the Huiyang point each point, and to the Sea of Chi point pressed a palm, and immediately to the nunnery to the closed blood to the spread, the tendons this stretching, and immediately come back. Long Fengxian forced himself not to think about these dire consequences, stopping himself from thinking about them by cleaning up the broken temple, and Long Fengxian didn't dare to pinch his fingers. He was afraid that if it was really in case of this kind of consequences, Long Fengxian wouldn't know how to react. As long as there is no more me in this world, no one can threaten Master. I am the bane of everything, because I am the one possessed by the demon seed, and Master, you are the hero of the demon slayer, destined to be in a hostile camp. Damn. 12 years old essence is not yet developed, or a child, body and heart are not fully developed. Know about personnel, these bull lackeys, all teach some things? Doggy looked at the kitchens which really didn't have anything for him to do, glanced at the sautéed dish next to him, and snapped out of it. Helpless confused look ahead, at this time scattered with a field of denim ultra-short pants, phones, etc. Two white bodies in the green color grass crazy, she was completely blinded. The old days, is it possible that they will also be treated in this way? Even more tragic? Naturally, Chen Xia knew that she had broken this teenager's heart, and she wanted to let go, but another voice in her heart told her that she couldn't let go just like that, and that she had to at least give herself a chance, because she remembered all the situations she was in the Su mansion 10 days ago, and thought of Su Zilin's determination when he did not allow himself to take Chi Air away. Just the heart of the game has not waited up. The two traveled to the Jingyan County city gate. They really received a letter. When Yun Xiu heard Yun Yang's words, he thought about how his sister had said that she wasn't allowed to play by the river, just because she was afraid that they would fall into the river. Thinking about how angry his sister was, Yun Xiu said in a very aggravated manner, "Nyang nyang." This, Jing Rong had the feeling that her jaw had dropped on the ground and she couldn't pick it up. The Nyang nyang hadn't returned all night. Was she dreaming? Shangguan Yuchen focused all of his internal energy on that hand at once, as if he was afraid that the visitor would take Gong Yi Wuing away. I say, old Taoist Su, you're not fooling around again, Dyed Dust also said after glancing at old Taoist Su. Originally, after everyone finished the day's meeting, Gufan was ready to go home from work like the rest of the staff, but Li Ruodan took the initiative to stop her when she saw her tidying up her desk. After the routed soldiers came over, Zhang Wei had been staring at that opening, wanting to wait for the sight of Yen Ji and call over to inquire about what this attack on the camp was all about. However, after the first batch of arriving soldiers had passed, Zhang Wei still didn't see Yen Ji's figure, so he knew that something bad had happened. A man took a sip of his drink and placed the bowl on the table with a heavy thud. Fan Yu's status in the Seoul Guidance Department was extremely high, not to mention that he was currently lower in rank than Du Weiluan. But Du Weiluan knew very well that Fan Yu was bound to be the vice dean of the Seoul Guidance Department in the future, or even the dean's heir, and he was afraid that this director of instruction would come to an end. The opponent, also known as the Nine Heavenly Demon Subduing Ancestor, is very strong in battle and has made great achievements for the Heavenly Court in the midst of the conquest. I don't really know what the meaning of what you put here is. Are you going to manage my company's people for me? Chu Tian's boss of course was going to defend his company's people law. Zhang Xinping also understood this, so he had already prepared to reply to the words of Chu Tian's boss. As for Huaxia's Su Jinjin, everyone said that the other party was very powerful and had a very high cultivation level, but what about in reality? The other party didn't even have the courage to come and answer the battle. Now Chen Fan, even if he is a little cutie, also know that this kind of thing is not a general imperial weapon. In the end is the lower, middle, upper grade. It is not really easy to say, because this beat is based on the strength of the person to produce different effects, and is not artificially created. When Elder Jian saw Qi Rui's looking at himself with a guarded face, he was furious and asked angrily. Chapter 75, The Terror of the Meteorite Level, finally torn apart. Dragon City, dimly lit alleyway. Shu Yutan looked indifferently at the group of reincarnates in front of him who had been completely shocked by the Laoshan Ghost King. Ji Yunzhou was also among them, and his juvenile alien beast was being deadlocked by the Laoshan Ghost King. his neck locked by a ghostly hand and pressed against the wall in a constant struggle. As a former defeated general, Chu Yutong did not actually place these people in his eyes. Deep in the mouth of the alley, a large number of severe ghosts hissed, but could not get out half of the. Suzimo's hands covered his mouth and nose, so that he could try not to make a sound, but on his face, tears were already hanging on his face. In the chairman's office, Lin Tiandu was leaning back in his chair, rocking slightly, and across from him sat Dream Half-Wake. The base was only a few steps away from the south to the north, so the excuse of coming late was a bit awkward, and Rinna speculated that he had intentionally left the Führer some time to talk to himself alone and set the stage. It seems that there is no necessary connection between being a man of the world and having a delicate mind. After seeing Tang Ying open the villa door and walk in, Tang Xian turned around and walked into the opposite house with Yi Qiu. Maybe you're doing the right thing. It's really cruel for brothers to kill each other. Okay, don't say anything, let's go out. I'll take you guys back first. Chu Tianhao patted Lin Changjuan's shoulder and said, with this suspicion, I asked the soldiers, who had more or less heard from their peers during their shifts, only to say that the fall of patrons and the Führer's death in action were mostly thought to be a trick used by the Allies to demoralize the Germans. And in Azeroth, a world that had developed a clear and rigorous power system, the High Elves were definitely not the only ones who had such thoughts. Comfortably leaning in Fei Lian's arms, Ho Tu slightly tilted her white head, her pretty face flushed red. Tantalizing. K1 collects the remaining parts together, retransforms a set of tools, and works on them so that they appear to be shattered, as if they had been seared at high temperatures. Chen Ziyuan instead humbled himself slightly with Taimu Jinlin of the Xuanqin Dojo and Wuji Jinlin of the Wuji Dojo. In the end, everyone also took turns to enter that misty passageway in turn, but the core of the otherworldly moon is still in the otherworld, and now under the auspices of Isabel and Rebus, the transfer of the otherworldly moon's energy toward Kakabu has begun, but its core, I'm afraid, will take quite some time before it can be transferred to this place. Wang Qingshan is dead, Chen Baihu is dead, the brothers who drank with us in the beginning are almost dead, counting you and me. There is only one Li Dashang left. Bai Baohua fiercely smoked a mouthful of cigarettes. Perhaps it was the reason that he inhaled too much at this one time, violently choking Bai Baohua to cough. Just now with the Kuanping battle, Jin Yuanzi was obviously beaten out of the real fire, while the Red Cloud and Fushi duo, half a caddy, but it is indistinguishable. After ending this oil and saltless conversation, Li Yi is remembering the main thing. He has not just come to save the scene, there are many sleeping partners waiting for him. After he finished speaking, there was no more sound in the contact, and Li Yi looked at the city that was plunged into disaster in front of him, and his eyes became incomparably resolute. However, what Ling Xiao never expected was that the system's answer was that he couldn't personally undo this disaster, and that if it was hard to insert it to be calmed by him, then the future changes would be something that even the system couldn't predict. A few minutes later Ling Xiao put on his bulletproof vest and came out of the room just in time to see a few police officers questioning Ramiel about something. He walked over slowly, and the sound of a policeman conversing with Ramiel fell into his ears. She was in tears and after a few days bought a ton of maintenance products for me to send home. But Ling Xiao didn't regret his move to reverse back and take a picture of that relief with his cell phone. He still thought so. That relief must be hinting at something. It was very important. For a long time, a few times down, Blue Ruoshin suddenly understand. The orc in front of him must have gotten a strange disease called self-mutilation. Only abusing himself will not hit others. Lan Ruoshin finally relieved. You are. Looking at the unfamiliar face in front of her, Zhu Jiangning's beautiful eyes now showed a trace of doubt. In the end, Tang Yin would not have listened to Yan Ruoming's words, and after learning of her entry, he immediately took the first-hand news to find a classmate to bet on, attempting to seek some of the sense of accomplishment he had gained there on the 7th Prince. Surrender. You can't withstand the 13 laws of execution in Tono, Junjima Yudo said faintly. Since this was the case, her attitude towards Pei Yi couldn't be easy. This could be related to Liang Yu's future. In history, Daji, favored by Emperor Gengxin, killed his mother and killed his first wife. It turns out that although they were the same, they were completely different. He didn't understand him at all, but he understood himself completely. The past is too sad. Big black spirits pie egg. You guys take a step back. Hearing my words, Linger immediately left with Paiyan, and Dahe froze for a moment. Liang Yu couldn't withstand Yen Ruoming's words and timidly brought over a sea bowl and sat alone on one side of the table. Chang Sun Isan, we are all doing quests to upgrade. Master, do you want to train me as a tycoon? When I started the first weight, I just had a faint golden light in my consciousness, but now I could feel that golden light in my body, mobilized by me, and I could attach it to my skin, to the turtle shell, and even coalesce it into energy. While he now had a wide range of lethal weapons to choose from, he couldn't go cruising the streets with a blaster shotgun on his back when he was throwing his weight around as a normal person. Could he? The warm, haunting touch at his side suddenly disappeared. The screen of the cardio monitor suddenly went dark, and his hand slid in the air for a moment before his fingers clicked down anyway. When that thunder python hadn't reacted yet, a sword directly pierced through its eye pupil, blood and thunder mixing and splashing in all directions, hitting the thunder python heavily once again. Fan Shou and Tu Yu led the soldiers and horses to continue to move toward the east of the city. Only, before Fan Shou and they rushed to the east of the city, the news came from the front. The enemy that appeared before, even so, disappeared? However, Lu Feng didn't make a move this time, although he really wanted to kill these idiots with a sword, but after thinking about it, he let it go, and then went straight out of the city. Xiao Tian didn't care what Fei Jiqing thought at all, because at this time, Fei Jiqing's thoughts were not helpful. Let me help you. Su Ling suddenly stood up and came to the aisle, looking down at Gao Yi. Seeing such a real and violent and bloody scene in front of her, Hirano Toda's mother, who is a corporate executive, could not help but worry about the safety of her son in the school. Within a year, I demand that all three of your martial arts reach the point of perfection. Su Ling hummed. However, there wasn't a trace of any other look on Su Ling's face, only seriousness, and he didn't seem to have any other thoughts. There's no problem with this. I'll send people over here, all at your disposal. Yang Hua said happily. These 30-odd people all knew that Shin Mu was the person who knew the Tea Bureau, and they also recognized that Shin Mu was an official of the Yunzhao Kingdom. Chapter 76. He is the White God of Murder. Move! The Laozhan Ghost King transformed into a ball of black gas and hurriedly moved away from the Shura Ghost King. His skull, which had been chipped away, was quickly restored again under the power of the origin. The face wrapped under the wide black robe had brought up a thick panic. The powerful aura from the Shura Ghost King was enough to absolutely suppress him, even as a former king of a world. In the face of this terrifying power, a feeling of trepidation finally rose. There are still a lot of people who come to interviews because of the high hourly rate and the fact that many people have a fanatical confidence. Yaya's mom is an aura person, but is just really not tall, and with wearing all black, I'm surprised I didn't see it. The back of the Jinui is not hands. Looking at the hands of more than a dozen beggar disciples, even hit the dog formation is not formed. Was Guanshan more put into half? Is simply spicy eyes. I don't know if the king will still summon them, although the parlor is some distance from the back house, but the garden guests are allowed to go there. It is better to be cautious. Huang Lizi only in the house horizontal. The village head home. A loud fart did not dare to issue. White and silver soul light blossomed from his hands, vaguely constructing a passageway to an unknown land. When Lin Feng raised his head, he saw Bibi Dawn lightly tapping her jade feet and walking towards him, right in the middle of the chamber for a whole day. Pao Yuanxian slept and got up to find a blanket on his body, while Sa Renya sat looking at himself. After slapping her a few times, Chan Lanying wasn't relieved enough, grabbing her clothes and dragging her towards old lady Anne's house. Boss Zhu himself knows very well that there are really not many crazy people under the sky who still fake the name of the brocade guards. Moreover, the appearance of the prefect has already sideways confirmed the credibility of this brocade guard's master. Wait until you volunteer. Dad opened his mouth to take the words without even looking at him. Gao Shun coldly glanced at Wei Su. Simply do not pay attention to. Two eyes closed soul outside the sky to go, then saw the next thing in just 10 seconds or so. Wang Coco various colors of superpowers come out, hit the earth and sky. The whole manor is a broken wall. The guests are stunned. We are all neighbors. Do not get along, Mrs. Du smiled and waved with Yulin. It was now a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but today's auction was to end at 8 o'clock in the evening, so there was still some time left. Nowadays, there are only a few very rudimentary rules in the tribe, not to mention a perfect law, and that phrase about being above the law is simply a joke for the tribe nowadays. Auntie Fatty, you really are too sweet. Llewellyn hugged Auntie Fatty and kissed her on the forehead. The sound of unobtrusive photo-taking reached Zhou Rui's ears, and looking to the other side of the road to see a Chinese-American teenager running over with a smile on his face. The government was making preparations for the return of the expedition, and the common people understood what was going on after a little inquiry. Seeing Xian Tang's steady development, Su Wen was filled with joy. After learning more about Xian Tang's situation from Lu Buang, he returned to the true martial Starfield. Night Burial saw this powerful aura. Night Burial did not dodge this time, but stood there without moving. Yi Lao was worried to his throat for Night Burial. I don't know what kind of elixir, but the medicinal effect had such a divine effect. Su Wen's spirit was energized, and he accelerated into the ancient stone door of the elixir room. Brunhild, who was the host of this reception, retired like this. Of course, the crowd of dignitaries on the scene expressed stable emotions, and no one felt that this was a rude gesture. Since you helped Sister Yakusha, the guide fee this time is forgotten. The shopping area is also here. We'll see you later. If the elders see me slacking off, I'll definitely be lectured. I'm leaving, Jia Xian said and left. The body of knowledge in biocomputing is utilized along with the body of knowledge in brainwave control, as well as a number of other bodies of knowledge to initiate a spark of inspiration. All we have to do now is make one more charge and we'll run them up. The captain of the Count Ribok suggested to Sobek. Here, eat while it's hot. Golden Glow opened the package and took out the food inside. A fragrant pizza. The other thing is that the power generation system of a fusion reactor is also different from that of a nuclear fission reactor, which, in the final analysis, is still boiling water, whereas a fusion reactor generates electricity directly. When Hong from beginning to end of the words are not much to say on the face of others stepped on the sparse, his blood pressure rubbing upward, straight to the sky, head dizzy, body swaying. Su Wushwang didn't know what to say to drain his emotions, and peacefully took a tissue to wipe the tears from her eyes. The boy behind her was no more than 5 or 6 years old, and although he was panicked, he didn't lose his head. Knight Mo Xing just approached. Xiaoi Chen opened his mouth, his eyes also up and down to patrol her, although his tone is normal. But Ji Yuanshu is in the circle mixed for many years in the human essence. At once heard his words in the hidden eagerness, not really hidden, have a heart to listen to the people can hear out. The instructor nods, 2 successes, the crazy one will be dealt with tomorrow. The instructor walks over and looks down about to check the Weezin bracelet. Some people are so annoying that they run to the Duke of Zhao's residence in the middle of the night and quarrel with the old Duke. The censorship isn't over, let him catch up on his sleep. If she really wants to marry Wei Snapdragon, she will definitely not bother about her family's opinion. What she decides, her dad can't control. 3 years ago, and even more so after 3 years, when Cindy Xia leaves Qingxi village, Bi Mingfeng chases after Zhu Pingju like she has nothing better to do, and when Zhu Pingju leaves, she comes back for Bi Yuan Punch. Chapter 77, Li Qingsan's Hostility. Immortal Queen comes down the mountain. Under the night, the Dragon City was surging with darkness. Dragon City was different from other central cities. This was the Heavenly Sword Mountain from 6,000 years ago, sitting on the entire immortal race. At this moment, with Ning Qingshuan's arrival, he was in the depths of the majestic Heavenly Sword Mountain, within the Forbidden Land, the immortal queen in seclusion. Her eyes trembled slightly, and the Yuanshan pledge in her body showed signs of reactivation. My lord sent, he's still alive? Looking at the Heavenly Sword Mountain in all directions, the multitude of the sword chi passed by, causing the midair to immediately pay out a giggling sound, like a viper spitting out a letter. Then you also have to have that ability. You're not Qing Tian, you don't have the ability to move heaven and earth with your words. Your brute strength, wanting to destroy my divine soul. The difficulty is not ordinary. A crisp figure came out from the phoenix's body. I can't understand what you're saying. What help you take revenge? I was shocked in my heart. Tang Shui was suffering inside hell. How could she suddenly come inside my dream? He suddenly remembered the last time they had met at the choristers' theater, and if she knew her, then it was quite possible that that meeting had come from her deliberately. It was 1 p.m. When I walked into the school, and after putting the guy I was carrying back in my dorm, I headed for my class. Here is a separate courtyard, but no one came over to disturb. Stopped to listen for a while, glanced a few times in the direction of the lively front yard, his heart more and more puzzled. But in the midst of the surprise, my Yanli's heart is happy. Ning Qingshue's name has a master, and the boy in the class that she has been longing for will chase after her again, and she, Ma Yanli, will have a chance. Zhang Hongmei felt unbelievable. Before this bastard refused so dry, how suddenly agreed. The black axe in the hands of these bulls chopped on the Chiman flying armor. Even the traces could not be left. Only the force was so great that although it would not directly chop on me, but the force shook on the Chiman flying armor, shook on me, and it was hard to bear. The wine was cold, but the wine essence spilled on the wound was very stinging, and immediately Mu Rulin, who was in a coma, came directly to his senses. It's very good to learn. As long as the boss pays the tuition fee, he can learn it right away. So this is not something the boss needs to worry about, Brother Pillar said with certainty. Yifeng was a bit curious about the lanky man on the stone platform, so he wanted to observe from the Hall of Man. In the Star Chamber of Commerce, you can do things with money, and you can't do things that are easy without money. Although the three-headed augur is strong, but he does as he pleases, and has always disliked being subjected to a little constraint. Asking him to participate in the battle generally he will not agree. Yi Meng used the boundary Dao sword to split open the body of a monster, and his body was almost torn apart by other monsters, nearly dying. Next to the frying pan in the hot oil has been boiling onions, ginger, garlic and other seasonings into to be fragrant, a simple head of catfish was put in. Zila sound, the moment the aroma of the nose. Whether or not it was the largest human gathering place in folded space was unknown, but at least in the neighborhood, there was no base as large as the Ice Soul Group's garrison within the known range. I pouted and signaled for Musa to bring me my bag. He fished the wedding invitation out of it, his fingers trembling. various claims have been made, but one thing cannot be denied. That is that the program is not perfect. Qing Jin knew that he couldn't stop Jier either, so he could only let her be. He knocked on the door of the Moro mansion and an old man past his prime opened the door. Appearing in the middle of the dragon domain, the shouts of rows of dragon domain armorers steering their horses to burst into training came from the distance, while the roars of the giant dragons that rose and fell in the dragon's nests even farther away were raucous and raucous. That magician was still backing up when he was horrified to find his right leg plunged within a deep pit, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. While at this time, the Thunder Shadow 4 people mobilized the magic treasure, came to the rescue, and again suppressed Genie. Although star pickers relied on their spiritual power to pull the power of the stars in the sky, with the existence of their natal star, star pickers could use their natal star as the core to better communicate with the stars in the sky. On top of these ancient trees, an old vine, like a winding and coiling dragon, twisted and tangled, looking pale and powerful. Wind God stab, stun success, turn around and launch the fire Qilin impact on the far side of the open space. After pulling away from the distance to continue the output of the blood-eating bow, an arrow snapped in the face of the boss stirred up a venomous effect, while the dragon wolf is close behind, sharp claws flailing to launch an attack. Just keep the hate value under me all the time. Xinyanchu's eyes sank, looking at Yu Changting's beaten appearance. Once he thought that all these things were his bad ideas, his heart was even more intolerable. So he got up and hit Yu Changting with a palm. AI, brother Yuanhua, this Yangtze River's new wave pushes forward the previous wave. It's not guaranteed that after many years, all of us will be obsolete. It seems that Xiao Yu and I don't have so much charisma to keep these 3 immortal friends, so I have to look to you. The dragon-suited immortal who called himself Xiao Yun sighed. The charming atmosphere was interrupted at once, and AI Xiao Qiao laughed as he was pressed against the cushions in the carriage. I greeted the sight indifferently, not looking at the change that had occurred at the point where the willow blade had been, and waited until a large, pierced hole appeared in the rest of my vision before sighing softly. Get up. What do you guys mean by this? Don't move and kneel down. Tang, you know me. It's you for the Ghost King. This is not good. After I heard them say that, I also understand the reason why they kneeled. Before his curses could be called out, he also saw in the gap in his shield the large ball illuminating the sky with a black tail flying towards him. The large ball with a tail wasn't actually a firebomb. But before I could take a long breath I felt that the space airflow was not right. Instinctively my body shape turned sharply to the side, but felt the harsh cold wind rubbing my shoulders and even felt a stinging pain on my neck. The car stopped at the Hyatt, and when I arrived I realized that the banquet was the anniversary of Siafanua's company. Jainaquan could only act as if nothing had happened, and turned her face away as if she was looking at the bouquet of flowers on the sink. What? Second auntie doesn't believe me? Do you want me to go to the city tomorrow and bring that doctor here to confront you face to face? AI Xiao Qiao deliberately swindled her with her words. The man's large palm was dry and strong. The warmth belonging to him was channeled from his palm into his hand, while his thumb finger was still gently rubbing on the back of his hand, as if recognizing the degree of authenticity. Zhuang Yan is not that money-oriented, and he didn't tell me that he wanted to earn a lot of money for Lele. I looked down at the pile of cases and information on the table. Suddenly I was in a bit of a trance, not knowing if I should trust him or not. Chapter 78, Ancestor of Daxia, Ning Qing Xian. With the flickering of thunder in the firmament, it reflected the undying race powerhouses that covered the sky. They stepped into the air from all directions, clustering around their master and descending behind Ning Qing Xian, uncountable under the dense mass. The grim gazes were all looking at Li Qingsong's group, causing the scene to turn into an indescribably intimidating one. The dome of blood rain continued to splash, the posture of the immortal queen lifting her hand to kill the evil king, so that all the people in the audience, the bottom of their hearts have been flooded with. While entering the Immortal Dao Academy with the attendant, a group of people who had come to seek education whispered. War Prime Wei sitting on the seat made of golden silk wood, golden cold eyes sharp and awe-inspiring intimidation. Eyes look askance, a head of blonde hair hanging behind the head, a stalwart face like a knife cut. At the chin is the spirit of the scruff of the beard. The years did not leave him many traces. A glance, full of male masculinity charm. Fang Loya gathered his men together and quickly distributed King Chi's orders. It was not an easy task to find out. The air in the Jianfu mansion became tense all of a sudden. At that time, Maniac Xi was a huge mountain in his heart. Magnificent, tall, and wild. He was his idol, his role model and goal for the future. Shang Hui got into the incomparably flashy carriage. Tang Liuli was indeed still sleeping. She slept soundly. She must have been tired from the boat ride. Knight's whole body suddenly lined up. Without even changing the shape of the beast, he jumped into midair with a single push of his feet, and with a sweeping leg that seemed to be light, he flipped an immense and incomparable boar to the ground. She knew the reasoning of the piker. Although those things were nothing, but it can be very important here. Ava's mate and Cub's beast rank are not high. When the time comes, don't lead to killing because of these food, then he is the one who has good intentions to do a bad thing. No wonder Yin Qi's hands were so tied and clumsy when he struck out. Fearing that he might miss and injure Phantom Ching-chung, he thought it was nice here too, and if he had the time he really wanted to stay here for a few more days to spend a few more days with Anning before going back down the mountain. It was just that they had used a lot of their vacation time this time and had run out of time. Now it seems that not being pressed to the ground and beaten by Feng Chuan would be a good thing. Thinking about the good things that he had originally calculated, his heart felt more and more unhappy and aggrieved. Looking at Fong Peinan's swollen eyes, 1,000 heartaches came up uncontrollably. Wanted to say some words of comfort, but his voice was like a blocked ball of cotton that couldn't go up and couldn't go down. They are really coming to our house for a wedding banquet. Let me go over and pick them up. Chen Jianyang shouted unwillingly. As soon as the words fell, the knocking on the door sounded one by one, seemingly unorganized and rude, and when Shu Wei Yao heard it, her hand movements gave way. While he doesn't have to rub any heat in it himself, he can reverse its sensual impression in some people's minds with this song. Men face a lot of temptations once they become successful and famous, and it's really hard for the average person to restrain the desires of their hearts. Among the disciples of the Tianji sect, except for Mu Tianshun, Lu Jia, Elvili and Nankai who were wearing their own clothes, the other disciples, all of them, were uniformly dressed in a simple white suit. Wu Jin raised his right hand, and a raised hand that shimmered with lightning slowly rose up to meet the long blade that burned with green flames. A few people went through the motions, and as the smoke broke off, an old and neat building appeared in front of several people. Moreover, the significance of this battle was profound, and if he lost, he would face more than just losing the battle alone. At the entrance to the Chengde Palace, the guards introduced Zhang Yu to the eunuchs who stood on either side of the palace and then left. The eunuchs had already known of Zhang Yu's arrival, and after bowing to him, they told him to wait outside the palace, and that the emperor would summon him into the palace later. Mo Song thought of this, also sat down on his knees, the storage ring in his hand flashed, and then after bringing a little bit of light hidden. In contrast, the situation in Bolivia, the other country eligible to compete for the title of King of Tragedy, is even more dismal. Yu Luming, who has been following Yao Si Yuan's side, is holding a long sword and rapidly harvesting the lives of the Western Liao people. At the same time, he always glances at Yao Si Yuan in front of him from time to time, and the color of admiration in his gaze is undoubtedly revealed. Right at this moment, the shadow in the sky instantly exploded, and an earth-shattering roar echoed between heaven and earth. Asterisk 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 asterisk, let go of me, Long Xing roared, and with a shake of his hand, he threw out the heavenly ruler in his hand. The sky ruler struck down from afar as if it was a bolt of turquoise-colored lightning, and it impartially struck on top of the long tongue of the purple-colored toad. The green dragon halberd was danced by Long Xing in a tiger-like manner, fending off the countless snow blades that shot at him, which could really be described as impervious to the wind. The several people who had originally followed behind the old man also had drastic changes in their breath as they looked at Ning Knight, who was still stained with blood on top of his palms. Yang Ji, this person is the North Qi buried in Linen's biggest hidden stakes, but also so many years of Qi in the North Qi oppression under the more and more turn Huan difficult reason. His back in Linen's forces must be extremely large, otherwise Bai Susu would not have said what overnight, so that Zhao Xian's mark on the left shoulder spread all over Linen and so on. Shu Wei Xiaoyun couldn't help but sigh again at his words. This ginger is still old and hot. In just one peace negotiation alone, Prime Minister Luo had caught so many doors. He couldn't help but look a few points more solemn, quietly waiting for Luo Xinghan's next words. But now, looking at dancing Wei Yan's face, her body should no longer be in serious trouble, and since she was cured, she also wanted to leave. Pang Lai has spread the news in the immortal world that the former island master Feng Lianqing has rejoined Pang Lai. Mo Zili said indifferently and did not raise his eyes, also knew that his body stiffened. In that case, it was not difficult to explain what that dancing Wei Yan wanted his face for. Ding Dog threw away half a fishing rod in his hand, jumped down the side of the boat and pulled her down to sit down. The wooden table was too short, so he didn't use a stool, and sat directly on the deck. He put down the wine cup, exchanged polite pleasantries with the immortal official, and walked out with great strides, and the disciple hurriedly followed. The sword cultivator smiled at him, took the storage objects left on the ground, burned and disposed of the resources inside, and traveled in another direction with the green shirt cultivator. It was an accident this time, but the plan will be implemented soon, so even if they know about it, there's nothing they can do. Marky nodded even as he said this to Tout. There is a supreme heavenly might in this great power, representing the supreme power of heaven to punish sin. It incorporates the grandeur of heaven into the Tao. He's not my driver, he's my friend, please respect my friend. As he spoke, Song Lyric looked at Jean Glo for a moment. There was an indescribable sentiment in his eyes. Chapter 79 Tower Masters will access. Fusion of historical merits. Heavenly Sword Mountain. Heavenly Sword Pond. Ning Qingxian returned once more. His heart doubled with sadness. The old scene is gone and changed dramatically. This place had been maintained to a certain extent by the high-level personnel of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. That's why there are some steles where the outline of the text is still vaguely visible. Longmire's grave mound, buried in the rear. My lord, that Shura Ghost King has been brought back, and according to the information he was informed of, this time he infiltrated the Dragon City too. The higher heaven and the burning hell had countless open and secret battles, and humans as a force interspersed amongst them had no autonomous power to speak of, and the silhouette in front of him was clearly in existence on the human side, and at this time, attempting to persuade Tang Zhe with superficial words, the intent was already very obvious. These types of monsters had sturdy and strong bodies, and could even shake the walls of the city with their flesh and blood after they grew into dark gold heads, as evidenced by their size of over 3 m. And what made it even worse was that after the magma erupted out, all the cracks ran through each other and intertwined, and all of a sudden, they burned with booming fires. Yes, the Collins segment is exactly the signature selling point of the show now, so what's the point if it's taped instead? He had been observing the place for most of the night, but it was heavily guarded, and he wasn't sure that he could take down his target in silence, so he was waiting for an opportunity. For example, in the X-Men, various superpowers evolved because the DNA had an extra X chromosome in it compared to a normal person's DNA. This kind of stuff is not explained that way at all inside the system. Bullets whistled beside his ears, and branches and leaves flew. Wu Yuan armor clenched his teeth, biting so hard that his gums burst with blood, but his chest seemed to be constantly hit by a huge stone, and a breath was blocked in his throat. I think the two of you already know the rules. Please hand over the 7-colored order and the chart. The old man lazily rolled over, his eyes sharply sweeping the zombie brother. Yang Chen and the old man were both a bit shocked, especially the old man. This guy, after drinking 4 pieces of tea, he did his best to come to his senses in 3 hours, taking advantage of the soothing rhythm of the accompaniment. Wang Diam calmed himself and then began to sing in a low, hoarse voice. Kazami Yuka also sensed the sight and stomped the Rat King to the ground, lifting her parasol and aiming it at it. He's young, he's talented, and he's got a great material base, though he knew that everything he had now came from his brother. But he didn't care because he knew they were blood relatives to each other. He knew that he could keep up with the other if he could. Su Wei rolled his eyelids, an odd look on his face. He wasn't afraid, but wanted to laugh, wanted to let out a big laugh. Wang Chuan's father and son are also really strange. So many people are dying to cry and pull Tang Yi to help, but they are so good. They even pushed Tang Yi outside. They don't know what kind of medicine they ate wrong. Why does the low out-of-water price skyrocket 10 or 20 times when it hits the dinner table? A dealer's markup is one reason. And most importantly, shelling is too much work. Yi Xing coldly laughed, and the phantom light sword transformed into a flash of golden aura, stabbing towards the sacred flame ancestor rising sun 9 heavens on his chest. In that state, he seemed to be able to utilize 200% of his power, especially the magnificent gun dance that erupted at the end when he gripped the pistol, seemingly firing without regularity, but by virtue of the instinctive reaction in that state, he launched his attack in the most reasonable, and yet irrational, way of attacking. Is the Black Dragon King that easy to mess with? If it was easy to mess with, they wouldn't have died or been injured 7 years ago. If it is not the Moon Ghost in corpse humanization 2 buff chance of obtaining is 50-50 words. Estimate Suyu now has rushed out of the rain. If got the Moon Ghost is not good. Suyu does not have a sacred purification of such props to give themselves to remove buff. Many died, dying on their wanderings, while a few escaped by chance into the Lauren tribes and were eventually taken in. The dragon snake had only had a few good days of idleness before it was captured by Zyajir and returned to do the job of stealing chickens and dogs. Private Marseille, I can't understand a word you're saying. Inosuk squinted his beady eyes and returned expressionlessly. They have the ability to be capable and the guts to be bold, and they are indeed a group of very rare and outstanding talents. Now that he ran was sneering at her constantly. Xuaning naturally wouldn't let anyone get away with it easily. Puppetry is a secret art of the divine race, where the puppet master needs to first make a body as if it were a puppet, and then infuse it with his own spiritual energy, combined with the relevant incantations, so that the puppet will become as if it were a real person to be manipulated by him. If Shueji really did it, regardless of the original why, I'm afraid that the ultimate responsibility would still be on her. I'm still slightly worried about whether or not it would be good for her body if Hina-chan keeps using this ability or even traveling through worlds, said Hey 8, wanting to speak. Chu Anning bit her lip. Her gaze involuntarily looked to the side of Lu Zhixing, but in the background could only see Lu Zhixing's back. Couldn't see exactly what his expression was, but he hadn't been able to make a sound to stop it. Inosuk Kuan, let's dash Maria was about to say something but was interrupted by Inosuk. June Dance and Rui knew that their plan was for noble consort Lu to send the imperial doctor over after they entered the cold palace, but for some reason that imperial doctor was late, probably because God couldn't see that she was enjoying her life so much. He actually heard footsteps again, and hearing the footsteps, she knew that it must be Lang Haoxuan coming back. She took a look and found a clean bathrobe in the cabinet on one side, draped it over her body, and lightly walked to the door, sticking to it. Now he was already a bit anxious. Just in this speaking interval 1/10 of the bones on his body once again turned grayish-white. The essence inside was absorbed completely, and finally turned into ashes and floated away in the boundary. And if that big red snake guarding these 7 cloud dragon fruits directly swallowed these 7 cloud dragon fruits, it could also less allow it to directly change into a real ogre. Facing the host family's gaze with a smile, Song Ruyu was rather embarrassed. It was as if she had rushed to be a guest. Qin Feng had always followed his heart and helped his relatives. The fact that Ning Qingyu was traumatized and almost caused him to go berserk. Chapter 80, Up Sacrificing Lord, My Hijacking Returns? Now inserting an important piece of information. Many days ago, within the dragon city of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, a horrifying attack occurred, and the Queen of the Undying arrived in time to defuse the situation. In addition, according to those in the know, the Great Summer Divine Kingdom's Chang old ancestor from 6,000 years ago is suspected to have reappeared. The origin of the news is unknown, and the officials have said that they are currently in the midst of verifying this. The general public is urged to recognize the information carefully and not to be deceived. Longcheng District of Beijing, formerly Longcheng County. She folded the check and tucked it nonchalantly into her purse. Sinking back for a moment, her gaze went to the window, more darkness in her eyes. I endure this pain as Moon calls me out of bed and asks if I can walk. Surely there must be something I need to do. As if she realized her lapse, she turned her head away, not wanting Suko to see her holding back her tears. Cui Bo's head is also not short, and the developed degree of chest muscles can almost be a match with Lu Meng. Looking at the level of confidence of the two of them, it is estimated that the level of basketball will not be as bad as it should be. Needless to say, the $6 million investment was so huge that the journalists reacted even more strongly than those at the TV station. If we find a good location in that area and just hook up a zipline, then the people sent by the Qi family can come through that zipline. Previously, Jiang Chen was not performing a salute to the master, while the rest of the disciples did. Now, Jiang Chen called out to the master and bowed again. As a remedy, it wasn't until this moment that she realized that, in fact, for this marriage, she had surprisingly tried to make it work before. In his heart, he was very fortunate that he was heavily injured. His blood had not all recovered, and he did not have enough qi in his body. In third place were the various dragon races, and although these dragons, who called themselves the overlords of the sky, were not known for their speed, the speed of the various dragons was not slow. Cough, cough. Although old me prides myself on being well versed in the canonical books of all clans and sects in the world, but people's unique cultivation techniques, cough, cough, how can I know them all? Old Devil Wind coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Why? Red Paper was not worried that Shi Qingrang was deceiving himself, but even if he had taken the initiative, she still had to ask for clarification. Ling Fei Yang and his group were in a relatively remote location. When the eyes focused on this, there was no cover at all. Ling Fei Yang and his group's cultivation was obviously not as good as the Chuan Dao sect's old ancestor with a Zifu realm cultivation. There is no doubt that there is only one person on Krypton who would tailor such a trap for Blade, and that is Ronan the Accuser, who once suffered under Blade. Rantaijin Si Sugu two people back to the palace safely, is also considered to be a matter of heart, and then on a single-minded, to stay in the palace to help the original Cheng Tian clean up the palace affairs. Is the deputy head of the palace? Its position is only half a level lower than the 90 long. Good thing it's only a few years. It doesn't really delay me much, Zhou Yunfeng said in his heart. In these 40 years of the prince's career, Yuan Hidi has nothing else to build. The only thing to build is to give the royal family added more than 20 grandchildren. And these royal grandchildren are not oil lamps. Well, forget it. I really didn't mean to do this. Whether or not the two of them can develop according to the plot is also up to the two of them. But the released war spirits were not all integrated into the war flag. At this time in the sky in front of the 5 guards there were 2 purple and gold dragon-shaped war spirits that were constantly swimming and tossing around. And the masters of these 2 war spirits were none other than the 5 guards and 5 teams of the main and vice-chancellor Fei Yifan and Mactiangu. Tatjina seems to be Gui Yi when the bat and scolding wake up. Body no longer just like that, agitation and anger. Hesitation on the spot, left and right at a loss. Is it true that this person usually talks too much in flowery language? Senior brother didn't even have the thought of doubting for a second. It is said that no fewer than 100 people have died in this garden, and that at night there are spirits howling everywhere. However, Xia Hong had the southern border's secret technique in her body, so she shouldn't let Tuobayu have her way so easily. Just into the yard door. For under the hula a guy out of a number of good machete iron rod of strong men, are in the age of 20 or 30 years old, all short thick black strong. It seems to be always mixed with the black sails of the water rats. Not only did Su Shinhong, who reacted on the spot, instantly freeze, even Jiang Yuyo, who was still feeling the pain, was dumbfounded, and her shy and angry face was scarlet and hot. I made myself a pot of tea, turned on the TV, and got comfortable in my recliner, drinking tea and watching the news. Seeing that ugly man, the first thing Lei Shan remembered was his name, White Owl, Liang Ting, a great villain in the original who was pitiful but unforgivable. It was in the afternoon of that day that Yulia learned about the poverty alleviation promotional video that had been circulating in the campus forums. Su Shinhong pondered for a while, not getting a reasonable explanation for a short period of time, while the sound of the two people talking in front of him also came at that moment. After saying that, Lei Shan casually threw 2 more bottles of potion to Chen Yulo, who looked at the emerald green color in that bottle, and how it didn't look like something normal, and hesitated. Buzz terrifying energies continuously surged out from within Li Qing's body, but Li Yu had obviously prepared for it, deadening Li Qing so that he was unable to break through the bonds on his body at all. Then the two of them continued to sing, and when that rap, Wu Jiang, afraid of being distracted, didn't dare to look at Zhou Ji, but instead turned sideways to look at the screen, concentrating on the song. Zhou Ji also naturally turned sideways to face the screen, following Wu Zhang's rhythm, gently beating the beat. He now somewhat figured out that the fixed underworld bead had a perception effect on the underworld weapon, so the red power that had been fused with himself was also sensitive to the underworld weapon. Then the energy in the halberd must have been activated just now, and fought together with the red power. But to try to tackle the 6 devils with that kind of combat power, I have to think that the old man at the convocation has a rusty head. It turned out that in that stormy afternoon yesterday, Bing had already been killed by him, and then cut off the head and peeled off the face, and later, vegetarian favorite raw human flesh of the 5th master Lu ate, apparently as Bing's this headless corpse. Ikemaro Jin couldn't stand Kamio Kanzuru's incessant chatter along the way, and, on the other hand, for another consideration, he did think that catching fish was a good decision. Just when he was facing Feng Shaoqiang just now, Lu Yuehua didn't even catch a single flicker of his eyelids. One must know that Feng Shaoqiang's family status was very prominent, enough to cover the sky in Hong Kong. Even in the mainland, his status was unquestionable. Chapter 81, A Million Hands, Repairing the Rules. White killing God. It's him. Why isn't he dead? Looking in all directions of Dragon City, uncountable weirdos. Seeing that figure at the top of the dome, the fear deep inside instantly surged out furiously. The shadow of that death 6,000 years ago, being blocked in the blood pond abyss for 200 years, killed over and over again. The hell-like scene resurfaced in his mind, instantly triggering a scream. The Lord of the Upper Sacrificing looked in horror at the Fang Hao was the first to rush out of the gate while Qingxia, who was following Fang Hao, froze for a moment and walked in without even realizing it herself until she looked clearly at the great hall of the knife sect outside. Maccabi's pair of beautiful Danfang eyes narrowed slightly, and her pupils seemed to reveal a slightly unhappy color. She was talking to the other party seriously, but it seemed that she was being fooled as a joke. Lin Mukin held back his urge to eat, and finally added a little bit of monosodium glutamate, MSG, stir-fried a little bit and began to start the pot. The ribs bought a little too much, plus Lin Mu put a lot of water, so it was enough to hold 2 big bowls. A soup is also a vegetable mushroom stewed ribs on the completion of the dish. Yi Chen he heard this, he nodded his head with a heavy nod, and then, worshipped towards the statue in front of him, a look of gravity on his face. Tuobushan smiled at his words and did not say anything. This Shufu mountain was exactly opposite to Guabu mountain. And of course Louis Lom climbed the mountain to check the situation of the Wei army in the north of the river. Is Pei Jiaoming accusing this dynasty of invading? Tuobushan sat in the car and took out the Fengrun letter from his chest. This letter was just found in his clothes when he was bathing in the Xianyang king's residence. Nothing was written on the top of the envelope, but a quick guess would tell him that it was from Fengrun. As Chu Ling watched these people leave, a cold smile appeared on his face, and then, in his place, he then passed up the message with Li Tao to each other. At this time, although Lin Tian's eyes were bright and his spirit was also very good looking, but there were already 2 strands of crimson right slowly flowing out from under his nose. This bowl of soup went down as if it was overcompensated, and only then did Lin Mukin raise his voice to remind him. Xiao Zhaye was to Tuobushan some axiomatic blocked a bit, but also see the grandfather under the reasonable conclusion. Also do not dare to say anything more. Resentfully drove his horse to go shooting to go. Mr. Huang was originally just sitting carelessly on a chair drinking water and sunbathing, but as soon as he saw the young and beautiful Wan Inchi and Wan Fei, his eyes immediately glistened. He took off his sunglasses and his pockmarked face was colored with excited joy, almost drooling. This time, Lu Fu turned into a straight face of starbursts. He had to rush to escape. Flying Divine Sense Lot Broom found that after a few rounds of attacks, the broom on the starbursts only a dozen or so left. The starfall has long since lost the initial appalling power. Ao Tianji looked coldly at Fong Boyu, then crossed over to him with Xia Shui in his arms and left the reception venue in large strides under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The two of them are not in the same circle at all. One in the sky and one on the ground. Clouds and mud. Green fish and flying birds. Such love can never blossom or bear fruit. Sister Ling is now older. The family has more rongzhe to be served. Chen Huayuan added many people. She now only need to command these people to do things. Yan Zhu gave her the position of housekeeper. She is careful to do things, so far has never made a mistake. Kong Rong kept receiving emergency alarms from various places, but there was nothing more he could do because he had no more reinforcements to send in his hands. The only maneuverable force in his hand was Tai Shirsi's 200 cavalrymen. Yan Zhu's face suddenly regained its calmness, and he sarcastically looked at the scar that was very close to his heart, took Su Jinsei's wrist and peeled her a little bit away from his own, and turned to leave. Husband, seeing you lately, you seem to be preoccupied. Pillmaster was the most sympathetic, and seeing that Zhou Liang seemed to have some worry between his brows, he could not help but ask. At this time, he happened to encounter Sun Xian's soul crossing over and breaking into Lin Xingxuan's physical body. The two souls fought, and in the end, it was Sun Xian who won and occupied Lin Xingxuan's body, which slowly awoke. That Chu Zishan was under the orders of the Jade Void Palace's old ancestor, bringing people to take turns monitoring Lin Xingxian, so naturally he was just emboldened. He was filled with the thought that even if Lin Xingxian had lost face by himself, he would only be able to hold his tongue and pretend to ignore it. Jeanne d'Arc, relying on the amazing endurance of her torso, forced herself to rise from the ground, only to hear a toothacheingly crunching sound. Her arm turned an entire 180 degrees to droop limply at her shoulder. Jeanne d'Arc, who had already fought with Jing Qiang Yue, knew full well that she couldn't give him any more time to cast a spell, or else she'd be twisted and broken off again, just as she was last time. Pass on the order that those who put down their weapons and surrender will not be killed, and the rest who are still recalcitrant will be killed. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he gave the order. This complex formation many array refining masters have tried to complete, but without exception all failed. Coupled with the original is not a high-level formation, so very few people ask for it. Yang Degu naturally wouldn't object. Having learned of the Huashan sex Jianghu's status and strength, she naturally wouldn't object to her son having a good backer. Xin Xiaoya was extremely doting on Lin Hao, and could promise him almost anything except not to sleep with him, so after the basement was completed, she did give him some space, but not half, only 1/3. Xin Xiaoya then but came in, but didn't speak, just smiled and winked at him. One would have to go all out just to block this ice sword, not to mention that there was an even stronger killing move after it. In the case that Lin Yang's background was unknown and involved two difficult characters, the Star Lord and Chang Qingfeng, if he directly shot to kill Lin Yang, I'm afraid that he would put himself in a dangerous situation without the slightest retreat, and once the Star Lord blamed him, even he, Kong Zhou, would not be able to make an explanation. Right after Chen Long dodged this move, Zhan Tian had already reached him, and the sharp Zhan Tian sword instantly chopped at Chen Long's neck. Xiao Chang opened his mouth wide. This round big iron door in the game is his most common door of nuclear defense facilities. Did not expect his first time to see in reality is in a cowshed next to the people's homes. Zhua Construction thinks that Zhuo Zai is messing around, and Cheng Fengchun thinks that this is impossible to have a market. So the braised meat candle is a non-mass produced candle. One of them, Zhuo Zai originally wanted to save herself when she was hungry and wanted to eat braised pork. However, this does not point okay. A little she even more hungry want to cry, can only silently put away. Originally, the Jianghu grudges are as many as hair. Who does not know who, when, will offend which one? Also do not know who will win to seize the opportunity to counterattack back to count. Chapter 82, The Tower of Fame. The final evaluation. You lasted for 3 months, sweeping all the weirdness within the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, saving the living people beyond counting. You have benefited the people of the world, and you have earned 1 flawless evaluation. You participated in the battle for the tokens of the 9 divine kingdoms, shouldered the difficult mission of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, and finally saved the day by successfully capturing the soul weapon Heavenly Furnace, breaking the historical situation of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom having no soul weapon. You have asked for the supreme power, and you have earned 1 final evaluation. You're alone, but I don't have to rush this matter, because if I want to find something for this boss lady to do, then I can still find it. The second Mi Shui and its difference of nearly 600,000 contribution value, to ensure that their status will not be threatened after the same day to find a safe place and sit to offline. Briefly, Luo Hao's face as he was shocked. Kai Siener didn't cultivate martial arts, and the power of this creation Nei Dan was so strong. fearing that the other party's body would be broken by this power, even though the sheriff does not agree with her to do so, but for the sake of the sheriff's happiness in the future, she gave up her life. After all, in addition to their own, as well as Morong Jun, Guochao, 3 people have the strength to challenge the level, and Xiahou Baiyu's strength still reached the middle of the Tianyuan realm. Even if the suppression of cultivation is also not, a few people cannot help the other side. If Yu Yen a few people had an accident, then this time their own piece of goodwill can be harmful to the other side. The old man's enthusiasm for me is beyond words. I just entered the door to change slippers, is directly by the old man to pull into the room. That possessed ghoul was fighting me while still having to operate the boundary, and in no time at all, he was stabbed by my Xianli sword with several wounds on his body, and the boundary was getting weaker and weaker. It's you? A big man wearing a green-colored strong suit leaped down from a tree, sizing up Xiang Gangtian, just to the side of their village. The big man is the village's hunting team leader, but secretly viewed. Although Xiang Gangtian was in the house, did not come out, but the big man had still seen it. Yang Jiamei's attitude of speaking now was completely different from the way she spoke to me just now when Yirong was there. The muscles were getting a little sore from keeping a stiff smile on his face after such a long speech of defense and confession, so he reached up and stroked his face for a long time, letting his expression return to its condescending form. If once she was relieved, it would be her own father who would bear the brunt of the damage. It's still this time of year that rabbit meat is delicious, fatty and meaty. Wei Jiao roasted a hare over a fire, and crouched beside him sat Huangfu Dongmei in military attire. He had tried to change it in the past few months, but every time the Mi family's parents took their medication, who couldn't help but think of the Ouyang Jingyao who had traded her life for these life-saving medicines. However, from the looks of his shriveled human brain, it seems that the protoforms are losing their human intelligence, and should be the choice of the fittest to survive under the powerful firepower, as well as the mutants and evolutions that are everywhere. At this moment, only Gao Xian and Pang Xinghan were left in this cave. Both of their hands and feet were trapped with chains, and they were completely unable to leave the place. However, Qing Yang was able to speak to a Jindan cultivator like Elder Wuxi at a close distance. It was considered special treatment. I don't know how many people are envious and jealous in the dark. It should be known that in the Qingfeng Palace, many disciples can't see a Jindan elder in their whole life. Everything is too late. Chu Feng laughed excitedly in his heart, and his powerful spirit mapped out, crushing Plant 42's feeble consciousness of the wind candle, and the gate of truth reflected back, swallowing all of the consciousness fragments. 5 years later, he was sitting next to the hot springs of Flowing Water Creek, and behind him was a sad-faced Tao Kite. Before the smell of meat could spread, a large white eagle flew from the sky and circled above the mountain forest where they were. Uncle Son, I think you must have a way, right? Zhao Tianrui also asked in a hurry. The people of Earth are only around 10 billion. An ancient continent and a heavenly city should be enough to survive and develop. The Lord of the Empty Bamboo faintly said, clearly knowing all of Earth's layout. Sure Feng in 10 seconds, body abaddon more than 20 times hit. Waist was a batten giant tail circle in the narrow basement such as the chainhammer General Smash. Their side guarded the body of the gas. As long as there is an opportunity to Abaddon swung his fist. However, all were that Abaddon dodged a 7 or 8, on top of an unnamed valley, looking at the mountain peaks gradually falling under his feet, as if they were slowly drooping like a cloud ladder, looking at everything around him falling, looking at the countless black meteorites falling on the earth startling a burst of flames. The Black Wind Cat God couldn't help but have some feelings. Only, in the moment of covering the blanket, Chen Su's eyes were flashing a light, and inside his mind was all the lower, half-body situation he had just seen. Such an injury could not be saved at all, and if no one bothered with him, in less than 10 breaths, Lu Yun would disappear above this world. Dongzi leaned down, and the black-clothed man in front of him had already arrived in a patch of weeds less than 100 meters from the resort under the cover of night. Let's try it then. Chief Niu was honestly really a bull's temper, starting a fight at the drop of a hat. Lin Yong scared to hurry to support the body shrunk half a meter. Fixed eyes, this guy wearing a tattered brown and black jacket, looks like 10 years have not washed the general. The whole body of a sweaty smell of alcohol. A pair of shoes on the feet is new, but the whole 2 yards, I do not know where to pick up. Temple and the dragon holding columns. Phoenix dance and dragonfly. The most curious is the 2 columns of the cornerstone. A column protrudes from the ground feet. A column concave down a few inches. The 2 columns balance. No skewed momentum. Can be described as ingenious. Can be called a masterpiece. For Shuelingyu, in her heart, she was frank that she and Zhang Fengsong were just neighbors. Walking side by side was a natural thing to do, and there was nothing wrong with it at all. One's original reputation is already like this. It seems that it is difficult to be transformed even if one is not able to go out of one's home, so why should one pretend to be reserved? This time, I will definitely kill that son of a Xingtian to avenge my death. Jian Ren's 2 eyes flashed with a thick killing chance as he ruthlessly said, this damned Dragon King, growling continuously in his heart. That Dragon King had previously said that he would help him, but now, surprisingly, it had disappeared, and the former's presence could not be felt at all. If you don't go back, then you can't have this weapon. Xianyuan Wushan was quite a bit tempting. Chapter 83, Redeeming Rewards, Emperor Guardian Star and Sickle of Judgment, the Tower of the End. The outside world was in an uproar. Being on the first level, the words describing the will of the Tower Master were clearly revealed before Ning Qingshuan's eyes. Yellow member Ning Qingshen, you have received one excellent evaluation. Will you be transferred immediately? Without hesitation, Ning Qingshen chose yes. Yellow member Ning Qingshen, you have 5 flawless evaluations and 3 final evaluations remaining. Do you wish to proceed with identity advancement? With the current rules of the Tower of Ultimatum, Chad had lived in cronies for nearly 40 years, not to mention as an innkeeper. He was naturally more sensitive to the situation of the caravans than other people. Basically, he knew exactly when a caravan was passing by. Well, you'll see. You'll know in the second half if there are any surprises left. Sunny said indifferently. What are you nervous about? I'm just talking. Baze shrugged. Surrounded by foreigners, he wasn't afraid of anyone understanding what he was saying. Xiang Lu, the one sealed under the Dragon Mountain, is actually the Shangliu. Ao Tsuanshin recognized the monster in front of her at a glance. He only knew that the dragon that Neza had an argument with was still alive, but he didn't know that the other was blind in one eye. But Liao suddenly froze. A young face surfaced in front of his eyes, young to the point of being excessive, and on the side of having weird abilities. If the other party was an ordinary person, there was no doubt that he would acquiesce to the mountain bandits under his command killing the other party. To be honest, if it's not a big station like Sujian TV and a big money spinner, it's basically impossible to put together this lineup. Helver had 2 blowstones in her hand. One was Rinez, one was given to her by Cecilia when she carried her, and her own flew out after she fell. And the situation was so urgent that she didn't even have the time to retrieve her own glowstones before letting Rene pick them up and run away. Wang Nijie also knows that his dribbling level here is purely to make up the numbers. After all, he can only be counted at best as a basketball sports enthusiast, or domestic middle school ordinary student level, so also not ready to play any tricks on the dribble. Shot 2 took the ball and began to wildly towards the bottom line. As soon as the soldiers from both sides came into contact, the formation that Zhang Jiao's troops had condensed into was immediately overwhelmed by the swarming official troops, and the 2 sides were plunged into a melee. But those who fell were mostly their own Yellow Turban troops. Although he had never known this girl, Zhang Jaz decided to stay and keep the spirit for one night. That night, in front of the girl's spirit, Zhang Jaz only felt a flood of power surging in his body, and this power slowly gathered and expanded in his body. And at dawn, he felt that he had returned to Earth from hell. Later, she woke him up and then, surprisingly, really said that she wanted to go with King Ling, scared him so much that he woke up most of the wine in an instant. The door was open, and Chijuan looked a little older than the first time they met, the wrinkles on his face more numerous and deeper. But when you think about it, it's impossible for Chen Wang to do anything to Yenyu, and the 8 characters have not yet been taken off the table, so how can he protect Yenyu? Mrs. Wang turned around and personally went to get a cup of tea for the Earth Dragon, and in order to prevent the Earth Dragon from sitting up, he used a soup spoon to slowly feed the Earth Dragon a drink. She laughed while looking at Zhang Jiaza, her eyes full of love, her bright eyes reflecting in the screen light, like a pool of spring water was stored. Seeing that the police officer beside Wang Hao was about to handcuff Rong Jing's hand, Rong Si's face turned red with anxiety. Penetrating the aperture required most of the body's vital energy, and there was a fight with the feathered devil, so he was lucky not to die, but he only had his last breath left. He gritted his teeth and did not follow his instincts to break away from this place. Instead, he instantly raised his yuan gong to its limit. This Si Chi is not very concerned about. For 2 people, Si Chi once did have a guilty conscience, but after so many years of care, this apology has long been dispersed. Almost all of those present were geniuses among geniuses, so they were the ones who instantly understood Si Chi's words, but there were still many who revealed a look of astonishment as they all felt that understanding was one thing, but they definitely could not do it nowadays to silently stealthily go behind Wang Taichi's back under the attack of the 49 loyal guards, associated with the fact that the other party stood in front of him and was unable to perceive his aura. The other party's cultivation must be far higher than his own. Hearing Yi Feng's words, this young man was about to introduce himself to Yi Feng, but was stopped in time by Yi Feng, because Yi Feng didn't want to make friends randomly on this road, and didn't want to see the occurrence of a friend turning into an enemy. Indeed, even if he didn't forcefully break into the room, he still had the means to be able to enter the room silently, such as casting a psychedelic spell on the people inside the room to make them follow his orders, and just open the door directly. Moreover, such a completely realistic shooting, that kind of killing to the flesh with a knife soaring blood Rayal feeling, A gunpick fly real sense of blow and power. C let everyone's blood boiling. Good strong defense. Shenjin sighed darkly, and a strange feeling arose in his heart, feeling that this beast was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. One of Blizzard Entertainment's early real-time strategy games, StarCraft, was also a favorite of Sideways. A trace of pain flashed in Zhaoji's eyes, and after some hesitation, he finally didn't let the guards smash the door. There are plenty of people coughing up blood. What can it mean? One simply gave him a hoot. Xia Snapdragon this began to complain cannot be put away. Janeway and obediently into the quilt. Choose not to say anything. This time Xia Snapdragon is like a mother. Must be allowed to pour all the words in his heart to complete. If it wasn't for big brother Ling Xiao in the beginning, all of them would be a pile of white bones right now and would have starved to death long ago. Only to see the ground lying all over the people. The original black-clothed people somehow all dead. Moreover, if one could pair up with a ferocious beast of the 9th level of the Sovereign, it would be a great enhancement to one's heart for martial arts in the future. But going on her own, and being sent there felt different. In fact, the main thing was that she didn't want to deal with those messy officials. Walking into the fashion show inside you can see a large venue. The venue is filled with neatly reclining chairs. Chairs are covered in white chair covers. The back is also knotted with a pink flower bulbs. At a glance very neat. Yi Chengxian left. Yi Mengmeng and Bayou Master and servant 2 people also do not want to clean up the house. The lamp also dare not blow, for fear that the false cloud butterfly kill back. The 2 people snuggle with each other and clothes fell on the couch, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 84, 3 Star Lords Gather. Mysterious killing mission. Dark Star Forbidden Zone. Several ancient wills slowly opened and closed, gazing deeply at a departing back. He's gone. The Human Alliance's Star Lord figure is too terrifying. Vice Pavilion Lord's judgment is correct. I'm afraid that if the 3 of us join forces, we won't even be able to shake a single hair on his head. As the Long Ashes Star Lord left the forbidden area, the 3 figures finally stepped out of the void. One of them was clad in red. Good sword. Good swordsmanship. The sword sharpener was someone who had been obsessed with swords all his life. He was able to make this exclamation. It was enough to prove how skillful Alpha was in swordsmanship. Big brother, you're getting all the important ministers of the patriarchs. Righteous father's life and death is uncertain now. Let's not make such a big commotion yet, lest the people of the world think that something really big has happened here, affecting the hearts of the people. Chao Xiu asked in confusion. Yes, her heart, after knowing that Lu Baidao was her student, or rather, after knowing that she could still meet this guy again, who had talked about raping her yesterday, started to mess up, because only a powerful divine sense could see more clearly and thoroughly, and only an even more powerful divine sense could bring the arithmetic ability to its ultimate extent. Only then was it possible to figure out a correct way out. Hua Tuo himself didn't know. Mazeo-san produces a paralyzing effect, but, taking too much, it will also harm the nerves. This, Lu Tianhao, a person from the later generations. Very clear. Got it. Lord, we'll send someone to find it. Su Chu Dianwei finished saying that he was out of the tent. Asterisk. Damn you. What are you if not a turtle? Long Tian heard Xuan was named for himself and also immediately glared at him and asked back. The low male voice and the audio pauses, and then the powerful sound effects follow, while the big screen scrolls with photos of the participating artists. Yes, the officers saluted, then exited the Sicilian palace under the guardianship of the palace guards. You've searched. Why are you asking me again? Hellion Rome didn't even bother to maintain a good face. Although the ape spirit was eating with gusto, he did not lose his rationality. And when he finished eating everything in front of him, he reached his hand towards the 7-colored fruit. Yumin intends to go back to work in the city council. It is in the public interest to check Lei Jun, not to find Lei Jun to settle the score. She cannot swallow this breath. That depends on what Mr. Long is going to do. Depends on whether he wants the kingdom or the beauty, Yamamoto said with an amused expression. For this bit of stuff from the Lin family, she really doesn't care about it. Unable to help the old man's gift, and in front of so many people, she could not refuse. Afterwards, she secretly looked for her grandfather and wanted to return the seal stone. She was also reprimanded by the old man. It's so meaningless. Lu Xian no reason to be backstabbed, killed for no reason. Its soul is not dispersed. Long days, the heavier the yin gas, should be born wish, turned into a big bird. That is, the night bird also, every night in the tree above, hijacking food pedestrians' eyes, heart and liver, into a demon also. Are you really afraid of the power of the Holy Lands? The Qingxian sect, the Eyebrow Mountain, the Leaving Maple Valley, and the Tendo Peak probably don't have any true god transformation cultivators yet. Daylight Frost said. This sword is the master left, inside the array protection. I cannot get this rotten wood, said, raised his hand and chopped down, but still by Chiba make every effort. The divine ironwood is not moving at all. such a picture of the environment. So that just experienced those Lin Kong Shui body and mind completely relaxed. Gradually, he is not obsessed to find that inheritance place, but instead, as you wish to fly up in this place with eyes closed. After a minute, the two separated. Chang Jiyu felt his lower body was firm and hot. So he said, "It's getting late. Shall we go back to the hotel?" His heart was already horny and impatient. Lei Jun urged Tang Chao to put the establishment of the company on the agenda, and explain some other things. Before taking Na Jia and Scorpion away, the pain of the cold qi invading her body, she knew better than anyone else. It was simply something that no one could withstand. If not for her master's elixir suppressing it, I'm afraid that she would have already lost her life due to her inability to withstand it. This is also the reason why it is valued by the Lion King Castle. In recent years, not good business. Shui Jun. His protection fee income every situation is as follows. A year is not as good as a year. Looking at the Gao Laojuan live a red hot, nourishing and moist. His master pig had 3 live a life surrounded by beautiful people. All day long the game of pig life day. Shui Jun will look at the eye red. She nodded slightly and said softly, "You get up, wait with winter snow to the side room." During the period you and winter snow rotation to take care of the autumn leaves and winter snow can be. This Wanfei, if there is something, will call you. Without this Wanfei's summons you shall not go into the main house to disturb this Wanfei rest. Listen to understand it. However, let him disappointed. Look close to the city wall, but saw the front of the soldiers, even people with horses one by one fell down, and the back of the late Lu horse, forward and back until the reaction. But the isolation zone has also been almost filled. It is said that enemies meet. Opposite D&D's monkey and Dong Bihai, naturally also saw the bully. Dong Bihai directly used off the ninja's shrinkage. The monkey is the potential to stimulate. Feet whistling wind towards the bully chase over. Understood. Understood. Brother Xiong is Brother Xiong. Only Brother Xiong is the only one who can have this kind of vigor. I'll tell my sisters the good news right away, said without further ado. He bowed to the touching black Jiao, immediately retreated out. For collecting the actualization of this cave, Xu Xiong had no difficulty whatsoever. Only his mind was filled with questions. Where did the paw prints of the tiger and the lion come from? Chapter 85. Welcome, Luo Tian Cave Master, to the Free Star Hall. Time passed, and 47 days passed. The Guardian Emperor Star came within the Kanglin Emperor Star's domain on time. Ning Qingxian, who was cultivating intensely within the Tower of Finality, slowly opened his eyes and began to clear the Goddess of Wisdom stored emails one by one. One of the copies was clearly from the Long Ashes Star Lord. The Star Chief wants to see me? Ning Qingxian couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. This heavyweight bigwig of the Kanglin system is arguably the most. We exterminated an entire legion of demons? This isn't a dream, is it? A commander froze, watching Wu Dao close, rolling demon clouds in the middle of an unusually tall body. Skin flow light dark, face large, mouth wide, bull nose convex, head with 2 horns. Of the stout man also walked out. Not the bull demon king, and who is it? Hearing him say this, the old man's expression, which was originally unconcerned, became grave, and a look of approval appeared in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he came to the front, flipped his wrist, took out a gourd of fine wine, lifted the other party's neck and poured it down hard. Lu dared to put Xia Xiuhan back and lay hands on Yan Shui. This must not be simple behind the scenes. He had to investigate properly again. Ha ha ha, good tactic. Zhou Yu laughed. He didn't expect that the 6-eared macaque's half-step sacred lord level was actually gravity. At this moment, Zhou Yu also felt a bit tricky. He had no choice but to use the Xian Huang seal to defend. He's the one she's longed for. He was the only one she held in her heart. He was the one she kept searching for, but lost in the end. He was the one she was willing to give her whole life to, but in the end, it was all in vain. Pillmaster Rolai was shocked for the first time. The dreadfulness of the specter of the underworld surprised him, especially this 6-path space. Like the 6 paths turning wheel, this magic treasure. But the specter of the underworld was even equivalent to an incomplete Dao fruit level here. How could this be possible? Besides, the MiG-21, the most served fighter in the Vietnamese Air Force, sells for only $10. 000, 000, 000, 000, and a Bison hovercraft is enough to buy 12 fighters. And while the Navy needs to replace its new equipment, doesn't the Air Force need to do the same? My dear, this year's annual figures for mainland movies add up to $800 or $900 million. You want $820 million for one movie? This figure is too unbelievable, isn't it? Zhou Huiman felt that Wu Chen had exaggerated. To everyone's eyes, the apprentice in front of them didn't seem very professional. This was because she just sat there quietly in a crouch, doing nothing except for the occasional glance at a few patients. The old man was wearing a pair of glasses and looked very kind, and it didn't take long for him to walk to the front of the ancient tomb, just in time to see Wang Haoming and Shen Manfei, who were still in the ancient tomb. Shoyo dodged with Gabriel in his arms, swung his hand forward, and with a dang, half of the steel blade snapped into the hot spring. Forensic Dr. Tang Long. Tang Long didn't hesitate to tell them his name without any hesitation. The fact that the forensic pathologist was in front of him proved his strength. Xiao Song turned a corner and a car shadow passed by her, and the moment she was ready to dodge out of the way, the person in the car rolled down the window, revealing a familiar face. Li Changgui and San changed color when they looked at it. They were both people who had suffered great losses and knew that it must be the blood drawn from Du Heng's body. Once this thing was incorporated into a warrior's blood, it would cause a person to instantly lose their fighting ability. Some also ran to charge the two cars, barking. Were the golden Tibetan Mastiff biting the neck and pulled back. Dozens of dogs embraced the golden Tibetan Mastiff toward the tent area. This is still the orchid dew that I asked Fifth Agor for last time. Knowing that you like orchids, I asked him for some. Whether it's for shampooing your hair or washing your body, it's excellent, and it will stay smelling good for quite some time after you use it, Shinger said as she opened a white celadone porcelain bottle and poured it into the water. The waiters of the inn, first of all, extremely welcomed their arrival. Learned that Tang Long they are police. These waiters did not have the previous so enthusiastic. At this time the manager knows that they are the police. The party only no regret. Immediately down to receive them. At the end of the lumber yard, a narrow gap appeared, which appeared abruptly between two boulders, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, about 6 feet high, with the widest bottom of no more than 4 feet, and looked as if it were a sharp sword pointing straight upwards. The other wizards in the room stopped arguing at that, and looked at the Void Master in front of them. After all, he was the one who brought this map back. Qin Ming smiled. This shopkeeper's attitude was obviously much better than the fellow just now, which made him feel better. Bai Yunfei was inwardly stunned. The voice clearly didn't belong to Lu Weilin. He didn't have any impression of it. That distant battlefield, that saints will descended, that mere word kill that he casually spat out, was unexpectedly accompanied by a terrifying realization blasting in. Mr. Huang laughed, then said that the High Bright Witch, said Rare He Dong has this intention, you just hurry to arrange to go. His eyes swept over the high platform in front of him, and then he frowned, scrutinizing the cracks on it. Zhuo Ling did not ignore Wang Yarui on the opposite side, deep as ice, hard to ignore. You three, are college classmates? Between the seats, he asked tentatively. Nancy was still feverish, her body scalding, her lips so dry that they broke the skin. She sometimes slept so deeply that she didn't even know when he lifted his leg, and sometimes she would wake up in a daze, and when she saw that he was there, she went back to sleep reassuringly. All the energy attacks went into a bottomless pit, and people could only watch as the giant clam's body grew bigger and bigger, and its mouth suddenly opened, with its mouth pointed at them, the moment he entered the door. This jade young lord also deliberately turned back and smiled mysteriously towards Lu Zifeng and Xia Zhua, who were still in a daze, leaving behind an incomparably arrogant and smug smirk before walking in with a calm stride. Xian Yuanling had not planned to go, plus the injury on his face was still intact. He could no longer wear a human skin mask. It was simply not appropriate to go out of the door. Sister Yuan, are you alright? Yu Shao hurriedly supported Yao Yuan, while opening his mouth to inquire. A wave of anger arose in his heart. Hong San had caused Sister Yuan to suffer so much. It was simply unforgivable. No problem. Bai Muching didn't care and didn't dare to expect Nangong Chen to accompany her back. Chapter 86, Can I Be Your Favorite? This Luo Tian Cave Master. What is his origin? The thoughts in the green-shirt woman's mind raced. With the appearance of Ning Qingxian, it did indeed cause a certain impact on her long-held perceptions. As we all know, Cave Lord-level characters, without exception, are among the heavenly characters selected from within the Tower of the End of Days in a certain galaxy. The status is very high within the entire galaxy. I'm afraid that Ning Qingxian is so young and has already become a cave master. Lu Zhongyang had just thought that Xiao Lingxiao didn't want to help him, but when he turned around and heard Xiao Lingxiao say this, his heart was finally slightly relaxed. How could he understand? I don't even understand. He understands even less. I've heard you say it with my own ears, but I don't know what you say. He hears me paraphrase, even less will he understand. Lu Qi babbled. Xiao Lingxiao nodded at his words, and after greeting Xiao Zichuan and Xiao Zilu, they each boarded the carriage, while Xiao Fengming mounted his high horse and led a group of guards to escort the carriage towards Moody Garden, whether or not an immortal sect was growing or not. In fact, it was whether or not this one immortal sect could provide their disciples with enough wealth, magic, and weapons. The reason why the 5 great immortal sects were able to stand on the Yellow Pond continent without falling was precisely because of their strong foundation. Zhao Shanyu Zhao Shanri were both veterans of the battlefield for a long time, and in a while, they almost unspeculated what happened in the battlefield at that time. Unfortunately, he didn't have the blessing to hear him call him grandpa, so, for now, that was all he could do. Xiao Lingxiao ran out in a huff after explaining the situation, and Xiao Fengming looked at the pile of opera books she had thrown on the bed in surprise, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He got up woodenly, forced himself to endure the pain, and flipped through the playbooks by the light of the moon. Perhaps it was because of the color of the night, Wei Suizhong gradually felt a bit safer after nightfall, even though he understood that this feeling was just an illusion on his part. The carriage stopped, and before Xiao Fengming could dismount, the man had already greeted the carriage in front of him. On the side of the East Mausoleum, Ming Bei rode on his horse, frowning as he watched the battle over here, silent and speechless. Ever since his father was killed by Wu You, it seemed that he had never smiled again, and at the moment, he looked at that familiar figure on the city floor from afar, and he couldn't tell whether it was love or hate in his eyes. There was a high platform in the center garden, and the Grand Elder led everyone up to the high platform, with a guardrail as a protection, not afraid of falling down. Strange looking at Ling Bing, this girl scrupulously, afraid that there is not something to come back to look for themselves, right, Ninian? Hermione pinched Ninian's arm gently, blinking her big eyes as if to tell him that it was wrong to do that. Shang Wanhao shrank his neck in fear. He also suspected that he was blinking. This sister of his, who was comparable to Wu Zetian, had never let anyone else cry only. Returning to the ground through the teleportation array, Huang Yunxua and Ling Bing were shocked when they looked around while waiting for their subordinates to finish teleporting. Ninian knew him. The man's name was Pierre. Trudeau was a fifth-year Slytherin student, and he was the one who used to be the favorite bully of Samantha. Seamus, he shouted, yet all he could do was watch as Seamus lunged at Harry, followed by a burst of red light, and everyone realized something was wrong. Seeing Jiang Yu flinging her hands away with a face of anger, Xiang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. No matter what, he had finally gotten one round back, and these corpses in front of him were not pure zombies, as Chen Feng could barely feel the fluctuation of energy on them. If anything, close to 31% of the demon hunters exceed expectations. The energy reserves are approaching the danger line. This isn't true. Is it possible that there's something wrong with Senior Liu's vision? Questioning voices continued to come out. The moment he sat down, the formation and him were immediately connected, and a pillar of light similarly rose, though it was much thinner than that of the Ghost Kings. Now Tang Ningan returned home, took off the clothes on her body, went to the bathroom and took a shower, which made her body feel that much better. After washing, Tang Ningan went back to her room and slept for the rest of the night. Reporting back to Your Excellency, young Master Yun has his own residence. It's far to the north of the city, and it takes half an hour's effort to come and go, Yi Qing said. Entering the security room, she breathed a light sigh of relief, feeling much warmer. Her originally porcelain white face was tinted with a light scarlet from the sudden warmth, adding a bit of color to her originally clear face. Deli and others in hearing the fire cloud said that their instructor has returned. The heart has long been excited, a goodbye for many years. Thought that no longer have the opportunity to see the instructor. Did not think that today to see the instructor again. This side of her chanting, words intermittently fell in the ears of Lan Iza, seems to capture only the word crash. After the dozen or so big men looked at each other, they raised their weapons high in the air to strike at Chen Haoran. After hearing Tang Ningan's words, Tang Ningan not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled even more brightly. When she saw the moment at the end when Anthe uprooted and tore the snowflake demon apart, the image froze and she was completely frozen. Somewhat surprisingly, it was expected that with all the current enemies taken care of, the stranger would take this opportunity to give Antai a bit of a run for his money. But on the contrary, Zhu Jinan didn't say what he was going to do, so Xin Qingqing's damn curiosity came back. He scornfully swept a glance at Qinyu, and he didn't know what was going on, but when Qinyu saw him, he had a feeling that he wanted to punch him, and it was particularly strong. Then thank you sister. Lu Shaoyi also wanted to work. Staying in the yard all day was really boring. Xin Qingqing didn't answer, but still wasn't very happy. Zhu Jinan somewhat couldn't guess her mind. Fortunately, the plant growth on this continent was very dense, and the season in which they came was very skillful, just so that they could pick a lot of fruit and vegetable vegetation on this continent. As for work, she would need to wait for the sales manager hired in behind her to teach her how to work most effectively. As the saying goes, 100 days after the injury, Lin Shunyuan, although recuperating from the injury, but the body cannot be at home to slowly make up for the body. Lin's father, since his resignation, he took over the business of the left prime minister's backyard, learned of what happened in the stagecoach station stormy. In that case, willingly sacrifice your soul to me. The drooping dead bone closed his smile and sighed as he struck out. With Harry's character he wouldn't stop until he got his hands on it. The three of them discussed withdrawing as soon as Harry returned. Red currents flickered in his eyes. Suemo raised his hand and waved his hand. 10 intentional light clusters surfaced around him, and the red currents in his eyes surged out. Slightly raised an eyebrow, then without half a bit of hesitation towards the javelin, treading water sprinting after it. After all, did not use the full force of their own can be mobilized to catch up, he just need to follow the javelin. Wanting to see who in the end is the person who attacked him, the large rat had oily fur and a thick, long tail, the limbs were strong and powerful, and the sharp claws looked creepy. However, a few people could not help but hang their heads in shame. This is not a weekday after all. They are tigers being bullied by dogs. Even if his words are arrogant, they do not have half a law. When Yang Ming heard the words from the opposite side, he remembered that Zhao Hai had once said that he wanted his own sister, his own righteous sister, to come and solve the problem of equipment and manpower for him, and it seemed that he had given the other party's cell phone number to himself, but he had let himself forget about it. Chapter 87, Yujar Starfield. Young Cave Masters. Zhao Tsuetsue's face quickly reddened and swelled. A drop of crimson blood slid down the corner of his mouth. She eyed disbelief, as well as a moment of bewilderment. What happened? She was rewarded with a slap in the face by the Ling Shao Cave Master? The many dependents in the Great Hall were silent with fear, and the voices that had previously embraced her disappeared on the spot. Everyone looked at the Ling Shao Cave Lord with trepidation, while being rather terrified. This Pompeii galaxy. Indeed, Yi Mei did not lie, although it is said that Yi Mei's surface does not say, and no one in Yi Mei's surface to talk about, but the people who do not know the reason really cannot control. Like a wild dog that has gone mad, only no snarling and barking, biting around. But this knife, his name was indeed called Broken Moon, and from, not the waning moon of that time, but the broken moon formed by a line of clouds covering it, and by aiming the knife at the moon of that time, one could see that broken moon, a little bit no more and a little bit no less, and hence, the name Broken Moon. Ian Bai Chi, who had been waiting by the side, answered and each took out a stack of talismans and distributed them. Zhao Hao's hands flashed red and white light. One hand thunder, one hand golden flame. The golden light around his body flourished, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. The more powerful the realm, the less chi fortune the son of chi occupies, and the sons of chi of the high-level realms don't possess much chi fortune themselves, but they are able to take their opponent's chi fortune for themselves. In order to achieve the Saint Realm, the prerequisite is to return to unity, thus reaching the realm of mixed origin. A glint of light surfaced in Yi Zhao's eyes. There were no people for years, so the place looked extraordinarily shabby. Inside the yard, it had long been overgrown with grass, but then, Cao Cao has always viewed our left general as a formidable enemy, and this time he went south to Jingzhou and brought his main army with him, resulting in an empty force in the direction of Hefei is true. Go Liang remembers that in history, when Sun Quan attacked Hefei, Cao Cao only sent a general named Zhang Shi to run to Runan to move county troops to save the day. Don't worry, no one can take away what is rightfully mine. Watch me, Su Tian said indifferently. He could still remember the scene when he fought with the negative bodies, tens of thousands of half-saint level powerhouses, including thousands of supreme saints, and there were also 8 Dao ancestor level powerhouses, and it was these 8 Dao ancestor level negative bodies that directly drove Zhao Hao to his death. Eyes slightly opened, and then slowly closed. The 4 rays of light then also with the blood domain law of water and milk blended together. The 8 pairs of wings of Pilast in extreme flight encompassed his entire body, and the green blade awnings that were thousands of meters long slashed down violently onto Pilast's body. That's because he's afraid of me. Shuiqing couldn't help but laugh as she remembered the past. Flower Tree didn't dare to give her a look, because Shou Cheng's karma originally started from evil. Since the luncheon, Ni hadn't taken the liberty of holding Fu Dongmei's hand or making a move, and they'd sat on the porch, blowing in the cool breeze and watching the city's brilliant fireworks. Yanqi had already expected this to happen and turned a deaf ear to it, used to Lang Kangsu's flames that erupted from time to time, so he didn't see anything wrong with it. Anyway, every time, he was just angry, and didn't do anything to him. Looking around, Kirito had to nod his head as he returned to the battleship and watched as the 8 Hashizabuchi were surrounded by shells. Tiger said and followed. Hong Yu and I opened the plastic bag only to realize, Tiger, this girl, even to the 2 of us bought pancake fruits and 2 bottles of mineral water. More angry is that the outside is even with the KFC bag. Feelings of this KFC also sell pancake fruits? I'm really stingy. Figuring this out, coupled with the fact that there is nothing much to do, Chen Yu also agreed to Chung Long's request. Chen Yu, who hung up the phone, rubbed his temples, feeling a little tired, and then as soon as he closed his eyes, a beautiful silhouette appeared in his mind. Even now, uttering the words, Toto was born with a kind of admiration for a man like that, worthy of his ancestors' admiration. The crowd did not have the worries of the party, and also laughed happily, for the younger brother of Hong Kong's great god of wealth. The crowd naturally looked at it in a different way. If it were any other ordinary person, such a joke would be undignified and would be criticized. Afterward, the crowd cleaned up and prepared the scintillating gold clay in Shui Ju Yen, and then headed straight for the Jade Capital Terrace. After Chi Bin over here had gotten through to Guan, he of course told the Gu family about it plainly. the wife loves him and craves his body. Although he was a little dissatisfied with the fact that he had no color, it was generally a happy one. Her face had gone down in the moment, but it was still streaked with bruises and scabs of blood that she hadn't had time to remove. Vibrant, exotically colored and diffuse light surged out from its body, circling and fluttering above the main peak like a giant dragon. Strange, didn't she say, Walnut, that as long as I came nearby and called her name, she would open the door for me and guide me into the border between life and death? Su Yuan muttered with some concern. If that was the case, things weren't just so simple. Guwan said she had to go back and discuss it with her family. In addition, among the victims there are also more unfamiliar faces. It's more difficult to escape from the Interfax County victims. There was complete turmoil there. The entire Luzhou rode beacons all over the place. Black columns of smoke filled more than a month's time. Jiang Lingi changed into a heavenly silk vestment. The defense of this vestment was quite good. It was almost no problem against cultivators below Yuaning. When Pei Yusher took the food out, a plate was placed in front of Prof. Pei, who was full of emotion and suddenly felt much better after eating it. Yun Qishan weighed the bag of scales. I've got the stuff here and there, so you guys can leave the ghost kingdom. I'll send you away. Ohai took a few wary steps back. After all, where was someone who could crackle a bullet in half with ease to be messed with? Yi Yuntian didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he poured the well water in the bowl by himself and then put the silver needle in before taking out one of the 2 talismans of the tracking talisman. That city guard soldier looked at the brocade bag in his hand, did not push and shove, patted in his hand, felt the weight. Chapter 88 Alien Battlefield. Name of the sequence. Both of you, we should see you again. The Eternal Galaxy's Tai Hua Cavemaster, in turn, turned his gaze to Chen Xiaobai, as well as the 2 Xiao Euro. If there was no mistake regarding this mysterious mission, the 3 newly promoted cave masters of the 3 Kanglin lineages would all be heading there, including the young cave lords of the many galaxies among the Gujar starfield. The same was true. It will be an unimaginable feast. It was only a pity that he had come too late. But in reality, Lu Bu is a hero with high operating difficulty. Whether it is alone against the line, or in the middle of a group battle, the release of the hero's skills, all require extremely sharp vision and delicate operation. Lu Shili pulled out 2 tickets for the show from her bag and shoved them hard to Sun Ruweixin, inviting her and him to go see her show. Sun Ruweixin looked at Lu Chan twice, saw that he did not object, and wrote Zhang Boju's address in Jinmen on a note, inviting the other party to come to his door to play. Suddenly, a huge dragon roared, and Chertian unexpectedly gave up trying to attack the giant in front of him and flew straight up towards 10,000 feet above the sky. The holy light above the red feather remnant sword shone, and the energy fluctuation instantly raised up, carrying a powerful energy fluctuation. Something needs to be said about Rolls-Royce motor cars, preferably to buy the engine division, back from the BMW group, by Rue's heart, at the moment, was like there were 1,000 cats scratching, knowing that the precious sword inside their clan was now inside the building not far away, but it could not be easily approached, which made Bai Rue's heart even more anxious once he thought of this. Just, Aso Naomi looked at the ring this face. The heart is both happy and love. Helpless, things have come to the present point. Aso Naomi can only go with the flow. Suddenly, the person in front of him is a cry of surprise. The whole figure flashed, instantly disappeared in front of Sher Tian's eyes, and at this time Sher Tian is also a huge change in color, because he also felt a huge force will be a huge power to cover him, so that he can't be guarded against, and was caught off guard by the road. Then you take care of these trialists. Beichen released the group of trialists. There was no telling how long this trip would take. In case they woke up in the shadow stranger space, Beichen's secret would be discovered, and then it would be another troublesome matter. Moreover, he also believed that the Chinese side would never send out a big shot because the Chinese side had yet to realize the importance of the biochemical orcs or this information to their great Japanese empire. Their presence was nothing more than a just-in-case idea. Zhang Yang's eyes had a touch of shock and uncertainty. He never knew that there was such a person in Shenzhen and Shanghai, and there hasn't been any big shots parachuted down recently. So naturally there wouldn't be such a new government official. At this moment, Night Underworld sensed nearly 100 auras below, of which 2 zone-level 4th stage powerhouses, 8 zone-level 3rd stage powerhouses, 20 zone-level 2nd stage and zone-level 1st stage powerhouses each, and the zone-level beginner stage accounted for nearly 50 of them. Wei Yan galloped like lightning, in a flash ran to the front of the single ting, hand up knife down, big knife like a lightning across, single ting dodge, the head was split flying out of a few feet. The dead body planted down from the horse. Chenya stroked his whiskers and smiled, and nodded to Sun Yu, but in his heart he secretly thought that even Sun Yu also came. Could it be for the matter of Yuan Shao? Hatred buried in the heart. It will only make you farther and farther away from your true self. Xiao Tian spoke. You two are really lucky. Lord Demon King wants to summon you, the big man said with a smile. Kai Tinghui is a representative of the matter. According to the method they discussed to explain once, believe it or not is up to others. With the collapse of the cultivator seal, the eyes of Chai Chi, who had already suffered from a severe injury and loss of essence, suddenly darkened, and the divine light in his eyes rapidly dissipated, while Chai Chi's bony and jagged body grayed out even more, just like a withered tree. Nana was fine, with a helmet on her head and armor all around her to protect her. She was sweating a little at most, and Flynn, her long, beautiful purple hair was a third shorter than it had just been, and the ends were covered in scorch marks, obviously burned off just now. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the others' eyes instantly glowed as they stared at Cheng Cheng as if they had seen a delicacy. Farewell, Zhang Tian, voice cold. Disheartened emotion is not the slightest bit of concealment. That is a kind of extreme disappointment. One's classmates even turned out to be like this. Although know that the other party moved to kill, but Zhang Tian did not kill the other party's idea. He cannot lay his hands on it yet. She had to put on her clothes and go to the kitchen to cook a bowl of porridge and bring it over as Cheryl had ordered. This mountain was full of graves, and at the top there was a broken temple that looked to be in ruins and should not have been visited for many years. However, before his convoy could arrive at the scene, an earth-shattering explosion came. In the cell, when Fatty fell down for the last time, Chen Mo saw clearly that it was Sophie who suddenly stepped out and pressed down on Fatty's head, or else she couldn't bite him at all. Okay, I'll accompany you. Sun Pei saw this look in Diao Jun's eyes for the first time, so she also leapt onto the horse. Those students had witnessed that after Yi Xiu had clicked a few times on the reporter's body, that reporter twisted in place, and the shock, which was just too great, just made them too excited. All the demonic beasts were frightened and fled from the center of the explosion. This was a beast tide that Zhang Tian had never seen before, and I'm afraid that there would never be a bigger beast tide than this one in history. Chen Most rolled his eyes. This Bruce really do not understand the mood. I just want some benefits. You keep mentioning what world peace with me for what? What does world peace have to do with me? Everything in the Dragon King's relics was like a dream. Vaguely she remembered something reaching her hands and body. Morong she moved her hands but found nothing. Just now Shenmashi was thinking that she must buy this bird back and give it to Guting Xin as a gift. But why did the boss say so? Why did she have a feeling that she was going to be cheated? Manhwa wrinkled his brows and thought for a moment before raising his hand and taking out a jade hairpin from his bosom and handing it to Lingyan. Numerous players nodded with a concurring face, and then they began to group up with their companions around them. However, immediately, it could be noticed that only the bitter servant, Asuna, and a red-haired man didn't even move, while Kirin was looking around with a panicked face, and Luyan looked at Kirin's actions felt very comical, instantly understanding the teenager's mind. Xiao Shuai shouted loudly, attracting the two parties that were attacking each other. Chapter 89 Dusk Discussion Pavilion. Demon Eclipse Tower 10,000 Races Heavenly Pride. The Long Ashes Star Lord's eyes showed relief. He had been sitting in the Tsong Lan system for several thousand years. During these thousands of years of light, the Tsong Lan system had given birth to one cave master after another, but it was rare for one to appear to obtain the name of sequence. The main reason for this was that the Gujar starfield was still too big, and the galaxies that were stronger than the Kanglan system's base took up the vast majority of it. He believed that with Ning Qingshuan's potential and strength, even if he didn't take on this killing mission, he would definitely be able to obtain the sequence name in the future. Rosie took a deep evil breath, slowly shifting her gaze back to look at the road. At the moment the two were like two strangers waiting for a bus. In fact, they were strangers with no ties to each other in the first place. Tang Jagged looked at Lu Xiaochen, was angry and rolled his eyes funny straight, rubbing his nose. Mo Yuantong also feel funny. No wonder Lu Xiaochen to that look heartless girl as a baby. Really is both cute and naive oddballs in front of so many people's faces fighting are so indifferent. Is also drunk. Some man in some room. At first it was exciting to see this happen, and it was obvious that it was Zheng Feilong's doing. When all the bright spots appeared, Old Man Forgetfulness placed his hand without hesitation on top of the barrier, which was the light curtain that separated the heavenly mansion ruins from the outside world. Li Mengyao's face blushed with shame. It wasn't true that she had fallen in love with Jun Mo for thousands of years, but how could she not be annoyed when she was being set out in public like this? With those words, Zhang Ju turned off the lights in his office and walked down the stairs with his hands tucked into his sleeves and his dog wrapped around his body. They had always heard people talk about rowing, but had never seen it, and now they saw the real rowing. They thought that if they had learned this rowing fist, they would be the stars of the drinking world in the future. Wouldn't they? The two ding hard to fight several swords. Snowy Ansi as colorful phoenix flying, a turn in mid-air, the second towards the stone Roy pounced down. Old Ancestor is a good person. She is always kind and moderate in her dealings, and her house is well organized, with clear rewards and punishments. As long as you don't pick a fight, she will never be harsh on you, nor will she allow others to be harsh on you. Lulu laughed. Although ordinary people couldn't detect the existence of gratitude thoughts, cultivators were able to clearly detect the existence of gratitude thoughts and their changes. Zhang Mu gave him a blank look without any good humor and said, "The 6 dynasties, also called the 6 generations, refers to the 6 dynasties that successively built their capitals in Jiankang, which is now Nanjing, the 3 kingdoms Sun Wu, the eastern Jin dynasty, and the southern dynasties Song, Shi, Liang, and Chen, which is why Nanjing has also been called the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Most of the reason for being able to be rated as an 8th level Sun level assassin at the beginner's level of the sovereign's powers was that special day and night ability of the Yin and Yang blood ghosts to hide their life scent. These are the rules of the Orc clan. If you break them, consider yourselves defeated." The White Wolf looked at Riles and Nova slickly and laughed before turning to leave. Just as the crowd was alarmed and ready to tail and chase them out, Chao Chang slowly retreated back into the office. This was not because he had a guilty conscience and intended to tie his hands, but because a pistol was compared to his head, causing him to retreat back into the office. However, Suyuan Castle is a stone castle, and the Ichianaji family can mobilize 500 men, so I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to attack, if the delay is long. Maynona ASU was worried about this problem. This number 3 competitor opposite Riles is a regular winner in this ring, and it said that within the 199 matches he's competed in, no one has made it more than 3 minutes before being carried off the stage. Art gave a gasp, which, combined with the shame of being frustrated by Riles earlier, immediately caused the volcano inside him to erupt en masse. "Well then, since Bodo hasn't thought about it yet, I'll say what I think," Lu Guangwei answered, his eyes scanning the crowd, and then hesitated for a moment, as if he was making some difficult decision. His face sank and he slammed the table fiercely, staring at Wu Xingsu and said grimly, "You guys want to use the trick of killing with a borrowed sword, to get rid of Big Brother by my hand, isn't it?" His gaze was fierce. He drew out his sword and placed it on his neck. As long as this person in front of him had half a bit of panic, half a bit of hesitation, then he would cut him with a sword. Fatty clenched his fists. The unexpected sight of the car seemed to electrify him, deeply recalling the incident. "I remember." Louis nodded his head and watched as Aoyu's waist swayed as she slowly walked towards the outside of the valley. "Going out, Pao can't lose face and can only look at me with concern." I shook my head at him, signaling that I don't need to pay attention to myself, and then climbed onto Dynasty's shoulder to rest. Chinyu looked at Lu Shallow. In her eyes was a despair that Lu Shallow had never seen before. Her eyes were no longer as bright as they used to be, as if this endless night sky had also covered the last bit of light in her eyes. "It doesn't matter. If it's dead, it's dead. Maybe it'll turn into a pile of yellow sand during the day anyway? Let's get it inside first," Chen Chang said. Because Uncle Feng's talent was indeed limited, he was not able to understand a lot of things at one point, and often needed Auntie Chen's help in pointing things out from the sidelines. "We startled a stone monster. That's all." Morong Qian grunted, took the tea and a sip, and patted the edge of the table. Jianquan Drinking Ink murmured in a low, inaudible voice. The injuries all over her body were already a foregone conclusion. She seemed to have seen the tombstone of her near future, but she was unwilling to do so. She wasn't willing to let Jianquan be such a battlefield like her, so her heart ached. The bone-deep pain in her heart hurt more than her own injuries. With that thought, he leapt up again, and Mishu gave a short scream of fright, turning her head and burying it tightly in Shugu's chest, not daring to look at the sights that swept by so quickly below. After Zhuge Liang, Li Zhe, Zhou Yu, and Zhao Yun returned to the capital city of Jianling, Li Zhe instructed Zhuge Liang to draw up a bride price for Zhao Yun, who then knelt down and thanked him for his kindness, saying, "Thank you, Lord, for your fulfillment." Chapter 90 Devil Race, Soul Streamer, the Great World of the Yuan Dynasty, Prisoner Demon Abyss, Demon Town. The north wind whistled and the chill was cold. 100 miles outside of the city, there is a high as 100,000 feet Haijinmu Tower, the tower imprisoned in the Yuan Yang realm countless demon race. Rumor has it that even the Heavenly Father powerhouse has several. It was all thanks to a demonic couple. Many years ago, the Candle Knight demon sovereign was married to the holy maiden of the human race. The two great heavenly beings couldn't bear to see the living people of the great world suffer from the many demons. Although the shoes she cannot wear in, but the pearl above is able to cut down. The reason why she did not cut is to turn back together with the shoes, take it as a pawn. I would have known that it would be stolen. She went to the pearl to cut down stuffed into the purse to take with her. The man in black didn't need to say a single word, didn't need to look at one more eye color, and already understood why Song Yi had stayed here. Lin Ku was instantly impressed with this Li Lu, never imagining that such a lovely and kind soul could be contained within such a rough and violent skin. With such a turn of events, it was naturally impossible for Han Zhao and the others to continue with the tournament, and fortunately, after the 2 rounds of the tournament had ended, there was supposed to be a day's rest before continuing on. Xiao Dalong walked to the door, turned to look at his mother in the house, then looked towards Sulan, then gently closed the door behind him. The air between them froze for a long time. Only then did Lin Ku leisurely say, "Serve him well," and then turned to leave. The more the disc, the more Yinny felt that he liked humans more and more. Humans are really remarkable, evolved intelligence, but many people many times choose not to use it, is a very dashing species. The Lu Rue, Chu Linger, Chu Xian, and Pan Yonghua that she had focused on promoting all disappeared. But don't worry, even if he dies, we will not deprive him of his creation. Such a disciple is truly worth cultivating. That big brother continued. Thinking about it all made people feel terrible, so she could only hide in a corner where she wouldn't be easily spotted, and wait for Zhao Shouchuan to finish searching the entire Red Fragrance Courtyard's rooms, and escape herself. Are you really not afraid that I'll tell Wang Han? Sui Yao stared at me with big beautiful eyes that flickered. Before Lu Zhengye's parents also said, there is always a phone call in. Before Lu Zhengye did not agree, and then Lu Zhengye agreed. Is it revenge this thing? Then the first question begins, seeing Mia's serious look. Yu Chushen couldn't help but get serious as well. Under the temptation of the food, Zhang Yuxuan agreed without much thinking. Anyway, it wasn't the first time, and by the looks of it, Zhang Yuxuan was gradually getting used to this new identity of his. Some things are really hard for people to predict, as the saying goes, and some things can still be predicted, except that they are often not good. It's nothing really, it's just that I've been a bit short-handed lately, so I want to borrow $50,000 from you. Saying that, Yang gave my leg an unsuspecting look. Soul Old Ghost slowly opened his mouth. His voice did not have the slightest hesitation, as if he was talking about an insignificant thing, which on the contrary, made Xiang Yan more and more nervous. His spirit was taut. Li's mother suddenly aged at a rate visible to the naked eye, and when she returned home from the hospital, she looked as tired as an old man in his 50s. Zhang He knew that he should be saddened by the death of his good friend, but he couldn't be sad. He just felt that something in his heart was wiped away all of a sudden, but he didn't know what it was. Looking at the change in Jeff's face, Hua Elf raised the corner of his mouth and said, "The winner is me." The waiter behind him couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and get all the chips in his hands. When my spiritual sense energy recovers more and my artifact body is repaired, I'll be able to take shape as well. Blazing Burn muttered in Lu Bujie's mind. She pressed one of the buttons and heard a swipe and a long, thin tube folded at a right angle came down from the carport. Lian Xiaoxin's heart softened first, and he thought that Master Lian was really still unable to speak, and that it was Lu Lang who had looked at him wrongly. Xing Yan went back to his room, washed up, and lay down on his bed, and began to think back on what had happened during this period of time. Mo Xian Yun covered a loose brocade robe out of the bathroom, open arms, revealing a sexually river crab sensation chest and collarbone, black segment-like hair draped with a slight dampness, a good picture of a beauty out of the bath. But the second possibility is really very low. First of all, Chen Harness the Wind does not think he has made a mistake, and secondly, his basic skills are quite solid. It is really not easy to make that kind of level of mistakes. You and other thieves and bandits, in broad daylight dare to plunder the countryside, killing people, like this generation of everyone to be executed, and still deserve to ask the name of the prince? Sensible a little bit to give me dismounted to capture can also less suffer a little bit of crime, otherwise we'll call you and other boring ghosts. Xiao Feng heard a loud voice back, a face of disdain. Everything was silent, the sky was snowy, the cold wind whipped, and the living, and the dead, were silent. You are dead fat, you wait for me. Feng Xian knew that he was not Dong Zhuo's opponent. His face turned red, and once he clenched his teeth, he turned around and ran outside the tent. Die! The long sword slashed through, piercing through the two ghosts who rushed at the front one after another. Mushan flew up and kicked the ghosts on his side who wanted to pick up the advantage, and then instead of retreating, he rushed forward towards the Ghost King among the ghosts. Indeed, the 10th of November, is Ji Yun's 18 years old birthday, although because of the recent capital is not quiet, Prince Yong's house is also trying to keep a low profile, and did not make a fanfare to invite anyone, but, July and October or in the garden prepared a table meal. Are Ji Yun love? Meat and vegetables suitable, color and flavor are complete. Luo Chang had actually noticed something long ago, sensing that his sister had something on her mind to hide, and he had actually seen the extraordinary nature of his sister's birth from the disparity in her appearance. When talking on the phone, and Wei Chen's first sentence is always "it's me, come," while with him, he never said anything to her except for the bedtime. When she was with Wei Chen, he never said anything to her except for the lingering between beds. Even that morning, the words he said when he was leaving, he addressed her only with the word you, already having a rough guess about the whole situation. Wan Yu wasn't going to just answer anything. The tentacle man he remembered didn't seem to be dead. Considering that the tentacle man could still be alive, Wang Yu was a little more cautious. Chapter 91, 10,000 Devils Bow Down. welcome young lord to the world. It's nighttime and the wind is howling. Ning Qingshuan's breathing was steady, and he was still hanging, his long, inky black hair falling down over his shoulders, making it impossible for the many demonic powerhouses to witness his face. In his half-open eyes, wisps of luster were currently draped around them. There was a gold and a black that continued to entwine, gradually merging to become the color of black and gold. 10 years. Ning Qingshan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. During the 10 years, the physical body has entered the Great Yellow Court of Perfection, and the Yuan Shen. Knight Yu Yue had already been categorized by her as her friend, and watching Knight Yu Yue being injured by Knight Lu in order to save herself made Knight Zihan angry in her heart, and by the next day there was still no sign of Chloe, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. Sleep with the prince a few more times? Anyway, that man is so honorable, so powerful, so well built, and so good, she doesn't lose out at all. Ah? When Ji Chen's sight shifted into the space, his pupils contracted violently and his heart beat frantically. Not a light pinch. Yubari's neck was slender, as if it was going to break with an easy twist. Brother Situ, choked voice spat out from Knight Zihan's mouth, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. Today was the agreed day of the double stone battle, but Sure Hao didn't have a trace of nervousness about it. His eyes were filled with high confidence, and after a little preparation, he immediately informed Lucian that he was going to enter the Void God realm. But after all that had happened, the other asshole in his body, who had done so many bad things, now that he was talking about it, having Ruwashi call him her husband was a bit of a luxury he felt. This guy, is he a dog? Does he have to make a mess of himself? Zhuang gently said indignantly, but it wasn't as if she didn't know the outcome after last night's resistance. Lin Chang was right behind him, also looking at the orb. There were a lot of protrusions and grooves on it, and one could clearly see some energy flowing in it. General wouldn't be asking Huzi to go to Jiankong to serve the king, right? Sima Huiji's face changed and he frowned. In the end, she stopped wiping it off, and her face was sobbing, making people feel incomparably compassionate. Early in the morning to see Wei Step appeared at the gate of their own home. Yuan Quality is still quite surprised. Wei Step and Yuan Zhan relationship between him, although he has some understanding, but obviously did not expect Wei Step will be so valued Yuan Zhan. Not to mention that for dinner, the two actually had a simple idea. Just eat what they liked. So at this moment, Xiao Ying suddenly surged with the thought of wanting to go home. The Li family is really horrible. She never want to experience this kind of thing again. You guys wait outside for a while. I'll go in first. Zhao Lao glanced at Qian Digui before whispering to Zhang Yi. And in the face of such a punch, Tang Yi, who was floating in mid-air, actually remained motionless and didn't even dodge, not knowing if he was scared silly or his strength was too low to react. Meyer, why don't we go back? Tian Mo suddenly asked. Gonzi, are you mistaken? Going back again at this time? That's not being idle? Meyer couldn't help but say, is what Grandmaster said true? Yu Dai's eyes lit up, and with quite a bit of surprise in her tone, she once again said with a delicate smile, third brother, I miss you so much. Liang Yongbai followed, his eyes moist, his eyes seeming to cry, tears about to fall. The man in sunglasses across the room also had no intention of getting up, still slowly tapping on his keyboard. He possessed the bloodline of the violet gold sacred deer, and the violet gold sacred deer was an immortal beast that controlled the laws of space, so he naturally had an understanding of the so-called parallel spaces and parallel worlds. Discovering Su Cheng's gaze, Xiao Wei's willow eyebrows gently moved, her pink lips pursed and did not speak. If that infirmary doctor who had run out to slack off suddenly came back, there would be a whole lot of trouble again, and Nightstar didn't know that Origami had already buried that doctor on the beach, and even if she woke up she had no way to get out. Several air-breaking sounds came out one after another. The steel needles on the spine of the steel-backed pig shot out crazily in all directions, and some of the needles were directly and deeply embedded into the tree body, and the power was not even inferior to the bullets of the Grey Eagle 17. Apart from forcing out the main body, there seemed to be no other way for them to escape. The whole planet was full of this zombie. Perhaps in a while it would completely transform into a planetary zombie. By then what else could they do but die? The conversation with the stone tablet made Lin Huang's sense of crisis grow stronger and more urgent to improve his strength. Without transforming, the high-pitched and full of pressure dragon roar couldn't help but come out, echoing throughout the city, from the entire world. A rule divine tool level defense was sufficient to defend against attacks containing the power of divine rules and the true intent of the Tao of the blade, and being struck would at most only consume a large amount of divine energy, and would not be directly traumatized. Thanks. I'd like to PK with you on the top lane when the time comes. Tang Jizhong very much wanted to battle Lin Lin's Raven, because not coincidentally, they hadn't met in ranked, and this time they were teammates and would have to fight side by side. System June no matter what. Save me. If people can't live you then you don't want to live either. Gu Danchang immediately spoke coldly when he looked at this System June. When he heard this, System Jun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I don't have things. Su Yuan Nian opened his mouth, mentioning the computer when this was said. Under the eyes the Su Yuan Nian looked at the other party. Right, you go down. Shangguan Taicheng nodded and then left directly. If the other party was really an old man, he might have given in. But the other party was clearly a middle-aged man who was only about 40 years old. Could that be called an old man? Hearing what Beaumont said, the night demon frowned slightly. The sharp blade in his hand was drawn out, and with a twist of his wrist, a flash of cold light slashed across Beaumont's throat. At the same time, he offered another transformation talisman and transformed into an eagle, which leapt up and soared into the sky. He set his eyes on the front row, where the registration was taking place, and leaned forward as far as he could to vaguely hear the conversations going on there, realizing that Zhao Wuji's loud voice was still quite fierce. Steadfast has a big plan for this, so naturally he can't let Yu Bei Wang mess things up for himself in this matter. How come I can't hear everything around me? Zhao Wuji kept scanning everything around him. He saw Dai Mubai's mouth moving, but he just couldn't hear anything. 3 martial sects, according to the words of the human race, were enough to form a #1 clan in a country. Instead, he saw his senior, with a slight sideways glance and that dry, thin face, smiling kindly at her and shaking his head slightly. Chapter 92, I want the North to bleed to death. How long is the history of the inheritance of the great world of Yuan, but counting the number of lords, and how many heavenly beings? This heavenly rift and gully had cut off the paths of uncountable powerhouses to advance. Anyone who was ranked as a heavenly dignitary, without exaggeration, belongs to the first class on Earth. He, Feng Ian, was at this level, having stayed in the first stream on Earth for nearly 50 years, but in order to climb up to the ranks of the great celestial exalted, even just a half step, one would have to almost exhaust the rest of their lives, and it would still be a long way off. The business genius is characterized by ultra-sharp market perception, while the drawback is the lack of continuity in business operation and management, so he himself needed Zaman, David and others to run the company, while Azim recruited many masters of business administration to help manage the company. Zhao Ziqin hesitated a little and spoke. Hey Maisie, you go cook. I'll do it like I said. Let's have a Zhao's baked fish. I wanted to do it myself, but my health didn't allow it. Xia Haoran, who was at the scene, had his gaze firmly fixed on the huge light array in front of him. The huge light array slowly rotated while releasing a burst of ancient and vicissitudes, and there were a few more points of gravity and seriousness in his expression. Xia Haoran deliberately pretended to be interested in squatting in front of the stall looking at those objects, turning over this, taking that, finally determined that the box is a good thing. Xia Haoran made up his mind to get it. Sek Xian, who had long wanted to take the Yushao to Lu Xiaoyu to try but had never dared to say so, immediately ran up to the 3rd floor, took down the Yushao that was originally only intended to be used secretly for her own brother Lu while her mother wasn't there, and sent it to Lu Xiaoyu's hands while the playing hadn't yet begun. As long as we can get close to the Imperial City Department's dossier, we can definitely uncover the truth about the tragic massacre of the Yi family's entire clan 8 years ago. He took a step back, forced himself to endure the pain, and pulled out his cell phone with his other hand. Before he could dial the number, the roar of a motor suddenly came from the corner of the street. Learning from the lesson of the last time May was robbed, the secret cell is located in the underground of the Tower of Time, with only one entrance and exit, and is heavily guarded. Several booms rang out, and just as the 8 sword blades of reincarnation annihilation flew out, they docked with the various moves that flew in, and a strong current exploded around Muling Tian, and that force of qi drowned him. Du Wujia patted his flat chest and gave Kim Tae-yun a reassuring look, but Kim Tae-yun didn't show it right away, but instead pretended to hesitate and shook her head with a complicated look, making Du Wujia anxious and not knowing what to do. Zhang Ren was taken aback. Even though he had already learned from Mijin that the Mi siblings had more than likely fallen out, he did not expect it to be as serious as this. This is a profession that burns money, and you simply can't play without money. Moreover, the degree of this money burning will get higher and higher as the profession improves. I've been having a lot of insomnia lately, so you can massage me. Tu Wang Yu's eyes rolled and she stopped without going. Lu Qi suddenly realized. The former Zhangren prophecy Jiangxia Zhangwu, Chen Sun Rebellion is also said to observe the phase of the sky, and now take it out to fool Lu Qi once again is also appropriate. Just as Su Dashan was sacrificing his flying sword, a rumbling sound suddenly came from a remote canyon fissure on the outskirts of Europe's Arlanges mountains, followed by a dazzling blood-colored light that penetrated right through the hole. Since the last time he had entered the state of epiphany using a method that could be called cheating, the spiritual platform had been completely altered, and with the absorption and refinement of the spiritual qi in the air for almost a month, although his cultivation had not increased much, the freezing point in the spiritual platform had become more and more obvious. Brother, I'm in Tangtong County and I've encountered something, Tian Shishir replied over the phone, her tone slightly lower. Shen Linfeng jumped up to the top of the pavilion to look out of the city. Although it was pitch black, the sky was dotted with stars, and there was a different flavor. Turning to the city, the streets were full of lights. On both sides of the river, there are still city dwellers who have not yet returned to the city, and they are holding wine cups in their hands to talk about the world, or they are rowing wine and punching, which is very lively. Only then did Lin Jiama show a smile, determined not to mention what had just happened, and chatted with Zhang Mo along the way. Today, she wore a very neighborly pink dress and light makeup and looked well behaved, because he knew that even if he gave his all to fight Shang Ji in a losing battle, the Yi family would not be able to escape being destroyed, and Shang Ji would not be able to damage much of anything, and the gates were closing at this time, and there was no telling if the hunters would notice Butte's identity. Trying again a few times, and even to confirm that there was no problem with the hearthstone in his hand, Ringer took the one that had teleported to the makeshift camp and tried it out. And now there are a lot of fans have known Shen who often will be in this coffee shop. The business here has become a lot better. The last 6 months' business is also much better than before. Claudette has been preparing for the opening of the new store activities. Today also for the new store to promote a wave of effect is very good. In the face of Li Yan's loud questioning, everyone's gazes went to Su Hanin, hoping that she would give a statement. Wang Haichin's intimidation worked, and for young Lin Shi, her parents were everything to her. Along the way, they encountered a number of guards, but naturally they did not expect an outsider to sneak up on them inside this always heavily guarded laboratory. Shenhu's school is just an ordinary high school, not a key school, not a sports school, previously participated in a resurrection tournament. If not Shen who appeared in time, 2 rounds of swimming is the school doomed to end. Once upon a time, he didn't think Su Xiaoxiao had any value, and only kept her as a useless cat or dog, calling her when she came, never taking her to heart. People saved their sons from losing their sons, and what have they done? Xiaolin immediately felt some chills all over her body. Cui Bin's approach was too inhumane. Although Lin Dong had defected to the winged dragon black market, but the same crime was not to death. There were opportunities that could be improved. Even Qin Xia, seeing Yi Tian's current appearance, was a bit surprised and couldn't associate the previous Yi Tian with the dirtbag security guard temperament with the current Yi Tian. Are you experiencing any technical problems? Why don't you tell me, and I'll see if I can help you out, Lei Jun politely said. Knocked out of his mind at the beginning, Li Erdog was too late to call for help, and could only feel the bricks continually smashing into his face. Moreover, from Li Dazue's description, Xiaba and the other's skillful appearance didn't look like it was the first time they had done this kind of thing. After Fu Shinian finished speaking, he immediately went to phone Yuqing's side, not intending to listen to Su Yuqing's thoughts at all. After sending the message as if gambling, Su Yuqing then realized that Su Chengxian had delayed in replying to her. This was the Mount of Zhang Xian, the youngest member of the Imperial Beast sect, and now it seemed that the earlier news were all true, and that a Yuaning powerhouse from the Long Cloud sect had suddenly appeared and killed Zhang Xian. Chapter 93, The Common Lord of the Demon Race Under Heaven. Could there really be such a person? A few days later, in the southwest land of the Yuanyang realm, black snow drifted all over the sky. The devilish aura of heaven and earth rolled around and stayed around all year round. As a forbidden land, this place gathered many people of the demon race. There were also several Candle Knight Demon Clan experts who had lurked back then. A great storm, accompanied by Ning Qingshuan's introduction to the world and the death of the Divine Wind sect's third-generation ancestor, quickly spread throughout the entire southwest lands. At this moment, in a cave in a mountain cliff, the sound of a bright, haunting laugh resounded. They knew very well that this decision of Elder Elson was the most appropriate today, and that there was no way back for them. Packing himself up, Xin Feng took Yushi to have some breakfast and then drove to the Nanhua City Public Security Bureau for his appointment. /T We're from the Chaoyang branch. You're gathering a crowd here to fight, seriously disrupting public order. All of you bring them back to the branch. I want to interrogate them personally, the deputy director said. There was once a man who solemnly vowed to give up his responsibilities and burdens, to give up the fame and fortune that were within his reach, and to choose to go into seclusion hand in hand with her. Then let's eat first. Lu Xianger nodded. So she picked up her chopsticks and put the table's mutton into the warm pot, and in her heart, there was some rejoicing. This is because Lu Xianger has come to realize that Huo Qingsong only talks more when he faces her, or the Lu family. When Tianqing heard this, he was first stunned, then delighted, as he realized that he was able to understand what this winged demon had said, and looked towards the demon emperor, who was similarly slightly stunned, then smiled faintly. Apparently he had also understood. On the other side, Suchikage received the same report, and his mood was just the opposite of Jiraiya's. So how long have I been in here? How long has passed outside? Born snapped to attention, thinking back to Lu Ernyang's marriage to a legitimate wife who eventually left her. Lu Hong no longer wanted his mother to live like that. So, Song Yuan's sudden arrival of his nephew makes Lu Hong hesitate again whether he can really let Lu Enyang live a happy life. Princess, I'm done with this soup. I still have a few things to discuss with my brother, so I'll take my leave. I immediately wanted to flash. However, during the founding period of Qingfeng Emperor Taizu, due to Emperor Taizu's lack of attention to the south, he gave this place to several of the founding ministers with the greatest merit, and, of course, there is also the meaning of prevention in it. Hearing this, the turtle spirit Holy Mother laughed coldly. Plot? Do you and others still need to conspire? These words were a bit too much, but the turtle spirit Holy Mother precisely wanted to provoke a few people, making it impossible for them to meditate. Chang Xianqing nodded. Exactly 10 days. After taking Hangzhou, gathering the army to return to Shouzhou would also require 2 to 3 days of preparation time. Luo Xiang and the others shook their heads, obviously not expecting this team to be as huge as it was, completely out of their expectations. Looking at this situation, it was no wonder it had to travel for so many days. Underground passages, which the crowd had speculated about on the way before they came. Lu Lin thought it was another one of those 7-turned relic passages or something like that, the kind that reeked of stench, but when he saw what was in front of him, he knew that he had thought wrong. Pang Mingjie is actively adjusting the deployment. With ground firepower against large-scale air attack, its losses will certainly be very heavy. Although Pang Mingjie has already had some psychological preparation before this, but the troops suffered serious casualties or out of Pang Mingjie's expectations in psychological preparation. On the way, the more the Fire Phoenix thought, the more unwilling. Obviously their own sisters found this spiritual treasure, but to be transferred to others, the heart is really suffocating. To say that in the cultivation world, Yi Ruoshue had long since risen to fame after the battle between the imperial palace of the Great Zhou dynasty and the Taihu Lake sect, becoming one of the most powerful amongst today's younger generation. Later on, after the battle between Nan Shan and Blood Slaughter, Lu Duan fell, and the demon sect's venerable Bone Eater fell. The cultivation world then circulated the saying of the Yi family's double male. Zhang Xuewu knows that the Germans obviously will not repeat the mistake, because from the scale of the North African Corps formed by the Germans have done a good job leaving aside Italy alone to attack the strategic deployment of the Middle East of the Kairochen. By the way, did you guys give them 5,000 RMB when you started? Channy Dao asked. When Mo Ning heard this, a trace of doubt surfaced on his face as his gaze turned away, and then his pupils abruptly shrunk as his expression froze. Full soul top grade artifacts. Not all of them can be inherited. Generally full soul top grade artifacts, even if the soul of the artifact is complete, but because of the limited spiritual intelligence, it will often choose to go with the owner after the owner has perished. In the middle of the hall, songs and dances were sung and sleeves fluttered, bells were rung and chimes were struck, and the sound of music was melodious. Sandalwood incense lit on the pedestal, smoke and mist, amber wine, jasper goblets, gold-footed bottles, emerald plates, food like a painting, wine like a spring, guqin tearful, bells tinkling. This year's program was all prepared by the children themselves. Irma really didn't have that kind of time, but the children's funny selves and the depth of their thoughts are definitely something you wouldn't expect. Each and every one of them is a genius. Lu Manqing's chest roared, and Wang Ling's words were like a loud and clear drumbeat that pounded on her heart. There is no mention here that the abused animal has to be killed in the vicinity of the killing scene. The Ministry of Justice official also thought of the question Lin Changxi had asked earlier. Compared to him, Xiao Yiming's life was even more difficult, although he had met the White Wolf Mercenary Corps senior management and used his strength to deter the other side. But it was not easy to completely take down the large White Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lu Manqing brought it to his nose. Smallpox powder, mamulus flower, grain essence grass. There is really nothing wrong with this medicine. In the quiet night, the 23 sports cars at the intersection of Feitian Road, illuminated by the lights, were like 23 prehistoric monsters, eyeing toward the front, letting out a low roar, ready to go. In the end, it was decided to go out of the military race, but the human race fused with the witch tribe is not on the list. These people probably have millions of people, but the human race has hundreds of millions of people. More of this million is not much, less of this million is not less. A rare grouping of powerful individuals, yet they posed no threat to any of the elemental creatures present. Chapter 94, Regaining Control of the Candle Night, the 8 Wastelands Worshipping. Are you guys waiting for me? Ning Qingxian arrived, and he looked at the 3 great demonic underpinnings that were spread out across the sky, converging on Devil King Mountain. That one figure, seeing him was like seeing a demon god, following the gaze across the room. No one dared to meet their eyes. You shouldn't have come here. Your enemy is you and Divine Wind. My 3 great demonic clans and you, the Candle Knight Demon Clan, were ranked in the ancient 10 demons together a long time ago. The heavenly voice of the 7 Obsidian Demon Lord resounded with a certain, next natural some fierce fight. Yan Qixia surprisingly is not a rival. by the tree demon dead suppression. It is clear that the tree demon's cultivation has had a breakthrough. The beautiful dream had long been forgotten, and Jean Tian, like the other war slaves, looked forward to this rice porridge bun. To Jean Tian's surprise, among the more than 200 outer disciples who had passed the preliminary examination, 2 gold spirit bodies, 1 wood spirit body and 1 earth spirit body had been measured. Protector, you big head. Moira just hated that she couldn't move right now, couldn't join that army to beat the crap out of Li Shue. Before coming to this world, Earth was in the height of summer, but when I came here, it was the season of early fall. In the midst of the water bubbles, the sword realm old ancestor let out a terrified roar, struggling as he tried his best to resist. Besides, isn't there nothing that works right now? I'll just use a throwaway for now. When we get to the next island, we'll throw it away and not use it, she assured. Let me help. Think of it as sharpening your sword skills. Lin Shi, just go chat with Wan Lin, Luo said indifferently. Chen Cheng, when you go out tomorrow to recruit people, by the way, inquire for me to see if there are any leftover dregs from medicine refining, preferably Dan dregs leftover from alchemy for sale. Jean Tian thought for a moment and said, after Xin Ran learned of his extraordinary origin, he was ecstatic and asked Xin Wuji to take Chen Yuqing with him. The strangest thing is Qian Yu Emperor. He is naturally clear about Yi Mingming's move, but also he didn't interfere with anything, and let her make a big construction in Peach Blossom Manor. This time, she secretly sent her king's son to sneak into DE to seize the map, fearing that she would have to get Hongzuan to die swiftly, and not wanting Huanans to easily get the things in the underground palace. Covered by his cold and gloomy gaze, Gu Yunjin's face turned white in an instant, and a few moments of chagrin secretly arose in her heart. For a moment, Empress Rui felt that her 7 inches had been held by Yen Yen, leaving him somewhat at a loss for what to do. West Factory T Ride Leng face forward to pull up a fighting stance. Lang Qingtang is not panicked. From the inside of the sleeve pocket pulled out a roll of yellow silk. Welcome to the air and raised. The other guests in the restaurant, however, were tired of the 2 of them and cast contemptuous glances. Li Suqiu, surprised, did not expect that the opposite side has already thought of all the retreats early. Even the contract has been prepared. This is simply do not want to give Zhao Mingyue a way back. The 2 black-robed men drank loudly, and the strong energy broke through their bodies, condensing into 2 energy ropes in the void, like spirit snakes that preyed on them, very flexible. His line of sight crossed over Yin Yan's hand holding Feng Lingshi's hand, feeling very piercing. He busied himself to move his line of sight away, his negative hand clenched behind his back. His voice kept calm as he returned. Ma Ji suddenly regained his normalcy, and he inevitably got a little fired up when he saw how aggressive principal he was. It doesn't take that much. Your really ing money is not money now. Jiang Zhang laughed out loud. Chao silence is not a straw bag. Naturally see Wangi appearance is not a forgery, and there is no cultivation in the body. The 8 words on the blackboard remain where they are, as if to have a kind of continuation, or perhaps to deepen the impression of the students. After all, just 8 words but contains a lot of truth. Perhaps they do not understand at this time, but later they will always understand. The mob was loud and noisy, and Zhou Xingyan frowned and pulled out her ears, glancing at the mob in a very leisurely manner. As she walked, she was angry. Xiao Yu's tears instantly fell. She didn't know if her parents didn't love her, or if they loved her in a different way than they did Xiao Yuxuan. Chapter 95, The 10,000 Soul Streamer is finally completed. The Yuan Yang realm has been around for ages, and the world's heroes are as numerous as the carp that crosses the river. There are even more layers of demon lords and heroes, but there had never been an existence that was able to cause strong pilgrimage emotions from the demons. The gray-robed old man sensed that it was not just the undersea devils in the East Sea, but there were similar devils appearing one after another within the many forbidden places in the Yuan Yang realm. Even from such a distance, he could even perceive, in that new king of the candle night, from the Sun Xinpu has not really been on the battlefield, but as an elite of the revival society, he has had many dealings with Japanese spies and has experienced many life and death crises. Look? Yi Xiu also asked back, although he didn't say what to look at. Even Shen Gui knew what Yi Xiu was referring to at this point. The 2 of them ran up the hill, and Jin Taro and Makuta Jun powered up in hot pursuit, and were forced behind them in no time at all. The center of the zoo is also full of tourists inside the clothing stores, doll stores, milk tea stores, and gift stores. The snowy mountains where the snow leopards are located are slightly different from the penguinariums, which are inherently more complex, with woods, bushes, boulders and the like, and are more like the real wilderness, so they can be accessed with only a simple sanitization. The air in her chest was almost squeezed out of her as the hot body covered hers like a mountain, but she still didn't want to let go of the man on top of her. Some might recognize her, others not at all. They just thought it was funny and weren't sure what it was all about, and wanted to fight a little to try it out. Exam results are usually released in March, and in terms of this time in previous years, it's about the same time this year. And a couple of the elephants looked like they hadn't been adults long enough to be stable, and started playing around when they put down the elephant grass. Of course Tatsuya is not going to do it. There are just too many MMs around. The most common style is thunder massage. Of course the entire League of Legends players also launched an attack. The number of people less than more than 2,000 but the strength than the 2,000 more powerful. Tatsuya's heavenly condemnation of the 100 breaks to kill is crazy killing. If Tatsuya does not take out the full force of their own underlings will be dead even more players. This is the war. At this time, the two military doctors who were responsible for treating He Yunyang ran in panic, bringing in incredible news. He pioneers injuries, overnight, actually got 80% better. Haha, really cool enough, worthy of being a cold-blooded demon god. Ransner also do not in white feather to calculate like an old acquaintance to embrace the shoulders of the star not at all frame. See Dura's heart even more bad taste. If it wasn't for Day saving her, the consequences she really didn't dare to imagine. That kind of helplessness and fear. Even now she still has palpitations. The shield after being deformed by Hyli's heavy blows flashed a strange metallic hue, twisting out a riot of colors, and even slowly regained its original shape. Could it be that you want to fight with me? An ice affinity. For magic power? Although he could not cast spells himself, Ling Hanfeng did not believe that Harry could maintain it for long. In his opinion, Harry's magic power was much weaker than his own, and he could still use 1/4 of his magic power to form a defensive ice shield. He was not afraid in the slightest compared to the consumption of magic power. He Yunyang didn't expect it to be this close. It's still more than 10 miles away from Yuhan Mountain. In that case, the last time they went to Jade Cold Mountain to fold the Jade Hibiscus, did they first pass by a large snake? I'm not too sure. I just heard people say that there are people in the school who organize students to play some strange games. It seems like one of the rules in the game is, never let him talk. Luo Danyao said. Instead of disappearing, it should be said that it has been resurrected. Xian thought in his mind that Constantine had received the power of disintegration before, and this power was likely to resurrect it again within its skeleton. Hua Rui placed the gown on Yuanren's bed and sat down on the edge of the bed, and she smiled even more when she saw the painting on the hand-painted board. Where did Mo Qingchang let her go so easily? Reaching out, he yanked her back and kissed her without hesitation. Chapter 96 Heavenly Demon Abyss, Calamity Star Level Opportunity. The ancient history you asked me to collect has been organized. This one is from the Heavenly Demon Abyss, and this one is from the Heavenly Sacred Mountain. Ning Qingxian took the 2 jade slips, which recorded all the historical events since the birth of the Yuanyang realm, including the secret stories and so on, in the 2 holy places of righteousness and devilry. His divine sense probed into it, and he quickly learned the specifics of the Heavenly Demon Abyss. The origin of this 10,000 devils holy land, which only opens once every 100 years, is already hard to trace. The 2 followers also did not speak, just waiting for the 2 leaders to say what to do, had already fallen asleep, was shouted up, called who will not be satisfied. Fu Yin froze. In this year, except for the necessary communication, he didn't talk much to this squad leader. To be honest, at that time, when Li Hailong chose him to be the squad leader instead of himself, he was still a bit unconvinced. Fu Yen shouted, his right fist violently toward the bridge of the black fat man's nose, on the firearms although he did not dare to say proficient. Ding Ling smiled faintly, did not blame Lin Ying for such a reply. On the contrary, but with the admiration of Lin Ying and their friendship, people in the world. And how many people can give up the future for all the brotherhood? And how many people can give up fame and fortune for the brotherhood? None of you feel it's appropriate, is it, to look down on Lin Feng? Alas, no wonder our family hasn't done much since we've been to the bottleneck. You guys look down on people. Master Lin even looks down on our family. This is him pushing it. Old man Morong said faintly, as expected, seeing Lin Tian turn around and leave, while Xiang Shanhai was somewhat surprised and continued to be silent. Lu Wuneng became anxious. The next day, the story dominated the headlines across the stars, with the Flory family offering a large reward for information on the whereabouts of the saboteur. After sprinting for more than half an hour, Don Luting suddenly uttered a reminder, keeping the markings on the map in mind. Frontal combat is not the Tongtian sect leader's opponent. Sneak attack also cannot manipulate the many ancient prohibitions. May I ask the Empress Dowager if there is anything wrong with this great hall for the next juggling performance? Why don't you just tell me? I will immediately order someone to adjust it. Jun Wuxie also saw Smoke Rain's thoughts and asked with concern. And then, the boulder thumped and exploded in front of him, and all of the Yuan Ling jade that had covered it up was revealed. And then a figure appeared in front of him as the Yuan Ling jade blossomed with light. White Medicine's eyes were glowing. Originally he thought that the system was his golden finger, but he didn't realize that the identity of crossing over was the real golden finger. When did those yellow sands arrive? Chen Xing looked at his body and scratched his arm with his own nails, the blood oozing from his arm causing his face to pale a few more points. Despite his words, Yong obediently handed me the gloves and gave me a simple gas mask in the process. It was agonizingly difficult to move the heavy, raw iron gates, and all those mechanisms came with the sound of being overwhelmed. As she had seen them, his brow furrowed, and the vertical pupil between his eyebrows snapped, and the bubbles on the side of that one began to burst one by one. Fong Hao, who had exerted his supernormal ability, only felt that this muddy pool had become one with his spirit and even his body, and from the bottom of his heart, a muddy and clogged feeling arose, as if he had really turned into muddy water. Immediately the reflection in the lake became a real model of sorcery, and the body over the lake became illusory instead. Carmelo Moran clearly came prepared and has obviously discussed this with the team under his command. The doubt lies in the fact that the Academy clearly stipulates that all the equipment on the body of those who participate in the great competition of the two regions must be purchased with the magic stones they have earned. P.S. Today's 3 shifts because of time relations did not come in a hurry to modify, can only first pass. I'll revise it later. Sorry, I really don't want to do another 20,000 tomorrow. It will kill me. Snort. As the dagger was about to pierce into Star Sun's heart, a white light emerged from the scarecrow's chest, and the white light looked like it had life. Chapter 97, Breaking, Demon God Bloodline. Inside the vortex space, another heaven and earth scene was presented. Gray embers drifted, darkness enveloped everything, and the endless demonic aura was so dense that it nearly turned into substance. At the edge, a huge stone platform was visible standing, and Lan Ruoshi was sitting on it. Seeing Ning Qingxian through the vortex, she reached out her trembling hand to touch Ning Qingxuan's face, but had to give up under the natural sealing power. Listen to the cold. Mo Langyu stiffened his body back against the stone wall. The stone wall of the cold threw the clothes straight to the back of the spine, but his arms are holding the county princess, hot as a furnace. The same are drinking wine, but he did not have this particularly hot feeling. Is it because this wine will only be moved by love? Or was it because he drank less? At this time, Xia Luyun Feng Linghua and the two of them also walked back in a flurry of excitement, apparently having found the exit. At this moment, after seeing the boxes of iron balls, Xia Luyun turned around and also found a few large black altars from somewhere, and carried them out with gusto. Thinking of this, he thought for a moment, was about to strike again. Just at this time, suddenly heard the air a clear laugh came, along with the sound of the sleeves flying. A pretty beautiful people will be standing in front of the eyes. This delicate and lithe figure, such as the blooming peony flower-like touch is not Chu Yuan who can be. Tian Ming also dismissed the idea of going up, leaving more trust to Jing Ku, went to the street and watched the army enter the city. Next, there might be a big battle with Yama Domain, so he had to find out what was going on, and in addition, Tian Ming was trying to meet Gainey. After so many days, everyone finally saw hope, and each went back to have a good night's sleep. Actually working so hard. Morong Jianxin saw that someone hadn't gone wandering, but was instead looking at something in a serious manner, and poked her head over in curiosity. Chang Lingji nodded her head, having no objections at all to this arrangement. She knew that she had only just arrived here, and furthermore, it was unlikely that they would allow her to be in charge of the patients alone before she had revealed some of her skills. Well, Ruoshi the duck is already baked, you go ahead and eat it. You can play later. Kai come here. Ing Jun finished speaking to Lin Ruoshi and then said to Kai in her hand. What? Morong Lanshin didn't believe it. That one step and one kill. The awe-inspiring killing intent was sharp and hard to stop. How could it be fake? But since he was talking about the outer sea, he naturally remembered what the years had told himself when he was in Kunya. If he wanted to get rid of the demonic tattoo on Mu Wanfeng's body, the only way to do so was to go to the East Sea Demon region and spend a large sum of money to ask for help from the demon sect. Okay, she admitted to doing the wrong thing and getting her ass whooped, but she saved him and gave her virginity, so how was that going to give her a pass? As the soldiers left, and not long after, several soldiers in generals' uniforms, and a few Western men in special operations uniforms, arrived together. Sun Xingzong simply take this as gone off the deep end. Chongjin have no way out. At the same time, also through this, Sun Xingzong has Chongjin completely disappointed. In his eyes, Chongjin is no longer suitable for the emperor, and then Anrian turned and waved, walking off the stage to the underground lounge, quietly waiting for the final results of this round. This seat gives you all a chance, as long as you are willing to tell this seat the way to subdue the Flare Sky Tiger King. This seat will give you all a full body. The Yuyuan dragon said indifferently. Thanking Li Yun Guliang is of course good, but such blatant horse's ass is really a bit too much, and Li Yun Guliang may not like it. The fat monk did not know as a plan. At this time as naturally more ideas began to put all of these into practice. This, Vice Mayor Su was dumbfounded. If it was really as Song Xiaodong said, it was indeed so. Tai Zhang let out a dark sigh and did not reveal too much of what was in his mind, gritting his teeth and holding on against the damage from the green fire rule.